Upon hearing these words, the young man in the white robe naturally dared not obstruct the two of them any further. After walking for a while and passing through several gates, Hanley faintly heard the clear sound of reading, reminiscent of an ordinary academy. However, he was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering involuntarily. Although this place was named an academy, did these low-tier cultivators truly waste most of their time on reading instead of sitting in meditation and refining their chi? These are the disciples of the lower academy of Bailu Academy, engaged in their routine afternoon reading. To enter the upper academy for cultivation, one cannot rely solely on spiritual roots and magical power. It is essential to cultivate the righteous aura of our Confucian school. After all, most of our Confucian techniques are assisted by this righteous aura. The more abundant and robust it is, the faster one can progress in their cultivation. With boundless potential ahead, the young man in the white robe explained with a smile, seemingly having detected Han Li's surprise. He appeared somewhat inclined to befriend the youth who was of similar cultivation level and personally accompanied by the Confucian scholar. I see. Han Li sensed the goodwill in the young man's demeanor and nodded with a smile in response. At that moment, the three of them passed through a large area of pavilions, and after navigating several turns, they suddenly arrived at an elegant courtyard. Upon entering this courtyard, the previously clear sounds of reading immediately vanished without a trace, as if a soundproofing barrier had been set in place. Seeing this, the Confucian scholar remained composed, suggesting he had visited this place more than once. However, upon reaching this location, the young man in the white robe hesitated to enter. He stopped directly at the entrance of the courtyard to bid farewell to the two before departing. As they witnessed the young man's figure swiftly disappear beside a pavilion, the Confucian scholar adjusted his attire slightly and began to walk slowly toward the largest room, seemingly intending to knock on the door. Yet, just as he took a step forward, the originally closed door emitted a soft sound and opened on its own. At the same time, a voice from above echoed again. "Brother Yin, please come in. The esteemed Hua Yin fairy from the Huangqing Temple happens to be visiting this humble abode. I shall introduce her to you." The voice of Mr. Liu was calm and steady, revealing no particular emotion. Huangqing Temple? A hint of surprise appeared on the Confucian scholar's face, but he did not hesitate to step inside. Han Li naturally followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, they found a reception area where a man and a woman were seated, assuming the roles of host and guest. The man, in his 40s, had a gaunt face and 3 wisps of long beard, exuding an air of stoic composure, his demeanor somewhat reminiscent of the Confucian scholar, yet imbued with an indescribable severity. The woman, in her 20s, possessed dark hair and fair skin, clad in a yellow Taoist robe and holding a shimmering silver whisk in one hand, radiating an aura of elegance and nobility, clearly a Taoist nun. As soon as the Confucian scholar and Han Li entered the hall, the gazes of the two individuals naturally swept over them. This must be the renowned Mr. Yan Yao. Although I do not concern myself with worldly matters at the temple, I have indeed heard of Mr. Yan's illustrious reputation from Yonghua Academy. Unexpectedly, before the seemingly austere Mr. Liu could speak, the beautiful young Taoist nun greeted them with a slight smile. She then casually glanced at Han Li before withdrawing her gaze. This young woman was merely a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet she sat at ease before Mr. Liu, engaging in conversation with confidence, indicating she possessed significant background. I am honored. I have long heard of the esteemed names of the Taoist nuns at Huangqing Temple. It is a pleasure to meet you, Fairy Hua Yin. The Confucian scholar responded with utmost respect, hastily cupping his hands in greeting. Younger generation, greetings to both esteemed seniors. Han Li stepped forward slightly, bowing respectfully. This young friend is? Mr. Liu inquired, narrowing his eyes and maintaining an ambiguous tone. This is Han Li, a distant relative of a friend of mine. Having heard of the reputation of Bailu Academy, I could not bear to disregard the old friendship and brought him here to see if he qualifies for residency in the academy. The Confucian scholar replied nonchalantly. Oh, so he is the relative of an old friend of Brother Yin. His spiritual root aptitude seems rather average. However, we must examine his attributes closely, Mr. Liu said after sizing up Han Li for a moment. Young friend Han, please step forward. Of course, esteemed senior. Han Li responded without hesitation, moving closer as Mr. Liu grasped his wrist with a cool hand. With Han Li's formidable spiritual awareness, he was not concerned about whether the other could discern anything. Regardless of spiritual root attributes or bone age, he could easily obscure his true condition, presenting only the false information he wished to convey. However, Han Li did not want to draw too much attention to himself, as it would be detrimental to his low-profile cultivation in the academy. Therefore, he fully revealed his spiritual root attributes, presenting himself as possessing the minimum standard required for joining a cultivation sect. He merely concealed his true bone age to prevent any suspicion. Oh, for spiritual roots lacking metal. You barely meet the qualifications for residency in the academy. Yet, you possess magical power, indicating that you have already practiced some low-tier spells. Fortunately, your cultivation consists purely of wood attribute techniques, rather than any malevolent arts, so that is not an issue. However, given your age, the likelihood of you successfully establishing a foundation is exceedingly slim at best. You might reach the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. If that is the case, it might be more advantageous for you to pursue a path as a lone cultivator, enjoying greater freedom. Mr. Liu remarked calmly after examining Han Li, releasing his grip. I have heard similar evaluations from other seniors. Nevertheless, I believe diligence can compensate for shortcomings, and I intend to give cultivation a try, Han Li replied, standing with his hands clasped, speaking with an exceptionally earnest tone. Mr. Liu's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the Confucian scholar beside him before nodding and saying, "Your determination to cultivate is commendable. I have no further comments. However, since you're a lone cultivator, do you possess any particular expertise in a certain area of cultivation?" Taken aback, Han Li was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that the other would inquire about such matters from a Qi refinement cultivator. Did he truly intend to extend some consideration due to the Confucian scholar's influence? Thoughts raced through his mind, but he answered without hesitation, I have dabbled in the path of artifact forging, though with my current cultivation and experience, I can only craft the most basic of items, hardly worth mentioning. As he spoke, Han Li appeared somewhat embarrassed, a hint of shyness crossing his face. Oh, you understand artifact forging? It is quite rare for contemporary lone cultivators to pursue this skill, given the considerable expenses involved, Mr. Liu remarked with surprise. Upon hearing this, the Taoist nun's expression briefly flickered before a hint of delight appeared. I obtained a jade slip on artifact forging and have been practicing haphazardly. Han Li naturally downplayed his skills in artifact forging. He was reluctant to mention anything about alchemy or formations, fearing it might negatively impact his chances of joining the academy. However, compared to artifact forging, knowledge of alchemy and formation techniques was even rarer, which would likely attract even more attention. Taoist friend Han, you understand artifact forging? That is splendid news. Senior Liu, I believe we need not seek any disciples adept in artifact forging from your esteemed academy. Since this friend Han has yet to join your institution, why not allow him to join my Huangqing temple instead? The Taoist nun unexpectedly suggested. Both the Confucian scholar and Han Li were taken aback, left in a state of astonishment. Fairy Hualien, that may not be appropriate. Your temple is a female establishment. How can a young man like Han join? The Confucian scholar's muscles twitched slightly, and he could not help but speak earnestly. Though Huangqing Temple is a female establishment, it is not devoid of male Taoists and disciples. Those who join our temple reside outside. After all, Brother Yin is mistaken, the Taoist nun replied with a playful smile. I see. I must admit, I am not well versed in the affairs of Huangqing Temple. However, Han is eager to join Bailu Academy, so joining your temple may be somewhat inappropriate. The Confucian scholar expressed concern for Han Li's aspirations, evidently invested in the matter. Given Han's qualifications, even if he joins the academy, he would only be an ordinary disciple, with little future prospects. Our temple is preparing to forge a few treasures and currently lacks a low-tier disciple skilled in artifact forging. If Han is willing to join us, he could not only advance in his artifact forging skills, but I could also ensure he receives additional care in his cultivation. To be candid, I came to the academy seeking a disciple knowledgeable in artifact forging, and now that I have found one, there is no need to trouble Senior Liu further, Fairy Hualien explained with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Well, Brother Liu, what are your thoughts on this? The Confucian scholar hesitated for a moment after hearing her words, then looked up at Mr. Liu, Taoist Han has yet to join our esteemed academy. He remains at liberty, and whether he wishes to take the path under the auspices of the Huangqing Temple is a decision that must rest solely with him. However, as the illustrious Hua Yin Xiangu has remarked, even if Taoist Han were to enroll in our institution for cultivation, I Lu would be unable to provide any assistance. There appears to be little prospect in that regard. Moreover, Hua Yin Xiangu has indeed come to our academy in search of a low-level disciple well-versed in the art of crafting magical artifacts. Therefore, aligning oneself with the Huangqing Temple may indeed be a commendable choice. Mr. Lu stated, his expression unwavering and his tone solemn. At this juncture, the gazes of the three individuals in the hall converged upon Han Li. Some bore expressions of concern, others were filled with curiosity, while a few exhibited a subtle thrill of excitement. The Huangqing Temple? Han Li mused, as a flicker of recognition sparked within him. He had heard of that name, seemingly associated with another peak on Yutian Mountain. Yet, he was unaware that this temple was a female sect and possessed no knowledge of its doctrines, leaving him with a countenance of bewilderment and confusion. Chapter 922. The True Devouring Harmony Technique for Han Li. The sudden disruption of his plans to venture into an unfamiliar sect was rather unsettling. However, given the enticing conditions presented by the female cultivator before him, it would be unwise for him, a solitary cultivator, to flatly refuse and insist on joining the Bai Lu Academy. Such a refusal would likely arouse considerable suspicion from Mr. Lu. Consequently, Han Li could not help but roll his eyes inwardly at the unexpected interference of the Hualien fairy. His mind rife with unspoken grievances. To be candid with you, Senior Hualien, my knowledge of the Huangqing Temple is rather scant, he admitted. Yet, since your temple is a female sect, I presume that the cultivation methods may not be particularly suitable for male practitioners like myself. After a swift internal deliberation, Han Li finally concocted a somewhat plausible excuse that, my concern lies in this matter, he expressed. There is no need for worry. Our Huangqing Temple is merely a branch of the three emperor temples. The Huangyang and Huangqing temples are presided over by male cultivators. There is no shortage of cultivation methods for men. Furthermore, you do not possess the innate aura of righteousness, and it would require considerable effort to cultivate such an essence under the Bai Lu Academy. Likely more challenging than our own methods that, of course, should one master the Confucian techniques, bolstered by the aura of righteousness, their divine abilities would far surpass those of ordinary Taoist practices. However, for you, my friend, delving into such discussions may be premature. Though you truly look down upon our temple. The Hualien Taoist smiled gently, her demeanor unfazed, yet she refrained from showing any disrespect towards the Confucian school. Senior Hualien speaks wisely. Indeed, the Confucian methods do require a bit more time in their initial stages compared to Taoist or Buddhist practices. Young Han, given your circumstances, it would be more appropriate for you to cultivate under the Huangqing Temple. Since Senior Hualien has kindly offered to look after you, your hopes of foundation establishment here are not entirely unfounded, Mr. Lu added with calm assurance. Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt a sense of resignation. It appeared that he could no longer avoid altering his original plans. To persist would only raise Mr. Lu's suspicions further. Fortunately, the Huangqing Temple was located within the spiritual veins of Yutian Mountain. If he exercised caution, he should be able to navigate any potential pitfalls. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li could only sigh and accept his misfortune, outwardly expressing a semblance of excitement. Since both seniors have suggested this course, it must be the right decision that I shall heed your arrangements. His words pleased the young Taoist, who nodded in satisfaction, while Mr. Lu merely smiled in silence. Although the stern Confucian scholar hoped for Han Li to join the ranks of the Confucian sect, he found it difficult to voice any objections now that Han Li had shown no opposition to the arrangement. Thus, the three of them engaged in light conversation. However, rather than discussing the wonders of the cultivation world, they delved into the gains and losses of the current political climate of the Great Jin dynasty, leaving Han Li somewhat perplexed. The Confucian school was to be expected, given their worldly approach. But it was rather surprising to see a Taoist nun from the Huangqing Temple discussing such matters with equal poise. Could it be that the Huangqing Temple, like the Confucian school, also embraced a worldly perspective within the realm of cultivation? Han Li could not help but ponder deeply. The three individuals engaged in lively conversation within the hall, but after a while, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a somewhat youthful voice calling in. Respected Master Ancestor, the disciple has complied with your command and brought the purple essence copper dada. In that case, please bring it in, Mr. Lu replied without a moment's hesitation. The mention of purple essence copper stirred Han Li's heart. This material was indeed an excellent component for crafting top-tier magical artifacts, if not particularly valuable to him, yet it was undoubtedly a rare treasure for the two present. While he was mulling this over, the door was pushed open, revealing a young boy of around 11 or 12 years, his fair skin glowing. As he entered carrying a large red tray, the tray was draped with a layer of silver brocade. Bulging as if filled with something substantial, respectfully, he placed the tray on the table between the Hualien fairy and Mr. Lu, then took several steps back, standing with his hands clasped behind him. You may leave now. There is no need for you to remain here, Mr. Lu said, casting a casual glance at the boy. The lad immediately complied, bowing deeply before retreating from the room, and Lu then disregarded him entirely. Pushing the tray forward towards the Taoist priestess. Dear Taoist Hualien, this is the purple essence copper you requested. Please take good care of it. Your esteemed sect seems intent on crafting an important treasure. Judging by your extensive search for materials, I wonder if it will be a top-tier magical artifact or a true treasure, Mr. Lu remarked with a smile, as though speaking lightly as for the matter of forging. I am not well versed in the details. I am merely acting on the orders of my fourth master uncle. If you wish to know more, why not inquire directly with the fourth master aunt? She will surely provide you with an honest account, the Taoist priestess replied, hesitating slightly, yet expressing an air of apology. There is no need for such formalities. I merely asked out of curiosity. Lu responded. Upon hearing the mention of the fourth master aunt, a subtle change crossed his expression, but he quickly laughed it off. The Hualien fairy smiled charmingly, delicately lifting the brocade covering the tray with her fair, jade-like fingers, revealing a pile of glimmering purple metal beneath. Gazing at the entire platter of purple essence copper, a smile graced the priestess's face, and after expressing her gratitude, she retrieved a storage bag from her waist, enveloping the materials in a swirl of radiant light before carefully securing them. With her purpose fulfilled, the young priestess conversed with Lu for a short while longer before finally rising to take her leave. Lu did not press her to stay, summoning a boy to guide her out of the academy, while Han Li too respectfully bid farewell to the two before exiting alongside her. The departure of Han Li and the young priestess left the hall enveloped in silence. The Confucian scholars surnamed Yin and Lu exchanged not a single word, sitting quietly in their chairs, lost in their own thoughts. Particularly, the scholar appeared restless, as if contemplating something profound. How prepared are you? To confront that fiend Neo Tienda. I require the mastery of the devouring true unity technique to possess a 70 to 80% certainty of vanquishing him. Now that everything is in place, you wouldn't be reconsidering your own life at this critical juncture, would you? Mr. Lu finally spoke, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Humph. As long as I can avenge the annihilation of my clan, what care does Yin have for his own frail existence? My sole concern is that once Brother Lu achieves great mastery of his powers, he may fear the wrath of that old fiend and thereby refrain from provoking him. Would that not be akin to offering my life in vain? The Confucian scholar named Yan's expression darkened as he spoke menacingly. Brother Yan, why do you harbor such a lack of faith in me? Did I not previously declare that should you lend your aid in my cultivation of this divine technique, the boundless righteous energy that embodies you would naturally be passed on to me? Within it lies your deep-seated resentment. Until the day I eliminate that Neo Tienda, I shall be unable to truly harness this righteous essence for my own purposes, for the sake of this rich and profound righteous energy that resides within you. I solemnly pledge to eradicate this demon. Moreover, do you truly believe that aside from myself, there exists any other cultivator capable of assisting you in vanquishing this foe without fear of retaliation from the Black Sun sect? Mr. Lu, however, displayed no sign of anger, instead responding with an air of calmness. You speak the truth. Although I have cultivated relationships with various cultivators over the years, among them, Brother Lu, while not the most powerful, is the only one willing to offer his assistance in avenging the annihilation of my clan against the demonic practitioners of the Black Sun sect. Others are either incapable of doing so or unwilling to provoke the 10 great demon sects on behalf of a mere mortal like myself. Upon mentioning the vengeance for my clan, the Confucian scholar named Yin suddenly clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. This is but a natural matter. Neo Tienda. Being a law enforcement officer for the Black Sun sect is not someone that smaller sects dare provoke. Our Confucian order has long been at odds with the demonic path, so we harbor no such concerns. Furthermore, to demonstrate my sincerity, I have been at your service for the past 5 years, fulfilling your every request, which should sufficiently convey my intentions to him. Lu let out a deep sigh and spoke a few more words. Upon hearing this, the Confucian scholar named Yan's countenance turned as cold as ice, casting a steely gaze upon Mr. Liu, and remained silent thereafter. Very well, To assuage Brother Yan's concerns, I can invoke the heart-locking spell before the likeness of the sages. Should I fail to fulfill my promise in the future, the righteous energy shall not penetrate even a fraction. After a moment of silence, seeing that the Confucian scholar named Yin still showed no signs of relenting, Lu could only manage a wry smile, and said helplessly, "Fine, that suffices to die. Yin shall spare no effort to assist Brother Liu in attaining this divine technique that is not that I doubt your words, but rather that I am the last remnant of the Yin family, and I must tread carefully." A sigh of relief escaped the lips of the Confucian scholar named Yin, and after a brief twitch of his facial muscles, he spoke in a monotone that I naturally understand your predicament, Brother Yin. The cultivation shall commence in 1 month. During this time, it would be best for you to arrange your affairs before returning to the academy to find me. Lu waved his hand, speaking with a calm demeanor. The Confucian scholar named Yin nodded, and the room fell into silence once more. By the way, why must the disciples of the Huangqing Temple insist on taking that lad with the surname Han? Surely, the disciples of artifact forging could be found within the academy? The Confucian scholar named Yin suddenly brought up Han Li. I merely go with the flow. The treasures being forged by the Huangqing Temple this time should be quite exceptional. Besides their own artifact masters, they even lack sufficient manpower for the forging materials. Although the Huangqing Temple could borrow low-level artifact forging disciples from our academy, however, there lingered a sense of unease, and one could not ascertain how to exercise additional caution. With the sudden appearance of the knowledgeable Han Xiaoyu, who had yet to affiliate with any academy, it seemed only natural to take him under one's wing and employ his skills. Lu appeared to possess some knowledge of the situation, offering a nonchalant smile. Upon hearing this, the scholar of the Yin surname finally felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, should anything amiss occur, it would be rather difficult to explain to an old friend upon returning. Meanwhile, the esteemed Hua Lianxiangu employed a silken handkerchief-like magical artifact to carry Han Li, soaring through the skies towards another, slightly lower mountain, far removed from the illusory cloud peak. Chapter 923. The Artifact Refining Hall. This is Elder Wei. For the time being, you shall assist him and, in the process, learn the art of artifact refinement. Rest assured, you will not be burdened with the full responsibilities of a refiner. Our sect lacks the financial resources to cultivate a dedicated artifact master. It is merely that we require additional hands temporarily to aid in the crafting of a significant treasure. However, should you perform well during this period, at the conclusion of 2 or 3 years, I shall bestow upon you a spiritual elixir and offer guidance in your cultivation that I shall not renege on my previous promise. Hua Lianxiangu spoke these words while standing in a chamber cluttered with various materials, accompanied by another elder, a red-faced man of approximately 50 years, who appeared to be at the early stage of foundation establishment, scrutinizing Han Li with a furrowed brow. At this moment, Han Li could only nod in agreement. Hualien, does this disciple truly comprehend the art of artifact refinement? His age and cultivation seem rather insufficient, do they not? Was it not mentioned that you would seek a suitable assistant from the Bailu Academy? The elder expressed his discontent. The crafting of this treasure is of utmost importance. It is preferable to avoid the involvement of other sects in this matter. While it is true that Han disciples' cultivation and experience may be lacking, with Elder Wei's guidance, he should be capable of managing the refinement of materials without issue. Hualien Daogu replied with a light laugh. Yet, even the refinement of materials requires a certain aptitude. Otherwise, the resources may be squandered. The elder conceded reluctantly. However, if Hualien Dao friend insists, then let us allow this lad a chance to prove himself. Rest assured, my judgment is not so poor. Though this Han disciple's cultivation is modest, his magical power is exceptionally pure, and he should excel in both controlling his power and artifact refinement. The Daogu smiled brightly. Though, so it is, indeed, he possesses a measure of potential that it appears Hualien Dao friend is not one to recruit indiscriminately. Elder Wei remarked, his astonishment evident as he regarded Han Li anew. I have delivered the individual you require, and the refinement process must proceed more swiftly. Compared to the other two sects, we are already lagging behind. We cannot afford any delays in this critical endeavor. Otherwise, we shall both face dire consequences. Now, I shall take my leave at last. Hualien Xiangu prepared to depart, offering a final reminder. Rest assured, provided this lad proves competent, there will be no hindrance to our progress, the red-faced elder assured as he rose to see her off. Upon hearing this, the Daogu finally departed with satisfaction, leaving behind only Han Li and the elder in the chamber. You heard what was just said. Regardless of whether you possess interest or talent in the art of crafting, I shall dedicate myself to teaching you the intricacies of this craft for a month. Following that, I will assign you tasks. As long as you can complete my assignments punctually each month, you may manage your own affairs during the remaining time. Should you fail to accomplish these tasks, you shall promptly depart from my presence, as I will seek more suitable individuals for the crafting hall. The elderly man with the surname Wei spoke without a trace of sentiment, his demeanor brusque. Yes, I shall do my utmost, Han Li replied with a calm expression. Of course, being a disciple in our crafting hall is not without its advantages. Not only may you utilize certain magical tools and the earth fire pool free of charge, but the spiritual stones distributed monthly far exceed those allocated to disciples of the other halls. For now, you will meet the other disciples of the crafting hall, as some materials may require your collaborative efforts to achieve completion in the future. The elder, seemingly satisfied with Han Li's attitude, softened his expression and continued speaking. He then led Han Li out of the secret chamber. After meeting the remaining 3 low-ranking disciples in the Qi refining stage, Han Li was casually assigned a place to reside, marking the beginning of his cultivation journey at the Huangqing Temple. The so-called crafting hall is actually a separate courtyard built in the central part of the mountain where the Huangqing Temple is located. The architecture is rather sparse. Aside from a grand hall for the earth fire and a few crafting pavilions, there is little else to mention. The disciples within the hall are required to reside in several caves carved into the mountainside. As for the inhabitants of the hall, aside from the red-haired elder who serves as the dedicated crafting master, there are 2 other middle-aged cultivators of the Qi refining stage who assist him in his crafting endeavors. The remaining members include Han Li and 3 other disciples of the crafting hall. Thus, while the space is limited, it is more than adequate for their needs. However, each day, numerous male and female disciples from the Huangqing Temple come to rent the crafting pavilions or directly request the creation of various items. Given that it is a female temple, it is only natural that a significant majority of the disciples are women. These female cultivators are not solely Taoist nuns. Many are young ladies engaged in their cultivation, each possessing remarkable beauty and eloquence, akin to refined young ladies of high society. Observing with a detached gaze, Han Li noted that the 3 male disciples of the crafting hall, despite their arduous daily labor, were utterly captivated by the influx of female practitioners, having become infatuated with them. Their sole focus seemed to be on pleasing these female disciples, while their own cultivation had stagnated for many years. A minority of the male disciples present were primarily those who, like in the crafting hall, served as miscellaneous assistants. Some were responsible for studying formations, while others focused on alchemy, and so forth. Meanwhile, the female disciples were free to concentrate solely on their cultivation. Han Li shook his head inwardly at this spectacle, but chose not to interfere. Furthermore, attending to these male and female disciples was the responsibility of the other 3, while he was designated to focus initially on the refinement and purification of materials. The red-faced elder would dedicate an hour each day to impart foundational knowledge of crafting to Han Li, occasionally demonstrating techniques himself to provide guidance. Given Han Li's prior level of cultivation and experience, he initially harbored little expectation of gaining valuable insights from a foundation-stage crafting master, merely adopting an attitude of compliance. However, to his astonishment, just a few days later, he found himself greatly surprised. Although this elder's cultivation is not particularly high, his expertise in the art of crafting magical artifacts is truly remarkable. Merely from the perspective of material refinement, it is evident that he is well versed in a plethora of crafting techniques and appears to have conducted considerable research into the secret arts of various sects. Some of the techniques and knowledge he possesses are even beyond what one might have heard of before. After just over 10 days of benefiting immensely from this experience, Han Li could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. It seems that the claim of the Great Gene as a sacred land for immortal cultivation in the mortal realm is not mere boast. The fact that a seemingly inconspicuous artifact master in such a modest temple can wield such an extensive array of crafting techniques, ranging from well-preserved ancient methods to newly developed techniques that have been refined and summarized by generations of masters, is indeed far beyond the simplistic methods found in Tian and the chaotic Star Sea. This experience has truly broadened his horizons. To speak of Han Li's own skills in artifact crafting, he currently finds himself rather ordinary. The techniques he received from Qi Yunxiao years ago now seem rather superficial compared to his present cultivation and understanding. Although he has perused numerous texts on crafting after joining the Falling Cloud sect during his time in the chaotic Star Sea, the truly useful knowledge has been scarce. Now that he has encountered this rare opportunity, Han Li is determined not to let it slip away. Aside from diligently practicing the Ming Wang Ju during other times, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the teachings of the elder with the surname Wei. His displayed talent and earnest attitude have greatly pleased the elder, even prompting him to elaborate on various topics in response to Han Li's occasional inquiries. As a result, the elder's demeanor towards Han Li has undergone a remarkable transformation within the span of just 1 month, from initially stern and aloof to later being warm and amiable, leaving the other 3 disciples of the artifact hall, who are well acquainted with the elder's temperament, utterly astonished. Out of jealousy, these 3 disciples naturally do not harbor a particularly favorable attitude toward Han Li. However, given Han Li's current favor with the elder, they refrain from causing him any trouble in a fit of impulsiveness. Nonetheless, their cold indifference during their encounters is unavoidable. Han Li, on the other hand, finds delight in this, as he prefers solitude to focus on his cultivation undisturbed. A month later, the elder not only elucidated various refinement techniques to Han Li, but also introduced him to several unique crafting methods, which Han Li committed to memory. He plans to gather these techniques from different parts of the Great Gene as soon as his magical energy is restored, aiming to enhance the effectiveness of the 7-flame fan and the puppets of the Great Yin God. Yet, as the elder stated, once the month-long period concluded, Han Li was promptly assigned a series of material refinement tasks. Given his demonstrated cultivation level, these tasks posed no significant challenge for him. Consequently, Han Li completed them with remarkable ease, hardly needing to concern himself with the work at hand. The remainder of his time was devoted to practicing the Ming Wang Ju. After 3 to 4 months of this routine, everything has progressed smoothly, leading Han Li to believe that his decision to join the Huangqing Temple has indeed been a wise one during this period. However, the elder with the surname Wei has suddenly become extraordinarily busy. Typically, apart from the occasional assignments given to the 4 individuals for crafting tasks a few times each month, the person remained shrouded in mystery within the secluded chambers of the Earth Fire Palace, his activities entirely unknown. During this period, the illustrious Hua Lianxiangu also made several visits, each time conferring with the elder in the hidden chamber. Their discussions veiled in secrecy. Both demonstrated remarkable caution, as they consistently invoked protective wards during their conversations. Although Han Li felt a twinge of curiosity, his singular focus on mastering the Ming Wang Ju deterred him from risking his consciousness to eavesdrop. On a particular day, within the cave's hidden chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged with his body inclined at an unusual angle, his upper torso contorted into a bizarre posture. His hands remained motionless, forming intricate seals upon the meditation mat, while his form was enveloped in a faint golden light, quivering gently. That a closer inspection revealed that his skin was marred with a profusion of crimson veins and prominent blue tendons, with egg-sized protrusions appearing to writhe as if animated, creating an eerie spectacle. With each tremor of his body, Han Li's visage contorted in evident agony, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading from his forehead as if he were enduring an extreme ordeal. Soaking his garments thoroughly, time passed unmeasured until the golden radiance gradually dissipated. After exhaling deeply, he withdrew his hand seals, finally resuming a conventional seated posture. Almost simultaneously, all peculiar manifestations on his body vanished, and he returned to his normal state in the blink of an eye. Chapter 924. The Green Glory Princess. As he felt the unbearable heat within him slowly subside, Han Li's tightly shut eyes opened. The Ming Wang Ju was indeed overwhelmingly formidable. Even his body, which had once condensed a nascent soul and undergone the washing of the marrow, struggled to withstand the excruciating pain of repeated body refinement. This left Han Li feeling both frustrated and perplexed. Predecessor, is there truly no issue with cultivating the Ming Wangju? He inquired. Even the second layer of the technique is accompanied by such torment. I cannot believe that the bald monks of the Buddhist sect began their practice of this technique only after reaching the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, by the time they perfected it, their lifespans would likely have reached their limits. Yet, the cultivation of this technique during the core formation stage seems nearly unbearable, as the pain is not merely physical, but even the consciousness can distinctly sense this agony. Suddenly, Han Li directed his question toward the great Yin deity. What is so strange about that? Since the Buddhist sect has the means to transform the techniques of the demon race into such a form, they naturally must have devised methods or tools to alleviate the cultivation pains. After all, the Buddhist practices are inherently adept at enduring suffering. Furthermore, if the practitioner possesses sufficient willpower, it is not impossible to cultivate the Ming Wangju during the core formation stage, the great Yin deity replied languidly. Moreover, this technique is predominantly tyrannical in relation to us humans. It was originally designed for the demon race and ancient fiends, whose robust physiques are less affected by such pain. I see. That makes sense. Han Li acknowledged. Unfortunately, we lack the time to delve into other Buddhist techniques. I suppose I shall continue with this arduous path. At this level, I can still manage to endure, he remarked with a wry smile. Furrowing his brow, subsequently, he raised his hand, letting his sleeve fall away, and suddenly extended a segment of his arm. Han Li squinted slightly, gazing intently at the surface of the arm, his pupils shimmering with a blue light. After a considerable interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Han Li prodded the skin of his arm with a finger before lowering it. Although he had endured considerable hardship, the Ming Wangju indeed possessed unique merits in body refinement, far surpassing the other cultivation methods I am familiar with. Merely through this brief period of practice, I can already perceive astonishing changes within my own physique. Han Li murmured a few words, appearing to be engaged in self-dialogue. After sitting in quiet contemplation for a while longer, he rose from the secret chamber and made his way slowly towards the Hall of Earth Fire. Not long ago, while refining those materials and integrating the forging techniques imparted by the elderly Wei, he had finally comprehended a new method of crafting artifacts. Thus, he had resumed the ritualistic refinement of the crystallized demon core flying needle, which was nearly complete. Utilizing the power of the earth fire at noon every day to enhance its potency further, as Han Li approached the grand hall, he was suddenly taken aback by a bustling noise emanating from the entrance. Upon hearing this sound, he instinctively turned to look. There, a group of approximately a dozen individuals was approaching, and leading the way were 3 other disciples from the artifact refining hall. Following behind them were several young male and female cultivators, among whom stood a girl of around 16 or 17 years, adorned in a vibrant green palace dress, her beauty striking and her demeanor extraordinary, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity in terms of cultivation. These individuals were relatively formidable for their age, most being at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refining stage, while the girl in the palace attire was at the 10th level, making her the most powerful among them. After casting a discerning glance over the newcomers entering the artifact refining hall, Han Li immediately discerned that their identities were undoubtedly significant. Almost every individual had bulging storage pouches at their waists, with 2 or 3 even carrying specialized spirit beast bags. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples from the artifact refining hall wore expressions of eager deference, visibly anxious to avoid offending anyone among the newcomers. Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, and he promptly turned to feign ignorance, intending to step into the Hall of Earth Fire to avoid any potential complications. However, just then, the most skilled among the 3 disciples from the artifact refining hall, who harbored the greatest hostility towards him and bore the surname Gao, unexpectedly called out loudly upon spotting Han Li's back. Han Shitty, come here for a moment. The Greenshio Princess requires the crafting of a magical artifact, and certain materials must undergo special refinement. It would be fortuitous for you to assist in completing this task, as it is a direct order from the 4th Hall Master. There is no time to delay. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, and the mention of the 4th Hall Master made him even more astonished. He halted his steps and had no choice but to turn back. Having spent such an extended period here, he had developed a general understanding of the higher-level cultivators within the Huanxing Temple. This temple ostensibly had 4 Hall Masters, all of whom were at the core formation stage. Additionally, there existed a Tianqing courtyard within the temple, said to house the only nascent soul cultivator of the Huangqing Temple. Although this fourth sect master advanced to the Jiedon stage the latest, it is said that the cultivation technique he practices is extraordinarily unique, and his abilities surpass those of the other three, rendering him quite renowned throughout Nen County. Upon hearing his name, even the esteemed Mr. Liu from Bailu Academy could not help but change countenance. However, these sect masters each possess extraordinary identities, and Hanli is yet to have the opportunity to meet any of them, since it is a command from the four sect masters. The disciple will naturally assist with utmost diligence. After approaching, Hanli discreetly surveyed the male and female cultivators before speaking in an unruffled manner. Can you refine the materials? Your cultivation level seems rather insufficient. The materials required for the county lord are exceedingly rare blood silk silver. If the materials are damaged, can you bear the consequences? The young men and women similarly scrutinized Hanli, and upon noticing his cultivation level, which appeared to be merely at the third or fourth layer of qi refinement, most displayed expressions of disdain. Among them, a young man clad in a blue brocade robe spoke rather rudely. The young lady in palace attire, presumably the county lord, merely smiled gently, yet her eyes flickered with evident skepticism. Blood silk silver is indeed a rare material that I cannot guarantee success in its refinement. Perhaps you might consider seeking someone more capable? Hanli showed no sign of anger, instead responding with a smile. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the group momentarily fell silent, unsure of how to retort. Wasn't it said that there is a remarkably skilled artifact refiner here? Why not summon him to refine the materials for the county lord? A handsome young man finally regained his composure and spoke with evident dissatisfaction. Master Wei is currently preoccupied with crafting a significant treasure and has been in seclusion for several days. He is unlikely to emerge to assist the county lord with the refinement, replied a disciple from the artifact refining hall, attempting to clarify the situation. Assist me in refining the materials. It will only take a moment, the young lady in the green dress spoke softly, embodying the serene demeanor of a noble woman, which left the disciples of the artifact refining hall feeling quite flattered. Hanli, however, noted a subtle shift in her expression. Despite her seemingly polite demeanor, a fleeting glimmer of cunning in her eyes did not escape his notice. Smirking inwardly, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the three were thoroughly bewildered by her few gentle words, leading one of them, tempted, to agree to inform the elder Wei. Hanli couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he recalled correctly, the elder Wei had explicitly stated before entering seclusion that unless there were truly significant matters, they were not to disturb him during his crafting work in the underground chamber. Now, merely for the sake of refining some materials, to intrude upon the elder's seclusion was bound to invite misfortune upon the messenger. Sure enough, the disciple, steeling himself, stepped into the fire hall, only to emerge moments later with a face full of dust. County Lord, Master Wei truly cannot spare the time. Perhaps you should allow junior brother Han to give it a try, the male disciple said, forcing a smile upon returning to the group. The renowned refiner's hall of the Huangqing Temple holds such a prestigious reputation. Yet could the three of you not assist the princess in refining materials? The words came from another young woman among the group of male and female cultivators, aside from the Green Show princess. This young lady, slightly older and possessing only an average beauty, had a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth that lent her an air of allure as she inquired with a cheerful smile. To be candid, Miss Mingzhu, if it were a matter of refining ordinary materials, the three of us would certainly be able to assist. However, for rare materials like blood silk silver, only junior brother Han, who has received specialized teachings from Master Wei on the art of material refinement, truly understands how to refine it. Our primary studies have been focused on the crafting of commonly used magical instruments. After exchanging somewhat awkward glances, the disciple surnamed Gao could only helplessly respond in this manner. This presents quite a predicament. We accompanied Lady Yu here and cannot linger for long. Yet, if we miss this opportunity, it is uncertain when we might find a craftsman capable of refining blood silk silver. It seems we truly must trouble this senior brother for assistance, the Green Show princess remarked with a radiant smile after her expressive eyes sparkled with intent. Very well, as long as the princess is willing to take a risk. I shall do my utmost, Hanli replied calmly. No worries, senior brother. Please proceed with the refinement. If it truly cannot be accomplished, it is no great matter. It merely indicates that the Green Show's fortune has yet to arrive. We can seek out another opportunity in the future, the palace-clad maiden said with a slight smile upon hearing this. Seeing that the young lady had spoken to such an extent, Hanli nodded in agreement. However, glancing at the large crowd before him, he furrowed his brow and stated, I cannot refine materials with so many people watching. Otherwise, the likelihood of success may be significantly diminished due to distractions. No worries, as long as I may have one person by my side. The rest can wait outside or accompany these 3 senior brothers to explore other areas of the refiner's hall. The palace-clad maiden replied nonchalantly. Those who had come with her, while appearing somewhat reluctant, did not voice any objections. Thus, Hanli refrained from further unnecessary conversation and promptly led the way to the Earth Fire Hall, while the others, at the young lady's signal, were compelled to remain behind. Chapter 925. The royal family of Jean. The Earth Fire Hall, as the most significant structure in the refiner's hall, is not particularly vast, spanning only about 100 zhang. The upper level serves as a storage area for materials. The middle level connects to the earth fire for refining materials and crafting low-tier spiritual instruments, while the lower level descends 2 or 3 dozen zhang underground, specifically designed to utilize a strand of essence from the earth fire pool for the refinement of high-tier spiritual instruments. Han Li's usual refining chamber is located in a secluded room on the middle level. Accompanied by the Green Show Princess, Han Li entered this chamber unhurriedly. The chamber appeared somewhat chaotic as he busied himself with tidying up. Is this where you refine items, senior brother? The young lady curiously surveyed the modest chamber, particularly intrigued by the large cauldron in the center and the 8 gourd-shaped magical instruments scattered around it, as if she were witnessing such a refining sight for the first time. Pray tell, Princess, have you never refined magical instruments before? Han Li raised his brows slightly and replied with an air of indifference. Since childhood, I have been cultivating under Aunt Yu's guidance. I have had little time to learn the art of refining tools. Most of my time is spent practicing within the estate. The young lady in court attire playfully tapped the ear of the cauldron and smiled. Practicing within the estate. Is it possible that the royal residence is situated atop a spiritual vein? While tidying the remnants of materials within the cauldron, Han Li casually inquired, Dada. So, senior brother was unaware of my true identity? The girl paused, then suddenly pressed her lips together, breaking into a smile. That it seems that I have been mistaken for a princess from some prominent family in the Great Jean. Han Li chuckled. Uninformed? Hee, that is splendid that I need not maintain any airs of a princess that in truth, I have never even met that Great Jean Emperor. My ties to the royal family are rather tenuous. I have spent all my time cultivating in my master's cave on the mountain, never setting foot in any royal residence. The glimmer of amusement flashed in the girl's eyes, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. She transformed from a poised young lady into a quirky, spirited girl. Not of royal blood? Han Li's expression turned to one of surprise, whether due to the girl's sudden change or the unexpected revelation she had shared. Are you taken aback? The title of princess is indeed accurate, as it was conferred upon me by the current emperor himself. Were it not for Aunt Yu insisting that I must not tarnish the royal family's reputation before I departed, I would have been far less constrained in my demeanor. However, I was accosted by these individuals along the way, forcing me to speak in a tedious and slow manner, which was exceedingly dull. Now that it's just you, senior brother, I can finally relax. You wouldn't be so tactless as to speak out of turn after we leave, would you? The girl plopped down on the only chair in the secluded room, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. Cough. Everything shall proceed as the princess wishes. I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Han Li cleared his throat, feeling somewhat at a loss. Your esteemed ancestor must be no ordinary individual. Have you heard of the 4 great loose cultivators of the Great Jean? Without a hint of concealment, the girl shook her head with pride. My grandfather is one of them. The 4 great loose cultivators. Even if I were to be ignorant, I would certainly have heard of them. So, the princess comes from a lineage of eminent figures. I am truly honored. This identity must surely surpass that of a mere princess, and your future prospects are undoubtedly bright. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted subtly, genuine astonishment dawning upon him. He had previously heard of the 4 great loose cultivators from Chowmangrong. Among them were those in the late stage of the nascent soul, as well as those in the mid-stage, each possessing remarkable abilities far beyond the capabilities of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Is that so? The girl responded. Almost everyone who knows my grandfather speaks of him in such a manner. It must be true. She graciously accepted Han Li's compliment. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Han Li rubbed his nose and chose to ignore the girl. With a decisive gesture, he formed several hand seals and cast a series of spells upon the great cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron emitted a resonant hum, enveloped in a swirling red glow that began to rise gently. The young girl unabashedly displayed her curiosity, her pair of jet-black eyes, akin to exquisite gemstones, fixated on Han Li's actions without so much as a blink. Produce the materials, she urged him once the colossal cauldron was thoroughly activated. Turning her gaze toward him. Here you go, but let me clarify. What is said in public does not count. Those are merely courteous remarks made in the presence of others. If my hard-earned blood-streaked silver is truly ruined by you, senior brother, you must compensate me. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and let out a light, almost playful laugh. Then, with a flick of her jade hand, she retrieved a fist-sized object from her storage pouch at her waist and tossed it over. It gleamed silver, resembling ordinary silver ore, yet was interspersed with countless blood-like threads. Observing the ore in his hand and hearing the girl's teasing words, Han Li could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Such a rare material was something that not even foundational stage cultivators could easily procure, let alone a mere qi refining stage practitioner. If he were truly a cultivator of the qi refining stage, it would be quite absurd for him to afford any compensation. Thus, Han Li chose not to speak further. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the item into the cauldron, followed by several other auxiliary materials. Before sitting cross-legged on the ground, he slapped a talisman onto himself, and a faint blue light enveloped him as incantations flowed from his lips. Consequently, the 8 gourd-shaped magical tools on the ground radiated brilliant light simultaneously. Following this, the gourd mouths flashed with crimson light and suddenly expelled 8 fiery red pillars, which precisely struck the lower half of the colossal cauldron. Instantly, an oppressive heat permeated the entire chamber. Meanwhile, amidst Han Li's fervent refinement of the blood-streaked silver, in a secluded and tranquil attic atop the mountain, an elderly Taoist nun with an icy demeanor and a middle-aged woman with a grave expression were engaged in a serious conversation. Is it nearly time? For this undertaking, our royal family has meticulously planned for over 4 centuries. It has taken the diligent efforts of 7 or 8 successive emperors to ensure that not a whisper of our intentions has leaked. However, should we fail to acquire those 2 treasures, the entire royal family may well face imminent catastrophe. Do not be deceived by our Yi family's apparent concealment of strength over the years. When truly confronted by the likes of the Buddhist and Taoist factions, we would likely crumble under the pressure, and those corrupt Confucians, who profess to uphold royal authority, would be the first to strike against our royal family if their interests were threatened. The Taoist nun spoke gravely. Aunt, how could we be unaware of your concerns? Yet, this also presents our Yi family with a prime opportunity to extricate ourselves from the grip of other factions. Let us not forget how our 7th uncle perished. Did it not stem from witnessing our royal family's slightly augmented power with a few more nascent soul cultivators? The major factions swiftly united. Overtly and covertly targeting our uncle in the aftermath, they merely concocted a pretext to absolve themselves of all responsibility. If we do not escape this predicament, though our royal Yi family is renowned as the foremost house in the cultivation world, we are, in reality, mere pawns sacrificed to appease those major factions. Should the rumors prove true and we obtain those 2 spiritual treasures, combined with the forces our Yi family has painstakingly nurtured over the years, we will instill fear in the other factions, rendering them hesitant to act against us. This risk is indeed worth taking. The beautiful woman sighed softly and remarked, Humph, although the legends within the realm of cultivation have long spoken of the incredible power of the celestial treasures, it remains difficult for me to believe that merely possessing 2 such artifacts could reverse the tides of fate and place us on equal footing with the major factions. That I fear that such an endeavor may backfire, provoking the covetous gaze of other powers and inviting the calamity of bearing a treasure that invites disaster. Let us not forget that even with the celestial treasures in hand, these factions are backed by entities of formidable caliber. While the exact number remains unknown, should even one of them emerge, they would possess the capability to obliterate our Yi family. The glimmer of cold light flashed in the Taoist woman's eyes as she spoke with evident trepidation. The existence of those at the transformation stage is, in our realm, utterly invincible. Even with the celestial treasures, I suspect that our 3rd uncle and his peers would only be able to manage a tenuous self-defense against such ancient beings. Nevertheless, there is no need for my aunt to be overly concerned. The Yi family commenced discreet investigations into the existence and weaknesses of these ancient figures over a century ago. After extensive analysis from multiple perspectives, We estimate that even if these ancient beings were to live as long as speculated, surpassing the lifespan of Yuanying stage cultivators by over 1,000 years, there have been scarcely a handful of those who ascended to the transformation stage or are on the verge of doing so in the last 2 millennia of the Great Gene. Furthermore, a small portion of them has successfully ascended to the spirit realm. The remaining few who linger in the human realm have paid a significant price for their stay. They cannot easily engage in battles of magic. And when they do, they strive to suppress their cultivation to the late Yuanying stage. Though the precise reasons remain elusive, this suggests that these ancient beings may not be as invincible as the rumors suggest. Moreover, it is likely that they do not intervene in the rise and fall of any particular faction. After a brief furrowing of her brow, the middle-aged beauty spoke gravely. How do you know all this? Do not tell me that these are merely your conjectures or information you have gathered through your own inquiries. Over the years, countless cultivators have sought to uncover the secrets and news surrounding the transformation stage cultivators stay in the human realm. Yet to no avail. You claim to have discerned such clarity in just over a century, and with such confidence, you truly believe I have become so foolish and gullible. What other secrets are you withholding? The old Taoist woman's expression darkened suddenly. However, we assure you that we harbor no intention of deceiving our aunt. Although this information was not uncovered by our Yi family members, it was gleaned from an elder recently inducted into our clan. Upon further calculation, it aligns perfectly with other clues we have obtained. Therefore, stating that we discovered it is not inaccurate. Upon seeing her aunt's anger, the beautiful woman hurriedly began to explain. Elder, when did the Yi family acquire another elder? Is he an independent cultivator or from some minor sect? The Taoist woman exclaimed in surprise, pressing for answers. Rest assured, Aunt, this individual is not a cultivator from the Great Gene. He is an independent cultivator who hails from the Tianlan grassland. His abilities are quite commendable. Moreover, we have already dispatched someone to investigate his background, and his origins are absolutely reliable. Indeed, there exists such a cultivator in the Tianlan grassland, who, having offended the Tianlan Holy Temple, was compelled to flee to avoid disaster. Moreover, the core matters of the family have remained undisclosed to this individual. The elegant lady confidently remarked, Oh, that is more acceptable, although I do not concur with your subsequent plans. Since the other elders support this initiative and have already commenced its execution, we must secure those 2 celestial treasures. As for the matters that follow, we shall take them one step at a time. You must exercise greater caution in the future. The eyes and ears of those major factions are formidable. Any slight movement on our part may attract their attention, so we must ensure that no word of this leaks. The elderly Taoist nun further admonished, Aunt, I fear we may have already aroused the suspicions of some keen observers. Recently, the major factions have dispatched an increased number of stationed cultivators to the capital. The beautiful woman said, offering a wry smile, a touch of resignation evident in her tone. Have the Yuanying level cultivators also increased? The Taoist nun's heart sank, and her expression shifted as she inquired. Not at all. The additional personnel are merely Jedon level cultivators. The Yuanying level ones remain the same. With only those few stationed in the capital, the elegant lady shook her head in response. That is acceptable. It seems they are merely harboring some doubts and have not truly discerned anything amiss. Since the news of our intention to forge significant treasures was released from Sanhuang Temple, it has indeed garnered considerable attention. Otherwise, your side would undoubtedly be under even greater pressure. The elderly nun's demeanor softened. You are correct, Aunt. However, although Sanhuang Temple serves merely as bait, if that imitation treasure can truly be successfully forged, it would significantly enhance our strength that if possible, we should strive to produce this treasure, the elegant woman reflected before adding. I am well aware of this. The Pingshan seal, a treasure capable of splitting mountains and rending the earth, is not an ordinary imitation. Should it be successfully forged, it would nearly equate to the addition of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. I shall exert my utmost efforts. But what of your second uncle and the others? How is their endeavor to recruit some high-level loose cultivators progressing? Pray, enlighten me. The elderly nun shifted the conversation, expressing concern for another matter. The recruitment of loose cultivators was initiated long ago. Point 2 of the 4 prominent loose cultivators have already agreed to our royal family's patronage. The other 2, however, are elusive and their whereabouts remain untraceable, making any recruitment impossible. Nevertheless, the ghost king of Xibingshan and the deputy leader of Wanyaogu, Xiongshi, are quite willing for our royal family to gain independence from the control of the major factions. They have pledged to lend us their support when the time comes. Other minor sects that have expressed goodwill towards us include, below, the elderly nun and the middle-aged beautiful woman engaged in a more detailed conversation in the loft. As time gradually passed, in the Hall of Earth Fire, the green-clad county princess widened her eyes, gazing at a piece of silver metal the size of an egg, enveloped in a shimmering interplay of silver light and crimson aura. Her face alight with joy. Brother Han, I never expected you to truly refine this blood-threaded silver. It appears to be of exceptionally high purity. It seems that Venerable Wei is indeed remarkable, with disciples possessing such exquisite skills in artifact forging. I have visited several forges, yet none of the artisans there could manage to refine it, the elegantly garbed maiden exclaimed, playfully toying with the material in her hands while beaming at Han Li. Professor Wei Sherbua's refinement technique is, without a doubt, incomparable to that of an ordinary craftsman in the market. Moreover, I am not a disciple of Professor Wei. I am merely assisting temporarily in the refinement hall. And once my time here is up, I must devote myself to my own cultivation. The refinement skills I possess at present are merely acquired through circumstance. Han Li smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Is that so? What a pity. The fact that you were able to refine blood silk silver indicates that you possess considerable talent in crafting, the young lady remarked, her expression tinged with regret upon hearing Han Li's words. Since I have finished refining the blood silk silver for the princess, I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Han Li stated, beginning to tidy his magical tools. Ready to depart, do not be in such a hurry. I is it that this princess is so unattractive that you wish to leave so quickly? Besides, who said that I only wish to refine this one item? I have another material that requires some attention. I was initially unsure of your refining skills and did not dare to present it hastily. But now, I am entirely confident in your abilities. The young lady replied with a smile, retrieving the blood silk silver and then producing a jade box approximately the length of a ruler from her storage pouch, tossing it directly to Han Li. Han Li felt quite overwhelmed. There is more material to refine. The princess certainly thinks highly of me. With my current cultivation, I am already utterly exhausted after refining the blood silk silver. To refine additional materials would be beyond my capacity. He weighed the jade box without even opening the lid, his face reflecting his distress. That I see. That is indeed the case. Your magical power is somewhat limited. However, this particular item does not require refining. I merely wish for you to process this material slightly, to prevent its spiritual essence from deteriorating. Let me make it clear, after you have seen this item, you must not disclose it to another soul. It is something I obtained with great difficulty. There are likely very few such items in the world, the young lady said, tilting her head with a hint of pride. What material is so rare? Han Li inquired, surprised as he examined the jade box, curiosity prompting him to casually lift the lid. To his astonishment, before he could discern the contents within, a blinding red light erupted from the box, dazzling his eyes and leaving him momentarily disoriented. Han Li was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily flashing blue as his innate spiritual vision activated instinctively. What is this? Both Han Li and the young lady exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with astonishment. Inside the box lay a half-foot-long feather, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a fiery red glow, as if it were conjured from blazing flames. Is this a feather from the Haoyang bird? No, it seems somewhat different, Han Li muttered, staring blankly at the object within the box. What Haoyang bird? This is a long feather from the tail of a wufeng that my grandfather brought me to visit a powerful elder overseas a few years ago. And while the spiritual bird was asleep, I stealthily plucked this feather. That foolish bird was in such a deep slumber it never stirred once. That be why the way. What was that blue light in your eyes just now? How intriguing. Is that a kind of spell? The young lady chattered excitedly, her eyes darting curiously towards Han Li's, as if trying to uncover some hidden secret. However, Han Li sensed something amiss and had already retracted the divine abilities of the Mingqing spirit eyes, thus rendering any anomalies invisible. He was fixated on the feather within the box, engaged in a conversation with the great eye deity through his spiritual awareness. The tail feather of the Black Phoenix? If my memory serves me correctly, this is renowned as a fire attribute spirit bird, comparable to the Haoyang bird. Can its tail feather substitute for the long plume of the Haoyang bird? Han Li inquired solemnly. Dian legends. The Black Phoenix is indeed said to be a branch of the Fire Phoenix. It is astonishing that such a spirit bird has managed to pass down its bloodline from ancient times. Regrettably, these two materials cannot replace each other. However, with slight modifications, incorporating this spirit feather could indeed enhance the power of your three-flame fan. Unfortunately, the feather before us has lost much of its spiritual essence and is no longer suitable as a material. It's peculiar. During my travels in the Great Gene, I never heard of any elder taming such a spirit bird. The great deity of Dian expressed his astonishment, followed by profound regret and confusion. I see. Upon hearing that substitution was impossible, Hanli felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. At that moment, a palace-clad maiden gazed at Han Li with eager eyes, clearly intrigued by the reason behind his eyes emitting a blue light. Observing her expression, Han Li rubbed his nose, a bitter smile forming within him. The unusual glow in my eyes was merely due to the application of a special spiritual water. This method only serves to slightly enhance clarity and brilliance, and is a mere trivial technique for us low-tier cultivators. Hardly worth mentioning. Hanli replied nonchalantly. Using spiritual water to cleanse one's eyes? What kind of spiritual water is that? Do you have any left? Could you spare me a vial? The maiden's spirit lifted at his words, and she eagerly inquired. Such spiritual water is effective only when freshly prepared. I have long since used up what I obtained back, then that I fear I may disappoint the princess. Hanli lamented with a hint of regret. Brother Han, are you speaking the truth or jest? Surely you are not deceiving me simply because of my youth. The maiden blinked her beautiful eyes, pouting in disbelief. Every word I utter is genuine. How could I dare deceive the princess? However, I do possess another item that may pique your interest, Hanli replied with a dry chuckle, speaking leisurely. What sort of transaction is this? You do not fancy my black phoenix feather, do you? The maiden paused, recalling something, and then giggled, a mischievous glint sparkling in her eyes. Princess Lavexu, you jest. Such extraordinary treasures are far beyond the aspirations of a mere chi-refining cultivator like myself. I merely wish to verify something and require your assistance in confirming it, Hanli stated as he closed the box lid once more, a wry smile on his face. Verifying matters is quite simple, and no transaction is necessary. That if you assist me in processing this black phoenix feather, feel free to ask any questions that I will certainly answer anything within my knowledge, the maiden replied with a light laugh, waving her hand generously. Very well, it is settled then. After a moment's contemplation, Hanli nodded in agreement. Chapter 927. The Sudden Rise of the Wind After a Certain Period of Time. As the elegantly adorned maiden emerged from the Earth Fire Palace, she was accompanied by several young men and women, including 3 disciples from the refining hall, who obediently stayed by her side. Each of these cultivators was of remarkable lineage, making it unthinkable for the lower-ranked disciples to show any disrespect. Upon witnessing the maiden's graceful appearance, the young men immediately surged forward, surrounding her with eager inquiries. My lady, how do you fare? Was the blood silk silver damaged by that individual? They fervently asked. Fear not. I appreciate your concern, esteemed seniors. Brother Han has refined the materials without any mishaps, the maiden replied, elegantly brushing aside a strand of her azure hair, her demeanor radiating nobility and grace, a stark contrast to the wild girl she appeared to be in the company of Han Li. Han Li, who had just exited the Earth Fire Palace, could not help but twitch his lips at the scene before him. Haha, young Han, you truly are cunning, managing to extract the source of the black phoenix feather from such a little girl through indirect means. What? You genuinely intend to plot against that island master? Of course. Now that I am aware of a method to enhance the power of the Three Flames fan, it is only prudent to give it a try. After expending numerous rare materials and considerable effort, it would be a shame if the results did not meet expectations. After all, ordinary ancient treasures hold little efficacy against mid to late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Let us depart. Having lingered at the Royal Clarity Temple for several days, I shall remain secluded in my chamber to avoid being disturbed by these individuals, thus allowing me to focus on my cultivation, Hanli stated nonchalantly, then silently slipped out of the Earth Fire Palace, heading toward his quarters. In the subsequent 2 days, the maiden in palace attire covertly sought out Hanli once more, hoping to have him refine some additional items. However, Hanli had already hung a sign indicating he was in seclusion, and after setting up a simple barrier at his door, the girl was left pouting as she circled around his residence before reluctantly taking her leave. After 2 days had passed, the young men and women finally departed the Royal Clarity Temple with the beautiful matron, restoring normalcy to the refining hall. Hanli occasionally emerged to refine materials and diligently completed his monthly tasks. dedicating the rest of his time to mastering the Ming Wang Jue. As months slipped by, Han Li's consistent and timely completion of refining tasks earned him increasing recognition from Elder Wei. In due course, Elder Wei even took the time to impart some specialized techniques regarding material refinement to Han Li, gradually entrusting him with some rare materials for crafting. Han Li, maintaining his composure, diligently fulfilled these assignments each month without delay, which astonished Elder Wei and led him to acknowledge Han Li's talent in refining. Consequently, he began imparting more knowledge to Han Li and started delegating some less critical materials required for his own crafting tasks to him. Before long, Han Li was astonished to discover that all the materials entrusted to him for refining were exceedingly rare earth attribute materials. This realization left him somewhat taken aback. After all, apart from a few treasures that prioritized strength, it was rare for any artifacts or magical treasures to be entirely composed of earth attribute materials. However, all of this had no bearing on him. Undeterred by the tempest, he diligently pursued the cultivation of the second layer of the Ming Wang Ju. Gradually perceiving the astonishing transformations within his body that moment, a messenger from the Gan family unexpectedly arrived with news that it was reported that the Confucian scholar, surnamed Yin, who had escorted him into the mountains, had suddenly fallen gravely ill and had passed away due to his ailment. Grave illness? Having observed him on that day, there had been no indication of any hidden affliction. Upon receiving this news, Han Li was taken aback and muttered to himself. He also recalled the recent occurrences at the Huangqing Temple, where unfamiliar cultivators had been stealthily surveying the premises with their divine senses, suggesting an impending storm. That he realized he could not linger here any longer, lest he be ensnared in some significant trouble. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Han Li promptly made this decision. Consequently, in the remaining time, he devoted himself even more fervently to his cultivation of the Ming Wang Ju. More than a year later, an incident of moderate significance occurred at Huangqing Temple. An outer sect disciple in the Qi refinement stage suddenly vanished without a trace within the temple. This immediately alarmed several high-ranking members of the sect, and even the venerable Taoist matron of the nascent soul stage personally inquired about the matter. The disappearance of such a low-ranking disciple, amidst thousands of others in the temple, should have been a trivial affair. However, this particular disciple was a member of the artifact refining hall, capable of crafting items vital to the temple, which explained the heightened concern from the temple's senior officials. Now, in the loft where the venerable matron had previously conferred with a beautiful woman surnamed Yu, she sat in the center on a Grand Master's chair, flanked by two other Taoist nuns clad in yellow robes, one in her 40s and the other appearing to be in her late 20s. What transpired? How could a disciple vanish without a trace in our heavily fortified Huangqing Temple? Don't either of you have anything to say? The matron inquired, her expression dark and frosty. Respected elder, I have already examined all the protective formations within the temple, and they remain intact, showing no signs of external invasion. It seems that unless a master of formations was involved, it is possible that the disciple left of his own accord. The middle-aged nun replied hesitantly, with utmost respect, that a master of formations? Our temple's protective array is such that even the formation masters of the Great Jin would find it impossible to breach it overnight from the outside. However, if one were to exit from within, it would not be particularly difficult. The matron pondered, furrowing her brow. What is the name of this disciple, and what is his background? This disciple is named Han Li, brought back to the temple 2 years ago by the disciple of Master Huayan from the Bailu Academy. Just as he was about to take on a master, the young nun, seemingly well-informed, replied hastily, Han Li, how curious that his name is identical to that of the elder recently recruited by the Yi family. The matron exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, the disciple was momentarily stunned upon hearing this name as well. However, it is most likely a mere coincidence. After all, one is in the nascent soul stage, while the other is in the Qi refinement stage. Their connection seems improbable, the young nun reasoned. Coincidence? Although this world is rife with coincidences. However, it was precisely during the critical period of our refining endeavor that an individual mysteriously vanished. To make matters even more perplexing, the missing person bore the same name as a newly appointed elder within our clan. Regardless of whether this is mere coincidence or not, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Dispatch someone to the capital to inquire about the connection, if any, between the esteemed elder Han of our clan and this individual named Han Li. Furthermore, summon that girl, Huayan, I wish to personally interrogate her regarding the circumstances under which this disciple was brought back to our sect. We must ascertain whether Bai Lu Academy has ensnared us in some kind of trap. Additionally, the progress of the artifact refining hall cannot afford to pause for even a moment. The items we are tasked with refining must be completed within 3 years to avoid jeopardizing significant affairs. The elderly nun, with an expression devoid of emotion, issued command after command. Yes, master. As you command, the other two responded in unison before taking their leave to arrange these matters. Once the two departed from the pavilion, the old nun let out a long sigh, leaning back and slowly closing her eyes. 3 months later, in the largest market of Izhou, Tai Xingfang, a young man purchased a piece of obscure ore, which had languished in a shop for nearly a century without attracting any attention, at an exorbitant price of 10,000 spirit stones. 5 months later, at the renowned Fanchuan Trading Fair in Fanjun, a masked cultivator acquired 3 blocks of fire tin wood for a staggering price of 150,000 spirit stones. Half a year later, in Fengzhou's Kailong Mansion, a theft occurred at a moderate sect known as Mingjian sect, where a spirit horn belonging to a rare iron-horned rhinoceros mysteriously vanished. 8 months later, in the first family of Chu Jun, the Zhongping family, a remarkably unattractive mid-stage nascent soul cultivator unexpectedly appeared, offering a millennium-old spirit herb and a 7th-grade demon beast spirit pill in exchange for the family's prized 5-glory wood. The head of the Zhongping family, refusing to comply, summoned 2 esteemed nascent soul elders to confront the man. However, this mid-stage cultivator easily transformed the 2 elders into blocks of solid ice with his formidable powers. The family head was taken aback, and in a state of desperation, he reluctantly surrendered the 5-glory wood. The grotesque man accepted the wood, let out a few maniacal laughs, then carelessly tossed down a spirit herb and a demon pill before departing. The 2 elders of the family were eventually rescued from their icy imprisonment after considerable effort. Though their lives were spared, they suffered significant depletion of their vitality. 9 months later, in just over a year, the southern region of Dejin witnessed a surge of young individuals, masked cultivators, and ugly hulks. The trio traversed the land, scavenging various rare materials, with the young man particularly focused on acquiring obscure and unknown items. The masked cultivator frequently made lavish purchases at auctions, as if his spirit stones were inexhaustible. Meanwhile, the unsightly brute unabashedly approached various clans and smaller sects, coercively exchanging spirit herbs and demon pills for their collections of rare treasures. Notably, amidst this chaos, several mid to large-sized sects experienced inexplicable overnight disappearances of certain items from their storerooms. While the actions of the first 2 were somewhat overlooked, the brute's aggressive trading and the frequent thefts from the storerooms of various cultivation sects sent shockwaves throughout the entire southern cultivation community of Dejin. Not only were the various sects of immortals incensed by the theft, but they also dispatched their disciples far and wide in search of this extraordinarily capable and enigmatic thief. Likewise, the prominent families, both large and small, who had been forcibly deprived of their treasures by the hideous brute, found their supporting sects equally frustrated and sent out personnel to scour the land for this audaciously contemptible figure. Chapter 928. Yayang Palace. The mountainous terrain of the state is rife with miasma and venomous serpents, earning it a notorious reputation for the abundance of various poisonous insects and spirit beasts. In stark contrast to other states, this vast region is predominantly controlled by the illustrious righteous sect of Yayang Palace and the demonic sect of Mumu among the 10 great evil sects, rendering external forces powerless to intervene in the affairs of Longzhou. The indigenous immortal factions within the state are but insignificant minor sects, incapable of posing any threat to these 2 super sects, and are compelled to seek refuge under their aegis. The entirety of Longzhou has thus fallen under the dominion of these 2 powers, establishing a dichotomy of strength between east and west. Yayang Palace is nestled within the Tianyue mountain range in the territory of Sichuan Prefecture. This mountain range spans over 100,000 miles, comprised of endless desolate peaks and ridges. Yayang Palace is situated atop a colossal peak known as Nantianfeng, with tens of thousands of disciples dispersed across the surrounding summits, fortifying the center of the Tianyue mountain range as if it were an impenetrable fortress. Not to mention, there are virtually no cultivators bold enough to covet the treasures of Yayang Palace. Even the occasional audacious individual would find it impossible to breach the formidable restrictions imposed by the 13-layered forbidden array surrounding Nantianfeng. However, On this particular day, as a team of Yiyang Palace disciples soared away on their flying instruments from a deserted mountaintop at the mountain's edge, a sudden flash of azure light erupted from what had previously been an empty peak that a young man clad in a blue robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a massive boulder, silently observing the retreating figures of the Yiyang disciples. His expression devoid of emotion, it was none other than Han Li himself. Han, are you truly intent on making a move against Yiyang Palace? I cannot fathom that this is a wise course of action. Even among the top 10 righteous sects, Yiyang Palace ranks within the top 5, and is not easily provoked, the great divine monarch De Yin conveyed telepathically. I am well aware of this matter. However, we have managed to gather the majority of the materials for the three-flame fan, both openly and covertly. We are merely lacking the long feathers of the Haoyang bird and the scales of the Chihua Jiao. Han Li replied. The Chihua Jiao is manageable. We have received word from the market that several formidable evil Jiaos have emerged along the eastern coast of the Great Jin, preying upon cultivators. And it seems one of them might be a red Jiao. Even if it is not the Chihua Jiao, it could be another fire attribute Jiao, so we can take a chance and investigate. As for the Haoyang bird, we have inquired throughout the southern markets, and only Yiyang Palace is known to harbor such spirit birds. If we do not come here, where else can we go? Although Yiyang Palace is formidable, we must face it head-on. Han Li stated calmly, I am not suggesting that you avoid Yiyang Palace altogether. Why not approach them directly to negotiate? With your current cultivation at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, coupled with a few rare treasures, they might indeed grant you a favor. The great divine monarch De Yin chuckled. Senior, please do not jest. Exchanges can only occur when both parties are of comparable strength. Han Li retorted that I am but a mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator, and with a high-level Yuan-ing expert stationed at Yiyang Palace, how could my meager abilities possibly warrant their attention? Furthermore, it is evident that Yiyang Palace regards the two Haoyang birds as sacred creatures of their sex heritage, making it improbable that they would permit us to pluck their feathers, which would undoubtedly harm the bird's cultivation. The treasures I possess for exchange are of insufficient value, certainly unworthy in their eyes. While any offerings of great rarity might provoke their greed and lead to violent conflict, as an outsider wandering within their territory, Yiyang Palace has no need to exercise restraint. I am disinclined to place my safety in the hands of their capricious whims. Were I to possess the cultivation of a late-stage Yuan-ing, I might indeed consider heeding the elder's advice. Han Li scoffed lightly as he spoke thus. You make a valid point. However, you have lingered at the mountain's edge for over 10 days. Are you truly content to wait idly for the Haoyang bird to emerge on its own? Moreover, your actions suggest you are seeking another location. What is the true intent behind your endeavors? After a moment of contemplation, the great Yin deity could not deny the merit in Han Li's words. Yet he was also intrigued by Han Li's recent undertakings that it is nothing of consequence. Merely searching for a suitable place to set a trap, Han Li replied with a slight smile as his eyes glimmered. To trap? I suspected as much, given your audacity in plotting against Yiyang Palace. You must possess some cunning schemes. Pray, share them with me. The great Yin deity chuckled lightly. Once I have identified an appropriate location, you shall be enlightened on the details. Yet concerning the two Haoyang birds, one large and one small, which would be more advantageous to pursue? Han Li glanced towards the heart of the mountain range, murmuring to himself, that even a question. The larger Haoyang bird is rumored to possess the cultivation of a level 8 beast. Do you truly believe it can be subdued in a short time? The great Yin deity remarked dismissively. That is indeed a consideration, were it not for the extreme difficulty in awakening the intelligence of these ancient spirit birds, making them incapable of transforming into human form in the mortal realm. They would not willingly submit to the control of Yiyang Palace. I have no confidence in confronting such a formidable creature. As for the smaller one, I have heard it is somewhat weaker. Only at the level 7 standard, it should pose no significant problem to deal with. Han Li mused, nodding in agreement. However, should we utilize the feathers of the level 8 Haoyang bird to forge a 3-flame fan, the resulting power would undoubtedly be greater. The great Yin deity expressed a hint of regret that, perfection is a rarity in this world. There exists at least some opportunity to confront the level 8 Haoyang bird. But the risks are considerably high. A slight delay could very well alert the cultivators of Yiyang Palace. I have no desire to relive the harrowing experience of being pursued and gravely injured on the Tianlan grassland. Thus, targeting the smaller Haoyang bird seems a far more prudent course. Han Li shook his head and stated, Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Nevertheless, both Haoyang birds, regardless of size, spend the majority of their time within Yang Palace, emerging only occasionally to roam within 100 miles of the palace, rarely straying far from the mountain's center. To succeed, it will depend on your methods, the great Yin deity remarked softly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Rest assured, I have already utilized the dream induction technique to extract the Haoyang bird's patterns of departure from a disciple of Yang Palace, in order to prevent the two ethereal birds from being difficult to manage when kept together. The inhabitants of Yang Palace deliberately staggered their release times each month. This presents us with an opportunity, Han Li remarked with a cold chuckle, his confidence evident. Since you are aware of the gravity of the situation, there is no need for me to provide further guidance. However, do ensure that the trading event in Gene Capital is not delayed, that I still require several materials for my puppet, which should be available there. The De Yin Divine Monarch reminded with a sense of urgency. The Gene Capital auction, being one of the 3 major auctions of the Great Gene, occurs only once every decade, and I certainly do not intend to miss it. Once we conclude our business here, we shall proceed to Gene Capital and then venture to the eastern part of the Great Gene to hunt down those malevolent aquatic beasts. Han Li had already meticulously planned everything, speaking with calm composure. That sounds agreeable. However, I must say, your recent actions have truly impressed me, that I had presumed that gathering such a vast array of materials would take at least 3 to 4 years. I did not anticipate your dual approach, employing both overt and covert methods without hesitation, that in just a year, you have nearly collected all the necessary materials. Remarkable decisiveness, indeed, a quality I had not expected. The De Yin Divine Monarch exclaimed with genuine admiration, his tone imbued with satisfaction towards Han Li's methods. Although I also wish to seek the materials through more prudent means, time waits for no one. Although your primordial spirit is nurtured by the soul wood, it is evidently much weaker than before. If I wish to witness your primordial infant-level puppet with my own eyes, I must act swiftly. Han Li's expression shifted, and after a brief pause, he spoke with tranquility. You demonstrate considerable thoughtfulness. I am aware that I cannot conceal anything from your perceptive awareness. At most, I can endure for another 3 to 4 years before my primordial spirit truly begins to disintegrate. However, given your pace in gathering materials, it appears highly promising that the puppet can be refined before my reincarnation, the De Yin Divine Monarch said with a wry smile, since our paths crossed. You have assisted me numerous times. Han Li responded earnestly, I am not a person of scant gratitude. These deeds are forever etched in my memory, that I shall strive to help you fulfill your aspirations. Senior, Han Li exhaled deeply, speaking with solemnity to him, that in truth, my assistance is primarily for self-preservation. After all, if I were to fall into the hands of outsiders, my fate would likely be no better. The De Yin Divine Monarch candidly acknowledged this truth. Han Li smiled, and in an instant, his figure shimmered, transforming into a wisp of azure light, becoming invisible once more. 2 days later, Han Li found himself in a quaint little valley, blanketed by an expanse of peach orchards, casting a rosy hue over the landscape, where peach blossoms flourished abundantly, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Han Li floated above the valley, surveying all within, extending his consciousness to scan the surrounding 100 miles, and finally revealing a satisfied expression. Indeed, this location is quite remote, with not a single Yang Palace cultivator nearby, and the valley is perfectly suited for arranging a formation. This is the place, Han Li murmured to himself, before descending like a streak of azure light into the heart of the peach grove. Without further ado, Han Li immediately began to busily prepare within the valley. With a single breath, a multitude of formations was laid out using flags and discs, amounting to 7 or 8 sets, most of which were those that obstructed breath and isolated spiritual energy. In truth, there were only 2 or 3 formations that could effectively ensnare an enemy. Furthermore, atop these formations, a separate illusionary array was established, obscuring much of the true state of the peach grove. The Dayan deity observed with curiosity in his eyes, managing to suppress his urge to inquire, and continued to observe coldly. After arranging all of this, Han Li did not immediately take any action. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged at the center of the peach grove and entered a meditative state. On the evening of the 3rd day, Han Li, who had been in deep meditation, lifted his gaze to the darkened sky. With a flick of his hand, a moonstone appeared in his palm, tossing the stone into the air. A cascade of milky white luminescence descended, illuminating the nearby peach grove with radiant brilliance. Silently rising, Han Li then retrieved a piece of red coral several feet in size and placed it beneath a peach tree. Following that, he produced a jade box and opened its lid, revealing a single-stemmed, 13-leaved spiritual herb, approximately an inch tall. This herb, shrouded in a faint mist, emanated a subtle radiance. It was the elusive rainbow garment grass, which he had cultivated countless times. "Is this the means you have prepared?" the Da Yin deity inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Although he had witnessed Han Li use this spiritual herb to nurture the gold-eating insect with astonishing results. The mere appearance of this herb left him greatly perplexed. Upon hearing the question, Han Li chuckled softly. "In fact, this herb is also known by another name, the luring demon grass." Without further elaboration, "I trust you understand my intentions, esteemed senior." "Luring demon grass? Are you suggesting?" The Daiyan deity's voice trailed off, realization dawning upon him. "Indeed, in 6 days, the smaller Haoyang bird will be released to stretch its wings. At that time," Han Li's cold chuckle resonated. Fang Chu was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Yiyang Palace. Such cultivators were numerous within the palace, with at least 800, if not 1,000. So he should have been regarded as an inconsequential figure. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Even other foundation establishment cultivators, as well as some elders of the core formation stage, treated Fang Chu with utmost courtesy, showing no signs of viewing him as a junior. Whenever benefits were bestowed upon the palace, Fang Chu was invariably the first among the foundation establishment disciples to receive them. These circumstances allowed him to navigate the Yiyang Palace with remarkable ease. Yet, amidst his pride, he understood that all of this stemmed merely from the position he held. He was specifically tasked with overseeing a smaller Haoyang bird. The reason he was chosen was due to his innate ability to comprehend the language of avian spiritual creatures, an irreplaceable skill that others lacked. Otherwise, given the rarity of the Haoyang bird, it would never have been assigned to him for oversight. After all, overseeing such a creature also entailed a degree of control over it. This was no trivial matter. The spiritual bird he was responsible for possessed relatively shallow cultivation, yet it could easily surpass late-stage core formation cultivators, rivaling even those of the nascent soul level. Thus, it was no wonder that other cultivators regarded Fang Chu with considerable trepidation. For over 30 years, Fang Chuda has dedicated himself to the care of spiritual birds, and he has become remarkably adept at it. The only inconvenience lies in the fact that whether he is cultivating or meditating, he is compelled to remain in the constant company of these ethereal creatures. Even the briefest respite, allowing the spiritual bird to stretch its wings and soar freely in the open air, necessitates his interruption of cultivation, as he must stealthily follow from a distance to avert any unforeseen mishaps. However, Fang Chuda harbors no apprehensions about this matter. The vast Tianyue mountain range, stretching for 100,000 miles, falls entirely under the jurisdiction of the Yiyang Palace, rendering any potential calamities unlikely. As he muses in this tranquil manner, one morning, he followed closely behind the Haoyang bird, which had taken flight from its aviary at the break of dawn. The Haoyang bird, while not particularly large, approximately the size of a man, boasts an impressive tail adorned with elongated feathers that constitute a significant portion of its overall length. From a distance, it resembles a magnificent crimson peacock. Yet, in this world, what other peacock possesses such resplendent and fiery plumage? The spiritual bird, clearly exhilarated, began to flap its vibrant wings and whirl through the skies the moment it breached the confines of Yiyang Palace. Utterly oblivious to the presence of its human companion trailing behind, under ordinary circumstances, Fang Chuda would have found it impossible to conceal himself from the bird's keen senses. However, prior to their departure, he had affixed to himself a specially crafted talisman, designed to mask his presence. Consequently, even with his modest cultivation level, he remained at ease, confident that the Haoyang bird would not detect him. Observing the bird's joyful trills, Fang Chuda could not help but smile knowingly. Having spent considerable time in its company, he understood that the Haoyang bird was currently immersed in a state of profound delight. That it seemed evident that this outing would allow the bird to remain content for at least the next fortnight. Thus, the Haoyang bird circled leisurely above Yiyang Palace for quite some time before altering its course and soaring outward. Fang Chuda paid little heed to this change, as it was customary for the bird to make a grand circuit around Yiyang Palace. Traversing a radius of 100 miles before returning with satisfaction, he followed along at a leisurely pace. However, after flying a mere 30 miles, an unexpected turn of events transpired. the once exuberant Haoyang bird suddenly halted its wings, and its melodic calls morphed into sharp, piercing cries. Startled by the change in sound, Fang Chuda paused, momentarily bewildered. Before he could comprehend the situation, the Haoyang bird unfurled its wings in haste, erupting in brilliant crimson flames that engulfed its form as it darted away. In mere moments, it transformed into a colossal fireball, shooting off several hundred zhang into the distance. This spectacle left Fang Chuda astounded, and soon dread gripped him, sending his spirit reeling. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily retrieved a jade tablet from his possession, fervently channeling spiritual energy into it while emitting an unusual sound akin to a bird call, hoping to summon the Haoyang bird back. However, the distant figure of the Haoyang bird appeared to heed his call, albeit hesitating momentarily. Then, it emitted a cacophony of even louder cries before vanishing into the heavens without a backward glance. Witnessing this, Fang Chuda's countenance turned pale, suspended in midair, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled something and quickly produced a communication talisman from his storage pouch, in a flurry of urgency. He shouted a few words into the talisman before casting it skyward, where it transformed into a streak of fire, racing toward the direction of Yiyang Palace. With a firm resolve, he clenched the jade token in his hand and pursued the direction in which the Haoyang bird had vanished. Regardless of whether he could actually catch up, he could not afford to remain idle here. Otherwise, encountering several of his esteemed ancestors would result in severe punishment. Just as Fang Chu surged forward in hot pursuit, chaos erupted in other areas of the Tianyue mountain range where spiritual beasts resided. In the northern part of the mountains, several low-ranking disciples of the Yiyang Palace were desperately attempting to restrain a massive, vulture-like creature beneath them with silver ropes, striving to regain control over the erratic movements of these low-tier spiritual birds that had suddenly changed direction. Soon, they were all drenched in sweat, yet the spiritual birds beneath them continued to thrash violently, intent on charging towards a specific direction. In a concealed tree hollow at the mountain's edge, a masked cultivator clad in yellow and green, resembling a gnarled tree, was firmly pressing down on a pitch-black spider about a foot long with a hand that shimmered with green light. Observing the furious countenance of the beast before him, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes at Nantian Peak. Within the Yiyang Palace, in a secret hall obscured by restrictions, an elderly woman in a purple robe with white hair stroked another Haoyang bird that lay prostrate before her. This bird appeared identical to the one Fang Chu had, albeit slightly larger. The elderly woman sensed that her spiritual bird had become increasingly restless since earlier, displaying no signs of calmness. Had she not continuously cast spells to forcibly soothe the creature, it would have undoubtedly soared out of the secret hall. A peculiar expression crossed her face, prompting her to ponder deeply. Fang Chu, in relentless pursuit, had long lost sight of the Haoyang bird. However, with the jade token enabling him to sense the bird's location, he felt no fear of losing track of it within the Tianyue mountain range. Yet, as he sped onward, he stumbled upon a shocking revelation. From the depths of the underground mountains, numerous low-tier demon beasts were emerging from their well-hidden lairs, racing towards the same direction as the fleeing Haoyang bird, whether running or leaping in a fervent dash. Within a brief span, a considerable tide of beasts had formed, including some rare demon beasts that were seldom seen in the mountains. Fortunately, the higher-tier demon beasts and flying avian creatures had already been cleared away by the senior cultivators of the Yiyang Palace, alleviating any concerns. Nevertheless, the sudden chaos among the beast horde and the Haoyang bird instilled a profound sense of alarm and unease in Fang Chu. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley tens of thousands of miles away, Han Li sat cross-legged on the ground, a vibrant red mist enveloping the Nizhao grass planted on coral before him. This grass had unfurled 6 ethereal leaves, exuding an air of profound mystery as the spiritual light flowed. However, Han Li was not fixated on the Nizhao grass. Instead, his narrowed eyes were fixed on the scene beyond the peach grove, his expression devoid of emotion. Outside the restrictions, dozens of low-tier spiritual beasts had gathered, relentlessly battering the outer barrier in a desperate attempt to breach into the peach grove and devour the 6-leaf Nizhao grass. The sheer number of low-tier demon beasts present in the Tianyue mountain range was unexpectedly surprising to Han Li. Nevertheless, despite their abundance, he paid them little mind. Instead, he closed his eyes and directed his spiritual sense towards the Yiyang Palace. Scanning meticulously, according to his estimation, The efficacy of the rainbow grass, with its enchanting power, should be most suitable for luring a 7th-level beast. Moreover, the Haoyang bird, being a spiritual avian, possesses a speed of flight that surpasses that of ordinary magical artifacts. Thus it would not take long for it to arrive here. Before long, a change flickered across Han Li's cold, expressionless face as he suddenly opened his eyes, with a swift gesture of his hands. Han Li emitted a low grunt, instantly unleashing several spells that activated the outermost illusionary array that a layer of mist, white and hazy, emerged from the ground, enveloping the entire bamboo grove in a shroud of obscurity. At that moment, a ferocious roar from a wild beast and a melodious bird song echoed simultaneously from the east and west directions that a massive yellow orb of light and a gigantic crimson fireball shot forth from both sides. Both aimed squarely at the valley where Han Li stood. Witnessing this scene, Han Li let out a soft gasp, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Chapter 930, The Feathered Fireball. Within the fireball surged a fiery avian spirit, while the yellow orb contained an exceedingly unattractive beast resembling a bloated ball, its body covered in rough, thick, earthen-yellow skin, wrinkled and pouch-like, as though clad in a layer of tough armor. From its corpulent form protruded a pointed rat-like head and a slender tail, akin to a mutated giant rat. What manner of beast is this? So peculiar, yet it possesses a cultivation level around 7th rank. No, this creature appears to have soared in from beyond the mountains. Han Li, taken aback, pondered in surprise. This is a Tujialong, an exceedingly rare beast renowned for its formidable defenses and adeptness at locating heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This truly is a fortuitous encounter, the Deyin Divine Lord exclaimed with delight. Is this the spirit beast? I thought it bore a certain resemblance. Han Li mused, beginning to recollect it the very moment Han Li spoke. The two beasts lunged towards the white mist of the valley, their target being the rainbow grass below. After a brief encounter, Han Li flipped his palm, revealing a verdant array plate which he swiftly struck down. The array plate glowed with vibrant light, and several prohibitions flashed to life, instantly ensnaring the initially descending Haoyang bird within the confines of the array. However, as the Tujialong followed hastily behind, several barriers materialized once more, preventing the creature from breaching the array. The Tujialong, naturally incensed, swelled to a colossal size of 7 to 8 zhang in an instant, retracting its appendages and head, its body now adorned with layers of grayish-white stone armor, transforming into a round, fleshy projectile that charged violently against the barriers. With a thunderous crash, it shattered the outermost 2 prohibitions with a single blow, and then the yellow glow paused momentarily before crashing into the remaining barriers. In this brief delay, Han Li seized the opportunity to subdue the Haoyang bird as the avian spirit burst through the prohibitions. It flapped its wings vigorously, sending plumes of crimson flames scattering, which dispelled much of the mist below. This revealed a breathtaking peach grove, resplendent in shades of pink. With a flash of its spiritual eyes, the bird spotted Han Li standing beneath the peach trees, alongside the rainbow grass, exuding an extraordinary fragrance from the red coral beneath it. The bird, whose intelligence had yet to fully awaken, instinctively felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Han Li's unabashed mid-stage nascent soul cultivation that circled low in the air, hesitating to descend directly. Yet the allure of the rainbow grass proved too enticing to resist. However, as the creature hesitated, Han Li, with an impassive expression, raised his hand, and a black talisman shot forth, flashing with a dark light, transforming into a crimson-black, ghostly claw that lunged towards the Haoyang bird. Startled, the Haoyang bird reacted without a moment's thought, its wings flapping as over 30 fist-sized fireballs erupted from its feathers, hurtling towards the ghostly claw. That a cacophony of explosions ensued as black light and fiery flames intertwined, momentarily preventing the claw from advancing. Witnessing this, Han Li let out a soft exclamation, and with a swift gesture, his silver wings suddenly illuminated. With a thunderous roar, Han Li vanished without a trace, only to reappear moments later, several feet above the bird, his expression cold as he rubbed his hands together and simultaneously raised his fingers. 2 thick golden arcs shot forth from his palms, exploding into a massive electric net that descended upon the unsuspecting Haoyang bird, which was entirely focused on countering the black ghostly claw. Caught off guard, the bird was enveloped by the golden net, sending it into a frenzied. It shook its body, causing some of its fiery feathers to shed, transforming into a swarm of red light that surged towards the net. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly within the net. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. He flicked his wrist and uttered a command. The electric net, crackling violently, shrank abruptly. Showing no fear of the fiery assaults, in a burst of golden light. The struggling Haoyang bird was ensnared tightly by the slender golden arcs, rendering it utterly immobile and only able to emit a piercing cry. A flicker of joy crossed Han Li's face, but at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Startled, Han Li looked up to see that the final layer of restraints had been shattered by the earth-armored dragon. These hastily arranged formations, set up with array flags and discs, were woefully insufficient against a 7th-level demon beast. The earth-armored dragon, transformed back from a massive stone projectile, plunged into the white mist and beheld the Haoyang bird entwined in thick golden arcs along with Han Li. Its pair of emerald eyes spun with surprise, revealing an anthropomorphic expression of astonishment. Noticing this, Han Li felt a stir in his heart. The intelligence of the earth-armored dragon seemed remarkably high. At that moment, the dragon's gaze swept over the rainbow grass below, a glint of cunning flickering in its eyes. Suddenly, it flashed with golden light and plunged towards the ground. It knows the earth escape technique. It will vanish into the ground upon contact, the great divine lord warned. Fear not. I have made preparations, Han Li replied, a calm smile gracing his lips. In an instant, the earth-armored dragon reached the ground. And upon seeing that no one else was around the rainbow grass, it rejoiced and lunged forward, intending to swallow the plant whole. Yet, in that very moment, the ground beneath the grass erupted with a series of muffled sounds. As 12 crystalline jets of cold air shot forth without any prior indication, the earth-armored dragon, suspended in midair yet seemingly within arm's reach, found itself utterly defenseless against the onslaught, promptly encased in a thick layer of icy frost, transforming into a resplendent ice sculpture. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant white light flickered from below the ground, and 12 snow-white centipedes, each half a foot in length, emerged, arching their heads and waving their tails, exhaling a continuous stream of chilling mist. It turned out that the 6-winged frost centipedes had been strategically placed underground, rendering my prior concerns unnecessary. Observing the earth-armored dragon being restrained, the divine monarch of Dian chuckled lightly. Despite the dragon's tough exterior, it could not withstand the frigid breath of the 12 6-winged frost centipedes through mere physical strength. Being ambushed and subdued was hardly surprising. This precautionary measure had been enacted purely as a contingency. Yet it fortuitously ensnared the earth-armored creature. I merely took this precautionary step, not expecting the earth dragon to fall into such a trap, Han Li stated nonchalantly. In a swift motion, Han Li appeared behind the Haoyang bird, his gaze sweeping over several long feathers at its tail before he smiled at the ethereal creature before him. I know your intelligence may not be very high, but you can comprehend some human speech. I bear no intention of harming you, yet the fiery feathers at your tail have detached themselves. Allow me to assist you in removing them. To his surprise, the Haoyang bird indeed understood his words. As soon as Han Li spoke, the bird trembled, its eyes revealing a mixture of alarm, anger, and resistance, its cries becoming increasingly shrill. Han Li's expression darkened. With a cold snort, he raised one hand, enveloping it in a layer of azure spiritual light. Reaching toward the bird's tail, the Haoyang bird's eyes finally reflected a glimmer of fear, and reluctantly, it shook its tail, causing several long feathers to fall away in a flash of red light. These long feathers were intricately connected to its vital essence. Forcibly removing them would inflict significant harm to its body while allowing them to fall voluntarily. Although still losing vital essence, it could avoid physical injury. With a gleam of azure light, Han Li rejoiced as he swiftly grasped the fiery long feathers in one hand. With a flourish of his other hand, a pre-prepared jade box materialized, into which he quickly placed the feathers, sealing it with a series of talismans before carefully storing it in his spatial pouch. Having completed this task, Han Li gently patted the Haoyang bird on the head, a surge of spiritual energy causing it to immediately faint. With a smile, Han Li's gaze shifted to the earth-armored dragon, which, though encased in thick ice, seemed to retain its consciousness. As their eyes met, the dragon's small orbs reflected an expression of profound fear. Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting downward. Moments later, a blinding golden light, akin to a bolt of lightning from the heavens, streaked across the sky above the valley. After a brief spiral, The golden radiance coalesced, revealing a purple-robed elder woman from the secret hall of Yang Palace. Standing beside her was another individual, the reticent Feng Chu. Meanwhile, the peach orchard lay devoid of barriers, completely abandoned. The only remnant was the Haoyang bird, resembling a plucked chicken, discarded beneath a peach tree, still in a state of unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the dismal state of the Haoyang bird, the old matron was taken aback, and she promptly extended her spiritual awareness to her relief. She found that although the ethereal creature had lost its tail feathers and suffered some vitality damage, it remained unscathed in other respects. However, her gaze lingered on the bird's unsightly tail for a moment longer, igniting a surge of indignation within her. Look at the condition of the spirit bird. Summon it back to consciousness at once. She commanded darkly. At her side, Feng Chu, hearing her words, dared not show any negligence and hurriedly complied, descending swiftly on his flying apparatus. Had he not been intercepted midway by the venerable ancestor of Yang Palace, he would not have arrived here at this time. The old matron then cast her eyes around, contemplating for a moment before closing them. She gradually released her spiritual awareness, initiating a search for the audacious culprit. Moments later, her expression shifted dramatically, as if she had discerned a clue. She hastily issued several commands to Feng Chu and transformed into a golden streak, departing in haste. Shortly thereafter, she found herself several hundred miles away, high in the air, where she confronted a peculiar cultivator who was attempting to leave the mountain range. "Who might you be?" she inquired. "It is none other than Taoist Ma of the Demonwood sect. Why are you sneaking around our Tianyue mountain instead of engaging in quiet meditation within your sect? Was the recent commotion caused by your hand?" The old matron scrutinized him with suspicion, her voice icy. Before her stood a masked cultivator clad in a green and yellow robe, his exposed eyes shimmering with an otherworldly golden glow, exuding an eerie presence. Chapter 931. Undercurrents, heh? Taoist son, your arrival is rather swift. That I merely traced a beast and inadvertently wandered into your mountainous territory. That I, too, witnessed the stir caused by the lower-tier beast, and am equally eager to uncover the truth behind it. The masked cultivator replied, chuckling nervously, clearly wary. "Humph, tracing a beast. Do you take me for a fool, Taoist Ma? You, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator renowned for your evasion techniques throughout the Great Gene, would permit any beast to roam into our Tianyue mountain? Moreover, I have scoured the vicinity for hundreds of miles and found no other cultivator capable of such a feat other than yourself," the old matron retorted, a layer of purple light flickering across her visage, her tone foreboding. "What has transpired? Did the recent beastly upheaval incur any loss to Yang Palace? I extend you this courtesy due to your status as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, yet you would not dare to pin this mischief on me, would you? Although I may not match you in strength, I assure you there are numerous disciples within my sect who are aware of my entrance into Tianyue Mountain. Furthermore, should I be pushed to a desperate fight, I am not without the means to retaliate. Unless, of course, you intend to rekindle the conflict between the righteous and the demonic." A glimmer of gold ignited in the masked cultivator's eyes, and he shed his earlier trepidation, adopting a more assertive demeanor. Observing this shift, the old matron narrowed her eyes slightly. "Is this truly not your doing?" she inquired coldly after a prolonged silence. "If Taoist son deems it necessary, I, Ma, can swear an oath against my own heart demon. I have been utterly oblivious to any matters concerning your palace from the moment I arrived until now," the masked cultivator responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, lowering his stance somewhat, indicating a willingness to negotiate. "There is no need for you to take such a dire oath. That it is evident that this is not your doing. Given your standing within your sect, it is unlikely you would engage in such a brazen act. Moreover, I have not heard of you possessing the ability to summon beasts. However, for the sake of a demon beast, you ventured into our Tianyue mountain range, which surely indicates that this creature is quite extraordinary. Is it not? Might I request your enlightenment on this matter?" The elderly woman's demeanor softened, and her tone became noticeably more courteous. "This demon beast, when discussed, is indeed exceptionally rare for one such as Ma. Its significance likely rivals that of your esteemed palace's Haoyang bird. It is a newly ascended 7th-level earth-armored dragon that I discovered it in the neighboring Huangli mountain of the prefectural city. But this beast is remarkably cunning and adept at earth evasion techniques that I pursued it for 6 days and nights before finally arriving here. I had not yet taken the opportunity to greet your esteemed palace when I inadvertently trespassed. The masked cultivator understood that without divulging certain information, it would be impossible to dispel the other's suspicions, so he candidly shared the details of the demon beast he was pursuing. A 7th-level Earth Armored Dragon that truly is a rare kind of demon beast, and such a high-tier creature is unheard of. No wonder fellow Taoist Ma is so eager. Now, it appears you are preparing to depart. Could it be that you have already succeeded? I have only heard of this beast's reputation and have never truly encountered an Earth Armored Dragon. Might you allow me to behold it? The elderly woman, taken aback, became intrigued. This may disappoint fellow Taoist Ma. Just moments ago, when the demon beast stirred, my secret technique unexpectedly faltered, causing me to lose track of it. However, what? A spark of excitement flashed in the elderly woman's eyes. However, while searching for the beast, I suddenly witnessed a green rainbow soaring through the sky at remarkable speed. It did not resemble the escape of a cultivator from your palace. I surmised that the recent disturbances in the mountains are likely related to this individual. Thus, I intended to pursue further to discern the true identity of this person. Alas, their evasion light was so swift that I lost all trace of them after only a brief chase. And then I was intercepted by fellow Taoist Sunday. The masked cultivator let out a bitter laugh, expressing a sense of helplessness. A green rainbow. So, this individual must have departed not long ago. In which direction did they flee? The elderly woman's expression shifted, and she could not help but inquire. They headed towards the outer direction of the mountain range. With your capabilities, fellow Taoist, you might still be able to catch up with this person. The masked cultivator's eyes flickered a few times as he spoke nonchalantly. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Ma. I shall proceed to investigate at once. Since that Earth Armored Dragon has gone missing, it would be prudent for you to leave this mountain range as well. Our righteous and demonic paths are distinct, and this is not the sacred tree cliff of your esteemed sect. When I return, I hope to find you no longer lingering within the mountains. Having obtained the desired clue, the elderly woman promptly issued her expulsion, then refrained from further conversation with the masked cultivator, suddenly transforming into a golden rainbow and shooting toward the mountain's exit. Humph! The old hag is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Upon acquiring information, she immediately turns hostile. What nonsense about righteous and demonic paths. She simply covets the Earth Armored Dragon and wishes to claim it for herself. Haha, if my senses are correct, the disappearance of that Earth Armored Dragon must also be related to the green rainbow. The speed of that escape light was no less than that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. To catch up with this person is no easy feat. Observing her earlier frantic demeanor, it seems that individual caused Yuanyang Palace to suffer a significant loss, which is rather gratifying. After the masked cultivator vanished into the golden light, he could not help but mutter a cold chuckle to himself. Subsequently, he lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes circling around a spirit beast pouch at his waist, revealing a hint of joy within his gaze. Although this journey did not yield the coveted Earth Armored Dragon, it was not in vain, as I managed to capture a black blood spider. That Earth Armored Dragon has now fallen into the hands of that individual. I am left wondering what method this person employed to incite such madness in the demon beasts. The masked cultivator exhibited a fleeting expression of dissatisfaction before lapsing into contemplation. This is troubling. This individual possesses the ability to lure demon beasts, and this matter is of great significance that I must return and urgently inform Senior Brother Mu. The masked cultivator suddenly lifted his head, murmuring a phrase under his breath. After scanning his surroundings, a green light flickered across his body, transforming him into a green comet that swiftly vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, the elderly woman surnamed Sun had flown for nearly half a day, sweeping her divine sense across tens of thousands of miles in search of any suspicious individuals, yet found none, left with no choice. She returned to Yang Palace and promptly issued a strict order to her informed disciples to spread the word about this incident. If other major sects were to learn of it, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the realm of cultivation in the Great Gene. Fortunately, the individual who had targeted the Haoying bird merely took its fiery plume and did not harm the spiritual bird or slay demons for their elixirs. With the administration of potent spiritual medicines, the bird could restore its vitality within a few decades. Thus, this bitter loss had to be silently endured by the old woman. However, in secret, she dispatched a small contingent of elite disciples to investigate whether any major forces or formidable old monsters at the nascent soul level or above were seeking to forge treasures. Hoping to trace the source of the perpetrator, her desire to locate this individual stemmed not only from her extreme anger over the spiritual bird incident, but also from a keen interest in the methods employed to attract demon beasts. If she could master such techniques, subsequent endeavors in slaying demons for elixirs or taming spiritual beasts would become considerably easier. Of course, she was not alone in this line of thought. Almost simultaneously, the equally renowned demon sect also covertly sent out numerous disciples to discreetly inquire whether any high-level cultivators had recently appeared in Longzhou, particularly if any unfamiliar faces were present. The clandestine activities of the two major factions in Longzhou left some self-assured aristocratic families and sects feeling uneasy. They began to speculate in hushed tones. Could it be that the balance in Longzhou was finally on the verge of collapse, leading to a conflict between Yang Palace and the Demon sect? As the smaller factions grew increasingly anxious, alliances began to tighten, and the atmosphere across the entire Longzhou prefecture became palpably tense. Unbeknownst to Hanli, his recent actions had inadvertently stirred up such a multitude of troubles. At that moment, he found himself within the heart of an unnamed desolate mountain in a makeshift stone chamber. As he examined his spoils, 5 ethereal flame feathers, he conversed with the great Yin deity. The elderly woman who had pursued him was likely the formidable late nascent soul cultivator from Yang Palace. Her cultivation indeed formidable. However, her divine sense was rather ordinary, and she failed to detect his qi gathering. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. The great Yin deity appeared to be in good spirits, teasing Hanli in a light-hearted tone. Well, if worst comes to worst, I can always use the blood shadow escape again. I refuse to believe that there exists another avatar of a heavenly sacred beast that just so happens to cross my path. Yet, I find myself with no other options. The old woman practices an escape technique I am unfamiliar with. Despite my speed, I still fall short compared to her. For now, I must lay low. Hanli chuckled and remarked. Indeed, this journey, albeit fraught with risks, has yielded considerable rewards. Not only have I acquired a substantial number of fire feathers, but I have also obtained a rare earth armadillo. If I can tame it. The prospect of discovering extraordinary treasures in the future seems promising. The great Yin Divine Lord nodded in satisfaction and responded, while your words ring true, taming a mature demon beast is no simple feat. Its ability to recognize a master is quite limited, and success hinges solely on chance. Hanli, though elated, was acutely aware of the difficulties involved. Nevertheless, taming a mature demon beast is not as daunting as one might imagine. Particularly, the higher the beast's intelligence, the more likely it is to submit, the great Yin Divine Lord remarked, seemingly drawing from experience. Is that so? Hanli raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise crossing his face. You shall see in due time. I perceive that this earth armadillo possesses considerable intelligence, so it should not be overly difficult to tame. Let us hope for the best. However, it would be prudent to temper this beast's temperament first. We can revisit this matter later. For now, I must attend to these fire feathers and prepare for the auction in Jin capital, to witness firsthand the grandeur of what is said to be the foremost city of the great Jin. Hanli mused thoughtfully. I, too, have visited Jin capital once in the past. Though merely a city of mortals, it is indeed extraordinary, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. The great Yin Divine Lord praised, a rare compliment. Hearing the elder's words only fueled Hanli's curiosity further. Fortunately, the distance to Jin capital is not overly great. Grant me a day to attend to my materials, and I shall set forth immediately. 3 months' time should be more than sufficient, Hanli stated calmly. With a flicker of azure light in his hand, only 1 fire feather remained, the rest vanishing without a trace. Hanli tossed the fire feather into the air, and as he opened his mouth, a swirling azure flame enveloped the feather, igniting its crimson essence. Instantly, the long feather shimmered with a resplendent interplay of azure and red, dazzling in its brilliance. Meanwhile, Hanli sat cross-legged, eyes closed, hands forming seals as he entered a state of meditation. Chapter 932. An unexpected encounter. After a day and night, Hanli emerged from the stone chamber, departing the mountain's depths. Jin capital, the foremost city of the mortal realm, lay ahead. The hour was still early. Hanli, cautious not to attract undue attention, traveled at a modest speed typical of the core formation stage, proceeding eastward unhurriedly. Before long, he successfully exited Longzhou and entered the neighboring prefecture. Only then did he retrieve his wind chariot. Accelerating to its full speed, transforming into a streak of white light that pierced through the air. With his subtly emanating nascent soul-level aura, any low-level cultivators he encountered along the way bowed respectfully and kept their distance. In the Great Gene, nascent soul cultivators were figures to whom ordinary practitioners looked up with reverence, and thus, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. More than a month later, as he approached the Jinjiang prefecture near Jin capital, Han Li stowed away the wind chariot, reduced his speed, and reined in his aura to that of the core formation stage, proceeding at a leisurely pace. After all, he was now in the heart of the Great Jin, where high-level cultivators were abundant, and he wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. That a little over 10 days later, on a road 100 miles from Jin capital, an old horse with a tawny coat pulled a dilapidated two-wheeled cart, ambling along the official road. Seated at the front of the cart was an ordinary-looking scholar clad in a green robe, none other than Han L.I.T. that moment. He sat there, swaying slightly, his eyes half closed, presenting an appearance that bordered on slumber. In truth, however, he was secretly refining a snow spirit pill that he had consumed a few days prior. To recount, since emerging from that spatial rift, he had ingested more than a dozen of these pills, which were known to enhance one's icy powers. This elixir truly deserved its reputation as an ancient spiritual pill, as Han Li could distinctly feel that the previously refined Qian Lan ice flame and the frigid aura of the six-winged frost centipede had grown increasingly pure. The residual impurities from the purple flame of heaven, which had resisted his refining efforts, gradually melted away, significantly augmenting the potency of the cold energy. The only vexing aspect was that these pills were not easily refined. The interval between doses was nearly 3 to 4 months. This left Han Li somewhat helpless. Otherwise, if he were to consume one each month, it was estimated that the purple flame of heaven would reach an astounding level in just over a century, potentially achieving the legendary realm of encasing 1,000 miles in ice. Nevertheless, even at this pace, the purple flame of heaven would not be inferior to any of the highest-tier divine abilities in both righteous and demonic paths, and it might even be genuinely restrained by certain other techniques. As for the reason Han Li found himself hastening in this horse-drawn carriage, it was due to an unwritten regulation in the capital of the mortal realm, Jin capital, within the realm of the Great Jin's cultivation world. Within a radius of 1,000 miles of Jin capital, fighting and flying were strictly prohibited, as a gesture of respect from cultivators towards the Great Jin government. In the Great Jin, cultivators and mortals coexisted in a manner, relying on one another to some extent. However, this regulation primarily pertained to lower-tier cultivators. Those at the nascent soul stage, or even those at the golden core stage with exceptional evasion skills, often disregarded it entirely. After all, the individuals responsible for patrolling the outskirts of Jin capital were typically low-level rogue cultivators hired by the government, whose cultivation levels were generally not very high. As long as one was not discovered or did not brazenly fly at low altitudes while entering the city, it was permissible. Han Li shared a similar indifference to this rule. However, due to his ample time and a desire to refine the snow spirit pill along the way, he descended from his escape light several hundred miles away. He casually purchased an old horse at a small town and set off on his journey. Along the way, Han Li encountered several low-tier cultivators who were diligently riding horses or traveling by cart. Yet, he wished to avoid any unnecessary interactions. Thus, he concealed his magical power, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Naturally, these lower-tier cultivators could not perceive the slightest discrepancy and refrained from bothering Han Li. His cart moved at a leisurely pace, and along this official road, numerous merchant caravans had already passed by, one after another. Han Li, maintaining his composure and focusing on the cool sensation of medicinal power gradually dispersing within his meridians, was immersed in tranquility when, suddenly, his brow furrowed. The cacophony of thunderous hooves, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, erupted from the road behind him. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes snapped open, with a casual tug of the reins. The old horse obediently veered to the side, allowing the cart to clear the way on the official road. Only then did Han Li lazily turn to glance back. What met his eyes was a golden dragon of a procession surging forth, banners billowing, as though a formidable army was charging towards him. That a hint of surprise flickered across Han Li's face. In the blink of an eye, Huanglong drew near to Han Li, a cadre of silver-helmed and silver-armored knights, brandishing blades and bows, materializing through the swirling dust and mist, gradually coming into clearer view. Each of these knights exuded an air of formidable strength, led by a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, mounted upon a magnificent black steed, with a long sword at his waist. A grand banner unfurled behind him, emblazoned with a colossal character for king. Among the ranks of knights, several jade carriages drawn by spirited steeds raced alongside. Their presence imbued with a faint ethereal glow, hurtling forward with such velocity that the vehicles remained remarkably steady, as if untouched by the tumult around them. Magical artifacts? Hanli mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze upon sighting the carriages. A subtle scan of his spiritual awareness revealed that while most of the carriages contained what appeared to be lifeless remains, one carriage emanated a faint aura of a cultivator, though its presence was weak. The fact that an ordinary practitioner mingled among these military men was quite unexpected. Hanli reined in his reins, halting his vehicle to allow the soldiers to pass ahead. This formidable contingent of knights numbered around 300 to 400. Yet as they swept by, they created a tempestuous force, their presence overwhelmingly imposing. Hanli's eyes flickered as he observed the knights, each radiating an aura of lethal intent, reminiscent of seasoned warriors rather than mere city guards, more akin to battle-hardened sentinels frequently embroiled in bloodshed. He recalled having heard that although the Great Gene was vast, its southeastern and northwestern borders frequently clashed with the untamed lands beyond, where conflicts with the indigenous populace were commonplace, that it was only in such chaotic realms that true iron-blooded soldiers could be forged. As Hanli pondered this, a jade carriage glided by, and a gaze slipped through the crevice of its window, catching sight of Hanli, followed by a soft exclamation from within. Sensing something, Hanli instinctively looked up. His heart momentarily startled as a pair of familiar, bright eyes flitted past the window. Before he could ascertain the identity of the person, the cavalcade had already receded into the distance, fixating on the departing procession. Hanli contemplated for a moment, ultimately shaking his head and relinquishing the notion of probing deeper into the carriage with his spiritual awareness. It was not that he was averse to such an endeavor, but rather that the jade carriages bore rudimentary isolation barriers. To delve further would inevitably alert those within the vehicle. Moreover, the occupants were merely in the chi refinement stage. Hanli had no desire to embroil himself in complications arising from such low-tier cultivators. With a calm gaze fixed upon the retreating knights, Hanli resumed his journey. After merely traversing a dozen miles, he arrived at a tri-junction where several official roads converged, flanked by a lush expanse of greenery. A cluster of humble tea houses stood at the forest's edge, where numerous travelers had paused, partaking in refreshments. This location was virtually the only resting place along this route to the capital of Gene, and most passers-by would take a moment to recuperate. Casually scanning his surroundings, Hanli observed that the silver-armored knights had dismounted to rest at the forest's edge. Several jade carriages remained stationary there, one of which was now partially ajar, revealing its emptiness. Notably, the brocade-clad middle-aged man was absent from among the knights. Hanli furrowed his brow, instinctively casting a glance at the nearby tea houses, and then discreetly urged his carriage forward, intending to pass through the intersection and continue on his way. However, at that moment, one of the armored knights, upon spotting Hanli's carriage, suddenly strode over with purpose and blocked his path. Hanli was momentarily taken aback. This young nobleman, bearing the surname Han, offered a slight bow and addressed Hanli with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Indeed, I am of that surname. Might I inquire if you have any business with me?" Hanli's expression shifted slightly as he replied slowly, "Since you are truly young Master Han, then I have not sought the wrong person. My young lady wishes to invite you to the tea house for a conversation." "Your young lady?" Hanli pondered for a moment, recalling the pair of bright eyes he had seen earlier in the carriage. And after a brief hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall go." He promptly disembarked from the carriage. "Please follow me. My young lady has reserved a private tea house over there," the knight stated in a low voice, gesturing towards the grove. Immediately, two other knights approached to assist Hanli with the carriage. Hanli then followed the knight towards one of the tea houses. A short while later, Hanli found himself before two women and a man within the tea house. The man, naturally, was a middle-aged figure clad in a brocade robe, possessing a long beard and sharp eyes, exuding an air of authority without anger. The two young women were both in the bloom of youth and were practitioners of the mystical arts. One appeared to be at the 7th level of chi refinement, while the other seemed to be at the 5th level. "Brother Han, it has been years since we last met. I did not expect to encounter you here," the man stated, remaining seated. The two women rose to welcome Hanli upon his entrance, and the younger practitioner, with a slight bite of her apricot lips, spoke with a hint of delight gracing her exquisite features. "Ah, it is Miss Zhao. What a fortunate coincidence this is." After a moment of surprise, Hanli replied with a smile, I hope Miss Chow does not hold any grievances regarding my abrupt departure years ago. Brother Han must have had pressing matters at that time. How could I possibly harbor any ill feelings? Chow Meng-rong responded, by the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Wang, who treated me with great kindness during our time in the sect. As if we were sisters. And this is Sister Wang's uncle, a renowned general stationed in the southern frontier of Dejin, known as the illustrious Zhu Nin General. He is here on an official summons to pay his respects. At this juncture, Chow Meng-rong began to introduce Han Li to the middle-aged man and the other young woman, whose beauty resembled that of a peach blossom, the Zhu Nin General. So, he is one of the most celebrated generals of Dejin. Han Li acknowledged, merely offering a courteous nod to the striking young woman, but his expression shifted subtly upon learning of the imposing man's identity, although he was not well versed in the affairs of the Dejin court. He was aware of some prominent officials. The 8 generals represented a significant portion of the military might wielded by Dejin's authority, each commanding an army of 100,000 fierce warriors, stationed at crucial border fortresses. Yet, Han Li recognized that his knowledge of these 8 generals was not born of an interest in the affairs of the mortal realm. That it is said that among the 8 great generals, apart from 2 or 3 who were trusted confidants of the imperial family, the rest are all somewhat connected to the various powerful factions within the realm of cultivation, and several of them have been directly supported by these factions. Even the royal family of the Great Jin cannot easily move against them. Since this General Zhunan does not bear the surname of the royal family, it is presumed that he is also affiliated with a certain faction. According to Meng-rong, the gentleman is also a cultivator, an insignificant mortal. How could I dare to presume in the presence of such a person? The middle-aged man chuckled, clasped his hands in greeting towards Han Li, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Han Li naturally understood that the words exchanged were mere pleasantries. Given the man's status, perhaps even a Yuanying-level cultivator would not be able to engage with him easily. Yet a Jidan-level cultivator should not be difficult to recruit. The cultivation level he had previously displayed to Chow Meng-rong was merely at the Qi refinement stage. The fact that this individual treated even a minor cultivator like him with such courtesy indicated that he was indeed an extraordinary person. However, one could not help but wonder why this person, leading a team into the capital, did not have higher-level cultivators accompanying him. His audacity was truly remarkable. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li humbly replied, I am unworthy. General Wang is too gracious. Your esteemed reputation is well known, even among us scattered cultivators. Taoist Han, I have heard that you once guided Sister Chow in her cultivation for a period, resulting in her advancing 2 levels within a mere few years. Upon learning of this, my master continuously praised Sister Chow for her fortuitous opportunities and remarked that you, Brother Han, might have concealed your true cultivation level. Such remarkable feats are certainly beyond the capabilities of cultivators of the same tier at present. Taoist Han, you are devoid of any spiritual energy, clearly proficient in the art of concealing one's presence. It seems my master's words have not been misguided. Miss Wang smiled faintly, her expression laden with meaning. Is that so, Brother Han? What exactly is your cultivation level? Chow Meng-rong, having regained her composure from her initial delight upon seeing Han Li, scrutinized him closely, her face betraying a hint of surprise as she failed to sense any fluctuations of magical power. On that day, I encountered unforeseen circumstances and sustained severe injuries, causing my cultivation to plummet dramatically. I have only recently begun to recover slightly. That I did not intend to deceive Taoist Chow, Han Li replied with a slight smile, responding calmly. Yet he had no intention of revealing his true cultivation level. Miss Wang blinked her beautiful eyes and scrutinized Han Li once more, yet she still could not perceive anything from him. While astonished, she could not help but smile radiantly. So, Taoist Han, you are indeed a senior. Sister Chow had the honor of associating with a predecessor of your caliber. You wouldn't hold it against her, would you, predecessor or not? I am merely an ordinary scattered cultivator of the Great Jin and do not place much importance on such titles. I was fortunate to be saved by Taoist Chow on that day, and I am content to continue our peer-to-peer interactions. Han Li shook his head, dismissively. Upon hearing these words, Chow Meng-rong's previously fluctuating expression finally returned to normal, and she blushed, tacitly accepting Han Li's statement that it turns out that Mr. Han is indeed a powerful elder in the art of cultivation. Although I am but a mortal, I also enjoy associating with those of the celestial realm. I observe that you seem to be heading to the capital as well. Why not travel together? The middle-aged man, after his beloved daughter conversed with Han Li, straightforwardly extended the invitation. Travel together. Very well. Then I shall not impose. Han pondered for a moment before readily acquiescing. He was keen to find someone well acquainted with the capital to gain a deeper understanding of the auction's particulars. Given the distinguished status of the individual before him, even if they were not a cultivator, they were likely privy to a wealth of information. Subsequently, Han engaged in brief conversation with the two women and learned that Chao Mingrong's father had experienced a prosperous career in recent years, having been promoted from a mere county officer to a military official in the capital. Although his rank had not significantly changed, his transition from the provinces to the capital was undoubtedly a considerable advancement. However, when Chao Mingrong's father arrived in the capital, she was in seclusion, reaching a critical juncture in her cultivation, and thus did not accompany him. This time, as this senior sister Wang passed by her residence with her father, Chao Mingrong fortuitously concluded her retreat and naturally accompanied her senior sister to the capital. Han Li, in discussing his own experiences over the past few years, merely alluded to his seclusion for recuperation, stating that he had only recently emerged from isolation. This was hardly a topic worth elaborating upon. Chao Mingrong and her companion, not harboring any suspicions, refrained from probing further. After all, anyone could discern that Han Li, having emerged from the icy depths, had suffered significant depletion of his vital energy, a condition that could not be restored in just a few years. At that moment, a server from the tea house presented a fine pot of tea, and Han Li, along with the two women, leisurely began to savor it. After finishing their tea, the middle-aged man finally spoke, engaging Han Li in discourse regarding some ancient and rare texts stored within his estate, completely at odds with his true identity as a formidable warrior, as he was easily mistaken for a humble scholar. Nevertheless, this General Zhu Nen maintained a demeanor of refined elegance, speaking with a smile and exuding an extraordinary presence. Han Li could not help but develop a favorable impression of him, feeling an unexpected affinity. Although he was not particularly interested in poetry and literature, he had perused countless ancient texts in search of ancient alchemical recipes and esoteric techniques, and thus possessed considerable knowledge of various secrets and tales from antiquity. When he casually recounted a few anecdotes, General Zhu Nen was visibly intrigued and continued to inquire with great enthusiasm. As a result, after only a brief exchange, Han Li found himself in a spirited conversation with the middle-aged man, inadvertently leaving the two women somewhat sidelined. Observing this, Miss Wang turned to Chao Mingrong with a wry smile. Feeling a tinge of frustration, her father, for all his virtues, had a penchant for collecting ancient books and artifacts, and he held a particular fascination for the myriad tales and secrets from the wild and ancient eras. Now, it seemed that this esteemed Han was well versed in such matters, fostering a sense of kinship in their discussions. Chao Mingrong, however, held no strong objections, quietly listening to the conversation while occasionally stealing glances at Han Li. Her gaze quickly retreating, seemingly shy, Miss Wang, observing this exchange, found it somewhat amusing. Through her heartfelt conversations with her junior sister during their journey, she had come to suspect that this little sister harbored a lingering affection for the individual before her. Whenever she spoke of him, her cheeks would flush, revealing a deep-seated fondness that she could not forget. This revelation led Miss Wang to ponder how exceptionally handsome and charming this Han Daoist must be, to inspire such profound feelings in her normally indifferent junior sister. However, upon encountering Han Li today, this young lady could not help but shake her head in dismay. The individual before her, known as Han Li, was a wanderer whose appearance was utterly devoid of any charm or grace. One could only describe him as exceedingly ordinary. Furthermore, he was most likely a foundational period cultivator, with a lifespan that starkly contrasted with that of her junior sister, who was nearly devoid of any hope of reaching such a stage. Clearly, he was not a suitable match for her junior sister. As Miss Wang pondered this, she contemplated whether to engage in the unfortunate act of thwarting their budding romance. In her eyes, even though Han Li possessed slightly superior cultivation, as the daughter of General Zhu Nan, it would not be overly difficult for her to dissuade him. If all else failed, she could seek the assistance of the two nascent soul cultivators in her residence, and he would undoubtedly depart without question. Thus it was revealed that the cataclysmic upheaval of the realms was indeed due to the instability of spatial rifts, allowing otherworldly demons to invade the human realm. This was the first time Wang had encountered such an explanation. The two nascent soul masters in her home had never broached this topic with her. Han brother, you truly possess an astounding breadth of knowledge. I am most enlightened. However, there remains one matter I do not comprehend, and I wish to seek your counsel on it.in ancient legends. There exists a celestial mountain known as Kunwo, said to be the dwelling place of true immortals. In those days, Miss Wang, the daughter of General Junan, seemed eager to continue her inquiry. Just as she sought to clarify another point, Hanli, seated across from her, suddenly emitted a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar from within his body. Although the sound was not loud, every individual present heard it distinctly and turned to gaze at Hanli in astonishment. His expression shifted dramatically, and a flash of azure light enveloped him, causing him to vanish from his chair. The two ladies were startled and quickly looked around, only to discover Han Li had mysteriously appeared outside the tea pavilion, gazing skyward with a grave expression. What has transpired, Taoist Han? Could it be that you possess a magical artifact within you? Are you a nascent soul cultivator? Miss Wang murmured, her face reflecting shock. Meanwhile, Chao Mingrong clutched her handkerchief tightly, her complexion pale as she regarded Han Li in silence. It is nothing. I merely sensed an old acquaintance soaring through the air. Alas, their speed was too swift for me to pursue it. As for the sound earlier, it was indeed caused by my life-bound flying sword. I apologize for any amusement it may have caused General Wang and my fellow Taoists. However, I fear I must part ways with you three, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Han Li quickly regained his composure, offering a respectful salute to the middle-aged man and the two ladies, his expression one of regret. Without waiting for a response, he stamped his foot and transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the void. This scene was witnessed by several merchants who had just exited another tea shop nearby. In a state of alarm, they immediately knelt and prostrated themselves, exclaiming loudly, "A celestial master! A celestial master has just ascended to the heavens from this very spot." The nearby tea shops erupted into a flurry of activity, with crowds spilling out to witness the extraordinary event. Chapter 934. The buffoon. After a brief repast, he caught sight of the enormous city gates in the distance, along with the bustling throng of carriages and pedestrians before them. His expression dark as water. Very well, he thought. Since it has become clear that this demon truly resides in the Great Jin, it can be considered an unexpected gain. You will undoubtedly have the opportunity to reclaim the flying sword. But this is not the opportune moment. Your cultivation has not yet fully recovered, and the Three Flames fan has yet to be refined. Even though this demon has previously sustained severe injuries, with its formidable soul-devouring and pill-consuming demonic powers, it is likely that it has recuperated substantially by now. Facing it at this juncture, your chances of victory are regrettably lowed in Han Li's consciousness. The great Yin Divine Monarch calmly conveyed his thoughts. You are correct, Senior. Even if I were to pursue it now, my chances of successfully retrieving it would be merely 1 or 2 out of 10. This ancient demon is indeed exceedingly powerful. Initially, I only intended to retrieve the flying sword to deploy the Great Gung Sword formation, which is why I was somewhat impatient. It appears that we must wait until your puppet and that fan are crafted before we can challenge this demon again. However, it seems that this demon is preoccupied with important matters, as it is fleeing at such great speed that it has not even noticed our presence thus far. Yet, it evidently cannot handle the 2 Qingzhou Fengyun swords, being unable to subdue them while also unwilling to discard them. Crafted primarily from the 10,000-year golden thunder bamboo and infused with rare materials, such as refined crystal and gung scripture, these 2 flying swords are indeed incomparable to ordinary treasures. Moreover, should one wish to destroy these swords, it would require an enormous expenditure of energy to gradually refine them with demonic fire. This demon would never engage in such a fruitless endeavor, Han Li remarked with a cold smile. That is indeed true. However, let us consider this. If you could devote several hundred years to meticulously refining these dozens of flying swords using infant flames, and then form a sword formation with them, their power would be formidable, perhaps not inferior to spiritual treasures. The great Yin Divine Monarch sighed, reflecting on the past. In my prime, I never dared to dream of utilizing such rare materials to forge a personal treasure. Perhaps, however, I cannot afford to spend the majority of my lifespan solely on the refinement of treasures, Han Li replied with a wry smile. Haha, you are far more prudent than I was. Had I possessed even half of your caution back then, I would have long since entered the transformation stage. With this demon appearing in Jin capital at such a time, it is highly likely that it will attend the auction. Han, you must remain vigilant and avoid being recognized by this demon. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I will be cautious, Han Li responded. I initially intended to leverage the strength of the Zhunan General's residence to gather details about the auction, but it seems I must inquire on my own. If I recall correctly, there is an inn in Jin capital that also belongs to the Feng family. I shall visit there first to avoid attracting attention at the guest house. Han Li murmured quietly. Adjusting his attire, he boldly descended the mountainside. heading directly towards the distant massive city gate. Although the Jin capital was often extolled by mortals and some low-level cultivators for its beauty and grandeur, seemingly unparalleled in the world, in Han Li's eyes, it paled in comparison to the Starry Sea City, which he had regarded as the greatest city he had ever seen. Nevertheless, Jin capital possessed its own unique features. Not to mention, apart from the outermost city wall, there were 6 additional towering walls constructed every mile inward, each rising 5 or 6 zhang higher than the one before. The final and tallest stone wall soared to over 40 zhang, a remarkable achievement accomplished solely by the strength of mortals. However, aside from the numerous city walls, the capital of Jin is also divided into 13 large districts, with the northernmost area, the Imperial City, sprawling over dozens of miles, while the other districts are not insignificantly smaller, equally vast in size. In contrast to Star City, the streets and houses of Jin are densely packed, resembling a mass of cow hair. As Han Li traversed through 2 districts from the city gate and reached a certain location within the city, he found that nearly half a day had slipped away. This pace, unfamiliar to him after a prolonged period, caused him to furrow his brow in discontent. Now, Han Li glanced at the 2-story tavern before him, casually clasped his hands behind his back, and stepped inside. At this moment, the tavern was bustling with activity. With most of the tables filled with patrons, after a cursory glance, he made his way directly to the counter where a thin, middle-aged man, resembling a tavern keeper, stood. Upon reaching the counter, Han Li wasted no words. He subtly shifted his form to obscure the view of others and, with a flick of his sleeve, a jade pendant silently appeared on the counter. The pendant lay facing up, inscribed with the characters Guan Ning Feng. The tavern keeper's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the pendant. He scrutinized Han Li for a moment before calmly picking up the pendant and examining it closely. After a brief interval, he suddenly pocketed the pendant and spoke in a hushed tone. "Follow me." The keeper turned swiftly, ensuring no other patrons were watching, and slipped through a side door into the first floor of the tavern. Han Li followed him inside. The young master has arrived. "I am Feng Quan, here to pay my respects," the keeper said as they entered a secluded room, promptly returning the jade pendant to Han Li with both hands. His demeanor respectful. It appeared that he had mistaken Han Li for the deceased Feng Yu. "Find me a place to stay that is free from disturbances, not within the tavern, preferably one that is secluded from others. Only you must know of my presence here. Ensure no second soul within the tavern is aware of it," Han Li commanded coldly, without pretense. "Yes, I shall arrange a suitable accommodation for you at once," the keeper replied without hesitation, exuding a sense of capability. "Please rest here for a short while. Just half a day's time will suffice." "Very well, be swift in your return," Han Li nodded, satisfied with the response. The keeper then exited the room, carefully closing the door behind him before hastily departing. Han Li casually pulled up a chair and sat down, closing his eyes to recuperate. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Li opened his eyes, his expression shifting as footsteps echoed outside once more. Moments later, the keeper returned, visibly excited. "Young master, I have found a suitable place. The owner of the residence is an old acquaintance of mine. His family has moved away, leaving the house vacant. They will not return for at least a year or 2. I have made some minor adjustments there, and it is ready for you to move in immediately. Well done. Lead the way," Han Li acknowledged with praise. "Thank you for your kind words, young master. Please, follow me," the keeper said, leading the way as Han Li followed closely behind. Exiting through the back door of the tavern, they came upon a half-new 2-wheeled carriage awaiting them, with a slightly stooped old man seated in the driver's position. "You have shown considerable thoughtfulness, even preparing the carriage," Han Li remarked. "However, did I not expressly instruct you not to mention my arrival to anyone else at the tavern? What is this individual about?" Casting a glance at the carriage, Han Li scrutinized the elderly coachman, whose beard and hair were as white as snow, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Esteemed young master, this venerable Wu is afflicted with a hearing impairment and is unable to perceive any spoken words. Thus he would never utter anything indiscreet. Moreover, that residence is rather distant from our location, necessitating the use of a carriage," Mr. Feng replied respectfully. "I see. Very well," Han Li said, furrowing his brows momentarily before ultimately boarding the carriage. Mr. Feng followed suit. Without waiting for instructions from the two, the elderly driver flicked the reins, and the carriage began to move forward at a leisurely pace. Han Li sat cross-legged within the carriage, his expression impassive as he closed his eyes once more. Mr. Feng remained in a corner of the carriage, his head bowed in silence. The journey was not particularly swift, and after traversing several streets, the carriage abruptly changed direction, Heading towards another area. An hour later, the carriage came to a halt before a secluded courtyard. Indeed, there were no other residences in close proximity, rendering the place rather desolate. Han Li and Mr. Feng descended from the carriage in succession. "This is the place, young master. Allow me to enter first and ascertain whether the servants have prepared the residence for you," Mr. Feng said with a smile, stepping forward to push open the door. However, at that moment, Han Li's calm voice emanated from behind. "Are you planning to flee into the barrier ahead and allow the 3 individuals inside to subdue me?" Startled by Han Li's words, Mr. Feng, without a moment's hesitation, lunged forward, forcefully pushing the courtyard door, intent on rushing into the nearby yard. Yet, at that instant, a crimson thread bizarrely materialized behind Mr. Feng's head, piercing through in an instant. In a flash, flames erupted from Mr. Feng's body, and he vanished without a trace. The hunchbacked old man seated in the carriage, witnessing Han Li's actions, shouted without a second thought and moved to attack. With a swift motion, he sent forth a green, ethereal flying dagger, which transformed into a streak of azure light hurtling towards Han Li. Simultaneously, a thick yellow mist suddenly emerged from the seemingly deserted courtyard, enveloping the entire area, and from within the mist shot forth a dark spear and 2 fiery red polearms, all aimed at Han Li. Han Li let out a cold laugh, and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, a wave of azure mist surged forth, engulfing the dagger's light and drawing it back into his sleeve after a brief spiral. Meanwhile, his other arm casually reached out towards the incoming magical artifacts, and an eerie hand of azure light appeared, swiftly grasping the spears and polearms, rendering them immobile. The yellow mist erupted with astonished exclamations. The hunchbacked old man, witnessing this, turned pale that he realized what it meant for their opponent to effortlessly collect their magical artifacts. Without a moment to spare, he flipped his palm, revealing a talisman faintly glowing with crimson light. Gritting his teeth, he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the talisman, which then transformed into a swirling cloud of blood that enveloped the old man, propelling him away and swiftly carrying him to a height of over 10 zhang. The monk in the yellow mist reacted with equal swiftness. 3 distinct orbs of light shot forth from within, scattering in a tumultuous flight, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 935, The Might of the 3 Corpses. Han Li's expression darkened as he flicked his fingers towards the 3 newcomers. 3 strands of sword energy sliced downwards, and as those individuals soared several zhang away, 3 piercing cries erupted amidst the sword light, followed by a cascade of blood rain, saturating the air with a pungent aroma of blood. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked elder, witnessing this scene through the blood mist, was so frightened that his soul nearly escaped him. Without a second thought, he channeled all his spiritual power into the blood mist surrounding him, instantly accelerating his escape by a third. He aimed to flee into a nearby street, several dozen zhang away. He did not harbor any illusions about truly evading Han Li's pursuit. He merely hoped to reach a place teeming with mortals, where the other would hesitate to act against him, thereby preserving his life for the time being. However, Han Li, who had remained motionless, let out a cold chuckle and pointed gently at the retreating blood mist. Suddenly, the crimson thread that had slain Manager Feng appeared about a zhang behind the blood mist, and with a flash of red light, it pierced through the mist. After a mournful wail, the blood mist dissipated, and the hunchbacked elder plummeted from the in that instant. A spectral blue hand surged forward, deftly retrieving the 3 spirit artifacts and ensnaring the elder in its grasp, before spiraling back towards Han Li. The crimson thread, meanwhile, flickered in the air and vanished without a trace, only to reappear before Han Li moments later. As Han Li raised his hand, it gently settled into his palm, revealing itself to be a flying needle, approximately an inch in length. This needle, translucent and neither metallic nor wooden, radiated a red glow that fluctuated ominously, exuding an aura of strangeness. Han Li cast a glance at the needle in his hand, his expression reflecting satisfaction. The flying needle, which he had painstakingly crafted from crystallized demon essence, displayed formidable power. At the very least, its speed of evasion and the effectiveness of its concealment had met his expectations. Furthermore, as a magical artifact, its potency could be enhanced with further refinement. With a casual flip of his hand, the flying needle vanished from sight, absorbed into his being. He then turned his gaze towards the hunchbacked elder. Now ensnared by the spectral hand, his expression devoid of emotion, the elder, with a thumb-sized hole piercing through his abdomen and most of his body firmly grasped, was rendered utterly immobile, his face ashen. Upon meeting Han Li's gaze, the elder, gripped by terror, managed a forced smile and hastily ingratiated himself, uttering, It is all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. With such extraordinary powers, Senior, you cannot possibly be the person we seek. I must have mistaken the individual. Senior, with your vast magnanimity, please do not hold this against me. I am but a member of the Kong family from Guanning. Should you have any inquiries, I am more than willing to oblige. The elder, sensing the dire nature of his predicament, rambled on in a desperate bid to find a phrase that might sway Han Li and spare his life. However, at that moment, Han Li raised his hand, and a talisman shot forth, striking the elder. The elder's pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced, his eyes glazing over in a trance-like stupor. There was no need for such complications. Han wished to investigate the matter himself for greater assurance. He murmured softly, then deftly summoned the scattered spiritual artifacts lying on the ground into his hands before turning to stride into the courtyard. A massive azure hand grasped the old man tightly, trailing behind Han as they glided into the yard. Within the courtyard, a rather simplistic illusionary barrier was set up, rendering Han unable to perceive its intricacies. After casting a few incantations with casual ease, he dismantled the formation. He then led the old man into one of the rooms. After a brief meal, Han conjured a fireball with a flick of his wrist, reducing the old man to ashes, allowing him to vanish from the world without a trace. He then seated himself upon a wooden chair in the room, resting his chin on one hand. Lost in contemplation. Earlier, he had employed the dream induction technique, extracting nearly everything the old man knew without regard for his consciousness. This hunchbacked elder, as he had just revealed, served as the steward left behind by the Kong family in the capital. He proved to be quite competent, having coerced the manager of the Feng family into submission 2 years prior over a trivial matter, threatening him until he yielded to the Kong family. After all, how could a mere mortal dare to oppose an immortal cultivator? This time, Han had sought out the manager Feng using the jade pendant of Feng Wei, which naturally led him to the old man and his accomplices, who were eager to achieve great merit. Upon hearing that Han was the long-sought heir of the Feng family, the old man was ecstatic and would not let this opportunity slip away. He immediately set a trap, personally preparing to ambush this Feng Wei. However, as soon as Han exited the tavern, he easily discerned the old man's clumsy concealment technique, realizing that something had gone awry with manager Feng. Yet, he felt no trepidation towards a foundational stage cultivator. Still, with the presence of numerous mortals in the tavern, it was not convenient to act directly. Thus, he decided to investigate further and took a carriage to this location. Consequently, the old man and the ambushing foundational stage cultivators were effortlessly extinguished, as if he were crushing a few ants beneath his fingers. Han remained unfazed by these events. He had harbored a vague suspicion all along. After all, if the assault had truly been directed at him, the presence of a core formation cultivator lying in wait would have been a ludicrous scenario. However, Han was profoundly astonished by another revelation unearthed from the hunchbacked elder's consciousness. It turned out that the recent King's Conference, jointly hosted by the three families, had just concluded when it was suddenly revealed that the ancestor of the Kong family had been devoured by a malevolent spirit that usurped his body. At that time, the heads of the other two families had united with a cadre of high-ranking cultivators summoned from their sects, directly slaying the possessed elder of the Kong family on the spot, with not even a shred of his spirit escaping. Consequently, the Kong family's strength suffered a significant blow, plummeting from the forefront to the bottom tier among the three in the wake of this turmoil. Upon learning of his subordinate's demise, the once reclusive King Xuanxia, who had long hidden within the Shuling Mountains, erupted in fury. He had the ancient tomb rise from the earth, unleashing thousands of foundational stage guardians to defend it, brazenly deploying the Yellow Springs Ghost Formation and storming out of the mountains. As a result, the three families and the high-ranking cultivators who had assisted them engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient tomb's undead, managing to eliminate numerous corpses. However, many low-ranking cultivators from the three families were also devoured by the ghostly formation. As for the several nascent soul-level cultivators, they did not derive any significant advantage from relying on the ancient tomb and the ghost formation of the three corpses. In fact, after engaging in battle, one of them was severely injured due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Consequently, the three factions and these sect cultivators found themselves thoroughly ensnared by the ghost formation that stretched for miles. Confined to the mountain where the King Conference was convened, they could only tenuously rely on the several large formations previously arranged on the mountaintop for their survival. This predicament stemmed from the fact that these sect cultivators had underestimated the old demon. Believing that he would be easy to handle given his recent severe injuries, little did they anticipate that the nascent Soul King, despite only being at the mid-stage of his cultivation, would, upon finding refuge in the ancient tomb, immediately exhibit prowess akin to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, as if he had transformed into a completely different being. The other two corpses also possessed abilities at the early nascent soul stage, leading to an unfortunate encounter where one of the cultivators suffered a significant loss in combat strength. The subsequent events require little elaboration. Although the nascent Soul King was undeniably powerful, the commotion he caused ultimately attracted the attention of a nearby late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Taoist sect after a month of trapping these cultivators. This formidable figure unleashed astonishing supernatural abilities, driving back the three corpses, compelling them to retreat deep into the Shualing mountain range. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator showed no intention of pursuing them, simply departing in a serene manner. Once the three factions were rescued, they naturally dared not linger nearby, swiftly withdrawing all their forces from the mountain's edge to avoid a resurgence from the nascent Soul King. The three corpses, also wary of the late-stage nascent soul cultivator's involvement in this affair, refrained from emerging easily, leading to a cessation of hostilities. Of course, Hanli was aware that the information he possessed was merely a fraction of what the Elder knew. However, recalling the day he had encountered the severely injured nascent Soul King upon exiting the Feng family's hidden cave, he was able to deduce much of the truth, marveling quietly to himself. The ferocity of the nascent Soul King was indeed remarkable. After sustaining significant injuries during his battle in the Shualing mountain range, he managed to instigate such a grand affair in such a short time since returning to the tomb, appearing to have fully recovered his vitality. Yet, Han Li, who had consumed countless spiritual pills, understood all too well that no elixir could restore one's vitality at such an astonishing speed, even with ample medicinal resources at his disposal. He had yet to regain his peak cultivation level. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The old demon's 10,000-year corpse king was extraordinarily powerful, or perhaps he had cultivated a unique technique that facilitated an unparalleled recovery rate. Speaking of the corpse king's supernatural abilities, Hanli could not help but recall the celestial corpse pearl that he had within his body during his training with the Ming Wang Ju. He had already sensed the remarkable efficacy of this pearl. Otherwise, relying solely on that Golden King relic, it would have been uncertain whether he could have achieved the second layer of the Ming Wang Ju. Given the extraordinary effects of this pearl, it was plausible that the swift recovery of the nascent Soul King was somehow connected to it. After some quiet contemplation, Hanli set this matter aside and began to ponder his plans for advancing to the capital. As for his place of residence, it goes without saying that since this dwelling was associated with Manager Feng, he could not afford to stay for long. Otherwise, if this individual were to go missing for several days, it would naturally lead others to trace their steps back here, and that could indeed pose some complications. It would be prudent to casually seek out a temple or monastery to rent for a time. Such places are relatively serene, far superior to an inn. Furthermore, it is essential to gather some insights regarding the auction from the local cultivation markets in Jinjing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li swiftly departed from the residence, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 936. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Han Li took a moment to find an inconspicuous small temple within the city. Where all the Taoists were genuine mortals, he was quite satisfied with this arrangement and generously donated some silver, thereby persuading the temple keeper to allow him to stay temporarily. After spending the night at the temple, Han Li set out early the next morning, heading directly towards an academy he had discovered during the day, one that emanated the aura of cultivators. Given that this academy could operate in a place like Jinjing and appeared to be reasonably sized, it surely had some background, likely related to the Confucian sect. However, Han Li paid this little mind, as he stealthily infiltrated the academy and materialized before an elderly scholar with flowing white hair. He unleashed his formidable Yuaning aura without any concealment. The old scholar was initially taken aback by Han Li's sudden appearance and hastily condensed his magical power, but upon discerning Han Li's true cultivation level, he relaxed his guard, taking a half-step forward and respectfully bowing. Esteemed senior, your presence graces our academy. Is there anything this junior can assist you with? You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I seek your assistance with a few trivial matters. Please divulge the locations of several markets in Jinjing, as well as any information you possess regarding the auction. You locals should be the most knowledgeable about these matters, Han Li remarked with a smile, his tone leisurely. The locations of the markets pose no issues. This junior shall immediately transcribe the entire map into a jade slip. As for the auction details, my knowledge is somewhat limited. What specifically would you like to know? Esteemed senior, the elderly scholar responded without hesitation, retrieving a white jade slip from his storage pouch and beginning to infuse it with the relevant map information, the specific time and location of the auction. as well as whether any rare materials will be available for sale, Hanli inquired, his smile fading as he maintained a composed demeanor. The time and location are straightforward. The auction will take place in the Baoguang Hall of the Jinsei Market 9 days hence. Featuring 2 levels of auctions, Zhedan and Yuanying, held in sequence. Yuanying cultivators may participate in the Zhedan auction, yet Zhedan cultivators are barred from the Yuanying auction. As for the materials on offer, I regret to say I cannot provide a definitive answer. Such large-scale auctions are typically organized by the major markets in Dajin, making it difficult for outsiders to ascertain what will be available. However, based on past experiences, the auction will likely feature no fewer than 100 rare items, and some seniors may also temporarily consign their precious belongings for bidding, causing the auction to generally span 5 to 6 days. The old scholar replied earnestly. I see. Baoguang Hall. Hanli nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, esteemed senior, the jade slip has been successfully duplicated. The elder, please accept this this moment. The venerable scholar had finally completed the crafting of the jade slip, presenting it with both hands to Hanli. Without uttering a word, Hanli extended his hand to grasp the jade slip. After scanning its contents with his divine sense, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Nodding appreciatively, very well, do not speak of what transpired today to anyone else, or else, hehe. Hanli's expression darkened with a sinister smile, and with a flicker of azure light, he vanished abruptly from sight. The old scholar's eyelid twitched as he settled back into his chair, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he swept his divine sense through the room, only to find it utterly empty. As if no one else had been present. It was then that the old scholar truly exhaled, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his lips. Upon exiting the academy, Hanli carefully examined the jade slip before making his way directly to the Jinsei market. The so-called Jinsei market was, in fact, a cleverly concealed area, shielded by a sophisticated cloaking array, which obscured a secluded street in the western part of the capital from prying eyes. Hanli appeared at the entrance of the market, effortlessly bypassing the invisible barriers undetectable to mere mortals, and suddenly found himself on a relatively quiet street. Of course, this quietness was merely relative to the bustling throngs of ordinary people outside. A glance revealed at least several hundred cultivators traversing the street, entering and exiting various shops lining either side. Hanli did not need to meticulously scan the entire street with his divine sense, as he was aware that on the eve of an upcoming auction, the Jinsei market would certainly be guarded by golden core-level cultivators. Otherwise, orchestrating such a large-scale auction would not be a simple feat. With these thoughts in mind, Hanli strolled leisurely, his gaze sweeping side to side. The Jinsei market was evidently distinct from the markets he had encountered in the southern regions of the Great Chain. The shops on either side were predominantly 2 or 3 stories tall, exuding an air of considerable wealth, all belonging to prominent commercial enterprises. However, Hanli recognized some of the names of the establishments. Having seen them in other markets. It appeared that reputable businesses in the Great Chain's cultivation realm had established branches here. With this realization, there was no need for meticulous scrutiny. Armed with a list of several materials he needed to procure, Hanli began inquiring at each shop in turn. Yet, given that the items he sought had thus far eluded him, it was evident that each one was exceedingly rare and not easily found. Hanli remained unperturbed. He had not expected to effortlessly locate the required materials in the market, as he was merely taking advantage of the opportunity. In truth, he had a far more pressing matter to attend to in the market. Participating in the auction would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Although Hanli had initially possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, he had already expended the majority in acquiring other materials through a masked cultivator. Now, facing such a large-scale auction, the remaining spirit stones were clearly insufficient. Hanli intended to seek out a large commercial establishment to sell some rare items in exchange for spirit stones. Given the significant quantity of spirit stones he required, it was imperative that the buyer possessed considerable strength. When Hanli arrived at the front of a 3-story pavilion, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. This pavilion was markedly larger than the previous establishments, and the flow of cultivators entering and exiting suggested it was a promising place for sales. However, upon noticing the sign hanging at the entrance, emblazoned with the 3 bold characters Tianji Pavilion in golden letters, he could not help but be taken aback. Is this Tianji Pavilion the very establishment that specializes in selling items from Tianji House? Hanli hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to step inside. The first floor of the pavilion was quite spacious, measuring approximately 30 to 40 zhang in both length and width. There were 5 or 6 young attendants, distinguished by their refined features, who were enthusiastically pointing out various items on the surrounding shelves to a few patrons. As soon as Hanli entered, One of the attendants approached him with a beaming smile, eager to assist. "Step back. Allow me to attend to this esteemed elder," he remarked. Seated in a corner of the hall was a middle-aged man in a white robe, leisurely savoring a pot of fragrant tea. Upon scanning Han Li's cultivation level with his spiritual sense, his expression shifted to one of surprise. He hastily set down his teacup and called out to the attendant. After adjusting his attire, he approached Han Li and performed a respectful bow, saying, "It is truly an honor for our TNG pavilion to welcome you, esteemed elder. The first floor likely does not contain what you seek. Might you accompany me to the third floor for a more detailed discussion?" "Very well. I was indeed looking for someone in charge here," Han Li replied, his gaze flickering momentarily as he spoke with a calm demeanor. He then followed the middle-aged man upstairs at a leisurely pace. The 7 or 8 cultivators on the first floor, witnessing this exchange, quickly realized that Han Li was a Yuanying-level cultivator, causing a stir among them. "A Yuanying-level elder. This is the first time I've seen one. How is it possible he appears so youthful?" It seems Tianji Pavilion is about to engage in a significant transaction. A series of gasps and murmurs of astonishment echoed through the room. The third floor of Tianji Pavilion was not large, but was elegantly and uniquely decorated. Two young and beautiful female cultivators, upon seeing the middle-aged man escorting a guest, promptly brewed a pot of fine tea. "Esteemed elder, please give this a try. It is our pavilion's prized Misty Rain Spirit Tea, acquired at great expense," the middle-aged man cheerfully introduced once Han Li was seated. "I'm not in a rush to taste the tea. Let us first ascertain whether you have the materials I wish to purchase," Han Li replied calmly. "To be honest, I have already visited numerous establishments before coming here, and none possessed any of the items I seek. I do not hold high hopes for your Tianji Pavilion either." Without glancing at the Misty Rain tea, he continued, nonchalantly sweeping his sleeve across the table, causing a green jade slip to materialize before him. "Since you are so eager, allow me to take a look," he stated. "However, as none of the previous shops had what I require, it seems these materials are indeed extraordinary." The middle-aged man smiled at these words, extending his hand to draw the jade slip closer, his spiritual sense enveloping it as he took a glance. After a brief moment, the expression on his face changed subtly. Han Li remained unfazed. He had witnessed similar reactions from the proprietors of the earlier shops. The materials he sought were undoubtedly rare treasures of the world, with 2 of them being so obscure that ordinary cultivators would scarcely have heard of them. "No wonder you found nothing in the previous shops," he mused. "These materials are indeed not the sort typically stocked by common establishments, aside from a small piece of Thunder Spirit Stone, which we do possess. We are otherwise unable to procure the rest." Upon extracting his consciousness from the jade slip, the middle-aged man in white robes smiled wryly and addressed Han Li. "Do you possess Thunder Spirit crystals?" Han Li, who had already braced himself for yet another disappointment, could not help but reveal a look of surprise upon hearing this. "Indeed, Senior, your arrival is quite fortuitous. This Thunder Spirit Stone was just received by our esteemed chamber. However, there is a bit of complication. This rare material does not solely belong to us, but is stored here by another esteemed Yuan Stage Senior who has a good relationship with our chamber. Intended for exchange for other items. If we are unable to barter it, we plan to auction it off in a few days." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before uttering words that left Han Li momentarily stunned. Chapter 937, The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. "What does one wish to exchange? I happen to possess some items as well," Han Li remarked after stroking his chin. "The materials and elixirs that this esteemed senior wishes to trade are all present here, though perhaps their rarity pales in comparison to those you have just gathered. Nevertheless, they are indeed difficult to come by in this world. Otherwise, this Thunder Spirit Crystal would have been swapped long ago. It is an exceptional material for crafting Thunder attribute treasures." The middle-aged cultivator did not seem surprised by Han Li's words. After offering a reminder, he handed over a jade slip that had long been prepared. Han Li took the jade slip into his hands and, without comment, began to examine it with his spiritual sense. The white-robed man cautiously scrutinized Han Li's expression, attempting to glean some insight, but regrettably, Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged, revealing no discernible anomalies. This left the middle-aged man feeling somewhat disappointed and muttering to himself, "What exactly is the background of this Yuaning senior surnamed Han? Not only does he appear remarkably youthful, but the materials he seeks are also exceedingly rare. While there are certainly many cultivators who can maintain their youthful appearance after advancing to the Yuaning stage, most of them are female. Although some male cultivators can also retain their looks, they seldom possess such extraordinary appearance and attire. Could he truly be a recently advanced Yuaning cultivator?" Although this white-robed man sensed that Han Li was at the Yuaning stage, any more precise assessment of his cultivation was shrouded in ambiguity. leaving him unable to discern much about Han Li's true strength. He could only surmise that Han Li seemed more formidable than several early-stage Yuan cultivators he had previously encountered. This was the primary reason he was so eager to accommodate Han Li. Otherwise, a typical Yuan cultivator would not warrant such deference from someone with the backing of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The items you require, my friend, I can indeed provide one or two, but the specifics of the exchange will need to be determined after I have seen the quality of that Thunder Spirit crystal. If it is of inferior quality, it would be of no use to me. After a brief moment, Han Li finally finished reviewing the contents of the jade slip, casually tossing it back to the middle-aged man as he calmly stated, "That is only natural. Let us proceed in this manner. Senior, this transaction is of great significance, and since Senior Fu resides near the market, I shall send a sound transmission talisman so that the two esteemed seniors can meet in person to negotiate the exchange. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man replied with a beaming smile, "Senior Fu? Excellent. I, too, wish to meet this esteemed friend Fu. The more Thunder Spirit crystals I can acquire, the better. Let us see if this friend has any surplus Thunder Spirit crystals to spare." After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li readily acquiesced in his estimation. Dealing with someone capable of procuring such rare materials might imply they possessed other intriguing items as well. Thus, it would be prudent to meet in person and inquire further. In that case, esteemed senior, please hold for a moment. I shall send a message forthwith, and Senior Fu will arrive shortly, the middle-aged man declared without hesitation, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect as he exited the third-floor hall. Only then did Han Li leisurely lift the spiritual tea before him, taking a delicate sip. The rich, sweet flavor confirmed its extraordinary quality. Moments later, the middle-aged man re-entered, having evidently dispatched the communication. At this juncture, Han Li, having savored the tea a couple of times, appraised the middle-aged gentleman before him and suddenly inquired, "Is it true that your Tianji pavilion specializes in the production of Tianji houses? I have heard that the high-tier Tianji houses crafted by your esteemed pavilion can transform a cave dwelling into a palm-sized, portable artifact, complete with formidable restrictions. Is this indeed the case?" "Ah, indeed, the Tianji houses are a specialty of our pavilion. However, the type of Tianji house you refer to is actually classified as a Tianji mansion, which represents the pinnacle of our offerings. The materials required for crafting such a mansion are exceedingly rare. Consequently, we have produced very few. Apart from a handful of non-sale items, the remainder has already been sold out," the middle-aged man replied, momentarily taken aback before quickly elaborating with a smile. "Non-sale items. Why is that? Does your Tianji pavilion not sell the items it produces?" Han Li asked, somewhat surprised. To be frank, the remaining few are not of the exquisite quality found in the Tianji mansions. In terms of both size and the restrictions they possess, they pale in comparison to those previously sold. Thus, these Tianji mansions have been deliberately retained and can only be exchanged for equally rare items, the middle-aged man explained, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Ah, so it is a matter of barter. That piques my interest. However, it is of no consequence. As long as this Tianji mansion truly possesses such marvels, I would indeed like to procure one. Might you present a few for my preliminary examination?" Han Li inquired, his interest visibly piqued. "A few, esteemed senior, do not jest. Even our main trading house in the capital holds but a single piece, which is our treasured possession. The others are housed in various branch locations. However, the one we possess was personally crafted by the Grand Master of Artifact Refinement, Hua Yunzi, and is renowned for its exceptional efficacy among all Tianji mansions. The restrictions alone rival those of a high-tier ancient treasure. Moreover, as a mere steward in the pavilion, I lack the authority to utilize this treasure. It is under the purview of Elder Wang, who oversees it. If you are truly sincere, I can promptly summon Elder Wang from the secret chamber to discuss this matter with you. Only he knows what items may be required for exchange," the middle-aged man said, his spirits lifted as he spoke. Han Li's tone suggested significant ambition, and should he successfully facilitate such a substantial transaction, his standing within the Tianji pavilion would undoubtedly soar. "I see. Perhaps we should wait," Han Li replied with a slight smile, intending to say more when suddenly his expression shifted and he fell silent. The middle-aged man was momentarily perplexed, but at that moment, a voice from downstairs abruptly resonated, belonging to an elderly gentleman. "Zhao Xiaozai, is there truly someone capable of providing the items I wish to exchange? I have come here in haste, interrupting my crucial training for this matter." Though the voice is aged, it possesses remarkable strength and resounds powerfully. Following this, the sound of heavy footsteps approaches, suggesting the arrival of an individual of considerable weight. Since the younger generation has invited the esteemed elder, there must indeed be substance to this matter. How could I dare to deceive such a venerable figure, upon realizing that the person he had summoned had arrived? The middle-aged man in white hurriedly rose and respectfully responded. At the entrance, a tall figure suddenly appeared, casting a shadow that loomed large. Hanli narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer. This was a remarkably tall elder clad in a dark robe. His complexion a deep reddish hue, emanating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, indicating he was a peak practitioner of the mid-Yuaning stage. Hanli's brow involuntarily furrowed, feeling a slight surprise within. Upon hearing the middle-aged shopkeeper's words, the elder with a ruddy face cast his gaze toward Hanli, and upon noticing Hanli's youthful appearance combined with his mid-Yuan in cultivation, a look of astonishment crossed his face. However, his expression quickly transformed into a broad smile as he strode into the hall, exclaiming, "You must be the Taoist Han that shopkeeper Zhao spoke of. To possess the materials I require. You are truly no ordinary mid-Yuaning practitioner." The elder showed no hesitation as he approached Hanli, laughing heartily and speaking with great camaraderie. "Not at all, dear friend Fu. It is your cultivation that commands my admiration," Hanli replied with a smile. Rising to clasp his hands in greeting. "At my age, having only reached this level of cultivation, there is little to commend." Fu, being straightforward, inquired directly, "Taoist Han wishes to exchange for the Thunder Spirit Crystal. May I ask what you have to offer?" Once the two resumed their seats, the elder with the ruddy face eagerly pressed on, his demeanor betraying his impatience. "I possess no other items, but I happen to have a fire attribute Qi Jingxi, which has matured for over 1,000 years. Hanli smiled subtly, speaking with calm assurance. This Qi Jingxi was not the one he had exchanged for a level 7 demon core at the first trading event in Tiannan. Rather, it was a millennium-old spiritual herb he had carefully cultivated from its seeds. Qi Jingxi, if it truly has 1,000 years of maturity, it is indeed sufficient to exchange for my Thunder Spirit Crystal. Might you show it to me?" The elder's face lit up with delight at this revelation. "Of course, I carry the spiritual herb with me. However, may I first have the privilege of seeing your spirit crystal?" Hanli replied, maintaining his composure. "Oh, how forgetful of me. This is indeed the proper course of action. Shopkeeper Zhao, please bring forth the spirit crystal I entrusted to you for Taoist Han to inspect." The elder paused momentarily, then, without a second thought, instructed the middle-aged man beside him. "Yes, esteemed elder, I shall retrieve it immediately," the man in white responded promptly before exiting the hall. Taoist Han's countenance is somewhat unfamiliar. "Yet your cultivation has advanced to the mid-Yuaning stage. May I inquire where you have been honing your skills?" The elder took this opportunity to observe Hanli closely, his curiosity piqued. "You must be a dedicated practitioner, seldom mingling with others, am I correct? Otherwise, given your level of cultivation, I would surely have some recollection of you." Hanli, upon hearing the implication of dealing with someone who had their own agenda, chuckled softly. "My dear friend, you may not be aware that Han is rather unremarkable. I have spent most of my time cultivating on a remote island overseas, rarely setting foot in the heart of the Great Jin." With a demeanor of calm preparedness, he responded without a hint of anxiety. "It appears that my fellow cultivator hails from overseas. I am truly honored," the elder replied, his expression shifting to one of realization. "I have long heard tales of many extraordinary practitioners from abroad, whose unique cultivation methods markedly differ from ours in the interior. I would be keen to exchange insights on our respective practices when time permits. However, it seems you have journeyed quite a distance to Jin capital, likely for the auction." The elderly man's heart jolted momentarily, followed by a dawning comprehension. Surely, only a nascent soul cultivator from such boundless lands could remain obscure in the Great Jin. The elder found himself convinced by more than half of this notion. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the elder and Hanli were interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from outside the hall. A voice, bright and cheerful, resonated. "Brother Fu, why did you not inform me of your arrival at our heavenly machine pavilion? Han Daoist is also a distinguished guest. I should have come out to welcome you personally." As the words fell, a silver-robed cultivator with a slightly pale complexion entered the hall. "Ha ha. I had thought you would continue your secluded training in that turtle spirit technique and not emerge," the elder Fu remarked, clearly familiar with the silver-robed man. "Indeed, I have only managed to reach the 7th level of the turtle spirit technique. I suspect I shall never ascend to the mid-nascent soul stage in this lifetime. However, I have heard from Deacon Zhao that a fellow cultivator, suspected to be at the mid-nascent soul stage, has arrived at the pavilion, expressing interest in acquiring the heavenly machine house, which we have housed for several centuries. With Brother Fu gracing our pavilion with his presence, how could I not make an appearance?" The silver-robed cultivator, appearing to be in his 50s, cast a glance at Han Li before smiling and offering a respectful gesture. Upon hearing this, Han Li realized that this was the elder Wang mentioned by the white-robed middle-aged man earlier. Scanning the other with his spiritual sense, he discerned that the man was indeed a nascent soul cultivator in the initial stage. Though his pallor suggested a peculiar aspect to his cultivation method, "Brother Wang, you are too kind. I have long been aware of the esteemed reputation of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, which prompted my visit." Han Li replied with a faint smile, returning the gesture. "Ah, so you wish to acquire the Heavenly Machine House," Wang noted, his tone imbued with admiration. "You truly embody the spirit of an overseas cultivator. Your ambitions are indeed grand. It seems the tales of abundant treasures abroad hold some truth." Elder Fu, taken aback by this statement, interjected, "While there are indeed some rare materials overseas, how could they possibly compare to the vast resources of the interior?" "Surely, you jest," Han Li responded noncommittally. His words, however, were unlikely to convince the two nascent soul cultivators, and further inquiries about overseas matters were best avoided. The last thing they wished was for Han Li, a high-ranking cultivator, to misinterpret their curiosity as ulterior motives, for that would be a grave misstep. At that moment, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhao, who had followed the silver-robed cultivator, stepped forward and placed two jade boxes, one large and one small, on the table before Han Li. Then discreetly retreated to the side. He understood that with Elder Wang present, there was no need for him to say anything further. "Since you, my esteemed friend, have expressed interest in our esteemed Tianji Pavilion, I shall present to you this item alongside the Lei Ling stone belonging to the affluent Taoist. This way, you may have the opportunity to examine them first," Elder Wang said, gesturing towards the slightly larger jade box with a courteous demeanor. "Brother Wang, why not postpone showing the Tianji Pavilion to Brother Han? Let us first allow the esteemed Fu to conclude his transaction with Brother Han." The elder with the surname Fu interjected with a grin. "I did not expect Brother Fu to be so eager. Very well, let us proceed with Brother Fu's offer first, as I too am quite intrigued by what treasures Brother Han might propose in exchange for the Lei Ling crystal." Elder Wang replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing their exchange, Han Li smiled lightly, tapping his storage bag nonchalantly. With a swift motion, a palm-sized verdant wooden box appeared in his hand, adorned with two golden and silver talismans. The elder Fu's eyes brightened at the sight of the box's solemn appearance. Han Li placed the wooden box on the table and gently pushed it forward, causing it to glide silently to the elder's side. The elder, invigorated, pressed down on the box, and with a flourish of his sleeve, the smaller jade box was deftly sent back to Han Li. Displaying a look of satisfaction, Han Li deftly retrieved the jade box and, lowering his head slightly, opened the lid. A burst of silvery light radiated from within the box. Instantly, a flash of blue light flickered in Han Li's pupils, revealing a fist-sized silvery stone amidst the brilliance. After appraising the stone for a moment, he suddenly extended a finger, a flicker of spiritual light dancing at his fingertip, revealing a fluctuating azure glow. With a swift motion of his wrist, the azure light darted towards the silvery stone within the box. Upon contact, a thunderous crack echoed, and several slender silver arcs surged forth from the stone, momentarily intercepting the azure light. Indeed, it is the Lei Ling crystal. However, the quality of this spirit crystal seems rather ordinary, which is somewhat regrettable. Nonetheless, I can make do with it. Han Li exhaled softly, addressing the red-faced elder with a serious expression. Such premium Lei Ling crystals are not easily obtained. This particular crystal was unearthed after much hardship, having been fortuitously discovered within the belly of a rare lightning attribute beast, the elder Fu remarked, having also appraised the Qi Jing Ji within Han Li's wooden box, his expression glowing with satisfaction at the sight of the prized herb. "However, the Qi Jing Ji I possess is devoid of any chaotic spiritual energy, undoubtedly a top-tier spirit herb," Han Li remarked calmly. While he would not let the Lei Ling crystal slip away, he naturally would not agree to the transaction without due consideration. "That is indeed the case. In terms of value, my Lei Ling crystal does fall slightly short compared to Brother Han's exquisite Qi Jing Ji. How about this? I shall offer an additional 30,000 spirit stones as compensation." The red-faced elder, forthright in his approach, did not shy away from acknowledging the disparity between their items and promptly laid out his revised terms. "There is no need for haste, my friend. First, allow me to present you with a list of materials I possess, and see if you might be able to provide any of the other items or possess knowledge regarding them. Should I find something of value, I would be willing to forego these spirit stones," Han Li proposed. Han Li smiled gently, effortlessly placing the jade box back onto the table, before retrieving the jade slip that contained the details of the required materials and tossing it to the elder. Does Brother Han require any additional materials? The elder, with the surname Fu, displayed a look of surprise, yet without much thought, accepted the jade slip and swiftly perused its contents. Meanwhile, Elder Wang, standing nearby, observed the crimson essence fungus in the Elder Fu's hands, his gaze flickering momentarily before he fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, the Elder Fu finished reading the jade slip, casting Han Li an odd look, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. I fear I may disappoint you, my friend. These materials are exceedingly rare, and I do not possess a single one. However, after a moment of deliberation, the elder continued, perhaps I could guide you to a straightforward location to procure these materials. Are you referring to the grand auction that will take place in a few days? Han Li inquired, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Haha. Indeed, the grand auction may indeed yield some common materials. Yet, the likelihood of encountering items of the caliber you require is exceedingly slim. After all, those who possess such rare materials, like you and I, are mostly inclined to barter. The elder with the red face chuckled heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, from your words, could it be that there exists some clandestine trading event? Han Li exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he pressed for more information. The elder Fu's face revealed a hint of mischief. He parted his lips as if to speak, yet no sound emerged to Han Li's ears. However, the elder's voice resonated clearly. Brother Han is truly astute. Yet, this cannot be deemed a mere clandestine trading event. The decennial auction in the capital has, for many years, naturally divided into an overt and a covert affair. The overt one is the public trading event supported by the righteous sects, which most cultivators are aware of. The covert one, however, is hosted by the demonic sects operating underground. In the underground trading event, while most items are auctioned with spirit stones, the materials of the caliber you seek are predominantly exchanged through barter. However, due to the many prohibited items sold at the underground trading event, it remains fundamentally clandestine. Therefore, participants typically must be well-acquainted cultivators. A wandering cultivator from overseas, you may find it somewhat inconvenient. Yet, should you agree to this transaction at hand, I would be willing to act as your introducer. I am certain you would achieve significant gains at the underground trading event. The elder spoke in one breath, then fixed his serious gaze upon Han Li, awaiting his response. I see. But may I inquire, Brother Fu, do these two trading events occur simultaneously? Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating before asking with precision. While I am indeed keen to attend the underground trading event, I equally do not wish to miss the grand auction. That is quite simple. Although both are held concurrently, the auctioning of the most precious materials is deliberately staggered by a day. I assume you have no interest in the common items at the forefront, so there is no need to worry about missing out, the elder replied with confidence. Given that, I shall heed your counsel. I am indeed very interested in the underground trading event, Han Li affirmed. Han Li was indeed a decisive individual, promptly agreeing without further deliberation. I knew Brother Han was a straightforward person. On the final day of the grand auction, the old man requested, just come to the Tianji pavilion to wait for me. The wealthy elder, upon realizing he could save tens of thousands of spirit stones in the blink of an eye, expressed his joy. This time, his words were not conveyed through sound transmission, which piqued the interest of the silver-robed cultivator silently observing their transaction. Though his face remained adorned with a congenial smile, betraying no hint of surprise, once Han Li and the elder had respectively secured the Thunder Spirit Crystal and the Scarlet Essence Herb, the cultivator remarked with a smile, congratulations to both of you for your acquisitions. Brother Han, do you intend to explore our pavilion's Tianji mansion further? However, the item from our pavilion requires more than just a single millennium-old Scarlet Essence Herb. Although his tone was exceedingly courteous, he subtly hinted at the substantial value of the Tianji mansion within a few sentences. No worries. As long as the item truly satisfies Han, I shall not be stingy. Han Li replied with a faint smile, displaying indifference. Since Brother Han has said so, I trust that with your vast wealth, acquiring this item from our pavilion should pose no challenge. Please follow me to our pavilion's specially crafted mustard seed space to witness the restored Tianji pavilion. Elder Wang said, his smile widening upon sensing Han Li's confidence. Mustard seed space? A flicker of shock crossed Han Li's face, revealing his astonishment. What, you haven't heard of the Shumi space? Elder Wang continued. I almost forgot. The secret technique to refine spatial rifts into private spaces has only been developed in the Great Gene over the past millennium. It is not surprising that you, hailing from overseas, are unaware. Elder Wang chuckled, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 939, Mustard Seed Space. Refining Spatial Rifts into Mustard Seed Space. Hanli's astonished expression was unmistakable as he struggled to comprehend the revelation. Anything related to spatial secret arts was monumental and of great significance. It is worth noting that the most common storage artifact in the cultivation world, the storage bag, is merely a commonplace application of spatial secret arts. However, regardless of the grade of the storage bag, its capacity is limited, failing to embody the true essence of mustard seed space. Many cultivators even believe that higher-tier spatial secret arts could not possibly manifest in the mortal realm, asserting that only practitioners from the upper realms possess the capability to wield such divine abilities. This notion is nearly regarded as common knowledge in Tiannan. Yet, upon hearing Elder Wang's words that the Great Gene had developed the technique for refining spatial rifts over a millennium ago, Hanli was left astounded. There is no need for such astonishment, Brother Han. This so-called mustard seed space is not as profound as you might think. Its emergence was merely a coincidence. The wealthy elder suddenly interjected with a smile. You are correct, Brother Fu. For most people, the mustard seed space is essentially a superfluous existence. It is not only exceedingly difficult to refine, but its applications are also severely restricted, rendering it impractical for widespread use. In fact, there are only about a dozen such spaces in the entire Great Gene, and the one here is the earliest of them all, Elder Wang added with a wry smile. The earliest? Hanli echoed, intrigued. Could it be? Hanli's eyebrows twitched slightly, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Indeed, this secret technique was inadvertently established by several of the artifact masters in our esteemed sect. In the entire world, only our two artifact masters possess the ability to forge such a mustard seed space. In fact, the Tianji House and Tianji Mansion, in a certain sense, also derived their secret techniques from this method of crafting mustard seed spaces. Elder Wang, without any intention of concealing the truth, laid it all bare. How enlightening. I am indeed eager to witness the wonders of this mustard seed space, Hanli replied, regaining his composure and smiling. Brother Wang, please guide Taoist Han. I shall refrain. Having already visited the mustard seed space. I must first attend to this red. So I bid you both farewell for now, the elderly gentleman with the surname Fu proclaimed, clasping his fists in a formal gesture of farewell. Since Brother Fu has other pressing matters, I shall not detain you further. Until we meet again, Brother Fu, Elder Wang responded with a respectful salute. Meanwhile, Hanli heard the elder's few words of caution, urging him not to miss the final day of transactions at the underground trading fair. Hanli naturally nodded in acknowledgement. The elder then departed without hesitation, descending the stairs with purpose. Brother Han, let us take our leave as well. The mustard seed space is just behind the loft. We shall arrive in no time. Elder Wang turned and remarked with a smile, then casually waved his sleeve over the table, causing the larger jade box to vanish from sight. Hanli, not one to refuse, followed Elder Wang through a series of imposing restrictions until they reached a small clearing behind the loft. In the center of this clearing stood a peculiar teleportation array that Hanli had never encountered before. It was distinctly more intricate and larger than an ordinary teleportation array. Hanli furrowed his brow. Taken aback. To access the mustard seed space, one must utilize this teleportation array, Elder Wang explained, seemingly perceiving Hanli's confusion. Must we use a teleportation array? Is the spatial rift being crafted fixed at a certain location? Hanli's lips quirked slightly, astonished within. However, given the apparent complexity involved in this secret technique, he hesitated to inquire directly. Upon witnessing Elder Wang step into the teleportation array, he followed suit after a brief moment of contemplation. It was then that he noticed the surrounding spiritual stones were all of intermediate grade. Not to mention, merely entering the mustard seed space would require the expenditure of 700 to 800 low-grade spiritual stones. Should the return journey necessitate the same, the total cost would exceed 1,000 spiritual stones, a sum not easily borne by an average cultivator. As Hanli pondered this, the white light from the spiritual stones surrounding the teleportation array flared up, and the two vanished from sight within the array. After a dizzying flash of light, Hanli and the elder found themselves on a slope strewn with rubble, standing upon a teleportation array remarkably similar to the one they had entered. Regaining his senses, Hanli looked around. Before him lay a vast expanse, over 1,000 yards wide, the ground covered with pale stones, interspersed with numerous pits of varying sizes, some as large as 10 yards across, others merely a yard in diameter, scattered haphazardly. Hanli took a deep breath, his mind swirling with thoughts. In this desolate expanse, not only is there a complete absence of greenery, but one cannot even sense the presence of spiritual energy. The sky appears shrouded in a dreary haze, clearly marking it as a land of demise. Brother Han should have discerned that this space is, in truth, a realm devoid of life. After all, to find a naturally occurring spiritual vein within a spatial rift is a rarity akin to 1 in 10,000. As for locating the legendary Lingmyo Garden, a sanctuary of spiritual energy surpassing that of the human realm, such aspirations are utterly fanciful, since our great gene cultivation world first uncovered spatial rifts. We have only stumbled upon 3 or 4 instances containing a modicum of spiritual energy, and even those pale in comparison to the density of spiritual energy found in the human realm. Yet, it is precisely these spatial rifts that the sects, upon their discovery, have sought our esteemed pavilion's assistance in refining into mustard seed spaces. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Elder Wang smiled and remarked to Han Li. Thus, it seems that this mustard seed space, apart from conserving spatial dimensions and allowing free ingress and egress, possesses little in the way of extraordinary utility. No wonder I have been here for such a time and have yet to hear anyone mention the concept of mustard seed spaces. Han Li mused, stroking his chin with a peculiar expression. However, it would be an oversight to dismiss this notion entirely. For certain sects wishing to store substantial and confidential items, amass a plethora of materials, or even construct a hidden chamber for evasion during confrontations, these mustard seed spaces remain the optimal choice, much like our Tianji Pavilion, which utilizes it as a testing ground for magical artifacts. It proves to be advantageous. The scarcity of mustard seed spaces is primarily due to the difficulty in locating suitable spatial rifts. The world possesses but a handful of spatial rifts whose exact locations are known. And among them, only a select few sects are privy to their hidden secrets. Furthermore, the materials required to forge such mustard seed spaces demand an exorbitant cost. It is this confluence of factors that accounts for their limited availability. Elder Wang explained somewhat awkwardly. Even so, the mustard seed space offered by your esteemed pavilion falls far short of my initial expectations of being manipulable at will or even portable. The necessity of arranging a teleportation array for access is hardly in line with the concept of a Sumi mustard seed. Han Li sighed, expressing a hint of regret. The ability to carry such an expansive space would likely be reserved for the transcendent beings of the spirit realm or true immortals of the celestial realm. Such a miraculous capacity is certainly unattainable in our human realm. The ability to stabilize and secure existing spatial rifts using a considerable quantity of rare materials is already a remarkable breakthrough. Elder Wang countered dismissively. Stabilizing a space, can a rift on the verge of collapse truly be reinforced? Han Li's heart jolted, his gaze flickering with urgency. This is indeed feasible, as long as the spatial rift has not yet fully collapsed. We can employ materials to restore its stability. Pray tell, does Taoist Han know of such a rift? The silver-robed cultivator's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. I happened upon such a rift in a certain overseas location. As for whether it is on the brink of collapse, I have not yet possessed the capability to investigate, so I remain uncertain. I merely sense some instability at the entrance, Han Li replied with a smile. Speaking vaguely, the silver-robed cultivator naturally discerned Han Li's reluctance to delve further into the matter and, understanding the subtlety, refrained from probing any further. Instead, he deftly turned his palm, revealing a jade box that housed the Tianshu mansion. I shall release this Tianshu mansion now. You may enter and assess whether its arrangements meet your satisfaction. Should it be to your liking, we can then discuss the transaction for this item. Elder Wang stated with a smile. Very well, fellow Taoist Wang, proceed with your incantations. Han Li responded with a nod. Upon hearing Han Li's assent, the silver-robed cultivator hesitated no longer. He reached out, grasped the jade box, and opened it, unveiling a soft, milky white luminescence, within which something seemed to stir. Before Han Li could discern the contents of the box, Elder Wang began to chant incantations, gently shaking the jade box. Instantly, a burst of white light shot forth from the box, rapidly expanding against the wind. After a graceful swirl, it transformed into a vast expanse of white mist in midair, within which ethereal structures resembling houses and pavilions carved from white jade flickered into view. With his hands forming intricate seals, Elder Wang pointed decisively at the sky with a low shout, causing the white mist to emit a deep, resonant hum before suddenly descending to the ground. With a thunderous roar, amidst a myriad of radiant lights, a complete cave dwelling constructed entirely of exquisite jade materialized on the empty ground at the foot of the hillside. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he meticulously scrutinized the dwelling with his hands clasped behind his back. This remarkably exquisite cave dwelling, though evidently smaller than usual, was nonetheless replete with pavilions and courtyards, its surface enveloped in a layer of white light, rendering it a dreamlike abode akin to that of an immortal. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting forth towards the dazzling entrance. Observing this, Elder Wang hastily turned his palm, producing a white jade token, which he gently waved towards the cave dwelling below. As he did so, The light barrier surrounding the dwelling abruptly dissipated, allowing Han Li's azure light to pierce through the entrance unimpeded, vanishing from sight. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter after a considerable interval, akin to the time taken for a meal. Han Li's figure reappeared before the cave dwelling, gracefully floating back up the hillside, his expression serene and unperturbed. Elder Wang furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, and as soon as Han Li returned to the rocky slope, he smiled and inquired, "How does my friend Han perceive this treasure? Are you satisfied with it?" The cave dwelling may not be large, yet it is fully equipped with alchemical chambers, beast pens, and everything one might need. It is indeed satisfactory, lacking in nothing. However, there remains one matter that eludes my understanding, which I would like Brother Wang to clarify, Han Li replied. Feel free to ask anything related to the Tianchu mansion. I assure you I shall not withhold any information, Elder Wang responded cheerfully. In that case, I shall not hesitate. I understand that the greatest advantage of the Tianchu mansion lies in its ability to expand and contract at will, facilitating convenient transportation. However, I am curious to know if this treasure functions similarly to a storage bag, allowing one to place or retrieve items even when it is in its contracted state. Does it possess the functionality of a spirit beast pouch, enabling the spirit beasts in the pens to shrink along with the mansion without issue? Han Li inquired, his gaze fixed on the silver-robed cultivator. This treasure can indeed alter the structures and inanimate objects within, such as tables and chairs that have been refined together with the dwelling. However, it is powerless when it comes to living beings like spirit beasts, came the measured reply. Even if a fellow cultivator's spirit beast possesses profound transformations and supernatural abilities, it would still be unable to withstand the immense spatial pressure exerted by the heavenly mechanism pavilion, resulting in instant annihilation. Moreover, even if there were a spirit beast capable of enduring such pressure, once the heavenly mechanism pavilion contracts, the cave would immediately become sealed, rendering it incapable of absorbing any spiritual energy from the outside. Over time, the spirit beasts within would inevitably face a dead end. Elder Wang had no intention of concealing the truth and explained everything with utmost clarity. After all, these matters could be easily deduced with the slightest embellishment. Thus, it follows that each time the cave is retracted, the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden must first be transplanted. Otherwise, they would be unable to survive. Han Li pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Brother Han is entirely correct. These are indeed insurmountable issues for the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Elder Wang replied. Nevertheless, even so, a cave that is inherently bound by restrictive supernatural powers and can be summoned at any time possesses a value that far surpasses that of ordinary treasures. Elder Wang furrowed his brows before speaking earnestly. Indeed, this is also why I, Han, am intrigued by the heavenly mechanism pavilion. If it truly possesses all the aforementioned capabilities, it is likely beyond my humble aspirations. Han Li chuckled lightly. So, Brother Han intends to exchange for this item. Elder Wang's eyes sparkled with delight. I still have some rare materials on hand that are of no use to me. Please provide me with a list of what can be exchanged, and we can then discuss how many materials would be required for such a treasure. Han Li replied with a smile, appearing relaxed and casual. Of course, all the materials required by our pavilion are contained within this jade tablet. Please take a look, the silver-robed cultivator said, beaming, and with a flick of his sleeve, a beam of white light shot towards Han Li. Han Li caught the object, revealing it to be a white jade tablet. He then began to examine it while seated on the stone slope. An hour later, Han Li appeared at the entrance of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, where Elder Wang, with a beaming smile, saw him off. Han Li turned to clasp his fist in salute, exchanged a few parting words, and then left gracefully. Elder Wang, not returning to the pavilion until he had watched Han Li's figure disappear, wore a look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Han Li touched the bulging storage pouch at his waist, and after a moment's reflection, a smile crept upon his lips. Having exchanged a considerable amount of rare materials that were of no use to him for the heavenly mechanism pavilion, he then sold a portion of demon cores and spiritual herbs directly to the pavilion, acquiring an astonishing sum of spirit stones in return. He couldn't help but recall the astonished expression on Elder Wang's face when he presented such an abundance of materials. While he found the situation amusing, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance within. The adage that men die for wealth and birds die for food holds true at all times. As long as it is worth the risk. He does not believe that being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator would deter anyone from attempting to take advantage of him. Even though the heavenly mechanism pavilion enjoys a stellar reputation, he must remain on high alert, especially given that he is masquerading as an overseas rogue cultivator, just in case Elder Wang harbors any ill intentions. Thus, upon exiting the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Han Li extended a portion of his spiritual sense to envelop the vicinity. checking for any hidden eyes that might be watching him. After a while, when he was certain that no one was tracking him, he moved to a secluded corner behind another attic. Suddenly, his figure flickered, and his body surged upward by a few inches, his appearance and attire transforming in a flash of azure light. When he emerged from behind the attic, he had taken the form of a middle-aged scholar clad in a blue robe, with 3 strands of long beard and a countenance that was strikingly unique. Given his current cultivation level, unless he encountered a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, no one would be able to discern his true identity. With this reassurance, Hanli proceeded toward other merchant buildings. After visiting several establishments in succession, Hanli found himself greatly disappointed by the lack of treasures. It was not that these prominent merchants had nothing of value. Indeed, some of the ancient materials recommended by the shopkeepers stirred his interest immensely. However, regrettably, none of these materials were suitable for crafting puppets or the 3-flame fan, and as he lacked any need for ordinary ancient treasures, he ultimately decided against purchasing any of them. It seemed he would have to await the commencement of the auction. Before long, Hanli stood at the end of the street, gazing thoughtfully at a magnificent stone hall before him. This ancient-looking edifice was none other than the Hall of Precious Light. It appeared distinctly different from ordinary halls, being divided into 3 levels, each towering over 20 zhang, resembling a colossal pavilion. Only such a grand structure, capable of accommodating over 1,000 cultivators, could host an auction of this magnitude. At the entrance of the hall, several foundation establishment cultivators stood guard, preventing ordinary practitioners from entering. They seemed to be preparing for the upcoming auction. Apart from Hanli, several other cultivators were also pointing at the stone hall, clearly aware that it was about to serve as the venue for a grand auction. Hanli cast a few lingering glances at the Hall of Precious Light, preparing to turn away. Just then, however, 4 male and female cultivators unexpectedly emerged from the hall. Hanli glanced over casually, only for his expression to change abruptly. He quickly feigned calmness, turning his body and striding back in the direction he had come from. "Hold on, fellow cultivator," a melodious voice called from behind him as he had only taken 2 steps. A wave of unease washed over him, and his facial muscles twitched slightly, yet he halted nonetheless. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, turning around with a composed demeanor. Standing 6 or 7 zhang away was a woman in white, her face veiled in sheer fabric, with skin as fair as snow, her beautiful eyes assessing him intently. Beside her stood another woman and 2 men, all equally astonished as they gazed at Hanli. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that they were all nascent soul cultivators, particularly the woman in white and a black-robed man in his 40s standing beside her, both of whom were also mid-stage nascent soul practitioners like himself. Hanli felt a slight heaviness in his heart. "It's nothing. I merely noticed your remarkable cultivation and wish to make your acquaintance. I hope you do not take offense." The woman in white continued to scrutinize Hanli, her gaze lingering momentarily on the elongated package slung across his back. Before her charming eyes sparkled as she spoke, though her face remained concealed. Her tall figure and alluring movements were captivating. Yet, far from feeling flattered by the invitation of such a stunning beauty, Hanli was inclined to turn and leave immediately, for this woman was none other than the celestial orchid maiden with whom he had battled on the grasslands. "Acquaintance? You jest, my friend, with the character and cultivation of this esteemed Taoist. It is indeed something I have long sought but found elusive. However, I am currently preoccupied with matters of my own and cannot linger here." Hanli mused internally, yet he appeared cold and indifferent as he slightly inclined his body, preparing to turn and depart once more. "Why the haste, esteemed Taoist? I, a humble lady, have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you. Might you entertain my questions?" The woman, her white silhouette flickering, stepped forward to obstruct Hanli's path. Her delicate brows furrowed as she spoke. "Is it that you were questioning me?" Hanli's expression darkened, and his tone grew rigid. "Miss Lin, do you have some entanglement with this Taoist?" The robed figure, cloaked in black, could no longer restrain himself from interjecting. It was evident that the veil of dark mist surrounding him signified a practitioner of some profound demonic technique. "Not at all, though this Taoist is a stranger to me. For reasons unknown, he bears a striking resemblance to the individual I have sought in the Great Jin." The celestial lady Tianlan gently brushed her azure tresses, her gaze towards Hanli becoming frigid. "What, you claim he is the one who possesses our sect's Gui Luo banner?" The black-robed practitioner, whose face was otherwise handsome, suddenly darkened, fixing Hanli with a fierce glare. "I cannot assert with certainty that he is that person. Although there are some differences in appearance and stature, he nevertheless evokes a sense of familiarity, particularly as he carries a similarly shaped bamboo tube upon his back." The celestial lady Tianlan narrowed her bright eyes, speaking with an unruffled demeanor. "Bamboo tube." At her words, The black-robed demonic cultivator paused, his gaze shifting to the elongated package on Han Li's back, which did indeed resemble a thick bamboo tube. Yet, when he attempted to probe the contents of the package with his spiritual sense, he was met with a formidable force that rebuffed his efforts mercilessly. Alarmed, he hastily withdrew his spiritual awareness, his countenance growing increasingly frigid. "Esteemed Taoist, I am Good Tian Hao of the Yin Luo sect. Might you unveil the contents of your package for our inspection? As long as it does not align with our suspicions, we shall refrain from further troubling you." Tian Hao spoke slowly, a hint of wariness manifesting upon his face. Not only he, but the other two practitioners, a man and a woman clad in similar garb, exchanged glances before stepping alongside Han Li, creating an imposing aura. Han Li stood expressionless, his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. Although none among them cast spells or summoned artifacts, a palpable tension surged forth, the atmosphere growing decidedly strained. Chapter 941. Threat at that moment. Nearby cultivators of the Foundation establishment and core formation stages, upon perceiving the situation, swiftly surveyed Han Li and his companions before their faces blanched in unison, scattering in all directions. Should such high-level practitioners unleash their full might in battle, these lesser beings would surely suffer the consequences of collateral damage. Casting a cold gaze around the stone hall, it soon became evident that only these few remained, as various pavilions hastily activated their protective wards in response to what they perceived as a dire threat. A flicker of tension rippled across Han Li's features, as a layer of crystalline azure light ascended eerily from his visage, his eyes gleaming with a chilling glare. Witnessing this, Good Tian Hao and the celestial lady Tianlan, along with their companions, instinctively harnessed their magical energies, preparing themselves for any eventuality, their internal artifacts brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Han Li appeared to recall something, and with a sudden cold smirk, he dispersed the azure glow upon his face and remarked nonchalantly, "If I am not mistaken, the regulations of Jinsi Fengshi strictly prohibit cultivators from engaging in combat or casting spells within the marketplace. Should anyone violate this decree, they would face the collective pursuit of the three major sects and the four great Buddhist orders behind the marketplace. Are a few of you perhaps eager to experience the taste of being hunted across vast distances? Or do you believe that with the backing of the Yin Luo sect, you can disregard the three sects and four orders? Humph, who dares to overlook the dual paths of Tao and Buddhism? This humble Taoist, Wu Pai, is quite curious to witness such audacity." Just as Han Li finished speaking, a booming voice suddenly echoed from afar. Subsequently, two radiant orbs of gold and silver surged forth from a distant loft, hurtling towards them, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before the group. One orb spiraled down, revealing two monks. I presumed it was a distinguished figure, but it turns out to be several friends from the Yin Luo sect. What is this? Does your esteemed sect intend to breach the rules and engage in a battle of spells within Jinsi Fengshi? The speaker, a Taoist with graying hair and a ruddy complexion, bore an imposing demeanor as he glared fiercely. The other was an unattractive middle-aged monk with an upturned nose, though he refrained from uttering disrespectful words. His expression was equally displeased as he coldly scrutinized the members of the Yin Luo sect. However, when his gaze fell upon Han Li and the Saintess Tianlan, a flicker of surprise crossed his countenance. In the Dejin realm, the emergence of unknown nascent soul cultivators, while possible, was still quite rare. Moreover, encountering those in the mid-nascent soul stage who remained nameless was even more exceptional. Thus, the unfamiliarity of the man and woman before him was indeed astonishing. Wu Pai merely seeks to clarify a few matters with the esteemed friend before me. Must you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Good Tian Hao, evidently recognizing the old Taoist, retorted coldly. Regardless of your intentions, the rule against fighting within the marketplace cannot be broken by anyone. That if you truly wish to engage in combat, I kindly ask that you relocate to another venue. Otherwise, do not blame this humble Taoist for being ungracious. Wu Pai, you may wait until we truly engage before making your move, Go added, his voice growing more forceful. There is no need for anger, my fellow Taoist. As long as you do not employ your powers, these two humble monks will not interfere in your matters. The unattractive monk interjected with a grin, his eyes glinting mischievously. I am Lin Yingping of Tianlan. Pleased to make the acquaintance of both of you. The situation is rather straightforward. This young lady suspects that this esteemed friend is a formidable adversary of our Tianlan Sacred Hall, and thus wishes to request that this esteemed friend reveal the contents of his bundle to confirm his identity. If he is not the person I suspect, I, Yingping, would gladly offer a toast and apologize, ensuring there will be no further entanglements. The Saintess of Tianlan, with her slender neck and starry-eyed gaze, cast a fleeting glance at Han Li as she spoke. What a joke! Who do you think Li is? Why should I need to verify my identity for you? Han Li replied, his expression unruffled and composed. If my esteemed friend is unwilling to proceed in this manner, then you may indeed be the formidable adversary of this temple. As the holy maiden of the sanctuary, I cannot permit you to depart so easily. Lin Yinping pursed her apricot lips, a glimmer of murderous intent surging in her eyes as she coldly declared, "The Tianlan holy maiden, is it not the holy maiden of the Tugu tribe from the grasslands?" The old Taoist inquired, his brow furrowing with intrigue. The ugly monk beside him also exhibited a flicker of surprise upon hearing this. "My esteemed friends, please do not jest that I indeed hold the position of holy maiden within my clan," Lin Yinping admitted with an unruffled demeanor. The noble Su Xianshi possesses extraordinary talent, having ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm before reaching the age of 400. I have had the pleasure of encountering him on several occasions. I wonder how he fares now. The old Taoist's expression shifted from anger to a more tempered tone as he questioned. Su Xianshi is quite well. He advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul realm several decades ago and is now one of the 4 great Xianshi of our clan. Upon hearing that the old Taoist had some acquaintance with her clan's esteemed Xianshi, Lin Yinping felt a surge of elation. Su Daoyu has indeed reached the late stage, as I had anticipated. To achieve such a milestone at such a young age, perhaps Su Daoyu is truly capable of further advancement, the old Taoist mused, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Han Li sensed an ominous turn of events, his mind racing with calculations. Did he truly have to engage in a fierce confrontation here with so many opponents at the nascent soul level, and then resort to the blood shadow escape to flee? Just as he hesitated, a barely audible transmission from the dying Divine Lord reached his consciousness. After absorbing the brief words, his expression immediately steadied. At that moment, the old Taoist, after inquiring further about Su Xianshi, cast a sweeping glance over Han Li. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally addressed Han Li. "Your cultivation is indeed remarkable. May I inquire about your origins? Perhaps I could mediate between the 2 esteemed friends." Although the old Taoist was unaware of Han Li's true identity, he recognized that a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, even if merely a loose cultivator, would not wish to make an enemy lightly. Thus, his words were exceptionally courteous. "I seem to have not heard that entering the Jinsi Fengshe requires one to disclose their origins," Han Li retorted with a tone of sarcasm. "If such a rule indeed exists in your esteemed Fengshe, I shall certainly abide by it. However, if it does not, then I must beg your pardon for my lack of interest in further discourse." Han Li's expression hardened as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's countenance darkened, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Yet, before he could respond, the monk interjected with a grin. "This Fengshe certainly has no such regulation. Earlier, Taoist Wubi was merely acting in a personal capacity, hoping to resolve some misunderstandings between the 2 esteemed friends. If you prefer not to divulge your origins, that is entirely acceptable. However, we can only prevent conflict within the Fengshe. Should Lin Daoyu and others block your exit outside, it falls beyond our jurisdiction. At that time, facing 4 nascent soul cultivators alone, I fear." The ugly monk's demeanor was one of jest, yet the underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. Han Li could not help but smirk at this. But as he glanced over at Gu Tianhao and the Tianlan holy maiden, he noticed their fluctuating gazes, suggesting that they might indeed resort to such measures for the sake of the ghost Luo banner and the sacred beast avatar he had taken. As the thought flickered through his mind, Han Li fixed his gaze upon Lin Yinping and suddenly spoke with a somber tone. "Is it sufficient to merely have seen the contents of my package? If I were indeed an enemy of yours, there would be little left to discuss. However, should you have mistaken me for someone else, and the contents of the package are not what you envision, then what course of action shall you take? Surely, you cannot believe that a mere apology would suffice to dissipate the resentment harbored within me. Can you? What do you mean? Are you threatening us?" Gu Tianhao's voice turned icy, his demeanor growing fierce. "It is absurd to demand that I open the package after misidentifying me. Do you truly think I would remain passive in the face of such egregious affront? While I may lack various divine abilities, I possess a fair degree of proficiency in evasion techniques. Even if all 4 of you were to attack simultaneously, I estimate a 70% chance of eluding capture. However, should that occur, you must not blame me for resorting to extreme measures against your sect and yourselves. Alone, I have no fear of retaliation." After a few mocking laughs, Han Li ominously continued. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Gu Tianhao, Lin Yinping, and the others shifted subtly. Even the monk and the old Taoist exchanged glances, both harboring their own doubts. Judging by his tone, It was evident that this individual was not only a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, but also possessed a vengeful disposition, a type of adversary that all major sects would strive to avoid provoking. After all, once a cultivator reached such a level, the potential repercussions of recklessly attacking disciples of various ranks could be catastrophic. If this individual truly mastered a particular evasion technique, the situation would be even more precarious. Even a late-stage nascent soul practitioner might struggle to subdue him in a timely manner. Moreover, if he were to act with cruelty, the resulting damage could easily overwhelm even the 10 great demon sects. Thus, cultivators at the mid-nascent soul level and above are generally courted by major sects, and if such courting fails, they are prudently avoided, should it become unavoidable to confront an enemy. The only recourse is to swiftly dispatch them using high-ranking practitioners. Gu Tianhao and his companions were only so insistent on verifying Han Li's identity due to the presence of the ghostly banner, a treasured artifact of the sect. Yet, a pressing question remained. If Han Li were indeed the person who had seized the ghostly banner from the Tiannan, such measures would be warranted. However, if he were not, it would lead to considerable trouble, unnecessarily drawing a formidable adversary upon their sect. With this thought in mind, Gu Tianhao couldn't help but glance at the saintess of Tianlan. Lin Yinping, too, furrowed her delicate brows, clearly recognizing the potential complications. If this individual were truly vengeful, the thought of future reprisals against the Tianlan grasslands filled her with trepidation. Dear friend, why must you exaggerate such a trivial matter? We merely wish to inspect the contents of your package. How about this? If Silver Screen has indeed misunderstood you, then you may propose a reasonable condition to rectify our oversight, Lin Yinping suggested, her enchanting eyes fluttering as she smiled sweetly. Chapter 942. The Jade Pendant. It was evident that the saintess of Tianlan was reluctant to provoke a powerful adversary over a mere misunderstanding. A condition. Han Li's gaze shifted coldly towards her, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. If my esteemed companion is willing, this humble lady could directly offer a sum of spirit stones as a token of my unintentional oversight. Lin Yinping remarked with an unusually calm demeanor, her chin slightly raised. As for the spirit stones, let us set that aside. Han Li scoffed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Suddenly, he swiftly turned and, with a single motion, retrieved the package from his back, bringing it before him. This action momentarily stunned those nearby, their gazes fixated on the object in Han Li's grasp. Without hesitation, Han Li grasped a corner of the package and gave his arm a shake. Instantly, a melodious chime resonated as a resplendent, sheathed longsword appeared upon the ground. Though the sword remained in its scabbard, the dazzling spiritual light that flickered upon it and its inexplicable sound drew the attention of all present, making it clear that this was an extraordinarily rare treasure. It was no wonder the individual before them exhibited such ire at being compelled to display his belongings to outsiders. Were they in his position, forced to exhibit their cherished artifacts before strangers, they would surely harbor some resentment as well. Upon seeing the longsword, Lin Yinping's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of disbelief. She released her spiritual sense entirely, scrutinizing the sheathed sword for a considerable time, ultimately compelled to confirm that the sword appeared entirely normal, devoid of any illusions. Ji Tianhao and the other disciples of the Yin Luo sect exchanged glances, their expressions turning somewhat awkward as they realized the contents of the package were not what they had imagined. It seemed they had indeed created a significant misunderstanding. Fortunately, they had not truly engaged in conflict with this individual, or else the grudge formed would have been utterly unfounded. The old Taoist Wu Bai and the unsightly monk maintained their solemn demeanor, appearing completely detached from the situation. It appears we have misjudged our companion. It is indeed the fault of this humble lady. Should you have any conditions, my dear Lin will surely endeavor to meet your expectations. The saintess of Tianlan sighed, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her features before she addressed Han Li with an apologetic tone. Spirit stones are not something I lack. Let us do this instead. That jade pendant at your waist is quite exquisite. How about gifting it to me? Han Li's gaze traversed the saintess of Tianlan before ultimately resting upon her jingling waist, unexpectedly stating, a jade pendant? Lin Yinping was evidently taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she removed the emerald butterfly jade pendant from her waist. After a moment's contemplation, her eyes filled with astonishment, given that it was an accessory she wore. It could hardly be an ordinary item. This delicate butterfly-shaped jade pendant possessed a certain refreshing and clarifying effect, rendering it a relatively rare auxiliary magical artifact. However, while such an item was indeed precious to cultivators at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, for this young woman in the mid-Yuaning stage, its invigorating effects were nearly negligible. The only reason she had not replaced it was its unique charm and the fact that she had carried it for some time. Now, Han Li's request for this jade pendant left her perplexed. With her delicate fingers, Lin Yinping gingerly grasped the small pendant, her face revealing a trace of hesitation. "What is this, my dear Lin? Are you reluctant to part with it? Perhaps we could arrange a trade instead. Did I notice the hairpin atop your head?" Han Li's gaze flickered as if he were considering a change in his request that a mere magical artifact. What is there to be reluctant about? It is only that this item has accompanied me for some time, and I have grown somewhat attached to it. You may take this item, my esteemed companion. Lin Yinping raised her elegantly arched eyebrows. And in an instant, a resolute decision blossomed within her heart. She cast the jade pendant in her hand directly to Han Li. Han Li lifted his hand to catch the flying pendant, sensing its lingering warmth and nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, the pendant vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he beckoned to the golden long knife lying on the ground, and with a resonant hum, it soared into his grasp. In the blink of an eye, a piece of gray cloth sprang from his sleeve, swiftly wrapping the long knife into a slender package. He placed the package behind him without uttering a word and turned to leave. Making his way towards the entrance of the market, the other cultivators, witnessing Han Li's indifferent demeanor, exchanged glances filled with surprise. As Lin Yinping saw her companion truly about to depart, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and her cherry lips parted to inquire further. "May I ask for your esteemed name, fellow cultivator?" "Li Feiyu, a wandering cultivator from overseas," Han Li replied, his steps unwavering, his tone flat and devoid of emotion as he gradually receded from view. "Li Feiyu? Guxiong, have you ever heard of such a formidable cultivator from overseas?" Lin Yinping remarked, her gaze fixed on Han Li's retreating figure, her eyes cooling with a hint of frost. "It is peculiar. Despite having seen his package, an unsettling doubt lingers in my heart, leaving me in a state of unease. Your inquiry places me in a difficult position, dear Taoist," Gu Tianhao responded, though his expression bore traces of discomfort. While overseas cultivators belong to the greater realm of the Great Gene, they are, in reality, quite isolated from us inland practitioners. It is rare for any cultivators from overseas to tread upon the heartland of our land. Furthermore, the cultivation levels among overseas practitioners vary greatly, with numerous rogue cultivators and factions. For those not hailing from overseas, it is challenging to ascertain the true depths of the hidden powers among them. Of course, the renowned three immortals of the overseas realm are a different matter entirely, as their reputation is well established both at home and abroad. Listening to this explanation, the Saintess of Tianlan, her brows furrowed, understood that further inquiry was futile. She reluctantly set aside thoughts of the cultivator named Li Feiyu for the time being. Meanwhile, Han Li showed no signs of hesitation as he exited the market, his figure flickering before he appeared on a nearby street, blending seamlessly into the bustling throngs of mortals, strolling leisurely. "Senior, I did not anticipate that you could deceive so many nascent soul cultivators merely with your spiritual awareness. Especially after I failed to detect any anomaly following your transformation into the Cave of Fortune. I am deeply impressed," Han Li remarked with a smile, communicating telepathically as he walked. "This is nothing remarkable. Once you master the last 3 layers of the Great Yin technique, you too will be able to manipulate your opponents effortlessly from a mere arm's length away. If you also excel in illusionary arts, eliminating lower-tier foes without a trace will not pose a challenge," the Great Yin god replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, the first 4 layers of the Great Yin technique are already so formidable, I cannot fathom how powerful one's spiritual awareness would become upon mastering all layers. Alas, even though you have imparted to me the mantra for the 4th layer, I have yet to find the time to formally cultivate it," Han Li expressed with a mix of admiration and a hint of regret. While your innate talents may be lacking, it appears that you possess a commendable aptitude for the cultivation of the Great Transformation technique, coupled with the extraordinary soul-nourishing wood, which nourishes the spirit. Mastering the Great Transformation technique may not take you any longer than it did for me in my prime. The Great Transformation deity holds high hopes for Han Li's progress in this technique. One can only hope so. However, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Why would you, esteemed senior, wish for me to contemplate acquiring a personal trinket from my adversary? Do you harbor some ulterior motive? Han Li expressed his confusion. Do you truly believe that the Saintess of Tianlan would arrive in the capital and allow you to escape so easily? The Great Transformation deity retorted without preamble. What other reason could there be for this woman's presence? If not to pursue my entry into the Great Gene, I have brought along both the Saint Beast avatar of the abrupt stranger and that peculiar little cauldron into the void celestial cauldron. How could the Saintess of Tianlan simply relinquish her pursuit? It is likely she will scour the great gene for me in the future. Yet, the fact that she has allied herself with those from the Yin Luo sect suggests that considerable trouble lies ahead. Han Li sighed and spoke resignedly. Indeed, in my younger years, I practiced the art of crafting sensing orbs, which can detect the presence of an opponent within 100 miles by attuning to their aura. Henceforth, once this woman enters your vicinity, you will be alerted and given a general indication of her direction. Should she pose any threat to you in the future, you will have the opportunity to prepare in advance. However, the efficacy of this item will not endure for long. It will gradually diminish after approximately a year. Yet, that duration should suffice for you to exercise caution while in the capital. The great transformation deity spoke slowly. I see now. Thank you, esteemed senior, for considering my predicament so thoroughly. Han Li expressed his gratitude with a hint of delight. I am not acting out of concern for you, but rather to avoid any unforeseen mishaps arising from your crafting of a puppet for me. The great transformation deity replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, he altered his course and entered a nearby alleyway, twisting and turning until he found himself before a desolate and dilapidated courtyard. The surrounding area was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Han Li halted, his expression darkening. Fellow cultivator, after following me for such a length of time, what exactly are your intentions with that? He slowly turned to face the empty space behind him, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Truly, you are worthy of your reputation as a practitioner from overseas, for you have even seen through my painstakingly cultivated ghost shadow escape. There is no need for you to worry. I harbor no ill intentions. A man's voice chuckled lightly, and with a flicker of green light, a humanoid green shadow gradually materialized. Han Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure before him. It was a gaunt old man, his face betraying a cunning demeanor, with sparse, broken whiskers adorning his chin. He was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Gazing at Han Li with an air of self-assuredness, fellow cultivator, you have been tailing me since the market. What is your purpose? Are you not aware that following fellow practitioners in such a manner is a grave taboo? If I were to strike you down right now, no one would raise a word of protest. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Han Li's face as he spoke coldly. Why must you be so menacing? Esteemed fellow, I approached you with the sincere intention of conducting a transaction. This transaction could prove advantageous for both you and me. The old man chuckled with a hint of amusement before speaking unperturbed. Chapter 943, Extortion. Not interested. I never engage in dealings with those who act furtively. To the old man's astonishment, Han Li categorically rejected the offer without even listening, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. However, he soon recalled something, and after a brief relaxation of his facial wrinkles, he chuckled lightly. You speak too soon, my friend. It would be wise to listen first. After hearing me out, Brother Li can make a decision at his leisure. Otherwise, it will be Brother Li who suffers the consequences. The old man's words carried an unmistakable hint of threat. This could be detrimental to me. This piqued Brother Li's curiosity somewhat. I shall listen for the time being. Han Li clasped his hands behind his back, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Such a course of action is indeed prudent, my friend. I shall first show you something, and then we may discuss the transaction. The old man grinned, tapping his waist pouch, from which a burst of green light shot forth, spiraling before settling atop his head, revealing a spirit beast the size of a fist. This spirit beast resembled a magnified snail, its entire body a vibrant green, slowly swaying its crystalline, elongated antennae, moving with remarkable sluggishness. A worm beast. What is your intention in presenting this creature? Do you intend for it to spray venom upon me? Upon seeing the beast, Han Li's expression darkened. How could I possibly use such a low-tier spirit beast against you, Brother Li? To be frank, this spirit beast has undergone a slight mutation, granting it the ability to see through certain illusions. Just now, while you confronted the fellows from the Yin Luo sect, I happened to have a fragment of my consciousness attached to this beast. You should understand what I mean. The transformation of the bamboo tube into a longsword could deceive others, but it cannot fool this beast's spiritual awareness. The old man grasped the worm beast from atop his head, lifting it with a sense of pride. Even so, what of it? Do you have any further thoughts? Upon learning that this worm beast was a mutated spirit creature with the ability to see through illusions, Han Li felt a shiver down his spine, though his expression remained unchanged. Ha ha. Why must you distance yourself, my friend? I mean no harm. If you could bestow upon me 3 or 4 treasures or a substantial sum of spirit stones, I would promptly forget all that I have just witnessed and would never dare to trouble Brother Li. The old man's face finally revealed a glimmer of greed as he made his audacious proposal. Are you threatening me? Hanli laughed, not in anger, but amusement. What? Have you developed murderous intentions? It would be wise for you to retract that. I am but a solitary cultivator, and I do not fear your threats. My appearance before you signifies that I possess ample means of self-preservation. I have long dispatched a disciple to follow the In Luo sect, and that celestial maiden Tianlan. Should anything transpire here, my disciple will promptly disclose the matter of your illusionary trickery. At that point, you will find yourself in significant trouble. Moreover, this is the city of Jinjing, filled with high-level cultivators attending the auction. Do you truly believe you could eliminate me in such a place? The moment I let out a single cry, you will find yourself utterly helpless. By that time, the young apprentice led the members of the In Luo sect over. And here I entangled myself with them, leaving my fellow cultivator with no means of escape. Only a dead end awaits. Perhaps 4 or 5 Yuanying level cultivators, when united, may not be able to extinguish my fellow cultivator's life. But what of 7 or 8? As far as I know, the In Luo sect possesses more than just these few Yuanying level elders in the capital. With such numbers, do you still have confidence in your escape? It would be wise to part with some wealth to avert disaster. The old man retreated 2 steps, a cunning smile appearing on his face as he raised a hand, causing a wooden shield to fly from his sleeve, enveloping him in a layer of hazy yellow light, presenting an exceedingly cautious demeanor. Hanli furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the light shield surrounding his adversary, his expression shifting through various shades of contemplation. It seems that without offering my fellow cultivators some benefits, I would genuinely encounter considerable trouble. Yet, I am left wondering what treasure you desire. After a moment's pause, Han Li's demeanor returned to normal, and he spoke with remarkable composure. Now, that is the right approach. I, too, seek only wealth and harbor no intentions of a deadly confrontation with you. I am not particular. If you could simply provide me with a few ancient treasures, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Upon hearing this, the old man's heart swelled with delight, and he quickly responded. The other party's blatant greed caused Han Li's brow to twitch involuntarily, with a darkened expression. He reached for his storage bag, flipping his palm over to reveal a silvery golden orb, within which faintly glimmered a sphere the size of an egg. A few ancient treasures. Your appetite is rather large. I possess no other ancient treasures, save for this Yunyizu, which I fortuitously acquired years ago. Due to the nature of my cultivation method, it is ill-suited for my use. Take it with you and depart. Do not be overly greedy. Be cautious not to overreach. Hanli remarked, somewhat irately, as he flicked his wrist, sending the orb hurtling towards the old man. The old man's face lit up with joy. However, after a fleeting glance, he refrained from directly reaching out for the treasure. Instead, he tossed the worm beast beside him, and with a sudden sweep of his sleeve, a plume of dark light shot forth from within, enveloping the silvery golden orb entirely. After a moment, observing that the orb exhibited no peculiarities, he cautiously drew it closer through the light shield. This object bears some unique patterns, indeed not resembling an ordinary treasure. I wonder what mystical properties it possesses. The old man connected his divine sense to the nearby worm beast, sensing that the orb before him was not an illusion and bore no aura of a recognized magical artifact within. Immediately, the majority of his suspicions dissipated, and he beckoned, drawing the orb into his grasp, murmuring in contemplation, "What effects does this treasure hold? It is best for you to test it personally, I assure you. It will undoubtedly astonish you," Hanli said, crossing his arms with an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, that is the case. But do you truly believe that a single ancient treasure suffices to dismiss me? Is that not rather farcical?" The old man, still slightly exhilarated, attempted to infuse the orb with his spiritual energy while greedily seeking to extort further benefits. Observing this, Han Li's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile of derision. It is somewhat farcical. How about this? I shall send you on your way right now, he said suddenly, his voice turning as cold as ice. The old man, startled by these words, had yet to react when a torrent of spiritual energy surged from within him into the orb in his hand. With a soft crack, the spherical object shattered, revealing dozens of luminous beetles, the rare 3-colored gold-devouring insects that Han Li possessed. As soon as these ethereal creatures emerged, they spread their wings with ferocity and lunged viciously at the elder. Given the proximity, the elder had no time to evade. A fleeting thought of impending doom crossed his mind before the gold-devouring insects plunged onto his face, their multitude of ravenous mouths gnashing away. Were it not for the elder's status as a nascent soul cultivator, with a robust protective aura, his visage would have been irrevocably altered in that brief moment. With such a horde of fierce spirit insects relentlessly biting at his face and his vision obscured, the elder, in a fit of panic and rage, frantically clawed at his face with his hands. Illuminated by dark light, attempting to swat the grotesque creatures away. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash a piercing howl to summon other cultivators. However, at that instant, a chilling snort reverberated in his ears, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Though subtle, the moment the sound reached him, he was struck by excruciating pain that felt as if his consciousness was being torn apart. The elder's body convulsed involuntarily, and a scream of anguish escaped his lips, abruptly cutting off the howl that had been on the verge of escaping. Terror gripped his heart, just as he contemplated a desperate retreat into the air. The agonizing sensation in his consciousness vanished, and the beetles clinging to his face took flight, granting him newfound clarity of vision. Yet, at that moment, a gold sword entwined with violet flames appeared before him, descending with lethal intent. The elder bellowed in terror, realizing he had no time to unleash a magical artifact or employ an evasion technique. He could only channel all his spiritual energy into the protective barrier before him, hoping to withstand the impending strike. Overwhelmed by fury and fear, he quickly comprehended that this self-proclaimed rogue cultivator from overseas harbored murderous intent from the very beginning, with no inclination towards reconciliation. As anger surged within him, he regretted having provoked such a formidable foe. Fortunately, his yellow wooden shield was an ancient treasure, acquired with great difficulty, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, even against a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. It should have sufficed to absorb the blow. In the fleeting moment of realization, a soft sound resonated as the yellow barrier met the gold sword, shattering like tofu under the blade's might. The sword continued its descent, blinding golden light flashing, and the elder's body abruptly split into two halves that toppled to either side. Concurrently, a black infant, barely a foot tall and frozen in fear, lingered at a distance, ensnared within a mass of violet ice, utterly immobile. After a swift maneuver, the gold sword cleaved the now masterless writhing beast into a shower of blood. Before soaring back above the violet ice, with a thunderous crack, several thick golden arcs shot from the sword, weaving into a delicate electric net that ensnared the nascent soul within its grasp. A resounding rumble echoed as the violet ice, along with the entombed nascent soul, disintegrated into nothingness amidst the golden light. It was only then that Han Li's expression softened, yet his movements remained unceasing. With a swift gesture towards the elder's corpse, the storage bag at the elder's waist flew into his hand. Simultaneously, two fist-sized crimson fireballs erupted from his other sleeve, reducing both the elder and the writhing beast remains to oblivion. Without hesitation, Han Li ascended into the air, his form vanishing like a specter amidst a flicker of azure light. A mere quarter of an hour later, 5 vividly colored rainbows unexpectedly manifested in the sky above, spiraling downwards before dispersing, revealing 5 individuals: Lin Yiping, Gu Tianhao, and 2 others, accompanied by a young man with an unfamiliar visage, who was, in fact, a cultivator at the core formation stage. This is indeed the right place. My master's aura has vanished from here, the young man said nervously, cradling a magical disc in his hands. There are remnants of spiritual energy here, and I can indeed sense the presence of that fellow with the surname Li. There are also traces of blood. It seems your master has been silenced, Gu Tianhao remarked darkly as his gaze swept the vicinity, landing on a small patch of crimson on the ground. Chapter 944, Cold Bone Impossible. Although my master is slightly less powerful than that scoundrel, the young man's face turned pale, disbelief etched across his features. Humph, what do you know? Even if he were merely a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul, that individual has a history of exterminating peers of the same rank. It's hardly surprising that your master was killed by him when caught off guard, Gu Tianhao retorted coldly. But how did old Xiao convey this to you? Speak frankly and in detailed. That moment, Lin Yiping extended her consciousness to swiftly search the area. Suddenly, with a graceful twist of her waist, she appeared several yards away, reaching down to retrieve an object from the ground. Her expression darkened considerably upon examination. My master did not say much. He merely handed me his life-saving magical disc and instructed that if anything unusual occurred with it, or if he did not return after a certain period, I should immediately inform several seniors of the situation to ensure his timely rescue, the young man murmured. Needless to say, your master must have encountered misfortune. Lin Yiping asserted. Is this item something your master used from an ancient treasure? She raised her hand, sending an object flying towards the young man that he hastily caught it, and, upon inspection, felt a sinking sensation in his heart that it was a small piece of yellow wood, shimmering with a faint, familiar spiritual light. It was indeed a fragment of the old man's wooden shield. This is from my master's Mukue shield. That shield is exceptionally sturdy, with astonishing defensive capabilities. How could it have been destroyed? The young man's complexion grew even more ashen. Lin Daoyu, it appears old Xiao is no longer among the living. Initially, I was skeptical of your claims regarding his ability to slay peers of the same level. But it seems he is even more formidable than anticipated. Though old Xiao was merely a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, he was proficient in numerous extraordinary escape techniques, yet he could not even cry out for help before being killed. This indicates that this person possesses abilities that rival those of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but it is likely that we few are insufficient to subdue him, Gu Tianhao said dismissively, directing his words gravely towards the saintess of Tianlan. What? Go brother, do you not intend to retrieve your sect's treasured artifact? Lin Yinping inquired, her brow furrowing contemplatively. Since the Gue Luo banner has fallen into this person's hands, it is highly probable that your sect's fourth elder has also perished at his hands. Gu Tianhao replied, "Ha. Having slain our Yin Luo sect's elder and seized our sacred treasure, even if he is not a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, rest assured, our sect shall never let him go unpunished. However, it seems this individual bears a significant grudge against your Tianan Prairie," Lin Yinping concluded. Otherwise, as a saintess of her clan, Lin Daoyu would not have lingered in our Dejin for several years solely for this individual. Gu Tianhao chuckled lightly, his words laden with implication. If we can eliminate this person, I can personally offer an additional 20% on the conditions previously agreed upon by the Sacred Hall with your esteemed sect. However, we must first extract one treasure from this individual. Lin Yinping, after lightly pursing her crimson lips, suddenly smiled charmingly and replied, 30%. Capturing such a formidable cultivator, our sect is yet unaware of the potential losses we might incur. As for the treasures, we had already consented to your esteemed hall's conditions, and thus, there will be no further discussion on that matter. Ge Tianhao spoke without hesitation. This hall can accept that condition. Lin Yinping agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Excellent. I trust that as a distinguished saintess, you would not act in bad faith. Hu Shidi immediately activated a communication talisman to summon all the elders and disciples of our sect currently in Jin capital to search for this person with full force. Since this individual has ventured to the market, they will undoubtedly attend the grand auction, presenting us with the best opportunity to capture them. However, all actions must be conducted covertly to avoid drawing the attention of other sects' cultivators. And lower-tier disciples should not engage with this person at all. The elders should refrain from acting recklessly unless they have gathered together. It would be most prudent to draw this person into an array and strike together. Gu Tianhao turned to another male cultivator of the Yin Luo sect and said, should we inform sect leader Fong? After all, it was he who dispatched the fourth elder, leading to his demise. The male cultivator inquired. Since the last plan to repair the Gue Luo banner was only half completed, and given the incident involving the fourth elder, sect leader Fong has left the elders extremely dissatisfied. I have heard that he is currently in seclusion, refining a powerful treasure, and even if he were to come immediately, he would not make it in time for the auction. However, we can send a communication talisman to him. If we fail to capture this individual, we can enlist their faction's assistance against him. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Tianhao nodded. Thus, after a careful discussion, the group swiftly ascended and departed from the location. Naturally, to avoid causing a disturbance among the common folk, they immediately concealed themselves once they took to the sky. Although there are regulations against cultivators flying in Jin capital, sects as large as Yin Luo disregard such rules altogether. Meanwhile, Han Li was traversing a less frequented street over 20 miles away, probing the contents of the little old man's storage bag with his spiritual sense. There were quite a few assorted items within, requiring him to discern their nature with some effort. Suddenly halting, a look of surprise crossed Han Li's face. What is it? Have you discovered something? The Yin Divine Lord inquired lazily through a transmission. What is this? It seems I have never encountered it before. Han Li flipped his palm, revealing a slender jade bottle about 6 or 7 inches tall, entirely emerald green and exquisitely crafted. He brushed his finger lightly across the bottle's neck. A piercing chill coursed through his fingertip, prompting a flicker of uncertainty on his face. He then cradled the small bottle in one hand, gently shaking it, and could faintly hear the sound of liquid flowing within. Han Li raised an eyebrow. Could it be some sort of spiritual liquid? However, the liquid inside the bottle seemed peculiar, as even his spiritual sense could not penetrate it. Han Li gazed intently at the small bottle. Murmuring to himself, curiosity piqued. One could discern the truth upon returning and scrutinizing the matter closely. This is the mundane street. It would be wise not to hastily unveil it, lest one inadvertently stirs up trouble. Warned the Yin Divine Monarch. I am well aware of this, Han Li replied with an impassive demeanor, his wrist flicking as the small vial vanished without a trace. Han, now that your identity is exposed, you must exercise caution in the capital. The Yin Luo sect and the Celestial Lawn Saintus will not easily let you slip by. They will likely deduce that you intend to attend the auction. It matters not. I have no faith that another beast adept at perceiving illusions exists in the capital. As long as I avoid the late-stage nascent soul cultivators, I foresee no significant issues. This auction represents our sole opportunity to gather the necessary materials. Despite the inherent dangers, we must take the risk. Hanli seemed to have contemplated this matter beforehand. Indeed, since this endeavor is to procure materials for the puppet, should true danger arise, I shall make an exception and lend you a hand, utilizing the Yin techniques divine piercing to assist you as I did in our earlier confrontation, the Yin divine monarch stated nonchalantly. Thank you, esteemed senior. With your assurance, I feel considerably more at ease. Hanli replied with a hint of joy in his heart. An hour later, Hanli returned to the Taoist temple, moving with the nonchalance of a commoner. After engaging in leisurely conversation with the temple master for a while, he eventually strolled back to his quarters, casually arranging several temporary magical formations around the room. Hanli then retrieved the verdant vial, placing it before him for a meticulous examination. After a moment, he lifted one hand and grasped the cap of the jade bottle. With a flicker of spiritual light, the cap was deftly removed. Instantly, a beam of chilling light shot forth from the vial, and the temperature within the room plummeted abruptly. Even for Hanli, a cultivator who had trained in the Violet Luo Extreme Fire's cold arts, the sudden chill compelled him to shiver involuntarily. Startled, Hanli's body erupted with a layer of purple flames, which repelled the chilling light upon contact. The cold light swept through the room. Thick ice began to form where it lingered. Had it not been for the multiple layers of restrictions previously set, the frigid air would have likely permeated outside. It seems this chilling light, while not as formidable as the Violet Luo Extreme Fire, possesses an intensity that is nearly on par with the Qin Blue Ice Flame. What manner of object is this? Hanli, intrigued, enveloped his hand in the purple flames and gently shook the vial once more. Another surge of cold light burst forth from the bottle's opening. As he observed the chilling radiance dispersing in the air, further plunging the room into an even deeper frost, he finally brought the vial closer to his eyes. A quick glance revealed flickers of silver light shimmering through the misty coldness within the vial. This seems to be. Pour a drop from the vial into a jade plate, and let me examine it closely. The Yin divine monarch's voice suddenly took on a note of excitement. A surge of inspiration struck Hanli. Without hesitation, he retrieved a palm-sized jade dish from his storage bag with his other hand. He grasped the vial, giving it a slight shake. A droplet of silver liquid fell steadily from the vial's mouth, producing a crisp, pleasant sound as it landed in the dish, transforming into a silver orb the size of a grain of rice, rolling incessantly within the plate. To Hanli's astonishment, the silver pearl itself emitted no trace of coldness, appearing utterly ordinary. Indeed, it was confirmed to be the essence of cold that could only be nurtured within the ice jade of 10,000 years. I have heard of 10,000-year ice jade, sighed the Yin divine monarch, speaking slowly. But what is this essence of cold? It seems quite precious, Hanli inquired, perplexed. The essence of cold is essentially a variant of the jade essence, which is among the most commonly utilized materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. However, this particular essence only grows within the jade of 10,000-year mystery jade, making it an elusive treasure that most people will never encounter. If memory serves, there exists but a small vial of it in the Bei Zhejiang of northwest Dejin, treasured as a mountain-protecting heirloom. Beyond that, I have not heard of its production elsewhere. The Yin divine monarch replied calmly. By the way, the snow crystal pearl you have refined is actually crafted from 10,000-year mystery jade. Chapter 945. The water of returning sun and the essence of solar fire, given its rarity. This substance must possess some unique qualities, Hanli remarked, his gaze fixed upon the silver pearl within the jade dish. Not merely unique, this substance is quite valuable to us cultivators, typically regarded as a top-tier auxiliary material for crafting artifacts and elixirs. However, should it fall into the hands of the demon race, they would be willing to risk their very souls to obtain it, as it serves as an exceptional safeguard against the tribulations of transformation. The Yin divine monarch responded, the transformation tribulations of the demon race. Even though Hanli was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but pause at the words. Indeed, countless high-level demon beasts exist in this world. Yet only a scant few can survive the transformation tribulation at the 7th tier. After all, the power of heavenly thunder fundamentally restrains most demon beasts. To them, the thunder tribulation is akin to a death sentence. However, if a demon beast consumes a drop of the essence of cold, refined into a silver pearl, Prior to undergoing the tribulation, they can significantly mitigate the damage inflicted by the thunder on their corporeal form for a limited time. Do you not think this essence is rare for such demon beasts? Nonetheless, there are not many human cultivators in the cultivation world who are aware of this substance. The Beizaijigang possesses a rather peculiar cold attribute cultivation method. And during my travels into Jin, I once engaged in conflict with high-level cultivators from their palace, thus I became acquainted with this item. Moreover, it is said that every 1,000 years or so, high-level demon beasts gather secretly on the Beiming Ice Island, where the Zaijigang is located, launching desperate assaults to compel the palace's cultivators to relinquish some essence of cold. Such events are hard to believe. Hanli remarked, incredulous. What is peculiar about it? Without essence of cold, they would likely meet a dead end in their transformation tribulation. If they are fortunate enough to obtain a drop of essence of cold, their chances of successfully overcoming the thunder tribulation would increase dramatically. Why would they not exert themselves? Furthermore, during such times, the old demons from the Wanyao Valley also take the initiative to lead the charge. Even if their attacks fail, these demon beasts would suffer no significant losses. The Beizaijigang, having inherited certain ancient formidable techniques, possesses several formidable forbidden formations passed down since ancient times. Particularly, this island is situated atop the cold eye of the Tianyuan vein, where the bone-chilling cold pervades the area for 1,000 miles, capable of killing silently those that have never cultivated the cold attribute techniques upon entering this island find that nearly half of their spiritual power must be expended merely to fend off the encroaching chill, rendering them incapable of fully contending with the cultivators of the Northern Nights Minor Extreme Palace. Thus, despite this blustering advances, they have never truly conquered Beiming Island. However, given the immense value of this spiritual liquid, how did that individual, who perished at your hands, come by it? Do examine this small vial for any distinctive markings. After the Yin God Monarch elucidated to Hanli, he began to ponder. Markings? This vial bears a snowflake-shaped pattern at its base. I wonder if this qualifies as a marking. Hanli's expression shifted as he reached out, his finger grazing the bottom of the vial, and remarked, indeed, that is unmistakably the mark of Beiming Island. It seems this vial is indeed the one containing the cold marrow from the Minor Extreme Palace. Yet, how curious it is that it ended up in the possession of a mere early-stage Yuaning cultivator. Carelessly tucked away in a storage pouch, the Yin God Monarch appeared to be mulling over the perplexing intricacies of the situation. In this world, myriad bizarre occurrences are entirely possible. Perhaps this item was pilfered from Beiming Island by someone. Or it could be that a cultivator from Beiming Island absconded with the treasure, fortuitously placing it into that person's hands. All these scenarios remain plausible. However, you previously mentioned that this cold marrow, for our cultivators, can only serve as an auxiliary material for crafting magical artifacts and elixirs. If that is indeed the case, why then would the cultivators of the Northern Nights Minor Extreme Palace engage in a prolonged struggle against myriad for this item? Surely, they could have simply relinquished it without further ado. After contemplating, Hanli furrowed his brow and inquired. Many informed cultivators of the Great Jin have long harbored such doubts. Yet, the Minor Extreme Palace's public stance claims it is to suppress the existence of Tier 8 and above, in order to maintain stability within the Great Jin's cultivation realm. Otherwise, a mere vial of cold marrow could spawn dozens of Tier 8, a force potent enough to disrupt the balance of power among the several factions of Great Jin, thus inciting chaos. However, this explanation serves only to deceive the common folk. The Minor Extreme Palace cultivator I once battled was of notable rank, seemingly a deputy palace master, due to his insolent remarks. After I triumphed in our clash and vanquished him, I employed a soul-searching technique to interrogate him thoroughly. Inadvertently, I uncovered a secret concerning the cold marrow. As the Yin God Monarch recounted this, his voice faltered, as if lost in recollection. A secret? Hanli's eyebrows lifted, piquing his interest. Indeed, had I not encountered this cold marrow, I would have nearly forgotten it. This matter is likely known only to a select few high-ranking members of the Northern Nights Minor Extreme Palace. Others are utterly oblivious. In truth, aside from its utility as materials for artifact crafting and alchemy, the primary function of cold marrow is as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the ancient elixir Huiyang Shui. The Yin God Monarch's tone grew grave. Huiyang water. Is that not the legendary elixir capable of regenerating bone and flesh, infinitely mending injuries? Hanli gasped, startled. Indeed, it is said that no matter how grievously a body may be wounded, even if shattered beyond recognition, as long as this spiritual medicine is sprinkled upon the wounds, it can instantaneously restore the body to its former state. Some texts even claim that this elixir possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased. Of course, these are merely rumors. The veracity remains uncertain. However, one point is universally acknowledged among all texts. The return of yang water possesses miraculous efficacy in prolonging the lifespan of cultivators. It is said that it can extend the life of an ordinary cultivator by a quarter. You understand the implications of this, do you not? The Daiyin Divine Monarch remarked lightly. This signifies that certain late-stage golden core cultivators may have the opportunity to advance to the nascent soul stage. And those in the late nascent soul stage are highly likely to enter the transformation stage. Hanli exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, of course, this cold marrow is merely a primary ingredient for concocting the return of yang true water. If one wishes to truly refine this water, aside from the other materials, the solar essence fire, found deep within 10,000 zhang of molten lava, is absolutely indispensable. Only cold marrow tempered with this fire can be considered a harmonious blend of yin and yang, capable of producing return of yang water. Otherwise, it would be a sheer waste of this substance. The Daiyin Divine Monarch spoke with profound meaning. The solar essence fire, where might one procure such a thing? Let alone how long an ordinary cultivator could endure beneath 10,000 zhang of molten lava. What are the odds of this fire forming within the molten depths? Once the solar essence fire comes into being, it is as if it possesses a spirit, appearing and disappearing in the lava without a trace, making it nearly impossible to capture. Moreover, even if one were to obtain this fire, lacking the formula for return of yang water would render it fruitless. Hanli said with a hint of self-mockery. The Daiyin Divine Monarch fell into a contemplative silence, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. I am unable to assist you in acquiring the solar essence fire. But I do possess the formula. As Han Daoist forgotten the deputy palace master of the minor extreme palace whom I vanquished years ago, his consciousness happened to retain this formula. At the time, I found it somewhat intriguing, and so jotted it down. Should you truly wish to concoct this spiritual medicine, I can provide it to you. Senior, having this formula is indeed fortuitous. I shall keep it for now. It may prove useful in the future. Upon hearing the Daiyin Divine Monarch's words, Hanli was taken aback, quickly followed by a surge of joy. With the return of yang true water, his chances of advancing to the transformation stage would naturally increase significantly. That solar essence fire is something our realm's cultivators can hardly hope to capture. That I advise you not to place too much hope on it. Otherwise, why have the esteemed cultivators of the minor extreme palace over the years, possessing both the formula and cold marrow, never managed to refine this spiritual water? The Daiyin Divine Monarch replied nonchalantly. Then before Hanli could respond, a pale yellow jade slip flew from the bamboo tube. He had managed to transcribe the formula for return of yang water in such a short span. Thank you, Senior. I merely wish to prepare for any contingencies, Hanli replied, grasping the jade slip with a light chuckle. Since your snow crystal ball is also crafted from 10,000-year-old mysterious jade, if a few drops of cold marrow could be infused into it, the spiritual essence and power of this treasure would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Do not forget this, the Daiyin Divine Monarch added with a final reminder, feeling that he had spoken enough for the day. Lapsed into silence, Hanli raised an eyebrow slightly. Even without the Daiyin Divine Monarch's suggestion, he would have pursued this course of action. However, one thing still piqued Hanli's curiosity, given the terrifying chill emitted by this cold marrow. Could it possibly be absorbed and fused with his purple extreme fire? Would it not amplify the fire's power even further? Contemplating this, Hanli returned the silver pearl from the jade disc to its small vial. And without hesitation, he spread his fingers, summoning a swirling mass of purple flames into his hand. With a deft flick of his wrist, a single hand conjured a delicate veil of light, instantly sealing the mouth of the vial with a vibrant purple fireball contained within. Subsequently, with a gesture from his other hand, he began to chant incantations in a hushed tone. In a flash of violet flame, the tendrils of fire upon the veil commenced a frenzied rotation, growing ever more rapid and intense. Moments later, a wisp of shimmering silver chill began to emanate gently from the vial's opening, exuding an ethereal splendor. With a low command, Hanli raised his hand to unleash a cerulean spell. The veil absorbed this incantation, quivering before transforming back into a fireball the size of a fist, ensnaring the silvery chill securely within, impenetrable and sealed. He then capped the vial and summoned the purple fireball with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the fireball darted toward him, and without hesitation, Hanli swallowed the violet sphere along with the argent chill, then seated himself cross-legged on the ground, gradually closing his eyes at that moment. Within his dantian, a 2-inch-tall primordial infant opened its crystalline eyes, radiating clarity. Before it, the purple fireball rotated languidly, a glimmering silver orb pulsating within. The primordial infant blinked, and with a swift gesture, its small hand executed a spell. causing a radiant azure light to burst forth. Incantations flew from its fingers, and with a resounding explosion, the purple fireball ignited completely, its internal silver orb transforming into intertwining flames of silver and violet. Meanwhile, the corporeal Hanli remained expressionless, entirely immersed in a meditative state, utterly motionless. In Chapter 946, Elder Hanli lingered in the chamber for an entire day and night. Although the master of the temple was merely immortal, he possessed some understanding of the affairs of cultivators and had vaguely deduced Hanli's true identity. When Hanli finally opened his eyes within the room, a trace of disappointment flickered across his face. The chill from the cold marrow proved utterly incapable of merging with the purple extreme fire. It seemed that this substance could only serve as material for crafting, perhaps to be re-refined into the snow crystal pearl. Sighing softly, Hanli uttered a resigned remark, and with a sudden exhalation, a crystal clear orb burst forth from his mouth, hovering several feet before him. Gazing at the object before him, Hanli raised a hand, summoning the small vial that contained the cold marrow into his palm. With a gentle touch, the lid of the vial flew open, and with a swift strike to the base, a droplet of silver essence shot forth, vanishing into the snow crystal pearl without a trace. Without further ado, Hanli formed a series of gestures and opened his mouth once more, releasing a wisp of azure infant fire that enveloped the orb, rapidly igniting it in flames. Observing the orb nestled within the flames with a tranquil demeanor, Hanli closed his eyes again, knowing that reconstituting this pearl would not demand much time. He would have ample opportunity to complete the refinement before the grand auction commenced. With this thought, he directed his consciousness to meticulously refine the treasured object before him. As Hanli focused intently on refining his magical artifact in a grand mansion at the northern edge of the imperial city, a young man clad in a thin blue robe stood within a stone pavilion, his hands clasped behind his back as he admired the exotic flowers and plants outside, a look of contentment gracing his features. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness crossed his face, and he turned abruptly, revealing his true countenance. The visage of this individual bore a striking resemblance to Hanli, yet the sole distinguishing feature was the pair of emotionless, icy eyes that he possessed. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the nearby garden entrance, and an elder clad in a dark crown and ornate robes made his appearance. Upon lifting his gaze, he met the bright, crystalline eyes of the young man and involuntarily shivered, startled. Fortunately, the cold light in the youth's eyes swiftly receded, transforming into an ordinary demeanor as he coolly remarked, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be my esteemed friend Yuni. Have you come seeking me, Han?" "Han Elder," the elder replied with a dry chuckle. "Recently, our spies stationed in various markets have relayed information that may pique your interest." "Information? You are aware that I have always been disinterested in matters beyond my own affairs and bear no responsibility for any specific events. Should you wish for my involvement, simply have Elder you convey the message," the young man stated, turning his attention back to the grove of flowering trees before the stone pavilion, his tone devoid of warmth. "Ah, if it were any other matter, I would certainly refrain from intruding upon your tranquil cultivation, my brother Han. However, this information is indeed pertinent to you," the elder remarked, undeterred by the young man's aloof demeanor, his words laden with significance. "Pertinent to me? Have you found that individual?" The youth's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he coldly inquired. "Indeed. We do possess intelligence regarding this person. It appears that some cultivators from the Gue Luo sect are discreetly searching for him in several markets within the capital. The likeness they have disseminated aligns with the individual you mentioned, Elder Han. However, it is imperative that you see it with your own eyes," the elder stated, raising his hand to summon a white jade slip that flew forth from his sleeve. The young man, his expression darkening, extended his hand to draw the slip into his grasp. He immediately immersed his consciousness within, scrutinizing its contents. "Indeed, it is unmistakably him," he affirmed. "Is there any news regarding why the Yin Luo sect seeks him?" The young man's features tightened, and he quickly withdrew his consciousness, asking with a calm demeanor, "None as of yet. However, all the Yuaning level elders from the Yin Luo sect have abruptly convened. Whether this is related to the individual in question remains uncertain. Elder Han, you have previously stated that this cultivator sharing your name is a formidable foe of yours, and you requested assistance from your clan to locate him. Thus, the second elder has resolved that this matter shall be entrusted to you." The elder elaborated, maintaining his composed facade. "Regardless of the means I employ to deal with this person, as long as he does not disrupt the proceedings of the grand auction, it shall suffice. After all, the Yi family has several items they are determined to obtain at this auction. Elder Yi wishes to avoid any unforeseen complications," the elder continued. As long as I can ascertain his whereabouts." I shall ensure he vanishes from this world. Yet, I am curious as to how many magical artifacts my clan has managed to procure thus far. I shall join the imperial family to aid your Yi clan. But the condition must be established first, Han Elder retorted with a cold snort. Rest assured, my brother Han, we are diligently tracking the whereabouts of the magical artifacts. Did we not already assist you in locating one? As for the acquisition of the remaining artifacts, it may prove more challenging and will require additional time, the Elder explained, his expression unchanging. Regardless of how you assist me in locating the enchanted artifacts. I have served the Yi family for 2 decades, and after 20 years, I must witness the promised items of power manifest in Han's possession. Elder Han pressed his lips together, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Naturally, since we, the Yi family, have made a promise to Elder Han, we shall not waver in our word. Elder Han, please take your rest. As soon as I obtain accurate information about that individual, I will promptly inform my friend. The elderly man in the black crown, smiling with a facade that did not reach his eyes, clasped his fists and took his leave. The young man, watching the elder's figure disappear through the garden gate, let out a cold smirk. Then, recalling something, he gently shook his sleeve, and a resplendent golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword was entwined with several strands of black silk, yet it continued to bounce with a spirited vigor, desperately attempting to break free. However, the origins of these black silks remained unknown, as they clung tenaciously to the sword, binding it firmly. The young man's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, spewing forth a jet of black blood that splattered the golden sword. Immediately, the sword emitted a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming, yet it continued to hum defiantly. Truly troublesome. A mere flying sword from the mortal realm proves so difficult to rid of its spirit. Were it not for the fact that this sword was forged from golden thunder bamboo, I would not expend such effort. The young man murmured a few words, displaying a hint of impatience. Nevertheless, since your master has already arrived in the capital, this presents a rare opportunity if I were to eliminate him. Not only would I avenge the destruction of my main soul that has hindered my complete restoration of powers, but the flying sword would also become a masterless object, easily subdued thereafter. As he spoke, a flash of malevolence crossed his face, and deep within his pupils, a faint glimmer of black and purple light emerged, transforming him into a figure of otherworldly allure. Simultaneously, in a secluded corner of the estate, on a loft, 2 men and 1 woman were engaged in conversation around a round table. One of them was the elderly man in the black crown who had just returned from speaking with the young man, while the other was a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor, adorned with a jade belt. The woman present was the stunning beauty who had previously appeared in the Huangqing Temple at that moment. Her expression was solemn as she listened intently to the elderly man's account of the discussion with the young man. So, Elder Han readily agreed. The square-faced middle-aged man, upon hearing the elder's words, pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, moreover, although Elder Han did not exhibit excessive excitement upon hearing news of his namesake, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. It seems that there is indeed a profound enmity between them, the elderly man remarked. Yet, not only do they share the same name, but their appearances are also strikingly similar. Moreover, that Han Li had recently infiltrated the Huaqing Temple, where our royal family as cultivators reside. I wonder what his intentions are. Could it be aimed at our Yi family? Now, he is being meticulously pursued by the disciples of the Yinluo sect. I can't shake off this unsettling feeling, the beautiful woman said, arching her eyebrows. Undoubtedly, there are aspects unknown to us, yet why should we concern ourselves with so many matters, as long as Elder Han is not an undercover agent from the Buddhist or Taoist sects, and can wholeheartedly assist the Yi family in achieving great endeavors? There is no need for us to be preoccupied with every detail. The venerable Elder Han not only possesses formidable cultivation but is also well versed in the esoteric secrets of antiquity, making him an indispensable ally for our endeavors in the years to come. Prior to that, we must exert every effort to cultivate his favor. Furthermore, we should exercise caution regarding the individual who shares Elder Han's name. The fact that such a practitioner from the Yinluo sect is treated with such gravity suggests he possesses remarkable attributes, given our uncertainty about whether this individual harbors intentions against the Yi family. It would be prudent to dispatch someone to assist Elder Han in swiftly eliminating this threat when the opportunity arises. The square-faced elder intoned gravely as he lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. The second elder concurred with this sentiment. However, there is an air of enigma surrounding Elder Han. I cannot shake the feeling that he is concealing his true strength from us. Moreover, his request for us to gather demonic artifacts, those instruments of harm to both others and oneself, renders his true motivations perplexing. I believe we must remain equally vigilant regarding him. The black-capped elder interjected suddenly. Rest assured, my brother, I am acutely aware of this. Beyond our core family elders, I place my trust in no outsider. I certainly will not divulge our genuine plans to them. You need not worry. Yin-E. The crux of the matter lies in the items we must secure at this auction. We cannot allow other factions to discern that we are the ones bidding. If they do, they may either intervene with malicious intent or deduce aspects of our plans from these materials. Such outcomes are unacceptable. Therefore, it is imperative that you arrange this matter meticulously, ensuring that no errors occur. Should we miss this auction and fail to gather the necessary materials to forge those artifacts, our treasure-seeking expedition in a few years will be severely jeopardized, the square-faced elder commanded gravely. Chapter 947. The Grand Auction. Do not fret, second uncle. The arrangements for this auction are flawless. All the bidding cultivators appear entirely unrelated to the Yi family. Moreover, once the first-tier auction concludes, these individuals will promptly silence themselves, revealing not a hint of our affairs. However, I am curious about how matters are unfolding with the Emperor. Why have Tai sect and Tianmo sect suddenly dispatched the ancient figures Xianqing and Qimiao to the palace? Could they have caught wind of something? The beautiful woman remarked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, the black-capped elder also displayed a look of concern. Rest assured, my elder brother has already inquired into their intentions. They are after the Pingshan seal from the San Huangguan. Recently, the three observances have completed the final fusion of all components, and this seal has been refined. These two factions are quite perceptive. Merely from the slight hints we chose to reveal, they have discerned what treasure we are crafting. Thus, this serves as a pressure tactic aimed at the Yi family, demanding that we sell this treasure to them. This may work to our advantage. With this bait in plain sight, my true plans will remain undetected. However, to err on the side of caution, all elders privy to the plan must travel in pairs from now on. We cannot afford to be unwittingly ensnared or have our consciousness probed by these two ancient figures. Particularly concerning is the arrival of the Tianmo sect's Qimiao, who excels in various arcane techniques. Even a Yuan-ing level cultivator could unwittingly divulge everything if caught off guard. The middle-aged man with the square face, with a twitch of his facial muscles, gravely admonished, so it is, that brings a sense of relief. However, the Pingshan seal was forged through our arduous efforts. Are we to simply relinquish it to these two families? The elder in the black crown lamented with great regret. Relinquish it to them? How could that be? If only one family had approached us, we might have succumbed to the pressure and had to begrudgingly accept it. But now that both families have come forth, naturally, there is room for maneuvering. The elder brother has already devised a plan. Even if the Pingshan seal cannot remain in our possession, it shall certainly not be so easily surrendered to these two families to aid the enemy. The middle-aged man with the square face displayed a hint of a sardonic smile. The elder in the black crown and the beautiful woman exchanged a glance, both puzzled yet wisely refrained from further inquiry. Thus, after conversing for a while longer, the three parted ways to attend to their respective matters. As the days passed, the date of the grand auction swiftly approached. During this interval, the Yinluo sect, despite their fervent search for Hanli, could only trace him to various markets, inns, and gathering spots for cultivators near the capital, while Hanli remained steadfast in his cultivation of the snow crystal sphere within the temple, never stepping outside. And consequently, they gleaned no information that on the morning of the auction, Hanli altered his appearance, transforming into a burly man with a dark complexion, while the bamboo tube on his back morphed into a longsword, allowing him to gracefully depart the temple, heading directly towards the Jinsi market. Along the way, he cultivated his qi, deliberately lowering his cultivation to the core formation stage to avoid drawing undue attention. As anticipated, the closer he approached the Jinsi market, the more he sensed the presence of high-level cultivators. Among them, while the majority were at the core formation stage, there were also a considerable number at the nascent soul stage. Conversely, low-level cultivators were notably scarce. It appeared that those with any wealth were unwilling to miss this grand auction. Upon crossing the restrictions and entering the market, Hanli immediately observed a vibrant array of cultivators adorning various flamboyant attires filling the streets, including many dressed in peculiar garb. However, as his gaze swept across the scene, he spotted several grim-faced, black-robed cultivators at the entrance, ceaselessly scrutinizing those entering the market. Among them was none other than good Tianhao. Yet, the saintess of Tianlan was conspicuously absent for reasons unknown. A frown creased Han Li's brow, but he feigned ignorance and proceeded towards the main hall, making a conscious effort to avoid lingering on the Yinluo sect cultivators. Just as he lifted his leg to take 2 steps forward, a barely perceptible sweep of divine sense brushed past him. making a quick circle before departing without yielding any results, heading instead towards another newly arrived core formation cultivator. The Luo sect's practice of scanning the entering cultivators with divine sense is not a privilege afforded to all. Only those with unfamiliar faces, clearly indicating they are loose cultivators or of dubious identity, encounter such scrutiny. Those high-level cultivators belonging to other sects are completely disregarded. This covert scanning action poses little issue for core formation cultivators, who remain oblivious and thus do not react. However, for the few nascent soul-level loose cultivators, encountering this upon entering the market naturally incites their fury, leading them to glare coldly at the Yin Luo sect cultivators. Fortunately, the individuals from the Yin Luo sect had no intention of instigating any discord. After a brief scan of their surroundings, they refrained from any further actions. This restraint, while leaving the higher-tier loose cultivators dissatisfied, ensured that they would not provoke a formidable sect like the Yin Luo sect. They could only depart in discontent, much like Hanli. Elder Go. It is said that this individual excels in the art of disguise and illusion. Our presence here, I fear, serves little purpose, remarked a newly emerged elder with triangular eyes, his frustration evident as he observed the lack of progress. My intention in instructing a few of my senior brothers to act thus was merely to stir the grass and alert the snake. I never anticipated discovering this person immediately through such means. This individual possesses considerable abilities. We lack effective strategies to unveil his true identity. However, should we pursue him with such fervor, it is possible that he may become flustered and inadvertently reveal a clue. Elder Gu replied calmly. Even if he remains composed and reveals no weaknesses, there is no need for concern. The sudden appearance sect has connections with the heavenly demon sect. Fellow Taoist Lin has already sought the assistance of fellow Taoist Qi Miao from the heavenly demon sect to borrow the mystic sound treasure mirror, which he is currently refining in his quarters. In just 2 or 3 days, we will wield it with ease. If I can identify this person, splendid. If not, we shall nonetheless diminish his vigilance. Once the auction nears its conclusion, under the influence of this mirror's transformative power, he will have nowhere to hide. We shall be able to capture him in the blink of an eye. Elder Gutian cast a glance at the triangular-eyed elder, his voice steady and composed. I see. I had thought that with Elder G's remarkable strategic acumen, he would not undertake such futile endeavors. If that is the case, there will be no need for the sect leader's intervention. We few shall apprehend this individual and achieve great merit for the sect, the triangular-eyed elder exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Let us hope so, Gutian chuckled dryly, glancing towards the direction of the treasure light hall. The adversary they were to contend with appeared to be a formidable character. Even the former fourth elder, a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator, might fall victim to this individual's hand. It was no simple task, and any unexpected developments would not be surprising. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Thus, Gutian silently pondered, his expression darkening with concern. At that moment, Hanli stood before the immense stone hall he had previously observed. The treasure light hall was now enveloped in a 5-colored light barrier, exuding an aura of extraordinary mystery. To Hanli's astonishment, hovering above the treasure light hall was another single-story edifice constructed from white stone. Though it was somewhat smaller, only 1/3 the size of the lower hall, it still spanned hundreds of feet, presenting itself as a colossal entity in the air. Before Hanli, a yellow-clad attendant in the foundation establishment stage was respectfully explaining something to him. At this juncture, Hanli no longer concealed his nascent soul aura. Despite the attendant's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he did not dare to display any sign of impatience. In front of the hall's entrance, several similarly attired cultivators were tending to other high-tier nascent soul cultivators. As for those at the core formation stage, they were relegated to standing before a stone tablet at the entrance, perusing the inscriptions inscribed upon it. The auction for the nascent soul tier had been relocated to the upper 9 heavens hall, while the core formation tier continued to take place in the treasure light hall. Moreover, entry to the Yuan Ing level auction requires a contribution of 1,000 spirit stones per individual, while the Jin Dan level auction necessitates a fee of 100 spirit stones. That we are not mistaken. Are we? After a brief pause, Hanli retracted his gaze and, casting a glance at the attendant before him, spoke in a calm tone. Elder, you are indeed correct. This year's auction has attracted a 3-fold increase in participants compared to previous years, thus necessitating the urgent borrowing of this Jioxia Hall from the Tianji Pavilion for temporary use. The requirement for these spirit stones remains unchanged from previous years, primarily to prevent overcrowding at the auction and to control the number of attendees. However, for someone of your esteemed status, such spirit stones would surely be of little consequence. Otherwise, if anyone could freely enter the hall, even a space 10-fold larger would be unable to accommodate them. The yellow-clad cultivator offered a forced smile as he spoke. 1,000 spirit stones. You certainly know how to amass spirit stones, Hanli remarked. Nevertheless, as you mentioned, as long as I can acquire something that pleases me. This modest sum is of no concern that I have no interest in the Jin Dan level auction. My intention is to participate in the Yuan Ing level auction. With a flick of his hand, he tossed 10 mid-tier spirit stones into the yellow-clad cultivator's embrace. Please enter, esteemed elder. The Yuan Ing level auction will commence in the morning. Here is the token for the auction. With this, you may participate in the upcoming days of the Yuan Ing level auction, upon receiving the spirit stones. The cultivator's smile grew broader, and he produced a numbered jade token from his sleeve, presenting it to Hanli. Hanli accepted the jade token without hesitation. A flash of azure light enveloped him, and he transformed into a streak of shimmering light, soaring directly towards the grand hall above. At that moment, several other Yuaning cultivators had already taken to the skies. As Hanli entered through the doors of the Jioshu Hall, he observed that apart from a layer of faint white light, the entrance was devoid of any presence. He raised an eyebrow, infused a modicum of spirit power into the jade token, and waved it before the light barrier, causing a beam of red light to emanate from the token, parting the barrier in its wake. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly darted through the opening, and the barrier immediately sealed behind him. 2 hours later, hundreds of Yuan Ing level cultivators had successively flown into the Jioshu Hall suspended in mid-air. Following the resounding toll of 3 great bells, the grand auction commenced. Meng Yihan, upon spotting a monkey, suddenly recalled that the guide he had read mentioned the appearance of numerous monkeys along the latter part of the journey. They typically manifested in trees or perched upon the railings of staircases. Nowadays, vegetables were predominantly procured from supermarkets, long devoid of the freshness associated with organic produce. Junshi observed the mocking expression on Feng Shui's jade-like face, which had noticeably deteriorated after 7 days of unconsciousness, and gently furrowed her brow. The Tao of Heaven had ceased to make an appearance, leaving her to play obediently. Initially, she had intended to bring Zhang San and Ruo Lan out into the modern world for a glimpse of its wonders. But now she dared not provoke the tiger's whiskers. They had come with the expectation that their master would evaluate their martial prowess, eager to demonstrate their skills and hoping to gain the master's approval for continued instruction. Yet, upon arriving, their swords had already been disarmed at the entrance, leaving them somewhat at a loss. Chen Feng led Xinu into a typical Suzhou-style garden, the Skin Garden, upon entering the grand entrance hall. I strolled leisurely amidst the flourishing flora. Once the makeup artist had attended to the main figure, she approached to apply a subtle touch of makeup on Xin Yue, delicately arranging her hair into an elegant xinyan. Son, what brings you here? Han Chuyun, having just concluded a meeting, drove past and recognized a familiar silhouette. In the past, as fellow disciples, your affairs were inherently my affairs. We would face challenges together without hesitation. However, the current circumstances are markedly different, as they now stand as leaders of 2 distinct sects, each representing their respective factions, thus limiting their actions. Upon disembarking, Tang Miao did not immediately enter but chose to wait outside until Meng Yihan parked the car and approached. Tang Tao glanced at the time. It was 2:50 p.m. If Zheng Long had not called, perhaps Lang Bingling had already succeeded in her endeavor. Had he changed his mind? Or had they merely missed an opportunity for assassination by mere accident? Throughout the night, Tang Tao had found little rest, silently observing Lang Bingling bustle about, his mind consumed with Luo Xinji's words. Her relationship with Bai Xianliang was far from simple, and he should not have doubted her. Yet, now he found himself compelled to do so. Regardless of the fervent discussions surrounding the martial arts forum, the Su family in Wanzhou found themselves at a loss, caught in a state of bewilderment. In Zhu Hongshang's view, if he could bury his face in the alluring treasures of Qin Ruyu, inhaling that intoxicating fragrance, he would deem it worthwhile even if it led to asphyxiation. Brother Hao Jiwen's expression turned grim. He had never anticipated such a predicament would arise. The Zhu Huang faction sought to locate Mayu, hoping she would personally confirm that her account had been hacked. At this moment, her agent had already logged into her Weibo to announce the account breach. The elderly lady sighed, remarking, "Well, I suppose it has come to this. I apologize for the disturbance." As she spoke, she began to exit. Zhang Baiwei was on the brink of madness, trembling with fury. Had she not witnessed Yu Chen break her phone with his bare hands, she would have lunged at him, scratching his face until it bloomed with scratches. "Prince brother, on this day of mother's birthday, I wonder what gift you have prepared." The second prince, Yin Hao, donned a deep blue robe, holding a folding fan, exuding charm. Yet beneath his carefree demeanor, his eyes sparkled with shrewdness and calculation. While other nations guarded against border lords encroaching upon Qianhua, Wu's state had deliberately summoned Lang Chanfeng. making for a rather intriguing dynamic between the sovereign and his minister. Chapter 948, Ink and Gold. Hanli sat in a secluded corner of the grand hall. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe held a pale yellow crystal, providing a brief introduction of the item. Zhonghuangjing, sourced from the arid deserts of the southwestern frontier, can only be found beneath 1,000 feet of sand. Its material is exceptionally hard and can contain a substantial amount of earth-attribute spiritual energy, making it an excellent material for crafting earth-based magical artifacts. The starting bid for this item was set at 8,000 spiritual stones. With a minimum increment of 1,000 for each subsequent bid, the monk overseeing the auction was a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, speaking in a calm and measured tone, devoid of any exaggerated embellishments. This was, however, quite reasonable. A low-tier practitioner under the gaze of hundreds of nascent soul cultivators would undoubtedly experience immense, intangible pressure, rendering them incapable of uttering a word. After a meticulous assessment, Hanli discerned that this individual possessed peak cultivation at the mid-Yuaning stage. In the absence of any late Yuaning cultivators present at the auction, it could be asserted that this person was the most formidable practitioner in the hall. Thus, presiding over this auction, there would be little chance of anyone daring to cause disruption. Although the piece of Jianghuang crystal was indeed commendable material for forging earth-attributed magical treasures, the atmosphere remained devoid of fervent bidding. Only a handful of 3 or 4 individuals made a few tentative offers, which were ultimately eclipsed by an anonymous cultivator who secured it for 12,000 spiritual stones. The auction of subsequent items proceeded in a similarly lackluster manner. Seated comfortably, Hanli observed the proceedings with an unusually tranquil demeanor. Finding nothing surprising, it was to be expected that the initial offerings of a multi-day auction would not feature anything of significant value. While these materials could be considered rare even among average Yuaning cultivators, they could easily be gathered outside the auction with sufficient time and effort. Consequently, most attendees, aside from those with genuine need, showed little inclination to compete for such items. Nonetheless, by the end of the day, it was likely that a few valuable pieces would be presented to pique the interest of others for the following day's auction. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Hanli was not inclined to overly focus on the auctions. Instead, he languidly observed the myriad Yuaning cultivators in the hall. Though merely a fraction of the elite practitioners of the Great Gene, they represented various factions of different sizes, encompassing both righteous and demonic paths. His attention was particularly drawn to 3 monk figures seated in the center of the grand hall. Their heads gleaming. One was emaciated, another portly with a broad face, while the last bore a gentle countenance. Adorned with a long white beard, clad in gray monk robes, they bowed their heads in a semblance of serene enlightenment. This marked Hanli's first encounter with high-ranking Buddhist cultivators, prompting him to gaze a moment longer. However, the eldest monk, whose age was apparent, suddenly sensed his scrutiny and turned his gaze toward Hanli's direction. Although his expression remained calm and warm, a shiver ran through Hanli. The sensitivity of this old monk's spiritual awareness was remarkable. Indeed, the Buddhist sect held a formidable standing in the Great Gene, rivaling both Taoist and Confucian schools. Wishing to avoid inciting any unwarranted hostility, Hanli promptly withdrew his spiritual sense, adopting an air of nonchalance. The elder monk's gaze flicked over Hanli before returning to its previous state of tranquility. Aside from these monks, there were numerous other uniquely adorned cultivators present in the hall. Hanli silently compared them to the intelligence he had gathered about the various factions within the Great Gene, endeavoring to commit their appearances to memory, as they might prove useful in the future. As items continued to be auctioned off, time gradually slipped away. As Hanli had anticipated, by the nearing conclusion of the event, rare treasures began to emerge, igniting a stir among the previously placid crowd of cultivators. Following a series of fiercely contested bids that fetched astonishing prices, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. After all, Yuaning cultivators would seldom hesitate to part with additional spiritual stones for the items they desired. Otherwise, the opportunity lost would mean they would have to rely on their own efforts to gather such treasures, a task whose completion was uncertain. A piece of Mo Gene weighing 3 Gene and 4 Liang. A rare material for refining, starting at 30,000 spiritual stones, with a minimum bidding increment of no less than 2,000. The rarer the treasure, the more unusually simple the explanations provided by the middle-aged auctioneer. At this moment, he held aloft a jade plate upon which rested a peculiar metal, dark as ink yet shimmering with hints of golden light. Hanli, who had maintained a constant smile, suddenly tensed at these words, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The material he sought had appeared with such swiftness, exceeding his expectations. The ink gold had eluded him for quite some time, and he had been unable to procure it. 36,000, 40,000, 45,000 spirit stones. The reputation of ink gold was indeed considerable, and those discerning its value were numerous. Before Han Li could place a bid, several individuals had already called out successive high prices after a glance from the auctioneer. Frowning slightly, Han Li chose not to rush into bidding. Since this item was essential, it would be wiser to wait until the price peaked before competing for it. When the ink gold reached an impressive 60,000 spirit stones, the previously persistent bidders suddenly fell silent. 65,000. Han Li indicated towards the jade token before him, its surface shimmering with spiritual light as he announced a bid. The other bidder, seemingly in need of the item, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised their offer to 67,000 spirit stones. Han Li's voice, devoid of emotion, declared, 70,000. This time, the bidding cultivator fell silent. Though ink gold was rare, 70,000 spirit stones was indeed an exorbitant price, prompting him to decisively withdraw. Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly. The middle-aged auctioneer, pleased with the high bid, began to repeat the amount in accordance with protocol, preparing to confirm the auction's success after the third announcement when suddenly a cold voice called out an increase, 75,000. Both Han Li and the auctioneer were taken aback, as were many other cultivators present, their expressions filled with astonishment. 80,000. Han Li replied without hesitation, regaining his composure. 82,000. The previous bidder countered, remaining inscrutable. This individual, like Han Li, appeared determined to secure the item. Not only did Han Li's expression shift, but the other cultivators could not help but cast their gazes in that direction. They all turned to see a figure shrouded in a pale black mist seated quietly in a corner of the hall, obscured from view, yet the faint outline of his garments suggested he was an elder. Han Li felt a sense of puzzlement but lacked the inclination to engage in a protracted contest with this opponent. With a darkening expression, he suddenly declared a price that sent ripples of shock through the hearts of all present. 120,000 spirit stones. As this figure left his lips, the other cultivators in the hall displayed expressions of bemusement, such as some could procure a fine ancient treasure, far exceeding the typical price for ink gold. After a stir of commotion, many cultivators couldn't help but glance towards Han Li. Yet, with his altered appearance, he merely resembled a sickly, haggard figure, and naturally, no one recognized him. Han Li paid no heed to the others, remaining vigilant towards the elder veiled in black mist. Upon hearing such a high bid, the elder appeared visibly taken aback. Had it been possible, he would have undoubtedly countered with an even higher offer to vie for the ink gold. However, according to his information, there is yet another, more significant material that will emerge. If he spends such a considerable amount of spirit stones, he cannot guarantee the successful acquisition of this other material. The loss would then be even greater. Moreover, observing that the opponent has raised the price to such an exorbitant level, it is clear that they will not relent easily. After contemplating this matter, the elder ultimately refrained from placing any further bids. Thus, this material finally fell into Han Li's hands. Consequently, both Han Li and the elder naturally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Han Li, however, appeared unfazed, simply resting with his eyes closed on a nearby chair, seemingly disinterested in anything else after securing the ink gold. The elder, on the other hand, engaged in a fierce competition with a throng of cultivators over a rare material known as Li Huasha, ultimately acquiring it for an astonishing price exceeding 200,000. The elder's extravagant spending undeniably drew even more attention. This does not imply that he was the cultivator who expended the most spirit stones at this auction. The final items auctioned, such as high-level ancient treasures and elixirs for enhancing cultivation, each fetch prices around 200,000 to 300,000. However, spending over 200,000 on a single refining material certainly evokes speculation, as such expenditures are not typical for ordinary cultivators. After the first day of the auction concluded, Han Li mingled with the crowd of cultivators as he departed the auction hall, but at the market exit, the Severine Luo sect cultivators had already vanished, seemingly resigned. Han Li smiled nonchalantly, leaving the market at a leisurely pace towards his residence. Unbeknownst to him, the elder shrouded in black energy had quietly appeared in an inconspicuous residence in Jinjiang. The elder from the Yi family awaited him in one of the rooms. Upon seeing the elder from the Yi family, the participant from the auction promptly handed over the bag of Li Huasha without hesitation. I am already aware of the matter regarding the ink gold. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed Gao Daoist, that I did not anticipate that someone would pay such a high price for this item. Otherwise, I would have instructed you to bring more spirit stones. Fortunately, there will be opportunities to exchange for ink gold at the underground auction in a few days. Otherwise, it could have posed quite a dilemma. I have already inquired about the exchange materials and prepared them for you. I will trouble you to make another trip when the time comes. The elder with the black crown smiled as he received the materials. Hee, Brother Uni, you have truly bestowed upon me an abundance of spirit stones. I fear I may lose control. The elder surnamed Gao responded with a dry chuckle. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. Ordinarily, the spirit stones I prepared would have sufficed. I will certainly attend the underground trading event in a few days. Rest assured, esteemed Gao Daoist, I have complete confidence in your capabilities. The elder with the black crown nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a jade box from his storage bag and handing it over. This is a spirit pill I have prepared for you. After this matter concludes, the quantity of spirit pills will double. Delighted, the elder surnamed Gao inspected the contents of the box. Nodding in approval, he then accepted a storage bag filled with spirit stones and a jade slip containing information about the materials to be auctioned the following day from the elder with the black crown before taking his leave. Chapter 949. The enigmatic sound mirror. As the venerable elder in the black crown witnessed his counterpart vanish from the room, the smile that adorned his face abruptly faded. That evening, the elder encountered two other loose cultivators at the same location, both of whom presented some materials and, after reaping their rewards, departed with great delight. In the ensuing days, Hanli faithfully attended the grand auction held at the Nine Heavens Pavilion each morning. Given his success on the first day, he naturally harbored high hopes for the subsequent auctions. Unfortunately, the following days yielded not, just as the wealthy elder who exchanged for the crimson essence fungus had remarked. Aside from the daily offerings of over 10 items at the base price, the rare materials Hanli sought were seldom seen at the auction. Ultimately, the items presented during the concluding auction were predominantly finished treasures of magical artifacts. It seemed that the chance to acquire the ink gold on the first day was indeed a stroke of luck. However, during this interval, Hanli did not remain idle outside the auction. Through various means, he gleaned some insights regarding the underground auction. According to the information he gathered, the underground trade fair in the preceding days bore a resemblance to the grand auction, primarily featuring items sought by the demonic faction, and generally lacking particularly rare goods. Yet, on the final day, there was a specialized barter event tailored for Yuan Ing-level cultivators, which in previous years had showcased numerous rare materials. The few materials he still required had a considerable chance of being amassed at this trading event. Nonetheless, participation in this event was not easily granted. It appeared that only cultivators associated with the demonic path or those recommended by relevant individuals could gain entry. With this knowledge, Hanli felt a sense of relief and temporarily set the matter aside, continuing to attend the Nine Heavens Pavilion auction punctually each day. Days later, on the final day of the auction, he unexpectedly discovered a material he needed. With renewed vigor, he expended over 100,000 spirit stones to secure it. Soon thereafter, the grand auction came to a close, and the multitude of cultivators surged out of the auction hall. Hanli mingled among them, descending to the ground, yet he did not exit the market directly. Instead, he made haste toward the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, this action fortuitously allowed him to evade a calamity for the time being. For, just days prior, several elders from the Yin Luo sect, who had vanished from the entrance of the market, suddenly reappeared at that very spot. Among them was one who still wore a veil, the Saintess of Tianlan. She delicately toyed with a shimmering silver mirror. Observing the cultivators entering and exiting the market, occasionally glancing at the mirror, her bright eyes reflecting a furrowed brow. As time passed, the mirror's silver glow intensified, yet she remained silent. The expressions of Gu Tianhao and the others also grew increasingly somber, their countenances betraying their displeasure. They had failed to locate the individual. Although a few cultivators entering and exiting the market had employed illusions to conceal their true forms, none were the one they sought. Could it be that he truly did not attend the grand auction? If so, their efforts over the past few days would have been in vain. After a moment, Lin Yinping exhaled and hesitantly remarked, "Impossible. Among the high-level cultivators who have recently come to Jin Capital, how many would dare miss this grand auction? Moreover, on that day, Miss Lin, you witnessed it with your own eyes." That individual lingered in front of the Baoguang Hall for a considerable period before departing. Evidently placing great importance on this auction event, Gu Tianhao slowly remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinping nodded casually, yet the contemplative expression upon her exquisite visage remained unaltered. Could it be that the Miaoing mirror is not as marvelous as the rumors suggest? Or perhaps the refining time was too brief for Lin Dao to truly harness the mirror's power, thus failing to uncover the whereabouts of that person. The elder from the Yin Luo sect with triangular eyes suddenly interjected. That seems rather unlikely. The Miaoing mirror is one of the 7 treasures of the 7 marvelous realms, a renowned artifact within the realm of cultivation for quite some time. As for the refining aspect, ancient treasures typically require little in the way of refinement. However, this particular mirror is somewhat unique. Without a modicum of refinement, its ability to break spells cannot be fully realized. Therefore, the few days of refining have sufficed. Otherwise, those cultivators who similarly employed secret techniques would not have been seen through by this treasure, Lin Yinping explained, shaking her head, her cherry lips parting slightly. Thus, it stands to reason that either this person's illusionary technique is still cloaked by the Miaoing mirror and thus cannot be pierced, or that this individual remains within the market for some reason, or perhaps they employed some other means to depart from another location. Tianhao's gaze flickered as he pondered aloud. Despite the Miaoing mirror's illustrious reputation, while there may be illusions it cannot dispel, they are undoubtedly few and far between. What are the odds that this individual possesses such formidable abilities? In the second scenario, the market is encircled by the renowned eight extremities light dividing array of the Taoist sect, making it improbable for the individual to exit the array unnoticed. It is highly likely they are still within the market, Lin Yinping concluded confidently. What does Lin Dao imply? The triangular-eyed elder hesitated in response. Let us remain vigilant here. As long as that individual is still within the market, they will inevitably pass by this location. Furthermore, dispatch a few more astute disciples to explore various areas of the market. In hopes of uncovering any trace of this person, Lin Yinping suggested. Indeed, Lin Dao's reasoning is sound. We shall adhere to your advice and maintain our vigil until nightfall if that person truly remains in the market. They should manifest during this period. Gu Tianhao mused briefly before agreeing, without reservation. He then raised his hand to release several sound transmission talismans, and shortly thereafter summoned several low-ranking cultivators from the Yinluo sect, who departed respectfully to delve deeper into the market. As these individuals grew somewhat perplexed and hesitant after failing to locate Han Li, he had already encountered Elder Wang once more within the Tiangui Pavilion. At this moment, he had naturally reverted to his original appearance. Elder Wang was somewhat aware of the meeting between Han Li and the elderly man of the Fu surname, hence he exhibited no surprise. Instead, he warmly ushered Han Li into the VIP room, personally accompanying him. After a leisurely exchange of pleasantries, Han Li and Elder Wang naturally began to share insights regarding their cultivation experiences, soon appearing to glean some valuable knowledge. Just as their discussion reached an enthusiastic crescendo, the elderly man of the Fu surname finally arrived at the Tiangui Pavilion as promised, and upon observing the scene, he did not hesitate to join the conversation. The discourse among the three individuals extended for nearly half a day, concluding with a shared smile as dusk approached, marking the end of a mutually beneficial conversation. The elderly man bearing the surname Fu and Han Li did not linger any longer at the Tianji Pavilion, promptly bidding farewell and departing from the establishment. As soon as they stepped outside the pavilion, Han Li's visage momentarily blurred, transforming instantaneously into that of an unfamiliar yellow-faced cultivator. Upon witnessing this, the elder Fu was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation and dismissed it with indifference. However, it was Han Li who found himself perplexed. The elder Fu did not head towards the market exit, but rather guided him directly to a nearby small building bearing the sign of Shu Lingjai. Fu Xiong, what is this about? Han Li inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as they approached the structure. This Shu Zhai is a private establishment owned by a longtime friend of mine. Recently, he has arranged a temporary teleportation array within the pavilion, conveniently located not far from the underground trading venue. I have already made the necessary arrangements, allowing us to teleport directly, the elder Fu replied with confidence. A teleportation array, if memory serves. Aren't such arrangements strictly prohibited in the market? Han Li remarked, his surprise only deepening with the revelation. Fear not, my friend. My old acquaintance wields considerable influence. Due to special circumstances, I have secured prior permission from the powers behind the market, allowing for this temporary setup. This array will exist for only a few months, and knowledge of it is scarce. The elder Fu explained nonchalantly. I see. Han Li responded, somewhat enlightened. The proprietor of Shu Lingjai was an elderly man of unremarkable appearance, yet exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, evoking a sense of refreshing warmth upon first encounter. To Han Li's astonishment, this individual was also a renowned master of formations, igniting within him a desire to forge a connection. Unfortunately, due to his pressing engagement at the underground trading event, Han Li had no time for further discourse and promptly utilized a small teleportation array set up within the pavilion's secret chamber to exit the market. In the next moment, the two found themselves in a modest, concealed cave. Once they emerged from the cave and descended into the air, Han Li realized they had arrived at an unnamed hill located to the south of Jinjingqing, not far from which the immense city walls of Jinjing were faintly visible. Meanwhile, as Han Li departed from the market, Gu Tianhao, still stationed at the market entrance, glanced at the darkening sky. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly addressed Lin Yinping beside him, saying, "Lin Daoyu, the underground trading event is about to commence. There are several items to be presented today that would greatly benefit my future cultivation. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Yet, given how late it has grown and the absence of that individual, along with no sightings of him by other disciples within the market, it seems our earlier deductions may have gone awry. This person is as cunning as a fox and may have long since left the market. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to accompany me to the trading event. He may still appear there, and even if not, I am certain there will be gains to be had at the underground auction. Indeed, remaining here like a waiting hare seems futile. Very well, I shall accompany you. There may indeed be opportunities for us there." Lin Yinping consented. Lin Yinping bit her luscious red lips and glanced towards the depths of the market, reluctantly consenting. Subsequently, Gu Tianhao conferred with others, and the two cultivators, one male and one female, who had been following him, remained temporarily at the market point. One elder accompanied him and Lin Yinping to participate in the underground trading event, while the squint-eyed elder and another claimed to have pressing matters and took their leave. In an instant, the numerous Yuanying-level elders of the Yin Luo sect, who had gathered, disbanded without having engaged with Han Li, each attending to their own affairs. Chapter 950. The Jiuyo sect. Not long after the departure of these cultivators from the Yin Luo sect, shadows flickered in a nearby loft. The two individuals exchanged glances at the empty entrance, their expressions serious as they communicated in hushed tones before stepping outside. Upon exiting the market, they immediately went their separate ways. One of them, holding a small banner, gently waved it, and his figure vanished into thin air, enveloped by a swirl of purple mist, as he pursued the direction in which Gu Tianhao and the others had departed. The other diverged, transforming into a beam of light that shot straight towards the imperial city. At that moment, atop an unnamed desolate mountain near Jinjing, an elderly man with the surname Fu looked at Han Li with an expression of intrigue and remarked, "You have already been transported here. Do you not wish to inquire about anything? Why go through such unnecessary measures? I find it rather puzzling that you, my friend, chose to use the teleportation array to leave the market. Surely, you must have your reasons." At the very instant of the teleportation, Han Li had cautiously surveyed the surrounding area and found nothing amiss, thus responding with a calm demeanor. His careful actions did not escape the eyes of the elderly man with the surname Fu, who was not only unperturbed but rather pleased. "Actually, it's quite simple. I received prior information that several cultivators from the Yin Luo sect were looking for someone at the exit of the Grand Market. I presumed that you, my friend, would prefer to avoid these individuals, which is why you utilized the teleportation array. Surely, you do not think I have acted unnecessarily." Fu's eyes glinted as he spoke with a cryptic smile. "The Yin Luo sect? What do you mean by that?" Han Li inquired, his heart tightening, yet maintaining a composed expression. Ha ha. "You need not worry. If I truly wished you harm, I would have set up contingencies nearby long ago. You must be the same cultivator who clashed with Gu Tianhao in front of the Baoguang Hall, correct?" Fu said with a mysterious smile, speaking slowly. "Tio think that you, Fu, are aware of all this. But why extend a helping hand to me? Are you willing to offend a powerful sect like the Yin Luo sect merely because of our prior agreement? I find that hard to believe." Han Li replied after a moment of silence, acknowledging with a hint of skepticism, "What does the Yin Luo sect matter? It seems you are unaware of my origins, my friend. I am but a law enforcement elder of the Jiuyo sect. Our sect has had its share of grievances with the Yin Luo sect, and it would be my pleasure to see Gu Tianhao suffer a setback. Of course, my assistance to you is primarily driven by a personal request." Fu said candidly, showing no concern. "The Jiuyo sect? I am honored. I have long heard of your esteemed sect's reputation. However, given the strength of your esteemed sect, is there any assistance I may offer?" Upon hearing that the other party was also an elder of the 10 demonic sects, Han Li was taken aback, his vigilance immediately heightened. This matter is of a personal nature, and it would be inappropriate for Fu to enlist the aid of sect members. Nevertheless, this matter is not pressing. Let us wait until we both attend the trading conference, and then I shall elaborate further on this issue with you, my friend. Rest assured, this matter may also bear some benefits for you. Should you find it unsuitable, I would not impose. Fu smiled as he spoke. In that case, I shall accept this favor for now. Han Li replied with a slight contemplation, a smile gracing his lips. Having already offended one of the Yin Luo sect, he naturally did not wish to antagonize another major demonic sect, regardless of whether he would truly agree to assist the other party in the future. He decided to feign compliance for the time being. I knew you to be a forthright individual, Han brother. Let us proceed, for the location of the trading conference is not far from here. A flicker of joy passed across Fu's face, seemingly pleased with Han Li's response, and the two transformed into streaks of brilliant light, soaring into the distance, not long into their swift flight. They descended suddenly in a dark and desolate mountain range, 3,000 miles from Jinjing City. The elder led Han Li to a seemingly ordinary stone wall, which bore a slight green hue and was mostly covered in muddy moss. Lacking any distinctive features, Han Li did not even glance at the stone wall. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, realizing that they were in a secluded valley between two towering peaks, overrun with wild grass and shrubs. Had it not been for the elder Fu personally leading him, he would never have suspected that this location harbored any cultivators. Elder Fu had clearly visited this place on numerous occasions. With a deft flick of his sleeve, he produced a palm-sized circular plate that shot forth, glowing white as it vanished into the stone wall. Moments later, a sudden flash of yellow light flickered. And to Han Li's astonishment, the stone wall disappeared, revealing a massive entrance over 10 zhang wide. At the entrance stood two middle-aged cultivators clad in green robes, poised and ready. Both were at the late stage of the core formation realm, one of whom held the circular plate belonging to Elder Fu. It appears Elder Fu has arrived. This elder's face is somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? The cultivator holding the circular plate first bowed to the two. Then, after a brief scan of Han Li, inquired respectfully yet assertively, "This is my friend Han, who has come from overseas. I am merely his introducer. There is no need for further inquiry. Please provide my friend with an identity plate." As we are eager to attend the exchange conference, Elder Fu interjected, his eyes widening in a commanding manner. Haha, since it is Elder Fu's introduction, there is certainly no issue. Here is a nascent soul-level identity plate. Not only can you use this to participate in this trading conference, but it also grants free access to the subsequent 3 underground trading conferences, provided that Elder Fu does not violate any of the conference's rules. In which case this plate would be revoked or rendered void. Moreover, according to the regulations, an amount of 10,000 spirit stones is required to possess this plate. The green-robed cultivator politely returned the circular plate to Elder Fu and then produced a similar plate for Han Li. Explaining its significance, "Here you go. This is the spirit stones." Upon hearing the substantial amount of spirit stones, Han Li felt a pang of regret, though he outwardly presented himself as exceedingly willing to pay. A bag brimming with tens of thousands of spirit stones was hurled forward with great force. "This is the talisman plate. Please accept it, esteemed elder." The cultivator in the green robe across from him inspected the quantity of spirit stones within the bag for a brief moment before breaking into a broad smile and presenting the talisman plate. Inscribed with 347 characters, with both hands. Han Li cast a cursory glance and raised an eyebrow slightly, questioning with a hint of skepticism, 347. Will there truly be so many participants in this trade fair? Certainly not. Fellow cultivator Han, you may be unaware that a portion of the elders will not attend this event for various reasons. Based on past experiences, it is likely that only around 200 individuals will participate. Another cultivator in green robes explained. "Oh, that is still quite a considerable number." Han Li nodded, somewhat enlightened. "Very well. The time is drawing near, my companion, and I shall proceed to the exchange meeting. Please extend my regards to your master should the opportunity arise." Upon noticing Han Li had acquired the talisman plate, the elder with the surname Fu remarked and led the way deeper into the passageway with purposeful strides. These two individuals possessed formidable cultivation. Judging by their tone, could they possibly share the same master? Han Li inquired casually as he followed behind. "Their master is quite remarkable. Are you aware of the 4 great loose cultivators of the Great Jin?" Fu replied with a grin, turning the question back. "Indeed, I have heard of them. Are they one of those 4? Han Li's curiosity was piqued. "Correct. Their master is the most enigmatic among the 4 great loose cultivators. Yi Tian, who has long since advanced to the late Yuaning stage. That I once had the fortune to meet this individual. I witnessed him effortlessly slay an 8th-level demon beast using his formidable divine powers. His cultivation is truly unfathomable. It is said that he is one of the 2 individuals most likely to advance to the transformation stage in a millennium. The organizers of this trade fair likely intend to leverage his reputation by having these 2 guard the entrance." The elder Fu elaborated, his admiration for Yi Tian evident in his tone. "I see that Brother Fu possesses extraordinary depth in cultivation. Once you break through your bottleneck, advancement to the late Yuaning stage will be imminent." "What is there to envy?" Han Li remarked. "However, who might the other individual likely to advance to the transformation stage be?" "The other person is Master Bua of the Pure Fire sect of Buddhism. He achieved the late Yuan-ing stage in just over 400 years, a prodigy recognized as a once-in-a-millennium talent in the realm of cultivation. As for myself, Fu considers his own aptitude to be noteworthy. Yet I cannot compare with either of the aforementioned individuals. I have been stuck at this realm for 200 or 300 years, having long abandoned any thoughts of further advancement. Yet, you seem to have recently broken through to the mid-stage. Perhaps you might effortlessly surpass your bottleneck? Fu spoke with a wry smile. Brother Fu, you jest. Such fortuity is rare in this world. Hanli chuckled awkwardly, dismissing the notion lightly. That moment, guided by the elder Fu, Hanli beheld a flickering white light ahead, and the entrance to a grand hall gradually materialized, accompanied by the bustling sounds of a crowd, invigorating his spirit. In another location, suspended in the air 100 miles away from the site of the underground trading fair, Gu Tianhao's visage was contorted with rage, his entire being enveloped in a swirling darkness. With a single hand, he grasped the head of an unfamiliar cultivator with an iron grip, employing a soul-searching secret technique to extract memories from the depths of the other's consciousness. Focusing intently at a crucial moment, the cultivator's face twisted in agony, his eyes rolling back, his body trembling incessantly as if beset by unbearable torment. Beside them, Lin Yinping and another cultivator in his 50s, clad in black robes, observed the scene with impassive expressions. Moments later, the soul-searching cultivator suddenly convulsed violently, black blood oozing from his ears and nose, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Tianhao furrowed his brow, and in an instant, black flames erupted from his fingers, reducing the unfortunate soul in his grasp to mere ashes. He then gently closed his eyes, gradually assimilating the information gleaned from the soul search. Have you discerned this individual's identity? Why was he stealthily trailing us? Lin Yinping inquired, her lips slightly parted as she awaited Gu Tianhao's reopening of his eyes. Chapter 951, Talismans and Formation Arrays. Gu Tianhao spoke slowly. The Yi family, specifically, the royal Yi family. Lin Yinping's expression shifted to one of surprise. Do you know who sent him? She pressed. It appears he is an elder named Han from the Yi family. And curiously, this elder Han bears a striking resemblance, 7 or 8 parts, to the individual we are currently pursuing. Gu Tianhao replied, his countenance reflecting perplexity. Is it possible that they're the same person? How could he possibly be linked to the Yi family? Lin Yinping queried, taken aback. This remains uncertain. The soul I probed was merely an independent cultivator recruited by the Yi family. However, if they are not the same individual, there must be some significant connection. Otherwise, why would they send someone to track us? If this individual truly is an elder of the Yi family, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Gu Tianhao's expression grew grave. Is the royal family's influence truly so formidable? I seem to recall that the Yi family is merely a lineage propped up by your sects. Lin Yinping remarked with a light laugh. The Yi family is no ordinary sect of cultivators. Not only do they belong to the Dejin royal lineage and hold the title of the foremost family, but they also boast 6 or 7 Yuan-ing level elders within their ranks. Moreover, they clandestinely attract a multitude of independent cultivators and nurture lesser-known factions. Their true power is likely on par with any major sect of cultivation. Gu Tianhao elaborated. Take this cultivator tracking us. For instance, though his cultivation level is not particularly high, the banner he wields possesses extraordinary mystique. Were it not for Lin Dao's exceptional sound mirror, we might have struggled to detect his furtive presence. Gu Tianhao sighed deeply. It is of no great matter. My cultivation emphasizes the refinement of spiritual perception. From the moment we left the market, I sensed an underlying disquiet, prompting me to utilize the sound mirror for scrutiny. Fortuitously, he encountered me while I possessed the wondrous sound mirror. How do you intend to handle this situation? Will your esteemed sect still fulfill its agreement with this temple? The celestial Lan Sanis fixed her gaze upon Gu Tianhao, her tone calm. While the Yi family wields considerable power, my sect does not cower before anyone. Furthermore, this matter involves our sect's treasured artifact and the life of an elder enforcer. Even if this individual is indeed a Yi family elder, we shall compel them to surrender him, Lin Yinping assured her. Rest easy. The hour grows late. Let us proceed to the trading fair. Tianhao lifted his head to gaze into the distance and spoke softly. Since Brother Gu has said so, this little lady can rest assured. Lin Yinping nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the 3 transformed into 3 streaks of light, swiftly departing from the location, unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure. A flicker of black light appeared in a nearby space, and a young man clad in green mysteriously manifested there, casting a cold smile in the direction where the trio had vanished. It turned out that the Yin Luo sect and the Tianlan Holy Palace had become entwined. Very well, I shall temporarily grant you a reprieve. allowing you to assist me in locating that fellow surnamed Han. The grudge from the past has never faded from my memory. Murmuring this to himself, the young man flickered once more and disappeared from sight. Hanley found himself enveloped in a verdant haze. Glancing around with a bitter smile, he was currently situated within a dimly lit grand hall, which contained 400 to 500 seats evenly distributed around a circular open space at its center. To his astonishment, upon entering, a masked cultivator guarding the entrance affixed a specially crafted talisman to him. As they traversed a rudimentary teleportation array, both were immediately shrouded in a green mist, rendering their forms ethereal. Hanley was understandably taken aback. Upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered that several dozen cultivators were scattered about, either standing or seated, all similarly enveloped in various hues of mist, obscuring their true appearances. Curiosity piqued, Hanley casually seated himself in a corner and discreetly extended his spiritual sense towards a nearby individual. Hoping to penetrate the veil of their mist, to his shock, these mists appeared to possess a tangible quality, effortlessly repelling even his strongest spiritual pressure. Although he had not maximized the intensity of his spiritual sense, he surmised that even an increase would yield little effect. With a shift in thought, he instinctively swept his spiritual sense across the entire hall, only to discover that the entire space seemed to be under the influence of a peculiar formation. This formation, while lacking formidable restrictions, emitted spiritual energy that resonated subtly with the mist enveloping all present. As a practitioner well-versed in talismans and formations, Hanley quickly grasped the underlying mechanism, quietly marveling at the ingenuity. Clearly, these talismans were specifically designed to function in conjunction with this bizarre formation. Once affixed, the talismans would automatically activate their concealing properties upon entering the formation's range. Consequently, even a cultivator with tremendous spiritual sense would be unable to contend against the entire formation. This arrangement allowed the seasoned participants of the exchange to engage in transactions with confidence, unafraid of encountering enemies or being targeted while trading. Hanley, feeling a slight relief, dispelled his earlier concerns regarding the potential presence of Een Luo sect cultivators at the exchange, placing the law disc before him on the table. He settled into a chair, closing his eyes to recuperate. As time passed gradually, the number of cultivators entering the hall began to increase. When Hanley finally opened his eyes again, not only had the number of cultivators in the grand hall swelled to nearly 200, but a wide white jade table had also appeared in the center of the circular open space, seemingly having materialized out of thin air. Hanley narrowed his eyes, gazing silently ahead. Before long, a figure enveloped in white radiance suddenly materialized behind the jade table. The appointed time had arrived, and the fellow cultivators had gathered. The exchange was set to commence. The figure cloaked in white glanced around and spoke in a calm tone. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 or 4 plump storage bags floated onto the table. Instantly, the gazes of the assembled cultivators were drawn towards them, their eyes alight with fervor. This exchange meeting, as in times past, primarily featured a variety of rare materials, along with ancient treasures and magical artifacts. Should any truly rare items surface, they could also be traded here. In accordance with tradition, we shall first present a selection of materials that can be auctioned directly for spirit stones, with the highest bids prevailing. Following that, esteemed fellow cultivators may engage in barter amongst themselves. However, one notable difference from previous years is that this time, our exchange has been entrusted by a significant patron to present a remarkable treasure as the grand finale. This treasure will only be exchanged for a few exceedingly rare items. If no one possesses such materials, spirit stones will be accepted through bidding. Whether any of you will return with this treasure depends entirely on your fortune. The figure in white spoke slowly. A treasure. What exactly is it? Material, elixir, or artifact? Might you disclose its nature to us? Otherwise, if the required items are exchanged beforehand, wouldn't that lead to regret? A voice unexpectedly queried. I can only describe this item as exceedingly rare in the world. The specifics will be revealed in due course. As for the concerns of this esteemed cultivator, they are unwarranted. Any ordinary cultivator fortunate enough to obtain this treasure would surely keep it close, never parting with it, the figure said with a faint smile. Such grand assertions naturally stirred a ripple of excitement among the gathered cultivators, igniting their curiosity, yet no one dared to press further. At that moment, the figure behind the jade table casually reached for a storage bag before him. With a flicker of black light, a fruit resembling a date, yet dark and lustrous, appeared in his palm. The Een date, born from the grave of an individual who passed on a Een year, month, and day, takes 3 centuries to bear fruit. It is then refined using the grievances of vengeful spirits through secret arts for 49 days. This date can be consumed directly or used as an ingredient in alchemical concoctions. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones, with increments of 5,000 as soon as the figure spoke. Hanli's heart jolted. 120,000, 140,000, 145,000 spirit stones in the blink of an eye, this date, of which Hanli had never even heard, soared to an astonishing price. The bidders were almost exclusively cultivators shrouded in gray and black auras, suggesting that it was an item of great significance to those of the demonic path. Ultimately, the date was claimed for a staggering price of 190,000 spirit stones. Next came the Blood Sun Iron, forged from the fusion of the souls of 3 cultivators at the core formation stage or higher, who practiced fire attribute techniques, making it a rare material for crafting fire artifacts. The starting bid is 150,000 spirit stones, with increments of 10,000 and the brilliance of white light. A figure emerged, having paid for the item with spirit stones after successfully bidding for in the blink of an eye. A rectangular object, measuring half a foot, appeared in their hand, its entire surface of vivid crimson, exuding an intense, searing aura. 18,000 spirit stones, 20,000. This rare material, which Hanli had faintly heard of, drew bids from only a few. Yet those who competed seemed to possess considerable wealth and were unwilling to relinquish their ambitions easily, ultimately fetching an astonishing price of 25,000. The ghostly fury grasped. One by one, each item bore names that reeked of malevolence, and almost every piece that emerged was seized by those in need, exchanged for large sums of spirit stones. Compared to the grand auction, this was truly on another level. Hanli touched the storage bag at his waist, feeling a bitter smile creep onto his face. For the first time, he found himself somewhat worried that the spirit stones he had brought might be insufficient, although he understood that before any barter could take place, a selection of items available for purchase with spirit stones would be presented. He had not anticipated the extraordinary rarity of the items that would emerge, nor the escalating prices that accompanied them. Any bid casually thrown out seemed to surpass even the grand auction's centerpiece items. The jade rubber, a 1,000-year yield from the heavenly spirit-wood jade rubber tree, was the finest material for crafting extraordinary treasures and mechanical puppets. With a base price of 120,000 spirit stones and a minimum bid increment of 5,000. 150,000. When the figure in white light revealed a misty, gel-like substance, Hanli, who had been somewhat distracted until that moment, suddenly regained his focus and bid without hesitation. Chapter 952. The commotion. Evidently, after reaching the nascent soul stage, there were not many cultivators still interested in crafting puppets and extraordinary treasures, as only 3 or 4 others contended with Hanli in a bidding round. This brought him a sense of joy. The subsequent items auctioned by the figure in white light included 2 more that Hanli coveted, which he acquired for 19,000 and 31,000 spirit stones, respectively. The latter material was a highly renowned raw material for crafting treasures, and Hanli had no choice but to join the fervent bidding alongside many cultivators, ultimately securing it at a forced price. These few items had drained almost 70 to 80% of the spirit stones from Hanli's bag. Fortunately, no further puppet materials of interest appeared thereafter, allowing Hanli to exhale in relief. When the final item was auctioned off and the storage bags on the jade table lay utterly empty, the figure in white light appeared quite satisfied with the preceding auction. After a brief pause, they chuckled lightly and said, "Our items have all been auctioned off. Friends, if you possess treasures you wish to exchange, you may now present them for trade. A word of caution, as this is a voluntary exchange. Should any exchanged items prove counterfeit or if you misjudge, we hold no responsibility. We merely provide the venue. All outcomes must be borne by yourselves. Additionally, according to customary rules, regardless of the nature of the items to be exchanged, you may prepare several at once. If the exchange is successful, we will collect a fee of 10,000 spirit stones per person as processing costs. Now, feel free to proceed, fellow friends, as long as no breaches of protocol occur. I shall remain merely an observer." The individual in question exhibited remarkable forthrightness. After a few brief words, he swiftly vanished, only to reappear at the edge of the clearing, whereupon he sat cross-legged, entering a state of profound meditation. This spectacle elicited no surprise from the surrounding practitioners. Rather, there was a flurry of movement as several figures shot forth like comets. Among them, one figure distinctly outpaced the rest, and with a flicker of brilliance, a person enveloped in crimson radiance materialized behind the jade table. Subsequently, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled as he spoke. "I beg your pardon. I have arrived first. Kindly await your turn, my esteemed friends." The other radiant figures, upon witnessing this, could only reluctantly spiral back to their original seats, Hanli observed this with a faint smile. In the pursuit of acquiring materials, it was generally advantageous to act swiftly, as this could prevent the coveted items from being snatched away by others. However, such occurrences were not overly frequent, and the more precious the materials sought, the less likely they were to be in contention with others. Therefore, most practitioners managed to maintain their composure, refraining from competing with the few who had just rushed forward. The materials Hanli still required were rather obscure. Alleviating any significant concern on his part, the individuals who had rushed forward likely sought items with broad applications, prompting their spirited contest. Indeed, as the practitioner enveloped in crimson unveiled several rare materials, he specifically called for exchanges involving versatile alchemical ingredients. Moments later, several individuals approached and successfully acquired most of the items he offered, leaving him quite satisfied as he departed. The subsequent arrivals also experienced relatively smooth exchanges, each garnering varying degrees of success. However, when a figure clad in yellow, holding a radiant blue metal, repeatedly inquired about exchanging for a water attribute material of which Hanli had never heard, he received no responses after 3 attempts, forcing him to leave in disappointment. Following this individual's departure, a growing number of practitioners returned empty-handed, after 3 or 4 dozen had taken their turns. The majority returned without any acquisitions. This did not necessarily imply that the items these practitioners sought were genuinely unavailable among the others present. Rather, it was likely that those willing to trade deemed the items offered by their counterparts unworthy or simply did not desire what was proposed, leading to a lack of engagement in exchanges. Thus, the principle of barter did not guarantee that the most valuable items would result in successful trades. Of course, there were practitioners who coveted the materials of others but lacked what their counterparts sought, prompting them to engage in discreet negotiations to trade for those items with other treasures. However, such successful exchanges were few and far between, with most met by cold refusals. Among the fortunate few who succeeded was Hanli, who executed a straightforward transaction. He offered several rare millennium spiritual herbs alongside some high-grade demon pills in exchange for the materials he required. These 2 items held significant utility for any practitioner. While 1 or 2 might occasionally be procured at certain markets, assembling such a quantity was undoubtedly challenging. Thus, the practitioner hesitated briefly before abandoning his original intentions and nodded in agreement. In addition to that, 2 types of puppet materials were exchanged by Hanli for items from his own collection. Now, only 2 of the most elusive items remained to complete the entire set of puppet materials. However, these 2 items are exceedingly rare, and it is estimated that ordinary cultivators would not willingly part with them for trade. Young Han, what do you intend to offer in exchange for the materials? If it is something of lesser quality, I fear that even if others possess the materials, they would not easily relinquish them. The great lord of the De Yin suddenly conveyed telepathically to Hanli. I have long contemplated what to offer. Most cultivators here lean towards the demonic path, and I happen to possess an item that is regarded as a treasure by those of the demonic way. Hanli replied nonchalantly. Are you referring to that material? Would you truly part with it? The great lord of the De Yin expressed surprise. It is regrettable, yet there is no alternative, having gathered all the puppet materials to this point. I must acquire the final 2. Otherwise, all my previous efforts would be in vain. If the puppets are indeed as formidable as you mentioned, it is worth the endeavor, Hanli transmitted with a slight smile, then glanced around, sensing the moment was nearly ripe. As a cultivator returned from a fruitless endeavor with a hint of dejection, Hanli finally rose from his seat, walking forward at a leisurely pace to stand behind the jade table. The assembled cultivators instinctively turned their gazes towards Hanli, eager to see what rare item he might produce. With a flourish of his hands, he revealed 2 small, exquisite jade boxes, but he did not rush to open them. Instead, he scanned the surroundings before speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. Materials for the crafting of demonic treasures, 2 pieces of demonic essence diamonds, in exchange for the 5-element jade and the luminous crystal. If any of you esteemed friends possess these, you may take them in exchange. As soon as Hanli concluded his succinct declaration, he gently shook his hands, causing the lids of the boxes to spring open simultaneously. From within, 2 pitch-black, lustrous objects floated up, emanating a faint dark aura. These were the 2 demonic essence diamonds Hanli had acquired from the abyss of demonic depths. Demonic essence diamonds, the materials for forging the demonic dragon blade. Did I hear that correctly? Impossible. Can such things truly exist in this world? Is it real or merely a deception? As soon as Hanli finished speaking, the entire hall erupted into chaos, with many individuals expressing their astonishment vocally. Even the figure shrouded in white mist, who had been meditating quietly at the edge of the open space, opened his eyes in surprise, fixated on the two demonic essence diamonds before Han Li. Not daring to blink. To be honest, if I were not practicing a non-demonic cultivation method, I would never have brought such items forth for exchange. As for their authenticity, if someone can present me with what I require, I shall allow them to inspect the items thoroughly, Han Li stated with an unperturbed demeanor. Upon hearing Han Li's confident assertion, the previously restless cultivators fell silent, each regarding the demonic essence diamonds with expressions of varied intrigue. While the five-element jade and luminous crystal were indeed difficult to procure, they paled in comparison to these materials, which were rumored to exist only in legends, stirring the hearts of all present. I recall there is still a luminous crystal in the repository, but due to its exorbitant value, it has not been brought forth for auction. I can have someone retrieve it immediately, allowing you to inspect the demonic essence diamonds first. One cultivator offered. To the astonishment of all, the figure shrouded in white light, the host of the trading fair, gazed at the magic essence diamond for a moment before abruptly proclaiming, "Since it is you who speaks, it is undoubtedly not mere idle talk. Fellow cultivator, you may first verify its authenticity." A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face, yet he responded without hesitation. The figure in white seemed to nod slightly, raising a hand as a flash of fire shot forth, directly striking the ceiling before vanishing in an instant. Only then did he slowly rise and walk towards Han Li. The other cultivators, upon hearing the exchange between Han Li and him, stirred once again, but this time, none dared to voice their thoughts. The cultivator cloaked in white, being appointed to oversee this exchange, was clearly a person of considerable experience and knowledge. Thus, all present widened their eyes in anticipation of the outcome of his appraisal. The figure in white appeared to possess significant knowledge regarding the magic essence diamond. After deftly retrieving a specimen, he opened his mouth, releasing a stream of white infant flame that enveloped the diamond. Remarkably, upon contact with the black aura emanating from its surface, the white flames seemed to meet their nemesis, parting effortlessly to either side. Unable to approach the diamond for refinement. A trace of excitement emerged on the figure's face, and with a gesture, he drew back the infant flame and exhaled a cloud of blue, chilly mist. This mist enveloped the diamond but did not freeze it in the slightest. After a few moments of contemplation, he raised a hand, extending a finger to gently touch the diamond. Instantly, a surge of dark, nebulous demonic energy infused the gem, yet it remained unresponsive, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Indeed, it is the magic essence diamond. I shall take this item. Coincidentally, as he spoke these words, a masked cultivator in a gray robe appeared mysteriously a few yards away, emanating a flicker of spiritual light. He bowed to the figure in white, raised his head, and presented a jade box before vanishing once more. Chapter 953. Unexpected gains. This piece of dazzling crystal, fellow cultivator, do take a look and see if it suits your needs. The cultivator in white did not open the jade box. Han Li, unreserved, reached out to take it, promptly lifting the lid. Before him lay a piece of milky yellow crystal, radiating soft, violet halos that, upon closer inspection, induced a wave of dizziness. Han Li's heart leapt with joy at this sight. A flash of blue light flickered in his eyes, dispelling the sensation of vertigo. He then pinched the yellow crystal between his fingers, placing it before him for careful examination. The figure in white, observing Han Li's unwavering gaze upon the dazzling crystal, felt a twinge of astonishment. This dazzling crystal, which he himself could scarcely bear to look at twice in a short span, was being scrutinized by this unknown cultivator without apparent distress. It was indeed a remarkable surprise. Indeed, this is an exquisite dazzling crystal. Fellow cultivator, you may take the magic essence diamond with you. A look of satisfaction spread across Han Li's face as he returned the diamond to the jade box and casually stored it away in his spatial pouch. I shall not be polite, then. As of now, there is no one else seeking to exchange for the remaining piece, suggesting that none possess the materials you desire. Might you, my esteemed fellow cultivator, be willing to part with the remaining precious item for a generous price, or perhaps exchange it for other rare materials? In whatever manner, I assure you that I shall leave you thoroughly satisfied. The cultivator from Bizaya proceeded cautiously to stow the crystal diamond, his gaze shifting greedily toward another piece of magic essence diamond. Who claims to have no materials? I possess a piece of 5 elements jade. Hold on. None shall dare to snatch this item from me. It is mine by right. As the probing words of the Bizaya cultivator escaped his lips, several cultivators surrounding him could no longer contain themselves. And simultaneously, a male and female voice rang out. The male's voice thundered like a storm in the clear sky, while the female's was melodious and enchanting. Subsequently, a swirl of dark aurora and a blinding silver mist shot forth from either side, landing gracefully before Han Li. This spectacle incited a flurry of whispers among the other cultivators. Unlike the seldom-known glimmering crystal, the five elements jade is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. It is universally acknowledged as the paramount material for crafting jade-grade magical artifacts. Yet, this jade is exceedingly rare, with its last appearance in the cultivation world seemingly occurring 5 or 6 centuries ago. The re-emergence of such a treasure naturally astonished and incited envy within many. It appears that the cultivators present do possess genuine rarities, yet most are reluctant to reveal them easily. Upon hearing the male voice, the figure shrouded in white aurora changed countenance, the features obscured by the light now reflecting a tempest of emotions. "What is this, ye Lao heir? Do you dare to contravene the rules of the exchange and seek to monopolize the magic essence diamond?" The cultivator shrouded in black light paid no heed to the delicate figure emerging from the silver mist. Instead, he addressed the white aurora with an unyielding stare. Though obscured by the dark light, the figure appeared tall, and the voice was chillingly cold. "Brother Kuan, you are overthinking this. How could I, engage in such unscrupulous actions? I merely offered a suggestion to this esteemed fellow. Whether to accept it or not remains entirely at their discretion. Given that there are now 2 esteemed cultivators present, I shall naturally refrain from further involvement in this matter." The host of the exchange, clearly recognizing the black-clad magic cultivator, managed a wry smile and cupped his fists in salute, then stepped aside to indicate his withdrawal. "I commend your wisdom," the magic cultivator scoffed. Casually clasping his hands behind his back, the female cultivator, standing gracefully within the silver mist, seemed momentarily taken aback. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Is it possible that you are Elder Kuan Wuji of the Bloodweeping sect? Judging by your stature and voice, it does bear a striking resemblance, aside from those in the late Yuanying stage, who would dare to be so audacious." Han Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing these words. This magic cultivator was indeed a late-stage Yuanying practitioner, and the Bloodweeping sect is notoriously renowned among the 10 great demonic sects. So it is the Grand Elder of the Bloodweeping sect. "I beg your pardon, esteemed sir. I wonder if you possess the materials sought by this fellow cultivator. If so, I shall promptly take my leave and relinquish this item to you." The female cultivator remained silent for a moment, then exhaled softly and spoke. "It seems this lady is not inclined to relinquish the magic essence diamond despite the formidable prowess and status of her counterpart. Although I, Kuan, do not possess 5 elements jade or glimmering crystal, I certainly have materials of comparable worth. If you have any sense, it would be wise to retreat gracefully." With a grim expression, Kuan Wujing spoke in a chilling tone, the menace in his words unmistakable. "This presents quite a predicament. The magic essence diamond is something this young lady has earnestly sought after. How about this? If this esteemed friend is genuinely willing to select materials in lieu of the 5 elements jade, the younger generation shall not persist and will willingly relinquish this item to Brother Kuan." The female cultivator said with a light laugh, "Very well, I am not an unreasonable person. It is agreed upon." Contrary to everyone's expectations, the demonic cultivator Kuan Wujing appeared to possess unwavering confidence in his possessions, readily consenting without a moment's hesitation. Han Li observed as the 2 individuals disregarded his presence and deliberated amongst themselves regarding the ownership of the magic essence diamond. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, yet, upon witnessing the appearance of the 5 elements jade, the final material was about to be gathered, and a wave of relief washed over him. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he coldly regarded the man and woman, remaining silent. At that moment, the female cultivator raised her hand, and a verdant wooden box shot forth from the silver mist, landing steadily on the table, adorned with a faint silver talisman. "Esteemed friend, you may first examine the authenticity of this young lady's 5 elements jade," she said with a charming smile directed at Han Li. "You have clearly seen what I presented. Some of the materials therein hold greater value than the 5 elements jade." Kuan Wujing sneered coldly, sweeping his sleeve, causing 7 jade boxes of various colors and sizes to soar forth in succession, landing on the table as well. Han Li remained silent, reaching out to the wooden box with a grasp, which was swiftly drawn into his hand with a whoosh. With a flick of his hand, a surge of azure spiritual light flashed, causing the talisman on the box to detach and drift away, allowing the lid to be effortlessly opened. Inside lay a flat, round piece of warm jade exhibiting 5 colors, quietly resting within the box. Although it lacked any extraordinary brilliance, a vibrant aura of spiritual energy emanated from it. Han Li held it in his hand, inspecting it momentarily before forcibly suppressing a flicker of excitement within him, slowly nodding towards the female cultivator. "Indeed, it is genuinely the 5 elements jade." After uttering these words, he placed the jade back into the wooden box, his gaze shifting to the adjacent jade boxes. Naturally, his intention was to directly exchange for the 5 elements jade, yet he deemed it unnecessary and was reluctant to easily offend a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, seeing Kuan Wujing's audacious confidence piqued his curiosity regarding the contents of those jade boxes. Kuan Wujing extended a finger, expressionless, and pointed at the jade boxes in the air several times. The lids flew off, revealing various items within: falling phoenix wood, soul condensing stone, 10,000 will flower. Han Li had yet to recognize the items within the boxes, but nearby cultivators with keen eyes were already astonishingly calling out the names of these items one by one. Most could not help but gasp in astonishment. The female cultivator, after merely glancing at these items, felt a similar sense of shock. As Kuan Wujing had asserted, in terms of rarity, almost none of these items could compare to the 5 elements jade, particularly the 10,000 will flower, which seemed to hold value surpassing that of the magic essence diamond for certain individuals. With such precious items at hand, it was no wonder Kuan Wujing exuded such confidence. Overcome with unease, the female cultivator could not help but turn her head to glance at the indistinct figure of Han Li within the azure radiance, only to be taken aback. Han Li's gaze did not rest upon the evidently most valuable Wanluan flower, but rather fixated on a large, pale golden or nestled within a jade box, his expression contemplative and silent. The woman's heart sank involuntarily. Indeed, as Han Li raised his hand, the golden ore was immediately drawn into his grasp, prompting him to lower his head for a closer inspection. Kuan Wujing, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, proudly declaring, "What is this? Have you taken a liking to my precious Gung essence? You truly possess an extraordinary eye. Should you be a sword cultivator, this Gung essence could significantly enhance your divine abilities. It is likely that only I, Kuan, could present such a sizable piece within the entire great gene cultivation realm. I shall trade for this Gung essence," Han Li stated indifferently. "Hold on, this 5 elements jade. Friend, you wouldn't." Silence. "Do you truly wish to provoke my wrath?" Kuan Wujing, upon hearing this, was initially elated, but his expression swiftly darkened. An overwhelming and formidable aura suddenly emanating from him, unleashing an invisible spiritual pressure that bore down upon the female cultivator. Han Li remained unaffected, while the female cultivator stumbled back several steps before regaining her footing. Meanwhile, Kuan Wujing had seized the magic marrow drill from in front of Han Li, his joy palpable as he examined it. "Indeed, it is the magic marrow drill. I have truly made the right decision in coming here." If the likes of old Demon Jia and the others were to learn of this item's appearance at the trading conference, they would undoubtedly regret it immensely. After securing the crystalline drill, the old demon threw back his head in a fit of wild laughter, then waved his sleeve to collect the remaining jade boxes from the table. In an instant, he darted towards the exit of the hall without leaving a trace. "Brother Kuan, there is still one more treasured item to be unveiled. Do you not wish to stay and take a glance?" The host of the exchange, a figure clad in silver mist, suddenly interjected, attempting to retain him. "What treasure? I have no interest. Now that I have the magic marrow drill in hand, I am eager to return and refine the essence of the magic energy within. I have no time to linger on any treasures." With a peculiar laugh, Kuan Wujing's figure shimmered at the entrance, triggering the restrictions, and instantly vanished without a trace. Refining magic energy? Han Li found this statement somewhat surprising. Yet upon reflection, it dawned on him. The magic marrow drill was formed naturally beneath the abyss of the 10,000 Zhang demon abyss. Thus the essence of the magic energy contained within must be extraordinary. If a demon path cultivator were to refine it, the benefits would be substantial indeed. No wonder Kuan Wujing, having acquired this treasure, exhibited no interest in even glancing at what the final prized item might be. At that moment, the female cultivator, seeing Kuan Wujing depart with the magic marrow drill, felt an intense frustration. Without uttering a word, she gestured towards the wooden box containing the 5 elements jade, intending to draw it back. However, a calm voice interjected, "Hold on. I also wish to acquire this item." Han Li's hand unexpectedly appeared atop the wooden box, preventing the female cultivator from reclaiming it. "What do you mean by this?" "Fellow cultivator." The remaining cultivators observed this scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. Han Li offered a slight smile, pressing down on the wooden box with one hand while the other struck his storage bag, causing another jade box to fly towards her. "That I only wish to trade for the magic marrow drill. I have no interest in other items." The female cultivator instinctively reached out to accept the jade box, yet responded somewhat reluctantly. It wouldn't hurt to take a look at what lies within the box before making such claims. Han Li spoke with a poised confidence. The female cultivator, somewhat perplexed, cautiously opened the lid of the box just a crack and cast a casual glance inside. Immediately, a gasp of surprise escaped her lips, her voice brimming with delight. "Excellent. The 5 elements jade belongs to you, my friend." She let out a light, carefree laugh, promptly closing the box lid that she had only partially opened, swiftly collecting the jade box and nonchalantly making her way back. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators were left in utter confusion. They had not witnessed the contents of the third jade box that Hanli had produced, and thus were baffled by the female cultivators' seemingly inexplicable agreement to trade for the 5 elements jade. Many among them speculated whether Hanli had indeed produced a third piece of demonic essence crystal. The mere fact that one individual could present 2 such items was already astonishing. The existence of a third would be nothing short of sensational. Most concluded that it was improbable and presumed Hanli had merely revealed some other treasure that had captivated the female cultivator. Nevertheless, an array of curious gazes swirled around Hanli. Envy, jealousy, and malice mingled in their stares. Yet, Hanli remained indifferent to all of this, his attention fixed on the ethereal form of the female cultivator. Partially obscured by silvery mist, his brow furrowing slightly. Having initially overlooked her, he now felt a strange familiarity upon seeing her indistinct silhouette. Could it be her? A bizarre thought stirred within Hanli, startling him. Despite the dissimilarity in voice, for cultivators, altering one's tone was as effortless as breathing. Thoughts racing, Hanli could not help but let his pupils shimmer with a blue light. Although the divine sight granted by his spiritual eyes could not fully penetrate the mist, it allowed him to discern her figure much more clearly than before. The expression on Hanli's face turned peculiar. While not entirely certain, the female cultivator seemed to resemble the celestial orchid saintess. However, without Hanli's spiritual sight, and given that he had altered his voice, she remained blissfully unaware of his identity, contentedly returning to her seat with the third piece of demonic essence crystal in hand. Hanli was struck by a mix of amusement and exasperation. The materials he had sought after with such difficulty were ultimately retrieved from the hands of an adversary. What a bitter irony it was. A sense of unnameable strangeness lingered within Hanli, yet his hands moved swiftly, efficiently stowing away the 5 elements jade and the essence before making his way back to his seat. He cared not from whom these materials were procured. He had finally accomplished his objective for this journey and unexpectedly acquired a substantial amount of essence, thus alleviating future troubles. This essence was sufficient to forge a significant portion of a sword array. With just a bit more collection, he could recreate 36 Qingzhou Fengyun swords. This realization filled Hanli with great satisfaction. In the subsequent exchanges, 3 or 4 dozen cultivators approached to trade their treasures. But clearly, with the likes of the demonic essence crystal and the 5 elements jade already presented, the remaining cultivators appeared somewhat disinterested, hastily concluding their transactions. The number of successful exchanges dwindled further. Although a few decent items surfaced later, they failed to pique the interest of the other cultivators. Ultimately, when one cultivator returned to their seat, no one else stepped forward. The figure shrouded in white mist, who originally hosted the exchange meeting, calmly returned to the jade table upon witnessing the scene. Since all fellow cultivators had completed their exchanges, it was now time to commence the auction for the final treasure of this exchange event, which also happened to be the most valuable item of the gathering. With poise, the individual spoke these words, and then suddenly clapped their hands together twice with a crisp sound. Following this, 2 male cultivators entered from the entrance of the hall, their presence illuminating the space. To the astonishment of many, these 2 cultivators bore no talismans and walked directly into the center, revealing their true identities. A stir rippled through the assembly, as most present could easily name them: the elderly man in the black crown and the middle-aged man with the square face, both of whom had previously appeared in the imperial city. One was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while the other was at the mid-stage, both renowned elders of the Yi family, known for their dealings with outsiders. While the majority of the cultivators were puzzled, a select few were not surprised at all. They had received prior intelligence and had come to the exchange specifically for this treasure. Their spirits now lifted at this moment. The elderly man in the black crown had already approached the table, nodded at the figure in silver mist, and then turned to address the assembly of cultivators with a slow, deliberate voice. "There is no need for extensive introductions, as I believe most of you are familiar with us. I shall be brief. This treasure is an item that our Yi family has painstakingly crafted over a century, investing immeasurable resources and manpower. However, recently, several sects with whom the Yi family maintains amicable relations have simultaneously sought to procure this item. Given that we cannot afford to offend or refuse any of these sects, our council of elders deliberated and ultimately decided to auction this treasure at this exchange. to see which fortunate cultivator might have the opportunity to claim it. As the square-faced middle-aged man concluded his statement, he exchanged a knowing glance with the elderly man. The latter then slowly retrieved a square box, approximately a foot in length, from his sleeve, casting a reluctant glance at it before resolutely handing it to the figure in silver mist. Since the preliminary discussions have largely concluded, I shall refrain from superfluous words and allow you all to witness the true visage of this treasure. The figure in silver mist let out a light chuckle. Then with a flick of their wrist, sent the box lid soaring into the air. A brilliant, fist-sized sphere of yellow light gradually emerged from the box, pulsating as if imbued with a spirit of its own, accompanied by a low, resonant hum. Observing this, the figure in silver mist adopted a serious demeanor, forming hand seals and casting several incantations, before pointing at the yellow light with a decisive gesture, issuing a low command. The sphere of light flickered intensely for a moment before suddenly spinning around, its radiance dimming to reveal its true form. A small seal, mere inches in size, of a warm, earthy hue. The seal was square and smooth, exuding a jade-like luster, yet its surface alternated between brightness and darkness, subtly revealing layers of golden and silver microformation patterns. Intriguingly, with each flicker of light, the runes of these formations appeared entirely different, imparting a profound and mysterious aura upon closer inspection. In addition to this, the aura emanating from the small seal, though serene and stable, harbored an immense spiritual energy that caused all who sensed it to involuntarily change their expressions. This treasure is known as the Pingshan seal, meticulously crafted in imitation of the ancient celestial artifact, the Zhangtian seal, according to the Yi clan's practitioners. This artifact possesses merely 1/10 to 1/12 of the rumored power of the Zhangtian seal. However, it is undoubtedly capable of opening the earth. Moreover, should a practitioner's cultivation be sufficiently advanced, it is not out of the realm of possibility to unleash its power to reach 1/3 of the Zhangtian seal's might. Yet, such an approach would significantly damage this treasure, and it is advisable to refrain from doing so lightly. As the figure amidst the white mist spoke slowly, they manipulated the Pingshan seal, which fluctuated in size, its astonishing potential coiling within the hazy golden light, stirring the hearts of all practitioners present. Furthermore, even without this demonstration, the mere mention of a celestial artifact replica sufficed to underscore the exceptional nature of this treasure. Regardless of their prior knowledge of it, all practitioners were transfixed by the small seal. Upon hearing the words celestial artifact replica, Hanli was momentarily taken aback. After exerting great effort to collect materials, he had yet to gather all the components needed for the crafting of the Sanyan fan, and he never anticipated that a replica of a celestial artifact would appear at this exchange. This revelation left Hanli greatly disheartened. Unfortunately, his understanding of celestial artifacts was limited, and he knew nothing of the so-called Zhangtian seal, leaving him uncertain as to how a Sanyan fan would compare to this treasure should it be successfully crafted. Seemingly discerning Hanli's thoughts, the Diyin Divine Monarch suddenly spoke. There is no need for excessive concern. The Pingshan seal can only wield 1/10 to 1/12 of the original artifact's power. My research on the Sanyan fan reveals that its maximum capability can unleash a force equivalent to 4/10 of the Qi Yin fan's might. If, as that individual suggested, it can be extraordinarily harnessed, such power is also achievable. While both your fan and the Pingshan seal are offensive artifacts, in terms of sheer might, the seal should still fall short of your Sanyan fan. Indeed, this aligns closely with my expectations. I sincerely hope to forge the Sanyan fan soon. With this treasure in hand, I trust one would not fear even late-stage Yuanying practitioners, Hanli murmured to himself, nodding quietly. Humph, you do not suppose that the gene is akin to Tian Nan? That this singular replica is all there is? The Yin suddenly remarked with a cold smile. The implication of your words is, Hanli was startled and could not help but inquire, from my travels into Jin years ago. I cannot speak for other sects, but the foremost righteous and demonic factions, such as the Tai sect and the Tian Mo sect, as well as the Wanyao Valley, undoubtedly possess more than one replica of celestial artifacts each. The most renowned among these is the replica of the Wanyao banner, which has been perpetually planted in the valley. It is said that due to the excessive terror it has consumed from practitioners, its power may rival that of the replica of the celestial artifact, the Tian Yao banner. As for other major sects, should they also possess one or two such replicas, I would find it no surprise. Otherwise, how could these great sects have stood the test of time? Chapter 955. Encounter with the Ancient Demon. The Yi family, a prominent lineage of cultivators, has managed to forge a replica of a transcendent spiritual treasure. Given the long-standing heritage of other esteemed sects, it is indeed highly plausible that they too possess a similar imitation. After some contemplation, Hanli could only resignedly acknowledge this truth. Do not be overly despondent. Even if it is merely a replica, the materials used in its creation are far from ordinary. It is likely that most of these resources have long been eradicated from this realm, and what currently exists has been painstakingly gathered over countless years, occasionally coalescing into a singular artifact. Moreover, do you not still possess a genuine void heavenly cauldron? If you can truly master this treasure, there is no doubt that none in this realm would be able to contend with you, remarked the Yin divine monarch, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. To thoroughly master the void heavenly cauldron is no simple feat. Without the cultivation of the transformation god stage, it remains but a distant aspiration, Hanli replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the Yin divine monarch chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the hall fell into a hushed silence, save for the ethereal figure of Bai Xiazhang, who continued to introduce the Pingshan seal. Everyone else had become mute, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. The ethereal figure, acutely aware that the momentum had been sufficiently built, decided not to prolong the proceedings. After a brief cough, he finally began to elucidate the auction method for this item. It seems that my words are unnecessary. You all have grasped the value of this treasure. The Yi family has prepared a list detailing the materials required for the auction. Those who can provide the most substantial offerings will be awarded this treasure. Of course, should the highest valued materials be deemed significantly inadequate, they will be rendered ineffective. Ultimately, we will also employ a spirit stone bidding system, starting at a base price of 3 million. Upon hearing the astronomical figure of 3 million, even the seasoned cultivators present stirred restlessly, yet no one voiced any objections. Although this sum could rival the spirit stone reserves of a medium-sized cultivation sect, it pales in comparison to the actual worth of the treasure. During the actual bidding, it is highly probable that this price will multiply several times over. As Hanli absorbed this price, a chill ran through him, and an odd thought suddenly occurred to him. If he were to auction his demon essence crystals, he wondered how many spirit stones they might fetch. Surely, it would not be an insignificant amount. However, it is indeed challenging to make a direct comparison. The so-called demonic treasure, the demon dragon blade, was something he had researched and learned a bit about. It appeared to have been forged only in ancient times, and it was said that the wielder of this blade had once slain a transformation god stage cultivator. In terms of potency, it seemingly rivaled that of the transcendent spiritual treasure. Yet, the demon dragon blade is a genuine magical artifact, with considerable potential yet to be explored. A mere few demon essence crystals, however, would not suffice to forge such a blade. They could only be regarded as elixirs for enhancing one's cultivation, absorbing the exquisite demonic energy within, thus significantly diminishing their value. As Hanli pondered these myriad thoughts, the elderly man in the black crown had already produced a jade slip, beginning to recite the list of materials as recorded within. The elder's voice was not loud, yet every cultivator in the grand hall heard him distinctly. All the cultivators listened intently, while Hanli appeared somewhat distracted, showing no inclination to compete for the treasure at hand. This was not to suggest he was indifferent to the allure of the artifact. Rather, he possessed a profound self-awareness. As an outsider, regardless of his wealth, he could not truly contend with the local sects of the Great Jane, treasures of such formidable power, capable of influencing the standing of major sects, were far beyond the reach of individuals and minor factions. Otherwise, the Yi family, as the foremost clan in the realm, would not willingly auction off the Pingshan seal. It was likely that they were compelled by the overwhelming pressure from other formidable forces to part with it as a means of averting disaster. After casually listening to a few materials, Hanli's conviction regarding this notion deepened. The items the elder mentioned were not rare finds like the 5 elements jade or the gung essence, which were nearly impossible to locate in the world. Instead, they were all precious yet commonplace materials that major sects routinely possessed and stored. It seemed that the Yi family, in their unwillingness to concede, harbored intentions of extracting considerable wealth from the other sections. Contemplating this, Hanli suddenly rose and made his way towards the exit of the hall. Such an action, at that moment, naturally drew considerable attention. Many cultivators, who had keenly observed Hanli produce 2 demon essence crystals, glanced over, their expressions filled with intrigue. Hanli, however, paid no heed to the curious gazes and calmly approached the entrance. Just as he was about to step into the shimmering barrier of faint white light, a voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear. Taoist Han, why are you leaving so soon? The familiar voice belonged to the affluent elder. Hanli paused slightly, his lips moving as he transmitted his reply. I have become the target of many. If I do not depart promptly, I might attract a great deal of trouble that I have not forgotten your matters. Brother Food, if this issue is not urgent, might we discuss it in detail a few years hence? After I have refined a treasure, my own affairs are not pressing. However, Brother Han, your secrecy weighs heavily on me. To possess such a treasure as the demon essence crystal without revealing a whisper is quite remarkable. It is no wonder that the members of the Yin Luo sect are relentless in their pursuit of you. How about this? For years from now, might you meet me in the Chaoyuan prefecture of the southern frontier? I will also invite several other fellow cultivators to convene at Double Scorpion Mountain. I can assure you, although this matter requires your assistance, it will undoubtedly benefit you as well, the affluent elder stated without hesitation. 3 years? That time frame is manageable. I shall honor the appointment then. For now, I must take my leave. Having conveyed these few words, Han Li did not linger any longer in the hall. He stepped into the barrier without looking back. In a flicker of white light, Han Li's figure vanished without a trace. A short while later, Han Li emerged as a streak of azure light from the entrance of the underground trading post. Soaring above the valley before shooting eastward without pause, moments after Han Li's departure, a few cultivators quietly vacated their seats and hurriedly exited the hall. More, however, who harbored differing intentions found it exceedingly difficult to part with the Pingshan seal currently under auction. After weighing the pros and cons, the majority chose to remain. Despite the rarity of the 5 elements jade and other treasures on Han Li's person, it has come to his attention that someone has set their sights upon them. Engaging further in this fray would not be worth the conflict with other cultivators. Soaring through the skies for 1,000 miles, as he passed near a mountain peak, a resonant, dragon-like sword cry suddenly echoed from within Han Li's being. His expression changed dramatically, and the escape light abruptly halted. Taking a deep breath, his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept the surroundings. With a flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden flying swords surged forth, swirling above him in a dense, formidable display. Your presence has been revealed. There is no need for stealth. Come forth, Han Li declared coldly, his blue eyes shimmering with intensity as he fixated on an empty space to one side. Hee, no wonder you are the cultivator who annihilated my master's spirit. You are indeed remarkably astute, came a voice from the shadows. Suddenly, a young man, strikingly similar in appearance to Han Li, materialized, clad in a green robe and possessing an unremarkable visage. His pupils shimmered with a bizarre interplay of black and purple hues. Upon sighting this individual, Han Li's heart sank. Despite his earlier anticipations, it truly is you. How did you find me? He inquired gravely. It appears you now recognize my identity. Your flying swords are indeed imbued with a remarkable spirit, capable of alerting you autonomously. I must admit, I did not anticipate finding you so swiftly. It seems fortune favors my true self. The youth replied, scrutinizing Han Li intently. My 2 flying swords are in your possession. If I were unaware of your identity, it would be quite foolish of me, Han Li stated, his expression unwavering. Indeed, your flying swords are with me. The ancient demon's fragment asserted nonchalantly, lifting his palm to reveal 2 gleaming golden swords trembling in his grasp, desperately attempting to shoot towards Han Li, but ensnared by layers of black threads. Unable to budge an inch, Han Li's countenance darkened. Your flying swords are forged from the purifying gold thunder bamboo. It seems the others are similarly crafted. To possess such an abundance of gold thunder bamboo is truly astonishing. It is no wonder that in the abyss of demonic descent, your master's spirit could not subdue you and instead perished. The demise of your master may have spared me from further consumption. Yet it has also rendered me forever unable to regain my full strength from the demon realm. Should I thank you for this? Or should I seek your annihilation? The ancient demon's fragment displayed a semblance of a smile. Uttering these words, you appearing here in hiding, do not tell me it is merely for idle chatter, Han Li said, falling silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Whether it is to engage in idle conversation depends on your attitude. If you are willing to share how you acquired such an abundance of gold thunder bamboo, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, you shall await my personal intervention to extract your primordial spirit and delve into your memories. The ancient demon's fragment lowered his head slightly, glancing at the 2 golden swords in his hand, and replied in a nonchalant tone. Han Li, upon hearing this, maintained his composure, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he exhaled softly. To wish to kill me and the actual ability to do so are 2 entirely different matters. I have no desire for idle conversation with you, nor am I interested in revealing any secrets. I am eager to witness the extent of your powers compared to your master's spirit. If my memory serves me correctly, the last time we met in Tiannan, you suffered a significant defeat. I find it hard to believe that you have completely recovered in such a short span of time. Hanli narrowed his eyes and spoke ominously. When it comes to the secrets of the small vial, he would not entertain the other party's proposal. Initially, I had intended to elicit a few more words from you before your demise, but since you are unwilling to cooperate, there is no longer any necessity for that. The ancient demon, feeling a surge of murderous intent, spoke with a fierce expression, and the dark purple light in his eyes intensified. Hanli felt a chill in his heart, with a mere thought. The myriad flying swords above him transformed into a golden barrier, shielding him from the front, while his other hand deftly flipped, retrieving the spirit beast pouch containing the gold-devouring insect. Chapter 956. The torrential demon flame, just as Han Li was preparing to engage in combat with the ancient demon's split soul. Daring to test whether this demon's injuries had fully healed, the ancient demon's expression shifted. Han Li paused for a moment, then quickly sensed something amiss, raising an eyebrow as he gazed in the same direction. Moments later, ethereal lights flickered on the distant horizon, followed by a startling rainbow that suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, its swiftness causing even Han Li to gasp in astonishment. And amidst the escaping light, the faint sounds of wind and thunder could be discerned. Upon seeing the approaching cultivator, the ancient demon's eyes flashed with fierce light, and he reined in the ferocity on his face. Adopting an expressionless demeanor as he regarded the incoming light. In the brief distance of 20 or 30 li, the astonishing rainbow reached their vicinity in an instant, and with a flicker of light, revealed a disheveled hermit several dozen zhang away. This hermit, with a face full of rough flesh, held a crimson round bowl in one hand and a several-foot-long green Zen staff in the other. Now, upon glancing at Han Li and the ancient demon, he noted the striking resemblance between the two, a look of surprise and doubt flashing in his eyes. I wonder which of you is the fellow cultivator who has just emerged from the exchange meeting. I have pressing matters to discuss with this esteemed friend, the hermit inquired with a broad smile as his eyes shifted slightly. Han Li's lips moved, casting a sidelong glance at the individual. Yet he uttered not a word. This hermit was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and judging by both his cultivation level and the treasures he wielded, he appeared quite extraordinary. It was no wonder he dared to pursue them alone. However, Han Li was well aware of the hermit's ulterior motives and had no desire to engage with him. On the other hand, the ancient demon had not cast even a glance at the hermit since his appearance. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward as if he were oblivious to the presence of the newcomer, the hermit, seeing the dismissive attitude of Han Li and the ancient demon, felt a surge of anger that he knew that ever since he ascended to the nascent soul stage, relying on his blood flame bowl and coiling dragon staff, even cultivators of the same level treated him with utmost respect. He had never before been so disregarded. However, observing that Han Li and the ancient demon displayed a disparity in cultivation levels, one at mid-stage and the other at early-stage nascent soul, along with their striking similarities, he naturally assumed they were allies. Though he did not believe he would certainly lose in a 1 versus 2 confrontation, he was also aware that his chances of winning would be slim. Therefore, despite his exceedingly grim expression, he could only forcefully suppress his anger, contemplating how to cunningly eliminate them one by one. Yet, before he could devise a suitable strategy, another burst of brilliance emerged from the direction he had come, followed by 3 beams of different colors of escaping light appearing in tandem, advancing towards them with great speed. The hermit was momentarily taken aback at this scene. He was confident in his own unique prowess in the art of evasion, which allowed him to swiftly catch up to Han Li. The 3 individuals trailing behind him seemed to possess their own extraordinary abilities, as they were only a step behind him despite their greater numbers. It appeared that the prospect of monopolizing the treasure was becoming increasingly unlikely. However, the arrival of these individuals meant he would not have to face 2 cultivators alone, which, in this regard, was not entirely a misfortune. With this thought, a sinister expression crept onto the monk's face as he cast a chilling glance at Han Li and the ancient demon. Sensing the malevolent gaze directed at him, the ancient demon, who had been gazing skyward, suddenly lowered his head and displayed an expression of impatience as he caught sight of the approaching escape light. What a nuisance. I had anticipated that only this one fellow would disrupt matters. Yet it seems many have come seeking their own demise. In light of this, let me expedite your journey to the afterlife. With the cold utterance of this declaration, a dark radiance flickered around the ancient demon, and he abruptly transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the monk. The monk cursed under his breath, deeming the ancient demon foolish, and without hesitation, he turned his bowl upside down. Instantly, a surge of blood-red flames erupted from the bowl, enveloping him in a vast curtain of fire. With a swift motion, he hurled a verdant Zen staff, which transformed into a jade-green dragon, charging towards the black light. upon witnessing the dragon exhaling verdant breath and ferociously clawing at the black radiance. The latter trembled and abruptly vanished mid-flight. The monk, seasoned in the art of combat, felt a jolt of surprise at this turn of events. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly formed a series of azure hand seals, sending multiple azure spells into the surrounding flames. The flames surged skyward, morphing into a towering whirlwind of crimson and azure fire, reaching heights of 20 to 30 feet, a spectacle to behold. Not yet satisfied, the monk patted his waist to retrieve another protective artifact, but in that fleeting moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From a distance of several feet to the side of the monk, the black light flickered, and two arms, entirely enshrouded in a deep purple hue, shot forth with lightning speed, plunging into the fiery curtain without a hint of trepidation. The monk's heart sank at the sight. Without a moment's thought, he let out a powerful shout, and as his lips parted, a torrent of golden radiance erupted from his mouth, rapidly coalescing into a luminous shield position before him. Simultaneously, he trembled and attempted to retreat to a safe distance. With a soft thud, the golden shield, akin to mere paper, was shattered by the two demonic claws. As the monk moved, his dantian was simultaneously pierced by two gaping holes. The two monstrous arms then ferociously tore apart his body, splattering his internal organs and a deluge of blood across the air. A crimson primordial infant emitted a mournful cry, wielding a golden flying sword, and in a flash, it teleported away to a distance of over 20 feet. Yet, just as the golden radiance enveloped the primordial infant, seeking to escape further, a sudden purple line darted past from behind. The primordial infant felt a surge of heat in its mind as something pierced through the back of its skull. Emitting a shrill scream, it immediately lost all strength, unable to resist as the purple line swept it back into the flames, disappearing without a trace. That moment, three streaks of escape light in the distance had just arrived several hundred feet away. Where the cultivators observed this scene with perfect clarity, the three monks were suddenly struck with terror, their souls seemingly departing from their bodies, and they dared not approach any closer. Instead, they performed a swift retreat, fleeing at an even greater speed than before. These three were all early-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators, who had initially believed that their combined strength would allow them to achieve their ambitions. However, witnessing the infamous mid-stage cultivator, the fiery head monk, being mercilessly obliterated in an instant and his Yuan-Ing captured, fear gripped their hearts. How could they risk their lives for some treasure? Naturally, they chose to make a hasty exit. In the blink of an eye, their fleeing lights vanished without a trace. Han Li, faced with the ancient demon's ruthless annihilation of the monk, inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on the distant flames, his expression fluctuating ominously. A shrill, eerie laughter emanated from the flames, and then, in an instant, all the flames extinguished, revealing the form of the ancient demon once more. Upon seeing this, Han Li's mouth twitched involuntarily, his countenance darkening. The ancient demon had transformed into a hybrid of human and demon, retaining a humanoid shape, yet the arms and legs exposed from his tattered azure robe had turned a sinister shade of deep purple, grotesquely enlarged. What sent chills down one's spine was the sight of a long, purple tongue extending from the demon's partially open mouth, the tip piercing through the Yuan-Ing of the now unconscious monk, its emotionless eyes coldly fixed on Han Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes, meeting the demon's gaze without flinching. Young lad, you mustn't linger with this demon. We are not far from the underground trading market, and soon, more cultivators will arrive. You may find it difficult to escape then. The great Yin deity cautioned with concern. I understand. Han Li replied coolly that I initially intended to gauge the disparity in power between this demon and my main soul, but it seems now is not the time to engage. It is too perilous. Let us depart. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, the swirling golden flying swords before him emitted a resonant hum before being drawn into his robe. Then, he opened his mouth and expelled several streams of essence blood, enveloping himself in a thick mist of crimson. Thinking to escape? Is it not too late? The ancient demon's eyes glinted with an otherworldly light. With a swift contraction of its tongue, it swallowed the Yuan-Ing, its figure then flickering before vanishing from sight once more. Han Li paid no heed to the demon's actions. With a hand gesture, amidst the rumble of thunder, a pair of silver wings suddenly materialized behind him, his form becoming increasingly indistinct within the blood mist. However, almost simultaneously, dark lights flickered before him, and the terrifying figure of the demon materialized, moving with a speed that was nearly half again as swift as when it dealt with the monk. Having not exerted its full strength previously, the once calm Han Li's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The ancient demon, grinning malevolently, opened its mouth to unleash its purple tongue, aiming to strike down Hanli, shrouded in the blood mist. Yet at that moment, a bone-chilling cold snort reverberated within the demon's mind, akin to an invisible dagger. Even with the demon's formidable consciousness, it felt a piercing pain in its head, letting out a muffled grunt as its movements faltered. In that fleeting moment, Hanli flickered within the blood mist, transforming into a shadow of crimson that shot forth with remarkable speed, vanishing beyond the horizon in but a few breaths. The ancient demon, taken aback, hastily extended its consciousness, yet as soon as it located Hanli, who was 100 miles away, Hanli once again executed his blood shadow escape, eluding the very limits of its perception. The ancient demon stood frozen in place, pondering. The shadow escape technique, was that the secret art of the iron-winged demon? How could a cultivator from the mortal realm wield such a skill? This posed quite the dilemma. Wait, it seems somewhat different, it murmured to itself, its face revealing a hint of contemplative deliberation. Just then, a flicker of spiritual light appeared from the distant sky, followed by 6 or 7 beams of varied colors racing towards them. The ancient demon's expression shifted, roused from its reverie. It cast a cold glance at the approaching group of cultivators, a flash of ferocity crossing its visage. This was fortuitous. The yuan ing it had devoured years prior had been thoroughly refined. Should it consume another batch now, surely its injuries would be completely healed in a few years' time. The ancient demon muttered ominously to itself, then took a deep breath, causing a massive surge of black and purple demonic energy to erupt from its being, enveloping it entirely. Moments later. With a series of fierce roars, the demonic energy surged and roiled, revealing a colossal creature with 2 heads and 4 arms, its form wavering amidst the miasma, its 4 black and purple eyes devoid of emotion, fixating on the approaching beams of light. Chapter 957. The Heavenly Talisman Sect. Huayan Prefecture is a coastal region situated in the eastern part of the Great Jin Dynasty, where numerous port towns are established along the sea, frequented by many overseas cultivators. Consequently, the bustling markets of this prefecture thrive year-round, with the sects managing these markets reaping substantial profits and accruing vast amounts of spirit stones annually. Even the more remote smaller markets, given their geographical advantages, also generate considerable income. Kaijiang Town lies a mere 200 miles from the coast, and a modest hill is located just a few miles from this town. This hill, only 200 or 300 zhang high, occupies an area of over 10 miles, with a rather inferior and short spirit vein, a place that even larger cultivation families would overlook. Yet, within this hill, which barely qualifies as a spiritual mountain, resides a small sect known as the Heavenly Talisman Sect. This sect is almost the lowest tier among cultivation sects, with its leader, elders, and disciples numbering just over 100, thus allowing the small spirit vein to barely support its members. However, despite the Heavenly Talisman Sect's apparent decline, it boasts a long-standing history. While it may not possess the ancient lineage of sects like Tai Sect or Yinluo Sect, which have been passed down since ancient times, the founder of this sect, the Heavenly Talisman True Person, once commanded great respect across the Great Jin Dynasty with his self-created 3 great secret talismans, nearly elevating the sect to join the ranks of the 10 righteous sects of the time. At one point, the sect boasted tens of thousands of members and dominated a state, yet success came from talismans, and failure also stemmed from talismans. Although the Heavenly Talisman Sect has attained a certain proficiency in the art of talisman crafting, its primary cultivation methods are rather ordinary. Thus, after several generations, the sect swiftly declined. In the present day, several tens of thousands of years later, the Heavenly Talisman Sect can only rely on a few special secret techniques derived from talismans, struggling to maintain its legacy. Such a dilapidated sect, apart from a few cultivators from similarly struggling minor sects, seldom attracts higher-level practitioners. The disciples of the Tianfu sect, responsible for the daily rotations, naturally find themselves exceedingly idle, often either meditating or engaging in idle chatter. On this particular day, however, 2 disciples at the mountain gate, both in the qi refinement stage, gathered together, sighing deeply and exuding an air of listlessness. "Brotherly, is it true that the market will close?" inquired a handsome young disciple, around 16 or 17, somewhat murmuring to his companion. "Though my entry into the sect has been recent, I am aware that the Sanyuan market accounts for nearly half of our sect's income. Without this source of spirit stones, it will be even more challenging for our sect to sustain itself in the future. Whether it closes or not is not up to us to decide," replied another disciple, a young man in his mid-20s with a slightly plump figure, speaking with a hint of resignation. "Not long ago, the Lingfeng sect issued a final ultimatum to our sect, The market must either merge with them or face closure within 3 months. It is nothing short of coercion. Merging the market. That does not sound entirely unfavorable, the younger disciple remarked with surprise. What is there to commend? The young man scoffed. I heard from a senior uncle that after the merger, we would have no say in any market dealings, and the Lingfeng sect would merely grant us 1,000 spirit stones annually. How is that sufficient? It amounts to less than a third of our original income. With a few disdainful grunts, the young man continued, such a paltry sum is unacceptable. How could our sect acquiesce to such terms? Even if the Lingfeng sect is powerful, how could Jinxia Mountain and Mingyang Valley possibly agree? The Sanyuan market is jointly managed by the three of us. If we unite our 3 sects, we need not fear the Lingfeng sect unduly. The younger disciple mused, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Humph, against the Lingfeng sect. We indeed need not be overly fearful. However, I have heard whispers that the Xiang sect is also involved in this matter, a bona fide mid-tier sect, not one we can easily contend with. The young man elaborated, today, our sect leader has summoned the leaders of the other 2 sects to the mountain, surely to discuss a strategy in response. Their situation is not significantly better than ours. They would not easily relinquish the income from the market. The Xiang sect? That indeed poses a formidable challenge for our Tianfu sect. The younger disciple lamented upon hearing the name, disheartened at the prospect. If our sect's income drastically declines, the spirit stones we disciples receive annually will similarly diminish. Never mind, such matters are beyond the purview of low-ranking disciples like us. We shall leave everything to the sect leader and the elders. After all, even in dire straits, we are better off than being rogue cultivators. Let us simply guard the mountain gate diligently and refrain from further speculation. Otherwise, if other senior uncles discover our discussions, we may face deductions from our spirit stones. Suddenly, the young man sighed, as if resigning himself to the situation, but after casting a casual glance skyward, he was struck with surprise. What is that? The younger disciple exclaimed, momentarily frozen in place as he also gazed upward. In the distance, ethereal lights danced at the horizon, followed by a streak of azure light, several zhang long, that abruptly appeared in the sky, hurtling towards them. Which senior is this? It seems to be coming our way. The azure light traversed the air with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance. The younger disciple shouted in alarm, though he had only recently embarked on his journey. The astonishing speed of his escape was far beyond what a few foundation establishment elders within the sect could conjure, leaving him understandably unsettled. Perhaps, he mused, he was here to seek the guidance of his esteemed ancestor. The young man, equally perplexed, could only comfort himself with such thoughts. Moments later, Qi Hong soared to the vicinity of Baizhu Mountain, where he seemed to catch sight of 2 disciples from the Tianfu sect in the distance. In a flash of light, Qi Hong descended, his radiance dimming as he materialized several paces before the 2, a young man clad in azure robes, hands clasped behind his back, gazing in their direction. Is this indeed the Tianfu sect at Baizhu Mountain? He inquired, his appearance unremarkable, yet his aura remarkable. With a fleeting glance at the mountain gate's concealed restrictions behind the 2, he asked nonchalantly that it was none other than Han Li, who had vanished from the public eye since the trading event. For months had elapsed since he had escaped the clutches of the ancient demon. Esteemed elder, how may I assist you here at Baizhu Mountain? Despite their relatively low cultivation levels, the 2 disciples could discern that the cultivator before them was undoubtedly a formidable figure of the core formation stage or higher. Exchanging glances, the young man hurriedly performed a deep BOW. As long as I am not mistaken in my location, I have brought with me an item of significant relevance to your esteemed sect and wish to meet your sect master. Please convey my request, Han Li said, nodding calmly. Yes, esteemed elder, please wait a moment, the young man replied, flustered as he hastily produced a voice transmission talisman. Whispering a few words before tossing it backward, the talisman instantly transformed into a streak of fire, vanishing into the restrictions beyond. Although Han Li appeared motionless, beneath his calm exterior, he discreetly scanned the small mountain with his divine sense. Despite the barrier, he could still vaguely perceive the general situation. His brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated the Tianfu sect's modest size, yet to discover that a sect of cultivators boasted merely over 100 members, with only one early-stage core formation presence among them, confirmed the words of the elder from the Yinming realm, that this sect was indeed a minor one among the lower echelons. Had it not been for the emergence of those vile serpents in Huayan Prefecture and his newfound knowledge of crafting spirit-raising talismans, he would not have ventured to such a place. Moments later, a flurry of yellow light flickered behind the 2 mountain guards, revealing a mountain gate towering over 10 zhang in height. Several cultivators emerged side by side from within the gate. As these cultivators bypassed the two disciples and cast their gazes toward Hanli, their expressions simultaneously shifted dramatically. An elder clad in a yellow brocade robe rushed forward, bowing deeply to Hanli with utmost reverence. I am Yujin, the sect master of Tianfu sect. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar upon your arrival. Esteemed elder. I hope you will forgive our oversight. Although this man was at the foundation establishment stage and could not ascertain Hanli's precise cultivation level. As the leader of the sect, his experience far surpassed that of the two disciples, having encountered several nascent soul cultivators before. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Hanli filled him with trepidation. Such a powerful cultivator could easily obliterate their humble sect with a mere flick of his finger. Thus, his visit to Tianfu sect was indeed a harbinger of uncertain fortune. Initially, upon receiving the voice transmission, he had thought it was merely from a core formation cultivator. In order to be cautious, prior to my departure, I had summoned the only elder within the gates, that esteemed master of the core formation stage. However, it appears that such an action was entirely superfluous. There is no need for alarm. My presence here is merely at the behest of another, devoid of any malice. Observing the anxious expressions of the cultivators, Hanli could not help but chuckle softly. At the behest of another, the junior is somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, this is not the appropriate setting for discourse, esteemed elder. It would be prudent to ascend the mountain and elaborate further at your convenience. Upon hearing this, Yujin felt a sense of relief and, with a sudden impulse, extended an invitation to Hanli to ascend the mountain. Ascend the mountain, very well. This matter cannot be elucidated in just a few words. After a moment's contemplation, Hanli nodded in agreement. Please, esteemed elder, you may enter. Yujin was overjoyed, hastily stepping aside to allow Hanli to proceed first, a gesture of utmost respect. Hanli, not one to stand on ceremony, stepped through the mountain gate. The other cultivators followed suit, their expressions filled with reverence, obediently trailing behind. Baizhu Mountain was not particularly expansive, thus the structures at the peak were few. Apart from a grand hall and several pavilions, the disciples had separate quarters for their cultivation. Hanli was directly ushered into the grand hall by the master of the Tianfu sect. To his surprise, he discovered two middle-aged cultivators, clad in attire that did not belong to the Tianfu sect, already seated within. Upon noticing Hanli, the two men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they promptly leapt from their seats to pay their respects. Hanli waved his hand dismissively, unceremoniously taking a seat at one of the chairs. The other cultivators, however, dared not sit, opting instead to stand respectfully at the side. Yujin, feeling somewhat apologetic, addressed the two outsiders. Esteemed friends, our sect has received a distinguished guest. It seems that this matter will require a more opportune time for further discussion. With such an esteemed elder gracing us with his presence, it is only fitting that we accompany him. The two cultivators concurred, their faces displaying an unmistakable envy. They bowed once more to Hanli before taking their leave of the grand hall. Almost simultaneously, a flash of spiritual light erupted outside, and a figure cloaked in white emerged amidst the brilliance. Upon seeing this, Yujin and several other cultivators swiftly donned expressions of delight, rushing forward to greet the elder warmly, inquiring after their revered master. Chapter 958. Li Shizhi. When the elder's gaze fell upon Hanli, his facial muscles twitched, and he hastily clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I have heard from our esteemed junior that a remarkable individual has graced our humble sect. My inability to come forth and welcome you is truly a breach of etiquette. This elder, the sole elder of the Tianfu sect, exuded an air of utmost respect. The foundational cultivators, including Yujin, were taken aback by Master Wen's words, their last vestiges of doubt evaporating, replaced by a gaze filled with reverence towards Hanli. Yuanying stage cultivator is indeed an unattainable presence for the Tianfu sect today. I am merely here at the request of another, to deliver an item. There is no need for such formality, Hanli replied with an unperturbed demeanor, pausing briefly before continuing. This item has been in my possession for several years. As fate would have it, I have business to attend to in Huayan Prefecture, and thus, I must return this item. It is specifically intended for your sect's master. As he spoke, Hanli patted his waist with one hand, and a square bone box materialized in his grasp, which he casually placed upon the table before him. The elderly man with the surname Wen was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to say, Nephew, you too have heard the esteemed elder's words. Go and see what the elder has brought. If it truly is a relic of our sect, we shall surely express our profound gratitude. Yes, Master Uncle, Yujin replied respectfully, stepping forward to take the bone box into his hands. His curiosity piqued as he opened it. Inside, he was met with several bone fragments inscribed with minuscule characters. "What is this?" Yuzhen exclaimed in astonishment, picking up one of the fragments for a closer examination. Hanli merely smiled in silence. "A spiritual conjuring talisman. This is the method for crafting the spiritual conjuring talisman. And the handwriting belongs to Master Yun." After only a brief glance, Yuzhen cried out in delight. "Master Yun? Are you certain you are not mistaken?" The elderly man with the surname Wen, after a moment of shock, adopted a grave expression. "Absolutely not. The handwritten works of Master Yun still hang in the sect leader's study, and I face them day and night. How could I possibly be wrong?" Yuzhen asserted without hesitation. The other cultivators looked on in bewilderment. "Indeed, this item was entrusted to me by my friend, Taoist Yun, for delivery," Hanli remarked non-committally. "It cannot be mistaken. Yet, I wonder when the elder last saw Brother Yun. Back when I had yet to condense my golden core, he vanished without a trace during a trip overseas, and we have heard nothing from him for decades. That I hope nothing ill has befallen him." The elderly man inquired with concern. "He should be fine. My encounter with your sect leader was merely a fortuitous event. Decades ago, I faced a similar fate, and at that time, Hanli recounted the tale of the ghostly mist and the realm of shadows, deliberately glossing over sensitive matters concerning himself and the shadow beast crystals. It is indeed hard to fathom that such perilous places exist in this world. No wonder that cultivators have mysteriously disappeared along the coast for many years. It appears the ghostly mist is to blame." The elderly man gasped upon hearing that one could not wield their powers in the realm of shadows. "Indeed, it took me considerable effort to escape," Hanli admitted. "This item contains what your sect leader entrusted me to recover for your sect. However, I harbor a keen interest in the art of talisman crafting and have conducted some research into the method of creating the spiritual conjuring talisman. I hope my fellow Taoists will not take offense." Hanli's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief as he smiled. "The elder's act of returning the talisman crafting method to our sect is a tremendous favor. How could we possibly harbor such ungrateful thoughts? Although it is said that the spiritual conjuring talisman should only be mastered by our sect leader, had it not been for your esteemed elder returning this item, the secret technique would have been lost to us forever. Thus, there is no question of adhering to any particular rules," the elderly man said with a respectful expression. Yuzhen nodded in agreement beside him. "Such magnanimity among you fellow Taoists leaves me somewhat embarrassed. However, now that the item has been delivered, I consider my wish fulfilled, and I shall take my leave," Hanli said, satisfied as he rose from his seat. "We have yet to repay the elder's kindness in delivering this item. Why not stay with us for a few more days, allowing us to extend our hospitality?" The elderly gentleman of the Wen surname, though filled with joy at the recovery of the talisman, was even more eager to establish a connection with the unexpected celestial being who had descended from the heavens. He hastily remarked, "Setting aside other matters, if it becomes known that our sect has befriended a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, the standing of the Tianfu sect among the lesser sects will undoubtedly soar. Perhaps even the significant trouble we currently face could be resolved with ease." After a moment's pause, Hanli's lips curled into a faint smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Isn't it true, Senior, that you have an interest in the art of talisman making? Our sect, if I may say so, has indeed conducted some research in this area, and our predecessors have collected numerous texts concerning talismans. If you do not mind, you may peruse them and perhaps offer some guidance to us younger disciples." Yuzhen's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea as he spoke thus. Talisman-making texts. Hanli was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. After a moment's contemplation, he found himself intrigued. The elderly Wen gentleman, momentarily stunned, nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well, that I must admit that I am quite interested in talisman making. I shall remain at your esteemed sect for a few days." Since learning the spirit summoning talisman, Hanli had been increasingly curious about the talisman-making secrets of the Tianfu sect. After some reflection, he finally gave a nod of assent. "Splendid. It is an honor for our sect to have you stay. Senior, would you prefer to rest for a while before we proceed tomorrow?" The Wen elder's face lit up with joy as he cautiously inquired. "No need for that. Please take me to the scripture pavilion at once." Hanli replied, shaking his head. With his current cultivation level, he could easily recover any minor expenditure of spiritual energy through a brief meditation while reading. "Very well, Yang Shiji will escort Senior Han to our sect's library. Whatever instructions you may have, we shall fulfill them without fail," the Wen elder said with a joyful countenance, hastily directing a middle-aged cultivator to your service. When Shirshu, the middle-aged cultivator, responded with utmost reverence. "Senior Han, please follow me." Hanli nodded and followed the man out of the grand hall. It was truly unexpected that Brother Yun had been trapped in such a ghastly place, No wonder his disappearance had been so peculiar back then. The recovery of our sect's spirit summoning talisman technique is indeed a fortunate event for us, though an elder sighed after Hanli had left the hall for a considerable time. However, if we can seize this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with this senior Han and spread some word, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial for our sect, not to mention. The current issues plaguing the market could at least be easily resolved, remarked another cultivator who had remained silent until now. With a nascent soul cultivator as our backing, the Lingfeng sect will surely tread carefully. Even the Shaiyang sect would not provoke a nascent soul cultivator over a mere market issue. However, from what I gathered from Senior Han's words, it seems he has only a casual relationship with Brother Yun in the Netherworld. Given the latter's status, why would he assist us without a compelling reason? Even if we wish to offer treasures to foster goodwill, we possess nothing that would catch Senior Han's eye. Yet, it would be a great pity to miss this opportunity, Yu Zhen murmured with a bitter smile. This situation is indeed somewhat tricky, though an elder replied, furrowing his brow. The other cultivators in the hall exchanged glances, their faces reflecting concern. Meanwhile, Hanli had already arrived, accompanied by the middle-aged cultivator, at an unassuming pavilion. The attic is divided into 3 levels, enveloped entirely by a faint azure barrier. As Hanli entered the first level alongside the middle-aged cultivator, he noticed an elderly man sitting cross-legged on a mat. His head bowed as he held a jade slip in his hands, seemingly engrossed in its contents. Li Shirji, come forth and pay your respects to Senior Han, the middle-aged cultivator commanded without hesitation upon spotting the old man. Then turned to Hanli with a respectful explanation. This Li Shirji is responsible for managing the scripture pavilion and possesses an intimate knowledge of the various texts within. At that moment, the elderly man appeared to awaken from his concentration, hastily stowing the jade slip away before springing to his feet and rushing over. I apologize, Master Yang, for not coming out to welcome you, he said, and for not greeting you, Senior. This elder, with a face etched in wrinkles and small, shrewd eyes, wore a forced smile directed at the middle-aged cultivator. However, when he furtively glanced at Hanli, his voice quivered, and his expression stiffened instantaneously. Li Shirji, Hanli queried, his eyes widening in astonishment as the old man's visage registered in his mind, revealing an expression of peculiarity. How does the senior recognize this disciple? The middle-aged cultivator inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nothing of great significance, the elder replied. This friend bears an uncanny resemblance to a past acquaintance of mine. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seems I have mistaken him for someone else. The unusual expression on Han Li's face quickly dissipated, replaced by a faint, tranquil smile. I see. Then, Senior, please continue your quiet cultivation here. Li Shirji, you need not attend to this matter any longer. Come with me. The middle-aged cultivator asserted, not wholly convinced but unwilling to press further. He turned to Li Shirji with instructions. Yes, but there is no need, since this esteemed friend is so knowledgeable about the texts in the attic. I would greatly appreciate his company for a few days, Hanli remarked with a sudden lightheartedness, casting a meaningful glance at the elder. Ahem. Since the senior has requested it, I shall comply, the middle-aged cultivator conceded. Li Shirji, your fortune has arrived. You must heed Senior Han's guidance. Though he held some reservations about the interaction between the two, he envied Li Shirji for the opportunity to be alone with a nascent soul cultivator, imagining the insights he might gain. Nevertheless, Han Li's intent to part was evident, and he dared not linger further. After offering a few more words to the elder, he retreated with a hint of perplexity stirring within him. As Han Li watched the middle-aged cultivator's figure fade from the attic, he turned to the elder, revealing a smile laden with significance. Chapter 959. Tales of Transformation. I am uncertain whether to address you as Xiang Shixiang or Li Shixiang, he began, scrutinizing the elderly man once more. What does Senior Han mean? I find myself somewhat perplexed, the elder replied, his eyes darting before the earlier surprise vanished, replaced by a conciliatory expression at this juncture. Why must Xiang Shixiang still be so evasive? Let us not forget that we cultivators have memories that are hard to erase. Back in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, only a handful of us disciples from Huangfeng Valley managed to emerge unscathed. Even after all these years, how could I possibly mistake a person? Han Li raised an eyebrow and squinted his eyes as he spoke. This elderly man turned out to be the same person. Xiang Ji Li, who had attempted to team up with Han Li prior to the blood trial. At that time, this individual, possessing a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, had surprisingly emerged from the blood trial, astonishing many cultivators present. However, Han Li's subsequent performance was even more remarkable, causing others to overlook this man. Although Han Li had not interacted much with this senior brother, The sight of him surviving the forbidden grounds had instilled a sense of vigilance within Han Li, who subtly sensed that this man harbored some hidden secrets. After Han Li successfully established his foundation and was taken under the wing of Li Huayuan, he never encountered the elderly man again and gradually forgot about him. Following the invasion of the 6 demon sects into the Yu Kingdom, he lost all knowledge of the man's fate. Little did he expect that, after so many years, he would once again see this familiar face in a small sect of the Great Chain. How could Han Li not be utterly astonished? It is worth noting that when the elderly man appeared in Huangfeng Valley, he already bore a considerable age. Thus, after all these years, one would expect that even if he were a cultivator of qi refinement, he should have reached the end of his lifespan, turning to dust. Yet now, this senior brother's appearance was nearly indistinguishable from over 200 years ago, sending a chill through Han Li's heart. At the very least, this man had undoubtedly played the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing during the blood trial. It remained unclear what purpose he had in infiltrating that event. Han Li gazed at the elderly man without blinking, his mind racing with various thoughts. In this vast world, there are indeed wonders beyond imagination. It seems there truly exists someone who resembles a junior so closely. However, the senior has mistaken me. My surname is Li, not Xiang. Otherwise, if I could truly forge a connection with a person of such stature, I would not hesitate to acknowledge it. The elderly man still adamantly denied his identity, showing no signs of relenting. Han Li's expression darkened, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Since you insist, perhaps I have indeed mistaken you for someone else. Very well, could you please direct me to some texts on talisman crafting? After a moment of silence, Han Li's demeanor softened, and he suddenly changed his tone. Haha, senior, please follow me. Since our sect is called the Tianshu sect, we naturally possess a considerable collection of texts on talisman crafting. However, the more profound texts are located on the 2nd floor. Allow me to guide you there. The elderly man's smile remained unchanged, and he began to lead Han Li with extraordinary respect, resembling an ordinary low-ranking disciple as they headed straight for the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was very similar to the first, filled with shelves of books occupying a modest space. As Han Li scanned the surroundings, the elderly man swiftly moved. Despite his apparent age, his movements were surprisingly agile. In a matter of moments, he skillfully retrieved a small pile of jade slips, panting slightly as he presented them to Han Li with a fawning expression. Senior, these are the talisman texts housed on this floor. There are more on the 3rd floor. Allow me to fetch them for you, so you need not trouble yourself further. There is no need for such trouble. These jade slips will suffice for a day or two. I can find the text on the 3rd floor myself. There is no need for you to accompany me here, my friend. You may attend to your own matters downstairs, Han Li remarked, stroking his chin with a benevolent demeanor. Then I shall not disturb your cultivation, esteemed senior. Should you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall remain vigilant downstairs, the elderly man replied with a warm smile. Subsequently placing the jade slip, he held on to a nearby shelf before respectfully retreating from the 2nd floor of the pavilion. He watched the old man's figure vanish. Han Li's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of gravity. What is your assessment? Can you discern this person's cultivation level, Dian? I have just forcefully scanned his body with my divine sense. Although I pierced through the facade of his qi refinement stage, which was merely an illusion, I am unable to ascertain his true magical prowess. Beneath that layer of false cultivation, his entire being seems eerily hollow. I share your sentiments, though my divine sense is considerably more potent than yours. I find myself in a similar predicament. The solemn voice of the Yin God echoed back. How could such a situation arise? Could it be that this individual possesses a divine sense far superior to yours? Han Li inquired, somewhat astonished. Such a phenomenon is implausible. Even if there were cultivators in this realm with a stronger divine sense than mine, they could not possibly conceal their presence from my probing merely through mental prowess. If such an occurrence has transpired, it stands to reason that this individual is either practicing some extraordinary secret technique or possesses a treasure that allows his body to assume such a form. Additionally, there exists another possibility. The Yin God hesitated mid-sentence. What possibility? Han Li pressed for clarification. There is the possibility that this individual has advanced to the transformation stage, allowing him to disperse his spiritual energy throughout his meridians, rendering even his nascent soul formless for a brief period. Naturally, you would be unable to detect anything. The Yin God spoke slowly. A transformation stage cultivator. Surely you jest, esteemed senior, despite Han Li's usual composure. He was taken aback upon hearing this. Although I have yet to advance to the transformation stage myself, I have researched matters pertaining to this realm. This ability is fundamental to a transformation stage cultivator. The Yin God stated calmly, I am not suggesting that transformation stage cultivators lack such supernatural abilities. but rather questioning why a cultivator of that stage would remain in this realm. Is it not said that upon reaching the transformation stage, one gains the capacity to ascend to the spirit realm? Hanli inhaled deeply, finally regaining his composure. While I have traversed the world, I have yet to encounter a single transformation stage cultivator. Yet I can assert that there are indeed those who linger in this realm, and they are not merely one or two in number. The ability to ascend to the spirit realm and the reality of doing so are two distinct matters. The specifics elude me, but it seems that upon advancing to the transformation stage, these individuals can no longer present themselves as ordinary cultivators frequently. Otherwise, they might incur some calamity. The Yin god expressed his own confusion. Is it truly so? Esteemed senior, you have never mentioned this to me before. Hanli was taken aback. Humph, you have yet to reach the late stage of the nascent soul. What use is it to share such matters with you? I trust that once you advance to the transformation stage, you will comprehend the reasons for yourself. Otherwise, it would not have been the case that throughout history, all cultivators at the transformation stage have inexplicably vanished from the realm of cultivation, as if by mutual agreement, remarked the Yin deity with a touch of irritation. Indeed, this does lend some credence to the notion that, albeit with a slim possibility, the individual downstairs might very well be a cultivator at the transformation stage. Hanli replied with a wry smile. There exists such a possibility. Even if he is not at the transformation stage, this person emanates a terrifying aura. I suggest you refrain from provoking him. It seems that even you, senior, perceive the danger he poses. I had thought it was merely my own delusion. This explains why you suddenly changed your tone earlier on the first floor, since this individual can flit from Tian Nanda to Jin. All while masquerading as a low-ranking disciple, he undoubtedly harbors his own agenda. Let us feign ignorance of these circumstances for now. Hanli contemplated before speaking. That appears to be the only course of action. However, if possible, it would be prudent to leave the Tian Fu sect at the earliest opportunity. Should this individual truly be a cultivator at the transformation stage, harboring thoughts of murder and silencing witnesses, your life could be in grave jeopardy. The Yin deity cautioned. I am acutely aware of the stakes involved. However, if we make a hasty exit now, we risk inciting his enmity, which could lead to unintended consequences. For the time being, let us adhere to our original plan and remain at the Tian Fu sect for a few more days, since he is willing to conceal his identity here. Even if he is indeed a cultivator at the transformation stage, he must be subject to certain restrictions, as you suggested. Otherwise, why resort to such furtiveness? With the prowess of a transformation stage cultivator, there should be no place in the world he cannot traverse openly, Hanli stated calmly, shaking his head. You present a valid point. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly, the Yin deity replied with a dry chuckle, offering rare praise. Nevertheless, during these days, your consumption of essence due to the blood shadow escape has nearly been replenished. I trust you have begun the preparation of the puppet. The Yin deity shifted the topic, speaking with a hint of urgency. Indeed, senior, even without your prompting, I have intended to commence the crafting of the puppet immediately after dispatching those few vile serpents. After all, the scales of the crimson fire serpent must be procured beforehand. As for the feathers of the black phoenix, there is no immediate rush. I shall attend to that matter once the puppet is completed, Hanli stated, seemingly with a premeditated plan, without a moment's hesitation. That is satisfactory. If I can behold this puppet before the impending deadline, it shall be a source of great contentment for me, the Yin deity responded, laughing heartily at these words. Hanli smiled faintly at this remark, choosing to say nothing further. With a flick of his sleeve, several formation flags shot forth, spiraling before dispersing in all directions. In a flash of light, all the flags vanished, and a faint azure barrier materialized, enveloping the entire floor within its confines. Although he felt it unlikely that the other party would act against him so suddenly, he took precautionary measures by establishing a protective formation. Once this was accomplished, Hanli stepped forward with assurance, casually retrieving a jade slip from the wooden stand that bore the name of Xiangji Li, immersing his consciousness within to examine its contents. Chapter 960. The Secret Talismans and the 8th Level Evil Serpent. Hanli lingered in the scripture pavilion of the Heavenly Talisman sect for 3 days and nights, diligently perusing all the texts related to talisman crafting across the 2nd and 3rd floors. Without hesitation, he made copies of these invaluable materials, intending to delve into them thoroughly when time permitted. Moreover, he gleaned insights regarding the other 2 significant secret talismans of the Heavenly Talisman sect from certain texts, which left him silently astonished. The Transformation Talisman, a unique talisman that is absorbed into the practitioner's body and cultivated within the Dantian day and night. promises boundless utility in the future. This talisman bears resemblance to a magical artifact. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, it can manifest astonishing transformations and even wield powers akin to those of the demonic path as tribulation. Without the need for the physical body to endure the backlash of the technique, the Six-Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, another intricate technique that harnesses the power of talismans to condense the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forms a six-layered protective shield. As long as the spiritual energy remains abundant, this six-layered shield can continuously regenerate, making it one of the rare spells that can manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without requiring a transformation into the divine stage. Among the three secret talismans, the Transformation Talisman is relatively accessible. Once a practitioner advances to the core formation stage, they possess the ability to cultivate it using alchemical fire, thus making it a staple technique for core formation practitioners of the Heavenly Talisman sect throughout the ages. However, the efficacy of the Transformation Talisman not only depends on the practitioner's cultivation level and the duration of the cultivation, but also hinges on the materials used and the talisman's inherent grade. In contrast, the Six-Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman can be wielded by anyone who can successfully craft it, with its potency entirely reliant on the surrounding spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy in a location, the more formidable the talisman's power becomes. Yet, according to the records of a past elder of the Heavenly Talisman sect, the jade slip detailing the Six-Ding Heavenly Armor technique mysteriously vanished shortly after the ascension of the Heavenly Talisman Master. This incident shocked the formidable practitioners of the sect at the time, and subsequent generations of sect leaders regarded the retrieval of this secret technique as a paramount task, but they found not a single clue, leading to a complete lack of results. After the decline of the Heavenly Talisman sect, their ability to investigate further waned, and the matter gradually fell into obscurity. As for the Spirit Summoning Talisman, due to material constraints, few have been able to craft it since its inception. Thus, although the Heavenly Talisman sect has long proclaimed the existence of three great talismans, in reality, only the Transformation Talisman holds true utility. Upon finishing the relevant texts, Hanli felt a surge of interest in the other two talismans. Each seemed to possess considerable mystique, particularly the Transformation Talisman, which could provide protection during perilous tribulations, an invaluable means of safeguarding one's life in critical moments. 3 days later, after perusing the final jade slip, Hanli stood up from the meditation cushion, stretched, and scanned the lower floor with his spiritual sense, detecting that Xiang Zhili was still present on the first floor. Hanli furrowed his brow. This brother, who had caused him concern for several days, had been unusually compliant, engaging solely in meditation and refraining from any other activities, never stepping outside the pavilion. Amusingly, since the very first day he began examining the texts, several Foundation establishment practitioners of the Heavenly Talisman sect had taken turns waiting outside, seemingly anxious that he might depart without notice. After some contemplation, Hanli descended from the pavilion. "Senior, have you finished reading?" Upon the appearance of Hanli, the elderly man immediately stowed away the jade slip in his hand, a broad smile adorning his face as he remarked, "Ah, I have seen all that I wish to see. Fellow Taoist, please feel free to proceed as you desire." Hanli chuckled lightly, imbued with profound implications, and then nonchalantly made his way towards the exit of the pavilion. The old man remained rooted to the spot, watching Hanli's retreating figure. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, yet he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Coincidentally, outside the pavilion awaited the young surnamed cultivator who had escorted Hanli. Upon seeing Hanli emerge, he hurriedly paid his respects and inquired politely, urging Hanli to visit the grand hall once more, since he had perused the treasured tomes of the other party. It was only fitting to extend this courtesy. Hanli nodded in acquiescence. The middle-aged cultivator, filled with joy, sent forth a sound transmission talisman, leading Hanli directly to the grand hall. In the grand hall, aside from several senior members of the Tianfu sect whom Hanli had met previously, there were also two unfamiliar cultivators in the core formation stage, one male and one female, both appearing to be in their 40s. After the elderly one's surname and others had paid their respects to Hanli, the elder of the Tianfu sect promptly introduced, "These two are Daoist Zhang from Jinxiao Mountain and Daoist Xie from Mingyang Valley. They have come to pay their respects upon hearing of your esteemed arrival and have been awaiting your presence for an entire day. The two Taoists are most considerate. I have been engrossed in researching some talisman crafting techniques these past few days, and I apologize for making you wait." Hanli replied with a tranquil expression, revealing no sign of joy or anger. "Not at all. It is a great fortune for us to behold your venerable countenance today." The two cultivators exclaimed, bowing once more after assessing Han Li's unfathomable cultivation. To be candid, they have been somewhat skeptical upon hearing reports from their sect leaders that a nascent soul cultivator had visited the Tianfu sect. After all, how could they not be aware of the circumstances surrounding the Tianfu sect? Though the three sects were all minor factions, historically supporting one another, the Tianfu sect was the weakest among them. It was hard to believe that a nascent soul cultivator would graze such a small sect. Nonetheless, the benefits of associating with a nascent soul cultivator were self-evident. The two were unable to remain idle in their sect and had rushed to Baiju Mountain overnight, eager to confirm the news for themselves. Now, having witnessed Han Li's inscrutable prowess with their own eyes, all doubt had vanished. Once seated, Han Li merely gestured slightly, permitting the three core formation cultivators and Yu Jin to take their seats. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators had no choice but to stand respectfully to the side. Did you gain anything from the scripture pavilion, esteemed elder? Although our valley is not particularly adept in the art of talisman crafting, we do possess some tomes on the subject that if Han Xianzhang is interested, you are welcome to peruse them. The female cultivator surnamed Xia offered, her appearance unremarkable, but her voice quite melodious. There is no need for such trouble. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must soon depart for Linjiang Prefecture, Han Li replied, casting a casual glance at her and offering a faint smile. Linjiang Prefecture? Pray tell, are you perhaps heading there to confront those vile flood dragons? Exclaimed the male cultivator surnamed Chang in surprise. How do you know of this? Han Li inquired, his expression shifting slightly. Recently, cultivators heading to Linjiang Prefecture have all been drawn by those wicked flood dragons. Your information seems rather outdated, esteemed elder. The cultivator surnamed Chang responded hesitantly. I received intelligence regarding this half a year ago from a market, which is why I journeyed such a great distance. I heard that these flood dragons are around level 7. They wouldn't have been eradicated so swiftly by other cultivators, would they? Han Li's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Not at all. In fact, during a recent ambush battle, although we managed to slay a vicious flood dragon, several cultivators were devoured in the process. 1 Yuaning cultivator even sustained severe injuries, the elder of the Wen family hastily explained. A Yuaning cultivator was also injured? What transpired? Han Li inquired, somewhat taken aback. It was due to the sudden appearance of an 8th-level transformed blue flood dragon among that group of vile creatures. The cultivators who initially intended to launch an ambush were caught off guard and suffered significant losses. I later heard that a few elders from the South Sea sect joined forces to repel the flood dragons, but they were unable to kill them at their leisure. These malicious creatures have taken to lurking on several islands along the coastline, relentlessly attacking solitary cultivators and merchant vessels. As soon as a Yuaning cultivator arrives in unison, they promptly dive into the deep sea and employ water escape techniques to evade capture. It seems the situation has escalated considerably, becoming quite troublesome. I have heard that the South Sea sect has invited numerous high-ranking cultivators to gather at Xionging Island, preparing to convene a dragon-slaying conference. After all, 8th-level flood dragons are exceedingly rare. The elder of the Wen family elaborated. 8th-level flood dragons. Han Li murmured to himself, his expression unchanged, yet memories of the 8th-level venomous flood dragon he had slain flashed through his mind. Although classified as an 8th-level beast, being a spirit creature of heaven and earth, the true power of an 8th-level flood dragon likely surpasses that of mid-stage Yuaning cultivators. Furthermore, being in the ocean grants it an advantage akin to a fish in water. It is no wonder that so many high-ranking cultivators are at a loss against it. However, he had not come for the blue flood dragon. After a moment's contemplation, he naturally inquired, I recall there was a red fire flood dragon among the vile creatures, rumored to be the legendary Chihua flood dragon. Has this beast also ventured to the islands? The Chihua flood dragon. Indeed, there is a red flood dragon that has also made its way to the coastline. Though whether it is truly the Chihua flood dragon remains uncertain, a man with the surname Chang replied, seemingly well informed on the matter, without a moment's hesitation. That will suffice. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. The other cultivators in the hall noticed Han Li's demeanor had softened and felt a slight relief in their hearts. At that moment, the elder of the Wen family exchanged glances with the other two and suddenly posed a tentative question. Senior Han, with such astonishing cultivation, may I inquire where you have honed your skills? Are you perhaps an elder of a major sect? I hail from an exceedingly remote place, and am not an elder of any sect in the Great Jin. Han Li's gaze flickered as he cast a glance at the three, a faint smile playing on his lips. Under Han Li's seemingly all-seeing gaze, the Wen elder and the others felt a jolt of apprehension. Yet upon hearing his response, they could not help but feel elated. Senior has researched our sect's spirit-calling talisman. Might I ask your opinion on this talisman-making technique? Does it meet your esteemed standards? After a moment's hesitation, the Wen Elder cautiously inquired further. When Taoist, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Do you wish for me to join your sect? Hanli sighed, responding bluntly. Please do not misunderstand. Senior, how could I dare to harbor such lofty aspirations? I merely wish to inquire if you would be willing to serve as a guest elder for our three sects. Upon sensing Hanli's slight displeasure, the Wen Elder blurted out without a second thought. Guest elder? Hanli was initially taken aback, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Regarding the matter of the guest elder, Hanli was naturally aware of certain details. This was a phenomenon exclusive to the smaller sects within the Great Gene, a specialized position arranged for high-ranking loose cultivators, although it may appear somewhat similar to that of an ordinary elder. The distinctions between the two are indeed vast. For these smaller sects, a guest elder is merely a nominal title. They are neither bound by the sect's regulations nor compelled to heed the commands of its members. The sole purpose of their presence is perhaps to lend assistance when these sects encounter difficulties, albeit such aid is entirely voluntary and contingent upon the mood of the guest elder. In return for their assistance, these guest elders enjoy privileges within the sects that are certainly on par with, if not superior to, those of formal elders. This situation arises from the sheer multitude of smaller sects within the Great Gene. Contrasted with the rarity of Yuan-ing cultivators, that it is not uncommon for even moderate sects to find themselves devoid of Yuan-ing practitioners for extended periods. In such circumstances, it becomes imperative to cultivate relationships with loose cultivators of the Yuan-ing stage to ensure the stability of the sect. Typically, high-ranking loose cultivators disdain the notion of being shackled by sect obligations. However, they may occasionally be tempted by the benefits offered by certain sections. Hence, the concept of guest elders emerges, a phenomenon absent in Tian-Nan. Chapter 961. The Malevolent Flood Dragon. Upon hearing the cautious proposition from the Tianfu sect, Hanli's lips twitched slightly. You truly believe I would consent to become a guest elder for your three factions? The younger man acknowledged. I am aware that our modest sects lack the qualifications to host such an esteemed individual as yourself. However, if you could assist us in resolving our current predicament, we would be more than willing to grant you this nominal title henceforth, without further demands on your part. The elder, initially anxious, felt a wave of relief wash over him when he observed Hanli's lack of fury, prompting him to elaborate. What you mean to say is that a single act of assistance would suffice, allowing you to thereafter remain untroubled. Indeed, Hanli replied, his gaze flickering with interest. Precisely, that is our intention. Of course, we shall not expect you to act without recompense. Since you have expressed an interest in talisman crafting, the Tianfu sect is prepared to bestow upon you the secret technique of the transformation talisman. Moreover, both Jinxia Mountain and Mingyang Valley possess unique heritage techniques which we are willing to share with you. Additionally, we have prepared several tens of thousands of spirit stones, which we hope you will graciously accept. At this juncture, the elder from the Wen clan laid all their terms bare. He understood that any further deceit could provoke ire, making honesty the better course. Tens of thousands of spirit stones? Hanli replied with a faint smile. Indeed, this amount is somewhat lacking. However, our three sects shall continue to offer a yearly tribute of spirit stones henceforth. Furthermore, our sect is willing to present you with the transformation talisman personally forged by our founding ancestor. Surely, with your remarkable abilities, you would be capable of refining such an item. The elder gritted his teeth, revealing his final concession. By founding ancestor. Do you refer to the revered Tianfu Jinren? Hanli's expression shifted subtly. Indeed, that is the very treasure, the elder confirmed. Speak candidly. Although this spiritual talisman once displayed remarkable powers in the hands of our sect's founder, it is regrettable that none of us, the subsequent disciples, have proven capable of refining it. Thus, this talisman has been passed down through our lineage for countless years, and we can only watch helplessly as its spiritual essence gradually diminishes. If you, esteemed elder, could take it for your own use, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. It was indeed Yu Zhen who took the initiative to speak up. Your esteemed sect possesses such a treasure. I, Han, am quite eager to witness it. Hanli remarked with growing interest. Nephew Yu, please present the talisman for our esteemed elder to behold. Urged the elder with the surname Wen, his heart elated at Hanli's budding interest. Although he was the highest cultivator within the heavenly talisman sect, the talisman once wielded by the revered talisman master could only be entrusted to the hands of the successive sect leaders. Hence, he spoke in such a manner. Yes, Master Uncle, Yu Zhen responded astutely, promptly striking his storage bag that a flash of azure light illuminated the air as a pale yellow wooden box materialized in his hands, which he then presented to Hanli. Hanli raised an eyebrow but did not hesitate. With a casual gesture, he drew the wooden box into his grasp and examined it closely. The box's exterior was unassuming yet exuded an ancient charm. With a golden talisman affixed to its lid, Hanli's brow furrowed slightly as he brushed his hand across the lid, causing the talisman to fall silently away in a flicker of spiritual light. The surrounding cultivators paid little heed to this spectacle, yet the three elder cultivators of the Golden Core stage, including the Elder One, were simultaneously taken aback. Such a deft manipulation of spiritual energy to effortlessly remove a sealing talisman was not a feat achievable by ordinary cultivators. It required not only a considerable level of cultivation but also an extraordinary finesse in the control of magical power. This kind of skill they had only heard of in legends. Witnessing Hanli execute it so nonchalantly only deepened their respect for him. Upon the opening of the box, a swirl of azure luminescence emanated from within, accompanied by an influx of pure with spiritual energy that washed over Hanli. He was taken aback. According to the Elder One, the spiritual essence of the talisman should have diminished significantly over the years, yet it still radiated such formidable power. Truly, it was no ordinary artifact. What delighted Hanli even more was the realization that this refining talisman possessed the wood attribute, which would synergize seamlessly with his cultivation techniques, making the refining process considerably easier. Contemplating this, Hanli scrutinized the talisman within the azure glowed. It was a palm-sized talisman, a verdant hue that appeared as if it might drip with moisture, adorned with shimmering golden and silver runes that danced in and out of visibility, bestowing an air of mystery. However, what captured Hanli's attention was a small orb of pale purple light at the center of the talisman, rotating slowly and shimmering incessantly. Raising his hand, Hanli enveloped it in a layer of azure light. Extending his fingers toward the talisman within the box. In a flash, the talisman trembled and suddenly shot forth as a streak of azure light. Hanli's expression darkened as he swiftly grasped with his other hand, summoning a spectral hand that effortlessly seized the talisman. Before the other cultivators could voice their astonishment, the spectral hand dissipated, leaving the talisman firmly in Hanli's grasp. This is indeed the refining talisman, he mused, recognizing its significance. It was said that the talisman master of yore was a formidable practitioner of the late nascent soul stage, and it was surely the potent essence within this refining talisman that rendered its refinement a daunting task for ordinary cultivators. Moreover, even if the refinement is successful, the potency of the talisman will be significantly diminished, necessitating the recultivation with one's own true essence. This is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a mere few decades. If mishandled, the expenses could easily exceed hundreds. Gazing at the talisman, which twisted and writhed like a live fish between his fingers, Hanli chuckled softly. The elder inquired, feeling a heaviness in his heart after exchanging glances with the others. Does the senior think this talisman? Upon hearing Hanli's words, the elder of the Wen family replied with surprise, so, the senior has agreed. However, this pertains to cultivators in the early stage of the Yuaning. I have already advanced to the mid-stage, and my primary cultivation method is of the wood attribute, making the refinement of this item somewhat easier for me. It is still of use to me. Hanli subtly shifted his tone, speaking with an air of nonchalance. In truth, he had yet to express an unspoken thought. Although the secondary refinement of this talisman is time-consuming, once successfully refined again, its power would undoubtedly surpass its former glory. So, the senior's meaning is that you have consented, though an elder responded, elated. The other cultivators in the hall likewise wore expressions of eager anticipation. Whether I agree or not is not urgent. Let us first discuss the troubles you wish for me to resolve. If it is not overly troublesome, I might consider lending a hand, Hanli stated ambiguously as he gently flicked his wrist, enveloping the talisman in a swirl of spiritual energy that shot into the wooden box, before beckoning to close the lid once more. Naturally, this matter is but a trifling task for the senior. It primarily concerns a marketplace related to our three families. Recently, seeing Hanli appear inclined to agree, the Wen elder was overjoyed and hurriedly began to recount the affairs of the marketplace and the Shaoyang sect in detail. Hanli listened quietly. A quarter of an hour later, he transformed into a streak of azure light, departing from Baizhu Mountain and swiftly heading northward. Days later, a matter of moderate significance spread throughout the cultivation world of Huayan Prefecture. A Han surnamed cultivator, claiming to be an elder from the Tianfu sect, suddenly appeared at the gates of the demonic Shaoyang sect, with astonishing prowess in the mid-stage of Yuaning. He effortlessly defeated the only Yuaning elder of the Shaoyang sect under the guise of a friendly spar before gracefully departing. The following day, the the Lingfeng sect, which had always received full support from the Shaoyang sect, hastily relocated its marketplace from its original proximity to Kaijiang town to a site thousands of miles away. Not only that, upon hearing the news, several other small to medium sects were also astonished and, after a brief investigation into the details, promptly withdrew their forces from the vast area centered around Kaijiang town. They effectively ceded this expansive territory to the Tianfu sect and other minor sects. In an instant, the Tianfu sect and Jinxia Mountain, among others, naturally found themselves in a position of triumph, their cultivators filled with extraordinary joy. The leaders and elders of these sects felt that their previous offerings had not been in vain. With such a mid-stage Yuan-ing guest elder on their rolls, surely their combined influence could double within a century. At this juncture, the much-anticipated extermination conference organized by the first sect of Huayan Prefecture, the Nanhai sect, finally commenced. In just a few days, over 200 cultivators of the core formation stage and nearly 10 of the Yuaning stage gathered for the occasion, under the organization of the Nanhai sect. They began to form groups to scour the nearby seas, searching for the hiding places of the poisonous dragon serpents. Occasionally, lower-tier demon beasts were discovered and swiftly dispatched. In a moment, the morale of the human cultivators soared, as if they were on the brink of achieving resounding success. However, those cunning evil serpents, sensing the shift in circumstances, remained hidden and elusive, causing these cultivators to labor tirelessly for several months without catching a glimpse of their trail. Finally, some of the cultivators, unable to endure the prolonged search, chose to disperse. After a month had passed, only a little over 100 cultivators continued to scour the sea for the malevolent serpents. Even among the Yuan-ing stage cultivators, several had departed, leaving only 7, predominantly from the South Sea Gate. Amidst this situation, the manpower of each group began to dwindle significantly, and the evil serpents, seizing the opportunity, began to stir. They not only launched frequent attacks on isolated cultivators, but also the 8th-level Blue Serpent directly assaulted the already depleted teams of cultivators, although these teams were led by Yuaning stage cultivators. The 8th-level Blue Serpent possessed formidable abilities, executing its water escape technique with remarkable finesse. After each strike, it would immediately dive beneath the waves and evade pursuit, refusing to engage further. As a result, rather than inflicting harm upon the serpent, several Jiedon stage cultivators were instead devoured. This turn of events left the remaining human cultivators in a state of panic, and the South Sea Gate found itself in a precarious position, compelled to merge several groups to continue sending personnel out to sea. On one particular day, a group of over 10 cultivators, led by a Yuaning stage cultivator, was slowly traversing the surface of the sea, each member exercising caution and extending their spiritual senses to search the surroundings, particularly focusing on the sea's expanse. Among this group, Hanli was currently disguised as a pale-faced middle-aged cultivator, calmly flying at the rear of the formation. Despite his composed demeanor, he felt a deep sense of frustration. When the serpent-slaying conference had first convened, Hanli had infiltrated under the guise of a Jiedon stage cultivator, intending to take advantage of the chaos. However, he never anticipated that he would remain empty-handed up to this point. The preceding months had been understandable. A lack of gains was to be expected, yet since the re-emergence of the evil serpents, other teams had encountered at least 1 or 2 ambushes, while the team he had joined had yet to face even a single assault. This left Han Li at a loss, pondering whether his luck was exceptionally fortunate or woefully unfortunate. Chapter 962, Battle with the Serpents. Currently, they were searching a vast expanse of ocean west of Cheonging Island. Just days prior, a group of cultivators had been ambushed by the 8th-level Blue Serpent in this very area. Although they perceived that such a cunning serpent was unlikely to linger nearby for them to eliminate, the South Sea Gate still dispatched their team to conduct another search, hoping for some unexpected discovery. In the presence of so many, Hanli naturally refrained from fully deploying his spiritual senses to avoid arousing the suspicions of the leading Yuan-ing stage cultivator. Instead, he enveloped the surrounding 10-mile radius with his spiritual consciousness, a range sufficient to detect any signs of the evil serpents and avoid being ambushed. The over 10 cultivators flew forward, and despite the vastness of the sea, they managed to execute their planned search over half the area within a day. Yet, as anticipated, the group found nothing of interest. "What is that?" suddenly exclaimed a cultivator flying in the front. As Hanli meticulously searched the surface of the sea for any signs, he raised his gaze upon hearing the words spoken. Before him, a vast expanse of ominous, swirling gray clouds materialized on the horizon, stretching over several acres, gradually drifting in their direction. "This is magnificent. There must be high-ranking demon beasts within. We cannot let them escape," exclaimed a cultivator in the crowd, his voice laced with excitement. inciting a flurry of commotion among the others. Something feels amiss. Those vile serpents have always fled upon seeing us in the past. Why would they now approach us willingly? There must be some trickery at play, cautioned another cultivator, exhibiting a more prudent demeanor. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes, furrowed his brow upon hearing their words. His gaze instinctively swept across the surroundings, and immediately his expression shifted, prompting him to bellow, "Be cautious. Demon beasts are approaching from other directions as well." At this warning, the cultivators were taken aback, and chaos ensued. They hastily unleashed their magical artifacts, entering a state of alertness, while simultaneously scanning their surroundings. Yet, in the distance, the sky stretched vast and clear, devoid of any sign of demon beasts. Some cultivators exchanged glances, bewildered, ready to inquire with the golden-clad man when a cacophony of shrill dragon cries pierced the air. Following this, a multitude of vividly colored demon clouds emerged, swirling restlessly, hinting at the presence of serpentine bodies adorned with menacing scales, rapidly converging upon them. However, this was not the most pressing concern. What truly alarmed them was the emergence of two enormous demon clouds from the east and west, each significantly larger than the others, radiating brilliant hues of blue and red. How is this possible? There are two 8th-level demon beasts. Panic-stricken, a cultivator cried out, his face drained of color, as the others too turned pale, their eyes wide with terror. Clearly, these vile serpents had unwittingly summoned a fellow 8th-level creature, and now, rather than merely ambushing them one by one, they had devised a plan to annihilate the entire group of cultivators. The roles of predator and prey had abruptly reversed. Calm yourselves. Quickly send messages to the other groups for assistance, and prepare to confront the enemy head-on, the golden-robed man commanded, maintaining a semblance of composure. If these vile serpents gather and wreak havoc together, their power will only intensify. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. With their water evasion techniques, we would only be picked off one by one. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the core formation cultivators steadied slightly, and several of them promptly dispatched messages soaring into the sky. I will confront one of the 8th-level demon beasts. The others should be entangled by two of you agile comrades for a moment. There is no need to engage directly. Merely delay for a while, the man continued solemnly. Yet, this time, the cultivators exchanged glances, uncertainty etched across their faces. Dealing with the 7th-level demon beast was manageable. Although most cultivators were no match for them individually, they held some confidence in their ability to defend themselves. However, the prospect of two among them teaming up to face another 8th-level demon beast was no light matter. Even in a struggle, how long could an average cultivator withstand an encounter with an 8th-level beast? If two cannot suffice, then let it be three, the golden-robed man urged, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice as he added another to their ranks. As the words fell, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air startled everyone, leading to a breathtaking scene. There stood an unassuming cultivator nearby, who abruptly exuded an overwhelming aura, transforming into a dazzling blue rainbow that soared towards the fiery clouds to one side. A Yuanian cultivator, no less, and one at the mid-stage. The gathered cultivators were thrown into disarray, a mix of excitement and surprise washing over them. The burly Yuanian cultivator, momentarily taken aback, was equally elated. Could it be that the Nanhai sect had sensed something and deliberately assigned another Yuanian cultivator to their ranks? Such thoughts flitted through his mind, but with the demonic clouds closing in, he had little time to ponder further. With a swift twist of his body, he transformed into a burst of blue light. Charging towards the encroaching blue demonic clouds, the remaining cultivators, witnessing the presence of Yuanian cultivators countering two level 8 demonic beasts, found their confidence renewed. They swiftly transformed into streaks of various colors, darting in different directions to intercept the remaining demonic clouds. Before long, from all corners, brilliant lights erupted, and a thunderous cacophony resonated continuously. In stark contrast to the commotion surrounding him, Hanli remained motionless amidst the demonic clouds, enveloped in a layer of pale purple ice flames, surrounded by a hellish sea of fire that crackled ominously. Compared to the earth-shattering sounds emanating from other directions, these noises seemed relatively insignificant. At a distance of several dozen zhang, a humanoid demonic beast, half man and half dragon, glared coldly at him from within a pillar of fire. Though its form resembled that of a man, its body was adorned with glistening red scales the size of fists, exuding tendrils of red flames of varying thickness. Indeed, it was a crimson dragon. It appeared that this time, he had truly come to the right place. An 8th-level crimson fire dragon, far superior to the previous 7th level. And undoubtedly, its scales would possess even greater efficacy. Hanli suddenly broke into a smile. "You are here for me," he stated. The humanoid crimson fire dragon initially froze, then its eyes flashed with a green light, and it opened its mouth slightly, revealing rows of snow-white sharp teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Simultaneously, the surrounding fire pillars surged threefold, intensifying its menacing presence. Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, the creature was internally unsettled. This human cultivator, not only a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator but also wielding an enigmatic ice attribute Purple Flame, posed a significant threat, rendering much of its hard-earned demonic fire ineffective, for reasons unknown. Upon seeing Han Li's calm demeanor, it felt a chill in its heart, as though an impending calamity loomed, further amplifying its unease. When I arrived, I was informed that only 7th-level Crimson Fire Dragons resided here. With your presence, that little fellow has naturally lost interest. However, since you have already attained your form, I have little desire to engage in unnecessary slaughter. How about this? If you are willing to part with a few of your life-scale fragments from your neck and lead your kin away, I shall let you go unharmed. What do you say? Han Li chuckled softly, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. Part with my life-scale fragments. Your audacity is truly astounding. A mere mid-stage Yuanian cultivator dares to be so brazen. I shall reduce you to ashes and send you to the underworld to daydream. The Crimson Fire Dragon, upon hearing Han Li's words, erupted with fury as if its reverse scale had been touched. The innate scales of the dragon-like creature are bestowed upon it at birth, varying in quantity. However, as time passes, these scales become infused with a significant amount of its essence and magical power, making them nearly as valuable as a demon core. Should these scales be lost, the creature would immediately suffer a loss of over half its cultivation, naturally inciting its wrath. In a fit of fury, the creature rolled within the column of fire, and with a soft explosion, the flames dispersed to reveal a red dragon, measuring 7 to 8 zhang in length and several feet in girth. Suddenly materializing from the inferno. At this moment, it cast aside any prior considerations, intent only on ruthlessly tearing Han Li to shreds and then reducing him to ashes with its demonic fire. As the dragon revealed its true form, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of lava-like crimson liquid that surged directly towards Han Li. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Han Li raised an eyebrow, contemplating the liquid of transformed fire. To achieve such a mastery over demonic flames is indeed no small feat yet. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Thus, he spoke, but did not allow himself to be negligent. Instead, he raised a hand to the back of his head and struck it lightly, causing a snow-white, glimmering orb to burst forth from his mouth, the already refined cold attribute artifact, the Snow Crystal Pearl. Once released, the pearl expanded rapidly in the wind, growing to the size of a fist as it hurtled forward. Simultaneously, Han Li uttered a low incantation, extending his hand towards the pearl with a pointed gesture. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated, and from the pearl emerged a fierce torrent of violet flames, coalescing into a large, purple fire dragon, which held the massive snow crystal pearl in its mouth. Upon taking form, the purple dragon wasted no time. It lunged forward, its body swaying as it collided head-on with the crimson liquid. A deafening crackling sound erupted, and a thick cloud of white vapor quickly enveloped both entities. Vaguely, one could see the purple dragon expelling streams of violet flames from the pearl, forcing the crimson liquid to retreat in stages. Observing this, the red fire dragon displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes. But soon its ferocity returned, and a brilliant red glow emanated from its body. It let out a piercing shriek, causing the surrounding sea of flames to churn violently, summoning massive waves of fire that surged over 10 zhang high, crashing down towards Han Li with formidable force from both sides. In response, Han Li let out a cold chuckle, rubbing his hands together. He then spread them apart and gently swept to the sides. In his heart, a flash of purple light ignited, and a crisp sound resonated as 2 towering crystalline ice peaks, each over 20 to 30 zhang high, erupted from the ground, shimmering with pale purple cold light, effectively halting the oncoming waves of fire. Just then, the distant fire dragon suddenly flickered, its form shrinking several times over to a size of merely a zhang. Stopping its fiery liquid, it released a sharp whistle, transforming it into a streak of red light that shot towards Han Li with astonishing speed, covering a distance of over 20 zhang in the blink of an eye, while simultaneously raising its claws in an attack posture. It appeared that the dragon, realizing the futility of its demonic fire, intended to rely on its formidable physique to close the distance to Han Li, aiming to catch him off guard with a lethal strike. Chapter 963, The Annihilation of the Dragon. Seeing the fire dragon closing in an instant, Han Li merely smiled lightly, a finger from his sleeve trembling slightly as a red light shot forth from his fingertip. At the same time, a thunderous roar echoed from behind him as a pair of silver wings suddenly manifested, gently flapping. The silver light shone brilliantly as the claws, enveloped in red light, were about to strike. Yet Han Li's figure vanished within the radiance. As the crimson fire serpent darted forward, its assault was imminent. Almost concurrently, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air beside his ear, though the noise was subtle. A glistening red needle materialized beside the serpent, poised to strike fiercely at the vital point between its eyes. The serpent, engulfed in tumultuous flames, could only momentarily hinder the oncoming projectile before it pierced through with a swift flicker. It was indeed the remarkably sharp crystallized needle. The needle was silent, yet astonishingly swift. Caught off guard, the crimson fire serpent was struck by the needle, sending it into a state of sheer terror. In a desperate attempt, it tilted its head away, but it was a moment too late. A faint sound echoed as a chilling shriek erupted from the creature's maw. One of its claws pressed against the majority of its face, blood streaming down its fingers. The needle had penetrated through the serpent's visage, exiting from the other side with lethal precision. Although the needle was exceptionally sharp, its origin from a fire-attributed demon core rendered it incapable of inflicting significant harm. However, upon piercing the cheek, it surged in size at Han Li's mental command, expanding several-fold, resulting in a gaping hole the width of a thumb on the serpent's face, causing it considerable agony. Yet, before the serpent could fully erupt in rage, a thunderous crack resounded behind it as Han Li materialized, his arm sweeping downwards, unleashing a formidable golden light that slashed downwards with great ferocity. The crimson fire serpent, sensing impending doom, disregarded the searing pain on its face. Its tail flickered with red brilliance, its form swelling dramatically, resembling a massive fan that swung violently towards Han Li, intent on reducing him to a mere pulp. Han Li momentarily froze, acknowledging the serpent's remarkable agility. Truly a spirit beast of the heavens. Few human cultivators could withstand his lightning ambush. Contemplating this, he directed his mental focus, slightly tilting the golden sword light to first strike at the serpent's tail. Upon contact, the golden light cleaved through the red glow, delivering a solid blow to the tail. The serpent trembled at the impact, hastily channeling all its demonic energy into its tail, which turned a translucent crimson. With a resounding boom, the golden light and blood-red aura clashed, dazzling the eyes. Han Li squinted, his pupils flashing with blue light, allowing him to discern the unfolding scene. He consolidated several flying swords into a singular golden blade, yet rather than severing the tail outright, it merely penetrated a third of the way, halted by a robust bone within. A flicker of insight crossed Han Li's gaze. He formed hand seals, preparing to retract the flying sword for another strike. However, at that moment, an immense suction emanated from the serpent's tail, ensnaring the sword in place, rendering it motionless. Without your treasures, let us see how you defend yourself. The crimson fire serpent cackled madly, suddenly turning its gaze back, mouth agape, with a fist-sized orb of red energy flickering ominously within its maw. Han Li's pupils constricted as he recognized the ominous object. It seemed the serpent, aware of its disadvantage in direct confrontation, had seized the opportunity to unleash its demon core in retaliation. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. He bellowed, and his form began to blur. Soon after, 3 identical figures of Han Li eerily materialized, standing in parallel. This scene naturally left the crimson fire serpent momentarily stunned. Before it could discern the truth behind the unfolding events, 3 incarnations of Han Li simultaneously let out cold sneers and flicked their sleeves, unleashing 3 streaks of golden light, each several feet long, that shot forth menacingly towards the malevolent serpent. The creature, taken aback, felt a surge of panic as it witnessed the 3 beams of golden light hurtling towards it from different directions. In haste, it spewed forth its demonic core to counter the central golden beam, while its 2 claws, glowing with a fierce red light, diverged to seize the other 2 streaks of light, despite having previously encountered the sharpness of Han Li's flying sword. The serpent was not convinced that all 3 golden lights were genuine. It presumed that, like its 3 adversaries, 2 were illusions and 1 was real. If the demonic core could withstand a true attack, it would naturally escape unscathed. However, if it were to face an illusion, its claws, being sturdier than its tail, could withstand the impact of 1 sword, allowing it to retaliate against Han Li's true form. Unfortunately, just as this thought flickered through the serpent's mind, a thunderous explosion resonated. The red light emanating from the demonic core repelled the approaching golden beam several feet away, revealing the true form of the flying sword. The crimson fire serpent's heart leapt with joy at this revelation. Yet, before this thought could fully settle, the other 2 golden lights flared brilliantly, and in an instant, the serpent's claws felt a chilling sensation. Suddenly, an indescribable pain surged through it as both claws were severed by the golden beams, which then darted forward like lightning. With a piercing shriek, the serpent's spiritual light flickered, and it attempted to retreat. However, at that moment, a purple lotus suddenly blossomed beneath its feet. As the lotus's shadow flickered, a frigid aura erupted, causing the serpent to shudder uncontrollably, momentarily halting its movement. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the two golden lights erupted with blinding brilliance, crossing over the serpent's head and delivering a decisive strike. With a sharp crack, the massive serpent's head rolled away from its neck, the thick scales at its throat proving utterly incapable of resisting the assault. Earlier, Hanli had simultaneously formed hand seals hidden within his sleeves, channeling the majority of his spiritual energy into the two flying swords, allowing the terrifying might of the metal to be fully unleashed. The swords instantly became indomitable, nearly insurmountable. At that instant, the other two Hanli figures, glowing with azure light, vanished without a trace. As the serpent's head fell, Hanli continued his movements without pause, directing a sudden point towards the two flying swords. A resounding crack echoed as two massive arcs of golden light erupted from the sword bodies, transforming into a golden electric net that descended upon the creature, almost simultaneously. A flicker of red light burst forth from the severed neck of the serpent's body, as a diminutive red serpent frantically shot upwards into the air, only to collide directly with the electric net. By the time it realized the danger and attempted to escape, the net had already closed in, ensnaring it like a bird in a cage. At this moment, the serpent's spirit was shattered with terror, and it desperately spewed forth streams of crimson flames, attempting to break free from the net. However, Hanli, having anticipated this, let out a cold snort. Without any visible action, the electric net rapidly constricted, soon confining the creature to a space scarcely 10 feet wide. Rather than immediately detonating the net to eliminate the serpent like he would with an ordinary cultivator, he turned his palm over, revealing a small green vial that floated into his hand. With a swift motion of his hand directed at the electric net, countless slender golden threads erupted from it. Intertwining and coiling towards the center, the dragon spirit desperately attempted to evade, but in such a confined space, there was simply nowhere to flee. Moments later, it found itself ensnared into a golden silk ball the size of a fist. Unable to struggle even slightly. At that moment, Hanli gently shook a small vial towards the golden sphere, and a burst of white light surged forth, enveloping the silk ball in an instant before drawing it into the vial. Only then did a sense of relief wash over Hanli. Although this spirit shadow technique was merely a minor skill, it proved quite effective in combat. No wonder Jin Xia Mountain regarded this secret art as a treasured inheritance. Hanli murmured to himself, then raised his hand and grasped at the air towards the dragon corpse engulfed in flames. Instantly, another golden flying sword shot back from the dragon's tail, followed by the head and body being drawn into the prepared storage bag. As for the 8th grade demon core, now bereft of its master, Hanli certainly would not overlook it, carefully storing it in a jade box. The surrounding demonic clouds and sea of flames began to dissipate gradually, now lacking the support of the Crimson Fire Dragon's power. Seizing this opportunity, Hanli shifted his gaze towards the remaining battlefields, only to involuntarily furrow his brow. The core formation cultivators fared relatively well, relying on their greater numbers compared to the 7th grade evil dragons, managing to maintain an even footing without revealing any signs of decline. However, the situation was dire for the burly nascent soul cultivator on the other side, who found himself thoroughly suppressed by the 8th grade blue dragon. Appearing increasingly unable to hold on to an 8th grade demon beast is a rare find. We should take the opportunity to deal with it as well. A cold glint flashed in Hanli's eyes as he muttered to himself, and a surge of azure light enveloped him as he prepared to flee directly. Han, do not be overly greedy. I have sensed that other cultivators are approaching this way. That if you delay any longer, you may find it impossible to escape. The Southern Sea sect has expended considerable effort to encircle these evil dragons, and they are also here for the 8th grade demon beast. If you eliminate them all, they will not let you go easily. The great Yin deity suddenly transmitted his voice. The people of the Southern Sea sect arrived with remarkable speed. In that case, it is best to withdraw. Although somewhat regrettable, we should leave now. Upon hearing this, Hanli was taken aback and confirmed the matter with his divine sense before his expression turned grim. Just as the last remnants of demonic clouds dispersed, he vanished into thin air, concealing his form and stealthily departing from the scene. Meanwhile, the 8th grade blue dragon had sensed the fall of the Crimson Fire Dragon and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a frenzied assault, putting the already beleaguered burly man in immediate peril. At this moment, the man silently lamented his plight, his heart filled with a strong desire to retreat. Just then, in the distant sky, two flashes of spiritual light appeared simultaneously, followed by two teams of cultivators, each comprising over 10 individuals, racing in from different directions. Upon witnessing this, the 8th grade blue dragon realized the gravity of the situation, hastily suppressing its fury, and let out a sharp howl before diving towards the sea without a second thought. The remaining 7th grade evil dragons, alarmed by this sound, also reacted in kind. However, this time, neither the burly man nor the other cultivators would allow them to escape so easily, immediately pursuing and entangling them relentlessly, preventing their effortless retreat into the ocean. In an instant, the conflict escalated into a perilous frenzy. Hanli held no interest in the ensuing battle. After soaring 100 miles, he swiftly manifested his escape light, not once glancing back as he hurtled deeper into the ocean. He sought a deserted spiritual island amidst the sea's surface to commence the crafting of the mechanized puppet for the Yin Divine Monarch. Chapter 964. Soul Rift. The map of this maritime region, following the rare paths frequented by cultivators, led him to land on an unnamed small island after a fortnight of flight. This island was modest in size, approximately 40 square miles, yet it boasted an inconspicuous and mediocre spiritual vein stretching about 7 or 8 miles. Had it been situated inland, it would have been swiftly claimed by some obscure minor clan. However, amidst the beast-infested ocean, no clan of lesser strength would dare to migrate here. Conversely, mid-tier clans with higher-ranking cultivators would scarcely regard such an unremarkable spiritual vein. Furthermore, the island was not located along the main trade routes. Its position was exceedingly remote, thus it remained desolate until now. Hanli, however, was quite satisfied with this locale. He promptly released a multitude of flying swords within the belly of a small mountain on the island, clearing a vast expanse of land, and subsequently unleashed the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Instantly, a finely crafted small cave dwelling materialized before him. For precaution, Hanli not only activated the restrictions attached to the cave but also set up a concealment array outside the mountain, summoning a thick veil of white mist that enveloped an area spanning over 10 miles, including the peak, rendering the cave's location nearly undetectable to outsiders. After completing these preparations, Hanli transferred the spiritual insects and herbs he carried into the insect chamber and herb garden within the cave. The soil armor dragon was also subjected to restrictions and casually tossed into a beast chamber before he entered a secret room laden with a substantial amount of materials. These resources were sufficient for a single crafting session. Should any critical component be mishandled, there would be no time to seek a replacement. The probability of success was uncertain, and he possessed little confidence. After all, he was undertaking the crafting for a predecessor, and any misunderstanding could lead to utter failure. Upon entering the secret chamber, Hanli swiftly removed the bamboo tube from his back and positioned it before him. Speaking calmly, I am fully aware of this matter. Prior to the crafting, I shall meticulously explain the method to you, probing your understanding repeatedly until I am assured you have grasped it correctly before allowing you to proceed. Before my explanation, take a moment to examine this jade slip. It contains an overview of my crafting techniques for the puppets. Contemplate it thoroughly first. The voice of the Yin Divine Monarch emanated from the bamboo tube, indicative of his premeditated thoughts, exuding an air of confidence. Subsequently, with a soft thud, the lid of the bamboo tube popped open, and a white jade slip shot forth, which Hanli grasped with one hand. Since my predecessor is aware, I can rest easy. Hanli nodded, refraining from further discourse. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, immersing his consciousness within the jade slip. As time gradually passed, the expressions on Hanli's face fluctuated: surprise, excitement, and ultimately, a look of astonishment. Uncertain how long had elapsed, he exhaled deeply, finally withdrawing his consciousness from the jade slip. However, he did not speak immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly contemplated the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. After a full quarter of an hour, Hanli opened his eyes, his expression returning to tranquility. Indeed, should this puppet be successfully refined, its power would be unparalleled. With sufficient spirit stones, it should be able to hold its ground against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, there remains one point I find somewhat unclear, and I hope my esteemed senior can enlighten me on this matter. After a brief contemplation, Hanli finally spoke. Since you intend to impart this puppet technique to me entirely, you naturally need not withhold anything. Please feel free to share your insights. The Divine Lord of Dine replied without hesitation. Since you have stated it thus, I shall not be polite. According to my previous studies in puppet arts, the higher the level of the puppet, the more advanced the soul essence required for its fusion. As for the puppet you are crafting, I truly cannot conceive of which beast's soul essence would suffice to fully unleash its potential. Even the soul of the 8th grade Crimson Fire Jiao I just captured might not be adequate. Moreover, the fact that you have not previously mentioned the matter of soul essence has left me somewhat perplexed. Does my esteemed senior have other plans in this regard? Hanli inquired gravely, furrowing his brow. I see the crux of your inquiry now. Regarding the soul essence, I had already devised a solution when I developed the refining method. I had intended to clarify this for you even without your prompting. Otherwise, you might find it difficult to concentrate on the refinement. The Divine Lord of Dian chuckled softly. You jest, Senior. However, to truly maximize the puppet's power, one would require at least the soul essence of a ninth-grade beast. I am genuinely curious as to how you plan to resolve this matter, Hanli remarked with a dry chuckle, feigning nonchalance. Yet, in his heart, a flicker of caution arose as he remained steadfastly wary. Despite having spent years with the Divine Lord of Dian in a relationship akin to that of half-teacher and half-friend, he would never cast aside necessary vigilance. There is no need for any beast's soul essence. When the time comes, my own essence will suffice for the fusion with the puppet, the Divine Lord of Dian replied in a solemn tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Your own essence? Hanli's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of astonishment. What? Do you believe the strength of my essence is inferior to that of a ninth-grade beast? The Divine Lord of Dian retorted calmly. That is certainly not the case. You are a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and after practicing the Dian technique, your consciousness and essence are likely to be on par with those of a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. However, you do not intend to undergo reincarnation. Once your essence is merged with the puppet, it will lose its individuality instantaneously. Hanli hesitated, voicing his concern. Of course, I intend to tread the path of reincarnation. Perhaps after my rebirth, this lord can embark on the path of cultivation once more. After a chuckle, the Divine Lord of Dian spoke without hesitation. What does this mean? If I am not mistaken, my esteemed senior intends to merge his essence with the puppet while still wishing to retain the opportunity for reincarnation. Could it be that you possess some secret technique that allows for such a feat? Hanli was momentarily taken aback, but being no ordinary cultivator, his mind raced as he speculated. Young Han, you are indeed perceptive. That is precisely my intention. Years ago, having been trapped within a puppet due to the spirit hosting technique, I naturally could not remain idle. Hence, I devoted thousands of years to researching a method to transfer my essence from the puppet without the need for external magical power. As a result, this method proved to be exceedingly difficult and ultimately unsuccessful. However, an alternative was discovered, an arcane technique for splitting one's soul. This soul-splitting art vastly differs from the ordinary division of one's spiritual consciousness. It is, in fact, a genuine method for the division of a cultivator's soul. In due course, I shall divide my essence into two parts. One will retain the majority of my soul's power and be infused into a puppet, while the other will dissipate, carrying with it emotions and memories, and return to the cycle of reincarnation. The great god of the Da Yin did not conceal his intentions, explaining this with candor. Yet, can such a method truly be viable? The act of splitting one's soul surely cannot be as simple as it sounds, Hanli remarked in astonishment upon hearing of this secret technique. Rest assured, the essence I will divide is merely my spiritual power. It will not significantly hinder my reincarnation, the great god of the Da Yin replied nonchalantly. Once these spiritual energies have settled, they will dissipate without a trace. I see, Hanli responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After contemplating for a moment and not perceiving any major issues, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Since there are no further concerns, I shall begin elucidating the methods for refining each component and the aspects that require careful attention. Let us commence with the puppet's body, which is constructed from a dozen or so essential components. The required materials being, the great god of the Da Yin proceeded without hesitation. Hanli's spirit was invigorated, and he listened intently. Days turned into weeks as Hanli rarely emerged from the secret chamber. Most of his time was spent manipulating several colossal ape puppets within his dwelling, nurturing various spiritual herbs, and cultivating those spiritual insects, as for the 12 six-winged frost centipedes, aside from nurturing them with the rainbow silk grass. He had a sudden inspiration to feed each of them a snow soul pill, curious to observe the results. After all, this elixir was significantly beneficial for his purple lotus extreme fire, and should, in theory, also be advantageous for the extremely cold six-winged frost centipedes. To his astonishment, while it took him 3 to 4 months to refine a single snow soul pill, these centipedes managed to completely assimilate one within a mere month, and the chilling aura they emitted visibly intensified. Consequently, filled with delight, Hanli retained only the necessary snow soul pills for himself, entrusting the remainder to the giant apes for the nourishment of these spiritual insects. As for the gold-eating insects, despite the continuous consumption of the nurturing rainbow silk grass, their evolution into a mature stage remained a distant prospect, and Hanli could only exercise patience in this endeavor. Half a year swiftly passed, and on a particular day, Hanli had just completed the refinement of a puppet's component within the secret chamber, following the great god of the Dian's instructions. He laid out several materials before him, his expression one of bewilderment. "You mean to say these items can all be incorporated into the puppet?" Hanli inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Indeed. The purposes of these materials are insights I have only recently conceived. They will undoubtedly elevate the puppet's prowess to new heights." The great god of the Dian stated with composure, "As for this final magical marrow drill, perhaps you possess another means to forge it into a vital weapon for the puppet. But what exactly are these other materials? I have yet to comprehend their significance or discern their utility," Hanli remarked, gesturing towards two of the materials on the ground, his confusion evident. What he referred to was, rather strikingly, the slender silver chain that had once bound the corpse demon, along with the few fragments of the remnants unearthed from the abyss of demonic energy, which appeared unremarkable and shrouded in a gray haze. "The demon essence drill, as you mentioned, had sparked my curiosity the moment you acquired it. Although it is the sole material required for forging the demon dragon blade, it could equally be utilized to craft other formidable artifacts of the demonic path. I have already conceived a plan to fashion it into a treasure, intended to serve as a lethal weapon for the puppet. Upon hearing you say that this chain could withstand the strikes of the Gingjing flying sword, I was immediately intrigued. While I am unaware of the specific material from which it is made, when combined with certain alloys of silver, it could be transformed into a protective shield for the puppet. As for these remnants, I had only recently recalled their nature. At this point, the Dian God Lord paused, a grave expression crossing his face. Chapter 965, The Completion of the Puppet. Have you ever heard of the Hawaii Divine Mud? Of course, I have. The Hawaii Divine Mud, renowned as the illusionary paste, is said to possess the ability to morph into various forms for crafting purposes. And, when damaged, it exhibits a unique capacity for self-repair, making it a rare material for the creation of intricate magical artifacts. Could it truly be this substance? However, I have heard that Hawaii Divine Mud is white, resembling exquisite jade. How could it appear so inconspicuous? Hanli was equally astonished, staring at the fragments in bewilderment. "Do not be alarmed, young Han. These are indeed Hawaii Divine Mud, albeit a variant that has been altered through the infusion of other substances by ancient cultivators. And in ancient times, it was referred to as Chi Ling Soft Jade. There are likely no more than 10 cultivators in the world who could recognize it. I myself came across some related information in an ancient cultivator's cave long ago, but had long since forgotten it. Had it not been for a recent recollection related to this matter, I would still be unable to discern it," the Dian God Lord explained. "Chi Ling Soft Jade? What distinguishes it from ordinary divine mud?" Hanli pondered thoughtfully. "Did you not discover this yourself? This type of divine mud, after refinement, not only maximizes its transformational and restorative capabilities, but also absorbs the magical attacks of cultivators. Any attack infused with substantial spiritual energy that comes into contact with this substance could be diminished by more than half. Its sole drawback is its vulnerability to direct assaults from artifacts, as it possesses no defensive abilities of its own. Nevertheless, this alone renders the mud's value comparable to that of Gunjing," the Dian God Lord elucidated. "I see. So, what does my esteemed senior intend to craft with this divine mud for the puppet?" Hanli inquired eagerly, his expression brightening at the mention of Chi Ling Soft Jade's remarkable properties. Is it not obvious? This divine mud, combined with your Gingjing, is undoubtedly the perfect material for constructing the puppet's shell. The exterior crafted from these two materials, even without any defensive artifacts, would be difficult for most in the human realm to easily destroy," proclaimed the Dian God Lord with pride. "Then I shall heed your words, Senior." Hanli readily agreed without hesitation. "Very well, do not disturb these items for now. Let us first forge the other components. I estimate that within a year, we shall have nearly completed the individual parts, after which we can merge them into a complete puppet. Now, let us continue the forging of the various components." "Understood." Hanli assented, his sleeve flicking as a swirl of azure mist swept by, causing the materials on the ground to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, he tapped his storage bag, and 7 or 8 jade boxes filled with various materials appeared before him. Hanli commenced the crafting of the next puppet component. As spring gave way to autumn, time passed day by day. For a cultivator, a year was but the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from sequestering himself to refine the puppets, Hanli was pleasantly surprised to observe that the 12 six-winged frost centipedes had unexpectedly advanced under the stimulation of a snow spirit pill each month. After undergoing a molting cycle, these centipedes not only grew to nearly double their previous size, but also sprouted a pair of snow-white wings upon their backs. their speed of escape significantly increased, and they became remarkably agile. This could be considered a delightful surprise. However, following this advancement, the efficacy of the snow spirit pill on the six-winged frost centipedes diminished considerably, lacking the pronounced effects observed prior to their evolution. On one particular day, Hanli stood in the center of the secret chamber with his eyes tightly shut, a shimmering silver humanoid figure hovering in midair before him. His 10 fingers danced rapidly, shooting forth 10 golden threads that pierced various parts of the puppet's body, his expression solemn. Above the silver puppet's head, a bamboo tube emanated a soft green light, slowly rotating. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hanli's expression shifted, his fingers halted, and he finally opened his eyes. It appeared that there were no issues. The integration of the puppet's components was flawlessly executed. To achieve such a seamless assembly was indeed a pleasant surprise for Hanli. This puppet is the result of my research. Under my guidance, your crafting will undoubtedly be error-free, he remarked with a hint of joy. Since all seems well, it appears we can commence the fusion of the essence. The voice of the great Yayan deity resonated softly from the bamboo tube. Are you truly resolved to proceed without further contemplation? The soul rending technique is your first experience with it, and unforeseen complications may arise, potentially impacting your reincarnation significantly. Moreover, once the soul is rent, your remnant soul will surely dissipate, unable to endure. Upon hearing these words, Hanli's expression shifted from joy to gravity as he inquired earnestly. Elder, if you are so resolute, I shall not press further. I sincerely wish you all the best. The great Yayan deity chuckled heartily. Much of my life's work has been devoted to the art of puppetry, and merging my essence with this puppet is my long-held aspiration. Besides, if I do not employ the soul-rending technique, my time will soon be up. What is there to hesitate about? You need not persuade me further. I have already imparted the remaining great Yayan technique to you. I hope you can carry it forward, ensuring its legacy is not lost. Upon hearing this, Hanli furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, he sighed deeply. Since the elder's resolve is unwavering, I shall refrain from further objections. May all proceed smoothly for you. The great Yayan deity laughed heartily several times, and suddenly, the bamboo tube emitted a flash of green light and split into 2 halves, revealing a golden, radiant figure that appeared from thin air. This figure, a puppet merely a few inches tall, was crafted from materials neither metal nor wood, exquisitely detailed, resembling a middle-aged man shrunk down to 1/100th of his original size. With an elegant countenance. At that moment, the small figure's eyes sparkled with green light as it sat cross-legged. A low, resonant incantation immediately followed, and a point of green light flew from the small figure's mouth, enveloping its form in a sphere the size of a fist. Upon witnessing this scene, Hanli's lips twitched slightly, yet no words escaped his mouth. As the incantation grew increasingly urgent, the emerald light became blindingly radiant, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly upon it. Hanli narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting as the blue luminescence flickered incessantly. Then, a pained cry from the Yin Divine Lord reverberated through the chamber, causing the entire room to hum with resonance. As Hanli's expression shifted, the green light abruptly split into 2. The larger portion drifted directly towards the silver puppet, while the smaller shard swiftly darted back into the little figure's mouth, restoring its form. However, at this moment, the little figure's head hung low, its eyes devoid of luster. Observing this, Hanli felt a sense of urgency. He pointed his finger towards the silver puppet and tapped it several times. Instantly, the humanoid puppet opened its mouth, unleashing a dozen slender silver threads that shot forth and ensnared the divided light, drawing it within its being. The entire puppet then radiated a brilliant silver glow, its form beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Hanli's countenance darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and unleashed a plume of purple flame that struck the puppet's body. A crackling noise erupted as a thick layer of ice rapidly spread across the puppet, encasing it entirely in a massive block of ice. Only then did Hanli exhale in relief, lifting his gaze towards the little figure suspended in midair, a trace of concern flickering across his face. It was truly a marvel to experience the sensation of a fragmented soul. Perhaps only this divine lord could fathom such a feeling among all cultivators in the world. Suddenly, the raucous laughter of the Yin Divine Lord emanated from the little figure, though it was notably weak, as if recovering from a severe illness. "Senior, are you all right?" Hanli could not help but inquire upon hearing this voice. "Fear not, although I shall not endure for long after the soul division. I shall remain safe for a fortnight or so. You must hasten to complete the fusion of this puppet's essence, so that I may witness its true potency before my consciousness dissipates," the Yin Divine Lord urged, his voice brimming with excitement. That is only natural. However, before proceeding, allow me to use a soul-stabilizing talisman to ensure there are no unforeseen mishaps, Hanli remarked, raising an eyebrow as he produced a blood-red talisman from his sleeve. A soul-stabilizing talisman? It seems rather extravagant to use such a rare talisman on a dying individual. The Da Yin Divine Lord responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. This talisman was discovered within the storage pouch of a certain Yuanian cultivator I recently vanquished. No matter how precious, it is merely a gift unearned. Hence, there is no need for regret, Hanli replied nonchalantly. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-red talisman transformed into a streak of crimson light that struck the little puppet, resulting in a burst of blood mist that was swiftly absorbed by its body. Indeed, I feel much improved. However, do not expect me to owe you any favors for your use of this talisman. The Da Yin Divine Lord's voice boomed, regaining some of its former vigor, tinged with an unusual tone. It's nothing. Consider it merely interest for the previous assistance you have rendered. Hanli responded calmly after a moment of silence. The Da Yin Divine Lord snorted a few times, then suddenly beckoned to two halves of a bamboo tube on the ground. With a swift whoosh, the two pieces flew forth, enclosing the little figure within, restoring it to its original bamboo tube form. The bamboo tube then floated down from the air, re-establishing its upright position before At that moment, Hanli did not wait for the Da Yin Divine Lord to speak. But with a single hand gesture directed at the colossal ice block, the purple radiance within the ice flickered, and the humanoid puppet began to dissolve gradually from the ice encasing it. Hanli then sat cross-legged once more and suddenly struck his crown with one hand. A brilliant azure light burst forth from above his head, and a hazy azure nascent soul materialized, soaring directly towards the humanoid puppet. 3 months later, on the nameless deserted island where Hanli resided, a sudden azure rainbow shot up into the sky, piercing through the air. On the distant Kuju Island, an obscure isle nestled within the neighboring Sea of Dajin, perpetually shrouded in a blue mist, resided the island's master, the Elder of Kuju. Although he held no renown in the inland cultivation realm, many mid to late-stage nascent soul cultivators were well aware of his existence and regarded him with considerable caution. Among overseas cultivators, the Elder of Kuju was even more renowned. Despite being only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he was regarded by numerous overseas cultivators as a figure of the same echelon as the three immortals of the seas, thanks to his possession of 365 cold bamboo flying swords and the celestial mulberry divine tree found on Kuju Island. Moreover, the island was protected by a magnificent formation known as the 10,000 Woods Great Array, centered around the celestial mulberry divine tree, which had been formidable for tens of thousands of years. Recognized as one of the ancient miraculous formations of the overseas realm, even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would find their powers diminished by a third upon entering its confines. Yet, on this day, an uninvited guest appeared above the island. Chapter 966, Kuju Island from afar. A flash of spiritual light in the sky heralded the arrival of a Tuzhonglong azure rainbow. As the brilliance receded, a young cultivator clad in scholarly robes emerged. It was Hanli. With a bamboo tube strapped to his back, he gazed intently at the sea mist below. However, all he could see was a vast expanse of white fog, rendering everything indistinguishable. Hanli raised an eyebrow, and a blue glow flickered in his pupils. Moments later, his expression darkened. Indeed, Kuju Island possessed some hidden intricacies, even with the use of the clear spirit eye. He could not fully discern the restrictions below. The 10,000 Woods Great Array was truly deserving of its reputation, Hanli murmured to himself. Naturally, this was to be expected. Moreover, the dark winds of Kuju Island could enhance the power of the Seven Flames fan you are capable of refining, making this journey unavoidable. Furthermore, the Elder of Kuju appears to be the ideal opponent for testing the puppet's strength. It is a win-win situation. A faint voice emanated from the bamboo tube, that of the Da Yin Divine Lord, sounding even weaker than when his soul had just split. I am aware. That is precisely why I came here immediately after the puppet was completed. However, how much longer can you endure? Hanli inquired with concern. Do not worry. With your soul-settling talisman aiding me, I will not easily reincarnate before witnessing the puppet's true power, the Da Yin Divine Lord replied with a low chuckle. Hanli nodded, glancing down at the sea mist beneath him. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and slapped a storage bag at his waist. Instantly, a swirl of azure light erupted, and a figure resembling Hanli, a middle-aged cultivator with a pale complexion, appeared before him. This cultivator wore a yellow robe, his skin akin to jade, and upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to the diminutive puppet that housed the Da Yin Divine Lord. Yet, his eyes gleamed with a cold light, and his demeanor was devoid of any semblance of a smile. Although Hanli had witnessed this scene numerous times before, he could not help but steal a glance at the puppet as it materialized. The soft jade of the spirit truly was remarkably wondrous. Initially shrouded in a dull gray, the object underwent a remarkable transformation upon employing the method imparted by the divine Lord of Dian. Instantly adopting a hue reminiscent of human skin, after amalgamating all the soft jade into a puppet shell primarily forged from pure silver, a lifelike figure emerged before one's eyes. Due to the unique ability of the chilling soft jade to morph at will, and with a thread of the creator's consciousness infused within the puppet, it could articulate speech and change expressions under his command, rendering it indistinguishable from a living being. However, the sole inconvenience of utilizing this puppet lay in the issue of spirit stones. Such a high-tier puppet naturally required more than mere mid-tier spirit stones. Under full exertion, even a few strikes would be unsustainable. Only high-tier spirit stones could incite the puppet to unleash its full might. Yet, the scarcity of high-tier spirit stones was a well-known fact. Ever since Hanli arrived in the Great Gene, he had been vigilant in every market, yet the high-tier spirit stones he managed to collect amounted to scarcely a handful. Should the puppet unleash its full power, each high-tier spirit stone would likely sustain it for no more than a quarter of an hour. Let us proceed, Hanli uttered calmly, regardless of the circumstances. The puppet, having been crafted, warranted a thorough test. Without a moment's hesitation, the puppet raised both hands, fingers slightly splayed. Instantly, a vibrant azure light rapidly coalesced in its palms, and in the blink of an eye, two massive orbs of light, akin to human heads, took form, dazzlingly radiant and exuding an impressive aura. With a couple of muffled sounds, the puppet's wrists trembled slightly, and the light spheres transformed into two beams that shot downward, vanishing in the sea mist as swiftly as a stone cast into the ocean. Hanli observed the mist with an impassive demeanor, remaining silent. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the previously tranquil sea of mist to surge tumultuously. And two columns of wind, each a good 10 feet in diameter, erupted skyward, violently swirling and clearing a swath of mist 100 feet wide, reminiscent of a ferocious dragon emerging from the depths. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the wind columns, a series of varying length shrieks resonated from below, filled with astonishment and fury. Hanli's gaze swept across the misty expanse below, where a colossal island gradually materialized through the thinning fog. Above the island, a verdant luminescent barrier manifested, seemingly enveloping a considerable portion of the land. At that moment, from within the barrier, a dozen beams of varying colors shot forth, aggressively hurtling toward Hanli's position. Clearly, the earlier strike had alerted the cultivators on the island. Hanli discerned at a glance that this group of cultivators possessed varying levels of prowess, comprising both foundation establishment and core formation practitioners. Yet the elder leading them was evidently at the late stage of core formation. Who might you two be, and for what purpose? It appears you are both esteemed seniors. May I inquire as to your business on this island? Upon their arrival before Hanli, the cultivators intended to confront him with indignation. However, upon scanning with his divine sense, the lead cultivator realized Hanli was of the same mid-Yuaning realm as the esteemed Kuzhu. And unable to ascertain the puppet's level, his heart sank, causing his tone to soften. I have long heard of Taoist Kuzhu's esteemed reputation, and I came to pay a visit regarding a matter. Might you be willing to enlighten me on a few points? Without a flicker of his eyes, Hanli replied with a smile, what a remarkable coincidence. Several years ago, my esteemed master entered seclusion and no longer meets with visitors. If the two venerable seniors have pressing matters to discuss, they may first convey them to the younger generation. I can also take some initiative regarding the affairs of Kuzhu Island. The leading cultivator was momentarily taken aback, then hastily responded with a smile, it is truly unfortunate that Taoist Kuzhu has entered seclusion. However, since you can take the lead, that will suffice. I have heard that your island harbors an ancient spirit bird, the Wu Feng. Is there any truth to this? Hanli blinked, maintaining an expression of calm as he inquired. Wu Feng, what do you mean by that, venerable senior? The leading cultivator felt a sudden chill in his heart. It is nothing significant. I am in the process of refining a particular treasure and require 3 feathers from the tail of the Wu Feng. I am willing to exchange 1 7th level monster core and 3 6th level monster cores for them. Might I inquire if you would be amenable to this? As Hanli finished speaking, he subtly waved his sleeve, causing 4 jade boxes to emerge and float before him, with a nonchalant gesture. He pointed at the boxes, causing their lids to open one by one, revealing 4 monster cores of varying colors, 1 slightly larger and 3 smaller. In exchange for the Fengling. Hanli's request was far beyond what the leading cultivator had anticipated, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Indeed, the Wu Feng of your island should be a 7th level spirit bird. The number of monster cores I offer clearly demonstrates my sincerity in this transaction. Hanli's smile faded. replaced by a grave expression. Although the Wu Feng was an ancient spirit bird, the offered monster cores were certainly more than sufficient for such a trade. However, I fear that I cannot acquiesce to this matter. The elder replied after a prolonged moment of contemplation, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and reluctance. Upon hearing this response, Han Li's gaze turned frigid, his eyes locking onto the elder in silence. The elder, sensing Han Li's displeasure, felt a weight in his heart and hastily began to explain, "Please do not misunderstand. Venerable Senior. It is not that I am unwilling to grant you respect. Rather, the Wu Feng is currently at a critical juncture in its advancement, and we cannot risk compromising its cultivation in any way. I see. Nevertheless, acquiring the Wu Feng's feathers is imperative for me. Let us do this. I shall add another 7th-level monster core to my offer. Surely, this would compensate for any potential loss to your island," Han Li suggested, momentarily taken aback before furrowing his brow and producing yet another jade box. The cultivators of Kuju Island exchanged glances, astonished at his audacity. "How is it that your island remains unwilling to agree to such terms?" Han Li's tone turned ominous, his icy gaze fixed upon the gathered cultivators. "This matter is of great significance, and I truly cannot take the lead on it. If it pleases you, I shall risk incurring my master's wrath and send a sound transmission to the seclusion chamber to ascertain my master's response." The leading cultivator, feeling the weight of Han Li's piercing gaze, shivered involuntarily. After a quick glance at the nearby humanoid puppet, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "If my handling of this matter results in provoking a formidable adversary for Kuju Island, I too would face severe consequences upon my return. Very well. I shall wait for you," Han Li replied, nodding slightly as his demeanor softened. The elder promptly released a sound transmission talisman, clearly articulating the circumstances to Han Li and the conditions for exchange, ensuring to emphasize the formidable prowess of Han Li and the humanoid puppet to convey a sense of urgency. Han Li did not have to wait long. Just as he was meticulously examining the prohibitive formations above Kuju Island with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint, ancient voice suddenly resonated from within the island. Once, a Taoist friend in the nascent soul stage came to visit. The old man, was unable to step out to welcome him from afar. "And I hope the 2 Taoist friends can forgive me. Please, esteemed Taoists, make your way to the Phoenix Welcoming Pavilion on the island for some hospitality. I shall soon emerge from my seclusion to meet you." From the tone of his voice, it was evident that the speaker was the venerable Kuju Laoren. The first part of his speech was directed at Han Li, while the latter sentences were commands to his disciples. "As you command, Master," the 2 seniors replied. "Please, follow us. The Master has expressed his intention to personally meet with the 2 esteemed seniors." The old man hurriedly clasped his fists in reverence, responding respectfully to the heir, then turned to Han Li with a beaming smile, saying, "Very well. I have long admired the esteemed name of your island and was just contemplating a visit to witness its wonders." Han Li, after briefly surveying the puppet beside him, responded with an unchanging demeanor, agreeing to accompany them. He and the puppet descended alongside the other cultivators toward the island, with the assistance of a puppet comparable to the late nascent soul stage. Han Li was confident that even if the so-called Wangu Great Formation was activated, it would not be capable of trapping him. Therefore, he was unperturbed by the prospect of the other party suddenly turning hostile. Taking advantage of their geographical advantage, in the blink of an eye, the group flew through a fissure that had opened in the light barrier, entering the heart of the island. Upon crossing the threshold, Han Li was immediately greeted by a surge of spiritual energy. Below him lay a vista of lush, towering trees, some reaching heights of 30 to 40 zhang, and clearly a variety of species, many of which were rare and not easily found in the outside world. Among the forest, there were a dozen or so notably taller trees, a peculiar type of mulberry tree, shrouded in a mystical purple hue. Scattered throughout the woods, their arrangement hinting at the mysteries of heaven and earth. Is this the divine mulberry tree of your esteemed island? I had heard there was only one, yet there appear to be over a dozen. Han Li furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired of the elder beside him, who was surreptitiously glancing at the humanoid puppet, pondering why this senior remained silent and expressionless, perhaps a person of peculiar temperament? Chapter 967. Kuju Laoren. Unbeknownst to you, these divine mulberry trees all share a common root. This is not a secret, and I have no intention of concealing it. The elder explained. I see, Han Li replied. I have long heard that the divine mulberry tree is second only to the 3 divine trees among spiritual trees. Witnessing it in such a manner truly opens my eyes. With a sense of wonder, Han Li followed the cultivators towards an area that appeared to be occupied by trees, when suddenly the nearby spiritual energy surged, and the scenery transformed dramatically before his eyes. A small mountain several hundred zhang tall emerged, with numerous pavilions and platforms of various sizes constructed around it, and several cultivators bustling in and out. You may disperse and attend to your own matters. The elder gestured to the other cultivators, instructing them. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators immediately complied and departed. Hanli and the puppet followed the elder directly to the summit of the mountain, where a large wooden palace stood, its size quite impressive. At the entrance of the palace, 4 cultivators clad in green armor stood motionless, each wielding identical halberds. The elder led Hanli and the puppet to the entrance of the wooden palace, where the 4 cultivators remained expressionless and unmoving, resembling puppets themselves. Hanli smirked slightly, feeling a sense of surprise within. Though these 4 individuals seemed to possess merely the foundational cultivation stage, the essence of wood's spiritual energy emanating from them is incomparable to that of their peers in the same tier. Moreover, Hanli discerned at a glance that both their battle armor and long spears were of the highest caliber, imbued with wood attributes, which struck him as rather peculiar, seemingly noticing Hanli's astonishment. The elder smiled and proactively elucidated. These are the wood spirit guards personally trained by my master, cultivators who have harnessed the might of the heavenly mulberry divine tree to practice a unique technique. Although their cultivation is lacking, they excel in combined assault techniques that if you have the opportunity, esteemed senior, it would be beneficial to impart some guidance. Indeed, they are quite different from ordinary cultivators. Hanli nodded in agreement. Observing Hanli's non-committal demeanor, the elder wisely refrained from further comment. The wooden hall was not particularly complex in structure. Aside from a central chamber, there was only a side room. Hence, as Hanli and the others stepped into the hall, they immediately spotted a tall figure with their back turned towards them, clad in a green robe, with hair as white as snow. Upon recognizing this figure, the elder's expression changed drastically, and he immediately performed a deep bow. Subsequently standing silently to the side, hands clasped. "Are you the elder of Bitter Bamboo?" Hanli inquired, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the figure. "Indeed, I am Bitter Bamboo," came the reply. "You two appear to be unfamiliar faces. Might you be fellow cultivators from the mainland? May I inquire your esteemed names?" After a hearty laugh, the figure turned around. Hanli narrowed his eyes, observing the man with white hair, whose lips were red and teeth white, and whose features were strikingly youthful, resembling that of a 16 or 17-year-old, albeit with a faint green aura surrounding him. Taken aback by this revelation, Hanli was astonished that the elder of Bitter Bamboo possessed the same youthful visage as himself. Defying his expectations, he had anticipated encountering a face lined with wrinkles. Although the elder of Bitter Bamboo wore a smile, upon seeing Hanli's appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "We are indeed not cultivators from overseas. My surname is Han, and this is my senior brother, Lida. We hope our uninvited visit does not cause any offense," Hanli said courteously. "Not at all. You two are certainly extraordinary individuals. Your presence on this island is most welcome. The cultivation level of this fellow is particularly profound, so much so that I cannot ascertain his realm. This truly broadens my horizons," the elder of Bitter Bamboo remarked, having scrutinized Hanli and the humanoid puppet with a few glances before suddenly breaking into a smile. Clearly, the island's master had mistaken Hanli's puppet for a cultivator of some mysterious technique. "You are far too modest," Hanli replied with a slight smile. "The name of Bitter Bamboo is indeed renowned and resonates deeply with us. Hiki, please, both of you, have a seat and sample the unique mulberry tea of this island," the elder of Bitter Bamboo said with a gentle smile, inviting Hanli and his companion to sit. Following a couple of crisp claps, several young female cultivators entered the hall, each carrying a tea tray. They served the 3 with a pot of light green spiritual tea before respectfully exiting the wooden hall. "Mulberry tea, could it be that this tea is related to the heavenly mulberry divine tree?" Hanli mused, glancing down at the tea on the table, sensing the rich with spiritual energy within, and inquired with a hint of intrigue. "You have a keen eye, indeed. This tea is made from the spiritual leaves of the heavenly mulberry divine tree, known for its effects of enhancing vision and calming the mind. I dare say, beyond this island, there is no other place that possesses such tea," the elder of Bitter Bamboo replied. The elder of the Bitter Bamboo spoke with a hint of satisfaction. "Well then, I must truly partake in this." With a flicker of his gaze, Hanli carefully scanned the spiritual tea within the cup using his divine sense. Confirming that there were no issues, he unceremoniously lifted the cup and took a small sip. "Taoistly, do you not find this tea to your liking?" The humanoid puppet sat expressionlessly in the chair, not even touching the teacup on the table. The elder of the Bitter Bamboo inquired with a note of surprise. "I have not consumed anything outside my cave since I began fasting," the humanoid puppet replied coldly, showing no signs of courtesy in his words. "Yes, that's so. I seem to have been a bit presumptuous." The elder of Bitter Bamboo said, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. A cultivator bold enough to speak such words in the presence of their host must possess some degree of confidence. Could this person truly be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? As this thought swirled in his mind, the elder felt a heightened sense of caution towards the humanoid puppet. "I believe you have some understanding of our intentions. Daoist Kuju, may I inquire how you feel about the transaction proposed by Han?" Hanli placed the teacup down after sampling just 2 or 3 sips and slowly asked, "To be candid with both of you. This transaction puts me in quite a dilemma. The Black Phoenix is at a critical juncture of its advancement, and even if you were to offer me an abundance of demon pills, I would be unwilling to part with the feathers of the Black Wind. Otherwise, it could be ages before this spiritual bird breaks through its bottleneck." The elder of Bitter Bamboo replied, his brow furrowing as he expressed his predicament. "So, it appears that Daoist Kuju does not consent to this matter," Han said, pursing his lips, yet his expression revealed no surprise. Ha ha. "If I were to outright refuse, I doubt either of you would leave empty-handed." The elder chuckled. "How about this? In our cultivation world, strength is paramount. I am willing to engage in a friendly contest of spells with you. If either of you can defeat me in combat, I shall consider agreeing to the transaction. If not, if you cannot achieve this, my brotherly and I will simply turn and leave without further mention of the matter," Hanli stated resolutely. "Very well, it is settled then that I have not sparred with anyone for nearly 100 years. Which of you Taoists wishes to take the first step?" The elder of Bitter Bamboo scanned Han Li and his companion, a faint smile playing on his lips. "If you do not mind, I would like to spar with Taoist Li." The humanoid puppet spoke with a calm demeanor, orchestrated by Han Li's will. "Excellent. I am quite curious about Brother Li's techniques. Let us duel in the skies above the peak," the elder replied. "Please, after you." Upon realizing that he could not discern the cultivation level of his opponent, a serious expression crossed the elder's face as he rose from his chair. Han Li and the humanoid puppet followed suit. The elderly figure standing by, previously silent, could no longer contain his excitement. A battle between nascent soul cultivators was a spectacle not easily witnessed. Moments later, Han Li found himself hovering over 100 feet above the peak, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Before him, at a distance of several dozen feet, stood the humanoid puppet and the elder of Bitter Bamboo. Nearby, 7 or 8 golden core cultivators, having rushed over upon hearing the news, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene in the air, with a low growl escaping the lips of the elder of Bitter Bamboo. He swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals. Suddenly, blinding rays of icy light emanated from various parts of his body, shooting forth over 100 beams of emerald brilliance. As these green lights emerged, they swelled with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, an impressive array of over 100 pale green flying swords took shape. Following a flicker of sword light, all the flying swords automatically aligned into a peculiar formation, swirling ominously above the elder's head, concealing a chilling intent to kill. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's previously indifferent expression momentarily faltered. The sword array. The elder of Bitter Bamboo, having cultivated such an abundance of flying swords, indeed possessed an understanding of the sword array's mystical powers. Although Han Li had suspected as much, witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat astonished. Young Han, it seems this individual possesses quite a degree of skill. This should allow the puppet's abilities to be showcased to a greater extent," came the excited voice of the great Yin deity. It appeared he held unwavering confidence in the puppet's capabilities. Understood. Having utilized such a plethora of rare materials in the creation of this puppet, Han Li harbored great anticipation as well. With a flicker of thought, the humanoid puppet commenced its actions. From a distance, one could see the puppet open its mouth, from which a palm-sized shield erupted forth. With a flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a massive silver shield, positioned defensively before it. Subsequently, the puppet formed hand seals once more, and a myriad of colorful runes materialized upon its visage. In an instant, a 5-colored protective shield manifested from these symbols, enveloping the puppet entirely. Could it be that you hail from the poison sage sect of the southern wilderness? This technique bears a striking resemblance to the renowned spiritual rune arts of that sect, the elder of Bitter Bamboo remarked, momentarily taken aback by the puppet's peculiar appearance. "Not quite," Han Li replied, his expression as unyielding as ever. Despite the stirring within his heart at the elder's words, "It seems I misjudged. However, your technique appears remarkably similar to the spiritual rune arts," the elder noted, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes, though his voice softened, revealing a hint of skepticism towards the puppet's assertion. Yet, he refrained from pressing further. Observing the puppet assume a defensive stance without any intention of offense, a sense of indignation stirred within him, as he felt a hint of being underestimated. Instantly, his expression darkened, and he uttered a series of low incantations in response. The myriad flying swords above him resonated with a harmonious hum. Following this, all the flying swords trembled in unison, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, each extending to a length of approximately 10 feet, which surged forth as a dense and dazzling array of sword shadows, coalescing into a chilling, blinding light as the humanoid puppet sensed the oncoming sword light. It made no significant movements, merely gesturing lightly towards the silver shield before it. Instantly, a radiant manifestation of a much larger, solid light shield erupted forth from the silver shield, a soft, white glow radiating as it soared into the fray. Under Han Li's watchful gaze, the sword light ruthlessly collided with the luminous shield. With a thunderous explosion, the intertwining white and cold brilliance flickered erratically, yet the light shield stood resolute, unwavering against the onslaught. As if it had the strength of an unyielding boulder, the Elder of Bitter Bamboo's expression shifted dramatically, while a hint of surprise flickered across Han Li's otherwise composed countenance. It seems that the power of this Yuan Gang shield is indeed within expectations. Although it is a newly forged magical artifact and has not undergone extensive refinement, it appears to be entirely capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary magical treasures. However, its defensive capabilities can only be achieved by this particular puppet. If you were to wield this shield, it would be remarkable if you could harness even half of its current might, the Dian Divine Monarch remarked. This is certainly true. The extent to which we cultivators can unleash the power of a magical artifact primarily depends on the artifact's inherent potency, the amount of spiritual energy infused into it, and the adeptness of one's mental manipulation. The fundamental essence of cultivation lies in how much spiritual energy can be stored and how much can be released at once. Elevating one's realm is merely a series of leaps and refinements in this process. This puppet, crafted from a variety of rare materials, can accommodate more than 3 times the amount of spiritual energy I can. Making comparison impossible, Han Li replied without surprise. Having received personal guidance in puppet techniques from the Dian Divine Monarch over the past few days, he had reached an exceptionally high level of mastery in this art. While he may not surpass the Dian Divine Monarch, he certainly stood above the other few puppet crafting masters in the human realm. Although the Yuan Gang shield was refined by your true self and then entrusted to the puppet for use, its creation was entirely based on the characteristics of this humanoid puppet, distinguishing it from conventional magical treasures. Even if you infuse the shield with spiritual energy akin to that of the puppet, you will still be unable to fully unleash this treasure's potential, the Dian Divine Monarch remarked casually in response. Han Li nodded but refrained from further interjecting. This was because, in the distance, the elder Ku Zhu, after urging the sword light for a while and finding it ineffective against the luminous shield, finally activated the sword array above his head to execute another form of magical assault. He pointed towards the myriad flying swords in the sky, and a chorus of sword cries erupted as all the swords surged towards a specific point in the air, amidst the flickering sword lights. A sword wheel, approximately 10 feet in diameter, materialized high above. After the Elder Kuju executed several incantations, the sword will began to spin and accelerated increasingly. In the blink of an eye, a blindingly brilliant green beam coalesced from its center, forcefully striking towards the vast luminous shield. A low, muffled sound resonated as a massive green orb erupted upon making contact with the surface of the shield. This orb was extraordinarily large, causing a significant indentation at the center of the shield, with its deformation becoming progressively severe, ultimately rendering the shield in a state of distress. At that moment, the humanoid puppet raised its hand and pointed at the silver shield, which immediately began to dissipate into specks of white light. The previously obstructed green orb, now emboldened, pressed downward and collided directly with the core of the silver giant shield. After a tremendous shudder, the silver shield did not shatter under the impact of the orb. Rather, in that instant, it emitted a silvery brilliance, transforming its surface into a mirror-like sheen. As the orb was illuminated by the silver radiance, it trembled violently, with countless green lights scattering in all directions, reducing the orb's size significantly in a mere moment. Subsequently, the silver shield tilted slightly as its surface gleamed, and the remnants of the light mass were rebounded upwards, bursting apart in the high air and vanishing into nothingness. Elder Ku Zhu took a deep breath. Unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes any longer, he stared intently at the puppet opposite him, his face etched with solemnity, although the recent attack did not fully unleash the entire power of the sword formation. The adversary effortlessly deflected all incoming assaults with merely a shield, showcasing an unfathomable prowess. Now he found himself hesitating on whether to activate the hidden divine abilities of the sword formation, given the formidable strength of the Yuan Gang shield. It seemed unnecessary to test the 5 elements barrier. The protective shield activated with 5 elements jade would undoubtedly possess power on par with that shield. It was time to assess the offensive capabilities of the puppet. The Dian Divine Lord appeared highly satisfied with the silver shield and communicated, "Understood." Han Li responded calmly. The humanoid puppet, sensing the command, had its violet eyes flicker, and with a silent gesture, it rubbed its hands together, conjuring a flickering red radiance between them. A blinding flash revealed a small red bow materializing between its hands, exquisitely crafted and merely a few inches in size, with bow arms resembling a coiling dragon. The scales intricately detailed. "The Chuanjiao Bao," exclaimed the elder of Bitter Bamboo, unable to contain his astonishment. "This is not the Chuanjiao Bao, but rather a replica I fashioned, the Thunderfire Bao," he hastily clarified. "Let me forewarn you, my bow is also forged from the sinews of a dragon, yet its might surpasses that of the Chuanjiao Bao." Despite the puppet's impassive demeanor, its words caused the elder's heart to sink. The puppet then swiftly clasped the small red bow in one hand, while with a thunderous crack, a small green arrow materialized between its fingers. A flurry of incantations erupted from its lips. Instantly, the red bow and arrow radiated a brilliant glow, swelling to their normal sizes in the blink of an eye. With runes dancing across their surfaces, a surge of crimson flames enveloped the red bow, while the green arrow shimmered with golden light, arcs of electricity crackling from its shaft, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. The puppet skillfully knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, drawing it back towards the opponent. The air crackling with energy as the golden arcs and crimson flames intertwined, producing a resounding roar. A tremendous wave of spiritual pressure erupted from its form, spreading outwards like a colossal tide. The cultivators in the distance, observing the battle, felt their breaths tighten as their protective auras wobbled precariously. Some, possessing lesser cultivation, turned pale and hastily retreated. "Stop. There is no need for further contest. I concede," the elder of Bitter Bamboo exclaimed, his face turning pale upon sensing the puppet's spiritual energy. Yet, even as he spoke, he did not neglect his defenses. With a deft motion, he cast forth a triangular token, which swelled and emitted an eerie tricolored glow of green, red, and yellow. Shielding him, simultaneously, he summoned a sword wheel from the sky, which transformed into a swarm of over 100 flying swords, swirling around him restlessly. The elder's grave demeanor took Han Li by surprise, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and communicate with the Dian Divine Lord. Is the power of this Thunderfire Bao truly so formidable that it elicits such apprehension from him? The ability to wield a massive reservoir of spiritual power equivalent to the late stage of the nascent soul was not to be underestimated, especially given that both the bow and arrow were extraordinary creations, one forged from the essence of a fiery dragon, and the other altered from the golden thunder bamboo arrow. The treasures wielded through such combinations possess a power that is not merely a simple summation. Instilling a sense of peril within the opponent is hardly remarkable. After all, he is not a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Should you permit this puppet to exert its full strength, there exists a likelihood of approximately 40% that a single arrow could annihilate the master of Kuzhu Island. Would you not be interested in dispatching him forthwith? The Dian Divine Monarch remarked with a cold chuckle. 40%. Perhaps it is wiser to prioritize obtaining the Wufeng feather. Should the arrow fail, and the opponent activates the island's prohibitions, complications will inevitably arise. Given the opponent's considerable reputation, he likely possesses life-preserving techniques unknown to us. We must not risk a misstep. I am not a person who revels in brutality or the unwarranted taking of life. However, the attack potency of the puppet remains untested in practice, Han Li stated, shaking his head inwardly. This matter holds little significance. The fact that I witnessed it effortlessly overpower a peak mid-stage nascent soul cultivator confirms that the puppet's capabilities are indeed on par with those of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, leaving me without any regrets. At least my decades of effort have not been in vain. The Dian Divine Monarch sighed, murmuring softly. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's gaze flickered with a hint of melancholy. Almost simultaneously, the astonishing aura emanating from the puppet gradually dissipated, and as the bow was lowered, It returned to its original size amidst a glimmer of spiritual light. The flames and golden arcs vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the elder of Kuju felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to suddenly sense a chilling sweat trickling down his back. In the moment when that arrow was aimed at him, he truly felt the imminent danger of annihilation, prompting his immediate capitulation. Now, whether it be the spells displayed or the terrifying spiritual pressure just moments prior, he could unequivocally ascertain that the opponent was indeed a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It appears that emerging from my secluded meditation for the sake of these two was indeed a prudent decision. He harbored no illusions that the island's myriad wood formation could genuinely withstand the wrath of a great cultivator, especially with a fellow nascent soul cultivator of equal standing at his side. Contemplating this, the elder of Kuju observed as the opponents stowed away their magical treasures, and he too retracted his flying sword token, beckoning Han Li and his companion to descend and re-enter the wooden palace. This time, the master of Kuju Island exhibited an unusually courteous demeanor. Without further ado, he instructed the late-stage core formation elder to retrieve the Wu Feng feather, while he himself engaged in amiable conversation with Han Li, subtly probing for insights into their backgrounds. After all, there are only so many late-stage nascent soul cultivators in Dajin, yet none seemed to correspond with the humanoid puppet, which naturally aroused his curiosity. The humanoid puppet sat silently in the chair, betraying no expression, while Han Li engaged in cheerful banter with the island's master, exchanging pleasantries for quite some time, yet revealing not a hint of their origins. This left the elder of Kuju with a bitter smile, as he found himself in a state of utter helplessness. After a quarter of an hour, the elder entered holding a jade box. Respectfully placing it before his master, after casting a glance at Han Li and his companion, the elder of Kuju waved his sleeve, causing the jade box to soar towards Han Li. At this moment, he discerned that although the Li surnamed cultivator was formidable, he seemed disinclined to engage in social interaction, hence he tactfully proceeded to transact directly with Han Li. Without hesitation, Han Li accepted the jade box, opened the lid, and was immediately greeted by a dazzling red radiance emanating from within. With a squint of his eyes, a look of delight involuntarily appeared on his face. After a brief period, Han Li, accompanied by a humanoid puppet, soared away from the island of Ku Bamboo, transforming into two dazzling rainbows that pierced the sky. In the blink of an eye, the escaping light vanished without a trace from the vicinity of the sky above. Chapter 969, The Beast of Descent. 3 days later, Han Li found himself on another nameless deserted island. Standing atop a colossal rock at the island's edge, he gazed at the diminutive puppet, a manifestation of the great Yin god, floating before him. Senior, is it truly time for you to transcend? Han Li spoke slowly. With your current condition, I could extend your essence for another month or two. Will a few more days make any difference to me? Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. If I can naturally return to the cycle of reincarnation, it would indeed be a blessing. The puppet replied calmly, shaking its head. Then, I shall refrain from further discussion. I sincerely hope that there exists a path of reincarnation in this world, and that in your next life, you may have the opportunity to embark upon the journey of cultivation once more. Han Li said, his voice heavy with emotion. The road to reincarnation is fraught with challenges. Even if it exists, whether one retains a human form in the next life is uncertain. By the way, Han, my young friend, after assisting you in devising the imitation method for the Seven Flames fan, you promised me a favor. Surely you remember? The great Yin god suddenly brought up this matter. Of course I remember. However, since you have not mentioned it, I thought you might have forgotten, Han Li replied with a wry smile. Now that we have reached this point, it would be a waste not to make the request. My request is quite simple. If possible, I hope you can reclaim the Thousand Bamboo sect in the far west. Appoint a disciple from my sect to oversee it, ensuring the continuation of this lineage, so that my legacy does not truly come to an end. The current leaders of the Thousand Bamboo sect are not my disciples, and the thought of it is quite unsettling. The great Yin god replied with a few grumbles. That is not a problem. When the time comes, I shall take on a talented disciple and impart to them all that I have learned from you regarding puppet techniques, enabling them to inherit the position of the sect master of the Thousand Bamboo sect. Han Li readily agreed without hesitation. With your word, I am fully satisfied. I have inscribed all my secret arts and the entirety of my experiences into a jade slip known as the Great Yin Treasure Scripture. I have left this slip within the Cave of Fortune. Absorb as much as you can from it, and then pass this scripture on to the disciple who will inherit the Thousand Bamboo sect. Only then will it truly count as inheriting my mantle. The great Yin god bellowed with a thunderous laugh. Then, the puppet opened its mouth, and a fist-sized orb of green light shot up into the sky, followed by a series of deep, cryptic incantations echoing through the air. The green light surged dramatically, and in an instant, a green halo, measuring about 10 feet in diameter, appeared several dozen feet above, radiating blinding brilliance. Watching all of this unfold, Hanli could not help but squint his eyes. The incantations abruptly ceased, plunging the vicinity into profound silence. Yet, moments later, the halo contracted, erupting with a resounding explosion, scattering green light across a portion of the sky, creating a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. Witnessing this spectacle, a hint of melancholy finally crossed Hanli's face. As a master of sect creation, the great Yin god had thus transformed into nothingness. Gazing skyward, lost in contemplation for an indeterminate duration, Hanli let out a deep sigh before lowering his head. As his gaze shifted, it fell upon the diminutive puppet still hovering before him. Devoid of the soul it once harbored, it now appeared utterly lifeless. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, the puppet vanished in an instant. Swallowed by the azure mist, he then raised his hand and struck the bamboo tube on his back, causing several jade slips to shoot forth and land in his palm. With a cursory sweep of his consciousness over the slips, Hanli discovered they indeed contained the accumulated wisdom and endeavors of the Yin divine monarch, replete with a plethora of secret techniques and numerous fascinating accounts from the world of cultivation. After merely a brief perusal, he stowed the jade slips into his storage pouch and fell into a deep reverie, his expression one of contemplation, now that the puppet had been successfully crafted. The next logical step was to commence the refinement of the three-flame fan. Should he manage to forge this fan as well, he would likely possess the strength to contend with the ancient demon. However, the process of creating the three-flame fan posed certain complications. All materials required the aid of the three true fires of heaven, earth, and man to be transformed into spiritual materials suitable for the fan's creation. During his earlier visit to the 100 Crafts Academy, Hanli had been particularly intrigued by their earth fire vein, having considered utilizing it to refine some of the necessary spiritual materials. Now that he had arrived in the Great Gene, such plans were rendered impractical. To procure the earth fire materials, he would need to seek out a pure earth fire pool instead. The Great Gene boasted numerous renowned earth fire veins, some of which were not affiliated with any sects but resided in desolate areas with scarce spiritual energy. Thus locating a source of earth fire should not prove overly challenging. As for the fire of man, it referred to the true fire cultivated by the practitioners themselves. The Dan fire of core formation cultivators and the infant fire of nascent soul cultivators both fell into this category, presenting no issues. The only remaining complication lay in the need to amalgamate the materials infused with the heavenly fire. According to the jade slips, the so-called heavenly fire was, in fact, the fire of heavenly lightning, necessitating the collection of naturally occurring lightning fire during a thunderstorm to refine the spiritual materials. Securing such an opportunity would require favorable conditions. The heavenly thunder child, which Hanli had previously employed, was also a treasure forged from the earthly lightning fire, albeit it required the power of lightning, while his intended spiritual materials would rely on the transformed lightning fire, provided the conditions were met. It was estimated that within a few months, all necessary spiritual materials could be refined. The imitation of the three-flame fan was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, he had a prior engagement with an affluent elder from the Nine Nether sect to meet in the southern wilderness, and it seemed the timing was approaching. Although Hanli did not place much significance on this mutual arrangement laden with ulterior motives, the Silver Serpent Mountain in the southern wilderness, known for its perpetual volcanic activity, was a famed site for fire veins in the Great Gene. Many cultivators journeyed to this mountain specifically to forge magical treasures. Thus, it presented an excellent opportunity for him to refine his spiritual materials while simultaneously fulfilling his appointment with the wealthy elder. A meeting that piqued his interest nonetheless. Reflecting on his goals, he realized he had completed half of his objectives. The remaining tasks involved procuring the soul-sealing incantation from the Luo sect and reclaiming his 2 flying swords from the ancient demon. Additionally, he intended to search for the remaining Gung essence to see if he could gather enough for another set of flying swords. After considerable deliberation, Hanli finally arrived at a decisive conclusion. However, prior to that, there were 2 matters to attend to. He immediately transformed into a verdant rainbow, soaring towards a small mountain range on the island. Upon reaching the base of one of the hills, he unleashed the Tianji Palace, and after discreetly setting up some restrictions to conceal the cave dwelling, he entered a secret chamber. He initially spent 5 to 6 days refining a fragment of the transformation talisman acquired from the Tianfu sect, absorbing it into his body. Subsequently, he seated himself on a mat, retrieved a spirit beast pouch from his waist, and tossed it into the air. As the pouch opened, a cascade of white radiance erupted forth. and a yellow demon beast, several feet in size, materialized on the ground. It was indeed the earth-armored dragon he had captured alive several years prior. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a typical pangolin. Its body adorned with vibrant restriction talismans and several gleaming golden needles embedded in its limbs, lying motionless upon the ground. When Hanli released it, the demon beast's small eyes darted around before it turned to face Hanli. Adopting a pitiable expression. It seemed that after being confined within the spirit beast pouch for several years, the creature's wild nature had considerably diminished. There is no need for pretense. As a 7th-level demon beast, your intellect is quite advanced, and you should be capable of comprehending human speech, Hanli stated ominously. My time is limited, so I shall be direct. If you're willing to pledge your allegiance to me, simply release your consciousness, allowing me to apply the restriction technique upon you. Should you refuse, I will swiftly eliminate you. Your scales and 7th-level demon core could fetch a substantial amount of spirit stones. The earth-armored dragon trembled, fear flashing in its eyes, yet it quickly replaced that with a gaze filled with resentment, fixating fiercely upon Hanli. Serving me as a spirit beast is far preferable to being enslaved by other cultivators. Your kind possesses a lifespan that greatly exceeds ours. I do not intend to make you my legacy spirit beast as long as you are willing to serve me during my lifetime. You shall be free once I ascend or meet my demise, Hanli declared, meeting the creature's gaze without reservation. Upon hearing this, the earth-armored dragon appeared momentarily stunned, its eyes flickering with uncertainty, its expression almost human-like in its hesitation. Observing this, Hanli's lips curled into a half-smile as he suddenly struck a storage pouch with one hand, producing a small greenish-blue vial. With a flash of purple light, a layer of violet flames enveloped his palm. Concurrently, the vial's cap shot into the sky, and a beam of cold light surged forth from within, causing the room's temperature to plummet abruptly. The earth-armored dragon shuddered involuntarily at the chilling aura, its scales offering little protection against the sudden drop in warmth, and a look of astonishment flickered in its eyes. With a gentle shake of his hand, a drop of silvery liquid ascended from the vial, immediately solidifying into a bead that spun incessantly upon emerging. Upon sighting this silver bead, the earth-armored dragon's gaze became transfixed, its nostrils quivering with excitement as it emitted a series of unintelligible roars. Seemingly overwhelmed with fervor. It appears you have recognized this object, which is excellent. If you agree to become my spirit beast, I shall grant you 2 drops of the cold marrow from the vial, providing you the opportunity to withstand the transformation lightning tribulation. The conditions have now been laid out. It is up to you to decide, Hanli stated coldly. The tortoise dragon remained fixated on the silver pearl formed from the cold marrow, its face contorted with spasms, displaying an expression of hesitation as if it struggled to make a resolute decision. After a moment's wait, observing that the beast showed no discernible reaction, Hanli let out a cold snort and ceased his words. He stowed away the small vial, and with a flick of his wrist, a flash of purple flame danced upon his hand, coalescing into a purple fire sword that gradually manifested in his palm. With a slight movement of his fingers, he released the fire sword, which soared lightly towards the tortoise dragon. Upon witnessing this scene, the tortoise dragon's expression shifted dramatically as the fire sword swiftly approached above its head. It nonchalantly executed a downward strike. The terrifying spiritual energy contained within the sword finally induced a primal fear, prompting it to emit several mournful cries of surrender. Chapter 970. The Twin Scorpion Mountains. Half a day later, Hanli gathered the treasures of the Tianji Pavilion, no longer needing to divert his attention towards any other pursuits. After more than half a month, he returned to the land's surface. Hanli chose not to revisit the Tianfu sect and instead hurried directly towards the southern border. Along the way, he intermittently stopped to refine parts of the materials for the 3-flame fan into spiritual materials using infant flames. Regrettably, he encountered no thunderstorm weather during his journey, preventing him from collecting the power of thunderfire, which left him somewhat dispirited. Nevertheless, he was not overly anxious. The southern border, with its dense forests and humid air, was prone to thunderstorms whenever it rained, making the collection of thunderfire an eventuality. 4 months later, after traversing several prefectures, Hanli's escape light manifested within the southern border prefecture. The southern border is one of the few places in the world not dominated by major sects, with its resources divided among a dozen or so medium-sized sects. Although these sects often engage in infighting, they unite against any external threats that encroach upon the southern border. Even the major sects of righteous and demonic paths have found it difficult to extend their influence here, giving the impression that this region operates almost as an independent nation. This situation arises in part due to the southern border sect's exclusivity and their unique cultivation methods. The techniques practiced by these sects are largely comprised of rare and sinister arts seldom seen in the cultivation world. Excelling in the use of poisons and insect-repelling methods, their mastery of curses and malevolent spells is unparalleled. Any cultivator of the same rank who recklessly engages with them risks falling victim to their hidden traps, making them extraordinarily difficult to contend with. This is a principal reason why major sects are reluctant to confront the southern border sects head-on. Otherwise, if several large sects were to join forces, sacrificing considerable vitality, they could forcibly seize control of this prefecture. The Chaos Cloud Prefecture, located in the western part of the southern border, features the Twin Scorpion Mountains, a remote range where miasma perpetually shrouds the area within several hundred miles. Only those with profound cultivation or those who have consumed specific antidotes can safely enter this mountain range. The mountains are quite renowned in the southern border, not only due to the toxic gases that permeate the area but also because they are home to several valuable poisonous herbs. Furthermore, they produce iron-tailed and red-threaded scorpions, two types of venomous creatures, making them exceptional spiritual insects for lower-tier cultivators to employ in their insect-repelling techniques. When Hanli arrived near this mountainous region, it coincided with the annual miasma explosion period, attracting numerous cultivators in the vicinity. This was the only time when the two types of poisonous scorpions would emerge from their lairs in search of food, presenting an excellent opportunity for capturing these venomous insects. However, most of these cultivators were at the Qi refinement stage, with only a few foundation establishment stage practitioners mingling among them. Cultivators above the Dan period exhibit no interest in this mountain range, and it is rare for high-level practitioners to venture here. The appearance of a senior figure like Hanli, who was already in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion were he to be discovered by other cultivators. Thus, Hanli refrained from lingering even for a moment near the mountains, soaring directly into the miasma from high above. At present, he was enveloped in a shimmering azure light, effortlessly repelling the thick, pink miasma that surrounded him. This noxious fog, dense and teeming with venomous creatures, posed a lethal threat to lower-tier cultivators. However, to Hanli, it was of no concern. Once he had determined his direction, he proceeded straight towards the heart of the mountain range. Although the wealthy elder had merely mentioned the name of Shuangxi Mountain without specifying its precise location, heading towards the main peak was undoubtedly a prudent choice. As he flew overhead, he encountered a few cultivators, but he paid them no heed, gliding past them effortlessly. At his astonishing speed of evasion, these lower-tier cultivators were utterly oblivious to his presence. Yet, just as Hanli was contemplating the true purpose behind the elder's invitation, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distance. It's the Scorpion King, the mutated iron-tailed scorpion. Everyone, run! The terrified cry of a hoarse voice reached him, followed by a series of explosive sounds and a strange insectal shriek. It appeared to be quite close. Hanli's expression shifted slightly as he turned to glance in that direction, his eyes glinting with a blue radiance. A flurry of slicing sounds pierced the air, and soon after, several figures, both male and female, emerged from the miasma, racing towards Hanli with astonishing speed. They used their toes to propel themselves several zhang into the air, clearly employing a technique to lighten their bodies. Ah! Hanli, who had maintained a frosty demeanor, involuntarily gasped softly as his gaze fell upon one of the women, causing him to halt his escape light momentarily, with a flick of his sleeve. A vast expanse of azure mist billowed forth, sweeping away the surrounding miasma. In an instant, a clear area spanning several dozen zhang emerged. The figures, upon entering this newly revealed space, were naturally taken aback and halted in their tracks. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Hanli reached out a hand towards the direction they had come from, and a glowing azure hand materialized in the miasma, descending forcefully to grasp a dark object. After a brief spiral, it returned to hover before It turned out to be a giant scorpion, measuring nearly a foot in length, its shell a glossy black. The scorpion's tail, extending half a foot long, glimmered with a faint purple hue, suggesting it possessed formidable poison. This creature was none other than the mutated iron-tailed scorpion that had been pursuing the lower-tier cultivators. Although this scorpion was classified as a second-tier demon beast, it was now immobilized by the glowing hand, only able to emit a feeble, bizarre sound. The cultivators were left dumbfounded, staring at the azure-glowing Hanli in midair, unsure of how to react. After our parting in Jingjing, how could Taoist Wang appear in this place? Is Sister Chow well? Hanli's aura dispersed, and he addressed one of the female cultivators with calm composure. You are Han Taoist. No, Han Senior. Sister Chow is still in Jingjing and did not come out with us. She replied. The junior has accompanied several fellow practitioners to the mountains in search of a few spiritual herbs. The young woman in the yellow robe was initially taken aback, but her expression quickly transformed into one of astonishment and delight. For she recognized the esteemed Sister Wang, whom she had encountered on the outskirts of the capital. On that day, after Han Li had departed following the sound of the sword, this woman had naturally come to understand Han Li's identity as a high-ranking cultivator. Thus, upon recognizing him now, she could no longer afford to treat him with the casualness she had displayed earlier. She immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, addressing him as a junior. The other cultivators, witnessing the Wang surname woman's acknowledgement of the formidable practitioner in the sky, felt a wave of relief wash over them and promptly stepped forward to express their gratitude. However, including the Wang surname woman, they all regarded Han Li as merely a golden core stage cultivator. For them, the Yuaning stage was an existence far beyond their reach, completely unattainable. Your esteemed uncle, as the Grand General of Zhunan. Why would you risk venturing here from your spiritual herbs? Han Li inquired after hearing that Chao Mingrong was safe, glancing at the giant scorpion, and then furrowing his brow as he spoke. Although my family is relatively affluent and has accumulated some spirit stones, my own aptitude is quite ordinary, and my clan would hardly invest a significant amount of spirit stones on my behalf. The Wang surname woman turned pale upon hearing this, then forced a smile as she replied, "It is as you say. In truth, your aptitude is not unsatisfactory, and foundation establishment is not beyond hope. The mere coincidence of encountering me here signifies a certain bond between us. I shall gift you this poisonous creature. I have matters to attend to, so do take care." With that, Han Li casually gestured with his luminous hand. Instantly, with a soft pop, the radiant hand transformed into countless specks of azure light, vanishing without a trace. The giant scorpion, after a slight tremor, fell stiffly before the group of cultivators, utterly motionless, as if it were a lifeless object. "Senior," the woman was overjoyed, intending to express her gratitude, but Han Li vanished in a flash of azure light, slipping away into the miasma. The words of thanks from the Wang surname woman were left unuttered. Meanwhile, the other cultivators gazed at the mutated giant scorpion on the ground, their expressions filled with envy. Yet, since this creature was a gift from a high-ranking cultivator, even if some among them harbored nefarious thoughts, they dared not attempt to seize the giant scorpion. They could only watch as the Wang surname woman affixed several talismans to the poisonous creature before happily stowing it away in her spirit beast pouch. At that moment, a thunderclap resounded from the heavens, followed by the sky, once shrouded in miasma, suddenly roiling tumultuously. A fierce wind swept in from an unknown direction, dispersing some of the crimson miasma, revealing the ominous dark clouds high above, heralding an impending storm. The arrival of this tempest is quite timely, Han Li murmured to himself. Having caught sight of a dark, towering peak in the distance, he lifted his gaze and, with a quiet utterance, transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting towards the summit. With a series of thunderous rumbles, a torrential downpour erupted from the sky, swiftly washing away the surrounding miasma, which receded dramatically to a height of several zhang above the ground. Other distant peaks emerged one by one in the deluge. Han Li's radiance dimmed as he descended upon a massive stone at the peak, remaining untouched by the raindrops beneath the veil of spiritual light. However, not far from the boulder, 7 or 8 cultivators were gathered, 2 of whom were at the foundation establishment stage, while the others were at the chi refining stage. The individuals before him, each adorned with intricately styled hair and headscarves, presented themselves as local cultivators, their astonishment palpable as they gazed upon Han Li, who had unexpectedly materialized at the summit. They exchanged bewildered glances, while Han Li swept his gaze across them, suddenly emanating an astonishing aura. With a flick of his sleeves, he coldly commanded, "Begone." A fierce wind erupted, accompanied by a rolling surge of azure radiance. The cultivators, taken aback, hastily summoned protective shields to defend themselves, while others hurriedly ascended on their flying tools. Yet, as the azure light coursed through the air, each was unceremoniously enveloped, subsequently hurled back 30 or so zhang, tumbling like rolling gourds, their expressions replete with terror and disarray. In that moment, the realization dawned upon them that they had encountered a high-ranking practitioner of formidable abilities. Without uttering a word, they bolted down the mountainside in a frenzy. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators, upon covertly assessing Han Li's cultivation level, turned pale as a sheet and hastily took to the skies, daring not to linger for even a moment. Han Li observed the figures shrinking into mere dots until they vanished from the mountaintop, at which point he withdrew his gaze, expressionless, and directed his attention skyward. Above, the heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, where silver serpents of lightning danced wildly amidst a cacophony of thunder. Chapter 971. The Visitor after his earlier admonition. Hanli felt a flicker of irritation since the passing of the Diyin deity. He intended to harness the heavenly lightning below and naturally wished to avoid any interference from other cultivators. Taking a deep breath, he patted his storage pouch, and several rods of multicolored flags materialized in his hands. With a single flourish of his hand, these flags shot outward, vanishing into the earth without a trace. Hanli then gazed up at the flickering lightning above, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his anticipation. Instantly, a radiant aura enveloped him, and he levitated, rising over 30 zhang above the ground. With his hands forming a peculiar seal, he began to chant a series of low incantations. In an instant, the surrounding lights began to flicker. With a series of muffled thuds, several beams of light shot skyward from the ground, transforming into massive banners, thick as a bowl, standing resolutely upon the earth. Han Li's incantations flowed uninterrupted as the flags released wisps of spiritual energy, gradually coalescing into a spirit-gathering array with a diameter of over 10 zhang. Within the luminous formation, various runes swirled incessantly, the entire array igniting with energy at that very moment. The previously distant lightning in the high sky seemed to be drawn closer. Crackling with increasing urgency, the electric arcs converging towards Han Li's position. Narrowing his eyes, he momentarily paused his incantation, flipping his palm to reveal a slender, jade vial standing mere inches tall. This vessel was a specially crafted artifact designed for the purpose of collecting heavenly lightning. With a gentle toss, he launched the vial into the air, invoking a blue-hued spell that struck its surface. The vial spun gracefully before settling upright, motionless. At this juncture, Han Li rubbed his hands together and thrust them upward, releasing two thick golden arcs that struck the base of the vial. Following a thunderous clap, a bizarre scene unfolded. The vial trembled slightly, and the two golden arcs vanished within its confines. As Han Li issued a low command, pointing skyward, with a soft whoosh, a golden arc erupted from the mouth of the bottle, transforming into a lengthy electric spear that flickered above the jade vessel. Pointed directly at the ominous sky. In that fleeting moment, a silvery electric arc suddenly descended from the heavens, striking precisely upon the golden spear. The spear quivered slightly, and the silver arc effortlessly followed its trajectory, vanishing into the bottle in an instant. Thus, one arc after another surged forth, drawn in by the magical formation, only to be effortlessly captured by the divine lightning of exorcism into the jade bottle. After the span of an hour, upon absorbing yet another substantial electric arc, the bottle began to emit a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tsunami. Upon hearing this sound, Han Li could not suppress his delight. He raised his hand and grasped at the empty air. The golden spear detached itself autonomously, and the jade bottle descended gracefully into his palm. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he sent another similarly fashioned bottle soaring into the air, where the golden spear once again embedded itself, continuing to gather the heavenly thunder into the vessel. At this moment, he found the leisure to examine the bottle in his hand closely. It trembled incessantly with a low hum, and brilliant silver light flickered from its opening, suggesting it might erupt forth at any moment. With a sharp clap, a golden talisman was affixed to it, causing the cacophony within to abruptly cease and the silver glow to dim instantaneously. Han Li secured the bottle and cautiously stowed it away in his storage pouch before resuming his gaze towards the sky. After a brief period, having collected 4 bottles of heavenly thunder, the tempest above showed no signs of abating. Instead, the atmosphere became increasingly dense and foreboding, as if the storm were intensifying. Han Li pondered to himself that after acquiring this next bottle from the skies, he could halt his endeavors, for these bolts of lightning would suffice for the transmutation into thunderfire necessary for the refinement of spiritual materials. At that moment, he felt a stirring within him and abruptly turned his gaze towards the horizon. In the murky distance, flashes of light danced, revealing a sudden appearance of a white rainbow soaring towards him. His eyes flickered twice, and his expression grew grave. Below, the spirit-gathering formation radiated brilliantly as Han Li floated in the air, enveloped in azure light, while silver arcs of electricity flashed wildly above him, converging in one place. Such a spectacle was truly captivating. The master of the white rainbow naturally beheld this scene. After a few fleeting moments of radiant light, it darted directly toward Han Li. Moments later, when it was still over 30 zhang away, the luminescence withdrew, revealing a petite woman clad in palace attire. She possessed a delicate beauty, with bright, clear eyes that sparkled with youthful vigor. Remarkably, her gown was crafted from an unknown rare material that shimmered with silvery brilliance and was surrounded by swirling milky white chill, rendering her akin to a fairy descending from the clouds. Devoid of any earthly aura, Hanli swept his spiritual sense over her and felt a slight shock. She was, astonishingly, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, just like himself. The palace-clad woman glanced at Hanli before breaking into a charming smile. I am Bai Yaoi from Baiming Island. Are you also here in response to Taoist Fu's invitation? Her voice was melodious and soft, utterly enchanting. Baiming Island. Could it be that you are a cultivator from the Zhaijing Palace? Hanli inquired. Taken aback, the young woman confirmed, indeed, I am the External Affairs Elder of Zhaijing Palace. My sect is situated in a remote area, yet I am surprised that you are familiar with it. May I ask for your esteemed name? Taoist friend. The woman clad in palace attire revealed a hint of a gentle smile. I am Han, merely a solitary cultivator from overseas, she stated. Indeed, I was invited here by a wealthy friend. The name of the Zhaijing has long resonated in my ears. Hanli's expression gradually returned to tranquility. Overseas cultivator. Do you, Han Daoyu, know the three immortals from afar? Do you have any connections with them? Bai Yaoi inquired, her autumn-like eyes sparkling as she smiled slightly. I do not know them. I seldom interact with other cultivators and have been immersed in solitary cultivation on the island. Hanli replied without hesitation. I see. I apologize for my boldness. If you are collecting heavenly thunder, would you require Yaoyi's assistance? Thank you for your kind offer, but I have nearly gathered enough. This is the last vial. In that case, I shall meditate atop the peak for a while. Upon hearing Hanli's words, Bai Yaoi did not press further. She immediately executed a spiral escape. Heading towards a massive boulder at the peak. As she materialized and touched down, she raised her hand, releasing a parasol-like spirit artifact that soared into the sky. After spinning briefly in the air, it emitted a vast expanse of misty white light, shielding the surrounding area from the tumultuous winds and rain. Only then did she sit cross-legged with poise. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her hand as a palm-sized object appeared. Hanli cast a fleeting glance and instantly recognized it. It was a crystal-like white jade, shimmering with a chilling radiance, distinctly different from ordinary beautiful jade. Ice jade. A thought crossed his mind, and he immediately identified this rare material. The vial of cold marrow he had fortuitously acquired originated from the depths of 10,000-year-old ice jade. At this moment, the woman in palace attire had laid the ice jade flat upon her palms and closed her beautiful eyes in meditation. It appeared her cultivation technique was not purely of the ice attribute, but rather a method aligned with the yin and cold aspects. Otherwise, she would not utilize the jade's cold essence for her practice. This bore a semblance to Han Li's consumption of the snow spirit pill. However, no matter how superior the ice jade, it could never compare to the astonishing efficacy of the snow spirit pill. Though Han Li maintained a facade of calm, he instinctively regarded the woman with a measure of caution. The fact that the North Knight Zhaijing preferred to engage in battles with high-tier beasts every few generations rather than relinquish the cold marrow underscored the significance of this item to the sect. Should she discover that the treasure of the sect resided with him, it would undoubtedly spark monumental trouble. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li diverted his gaze back to the small vial suspended in the air. His expression inscrutable. Not long after, as the fifth vial filled with heavenly thunder, Han Li promptly stowed the artifact, gracefully descending from the sky to land at the center of the gathering spirit formation. He then cast several incantations, striking the nearby spiritual flags, causing the formation's restrictions to shift and erect a verdant light screen that enveloped him. Han Li likewise seated himself within the formation, closing his eyes to cultivate. Facing the woman in palace attire from a distance, in her presence, he would refrain from refining any spiritual materials. Thus, apart from the thunderous roars and the sound of rain, the mountaintop fell into a profound silence. The torrential rain persisted for a full day and night before gradually subsiding. When the blazing sun reappeared in the sky, the air instantly grew humid, and miasma began to rise slowly from the ground, once again enveloping the entire mountain range. The various insects and ants that had retreated into their nests also began to emerge from the earth once more. Han Li, with a heart as calm as still water, gradually released his divine consciousness, attuning himself to the surroundings within several dozen miles, wherever his mind reached. Whether it be the fierce battles of insects and ants vying for survival or the gentle descent of flowers and fruits to the ground, every event resonated vividly within the ocean of his consciousness. He remained as motionless as a monk in deep meditation. Occasionally, low-level cultivators would inadvertently wander into the mountain. Upon witnessing the astonishing prowess of Han Li and Bai Yaoi, they would, without a word from the two, change countenance in alarm and flee in disarray, not daring to linger even for a moment. Thus, Han Li and the elegantly attired woman sat in silence for 3 days and nights. On the morning of the 4th day, at long last, another high-level cultivator arrived at the main peak. This time, it was a man of towering stature, grotesquely unattractive. With skin dark and glossy, he appeared to be practicing some peculiar cultivation technique. Arriving atop a massive azure tortoise, stirring up a tempestuous wind as he approached, upon spotting Han Li and Bai Yaoyi, the man let out a hearty laugh and, without further ado, found a spot on the peak to sit down. However, he had no intention of resting his eyes. Instead, he produced a golden tome from his robes and began to read it with a bobbing head. This seemingly bookish behavior was quite at odds with his imposing physique and appearance, rendering it somewhat ludicrous. Though Han Li and Bai Yaoyi appeared indifferent, quietly sitting in place, Han Li's brow furrowed in concern. This man was also at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, indicating that the purpose of the wealthy elder's summons was indeed extraordinary, as it seemed that even early-stage cultivators were deemed unworthy to participate. Chapter 972. Cultivating infant pills and Inji horses since the arrival of the burly man. No other cultivators had come for a short while, and the three continued with their respective endeavors. Nearly half a month passed before the miasma had receded significantly, and at last, a remarkable streak of light appeared on the horizon. Two brilliant rays of light converged like a pair of swift rainbows, hurtling directly towards the mountain peak. After circling above the three, the lights descended gracefully into the space between them, revealing a man and a woman. The man was none other than the wealthy elder from the Nine Nether sect, while the woman was a striking figure in black attire, her brows slightly thick yet her countenance as frigid as ice. All three fellow cultivators have arrived as promised. It is truly an honor for me, Fu, the elder exclaimed, his face alight with joy after sweeping his gaze over Han Li and the others. The black-clad woman beside him, however, remained cold and silent. Although I have come this time, if what Fu brother speaks of does not pique my interest, I shall take my leave without hesitation. I am currently at a crucial juncture in my cultivation and cannot afford to waste time on trifles. The burly man remarked with a disdainful chuckle. Rest assured, my friend, you have met with Han and Bai, so do you still fear that Fu would deceive you with empty words? Before we proceed, let me introduce you all to one another. This is my junior sister, Changji Fong, an elder within the inner hall of the Nine Nether sect that I asked for you. Yuan, hailing from the Southern Poison Saint sect. You are here merely to seek assistance. Han is an overseas wandering cultivator, possessing astonishing powers, and Bai, the wealthy elder gestured towards Han Li and the others, systematically introducing them. Upon hearing the elder extol Han Li's remarkable abilities, both the burly man and Bai Yaoyi cast astonished glances at Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brows. My esteemed friend, you truly flatter me. My cultivation is but ordinary. I am at a loss as to where such extraordinary praises originate. Han Li spoke with an outward calmness. Why must you continue to hide the truth? I have heard that you not only vanquished the early-stage Yuanying elder Shao in the capital but also, after the underground trading conference, eliminated the notorious fiery head monk with a single strike. Your cultivation is undeniably remarkable. Is there any need for further discussion? The elder surnamed Fu remarked with profound implication. The fiery head monk was slain by you, dear Taoist. The burly man of the Yuan clan's countenance changed dramatically, abruptly turning to fix his gaze upon Han Li. Bai Yaoyi's bright eyes also revealed a trace of astonishment. Only the black-clad beauty appeared to be aware of this matter. Maintaining an air of indifference, Fu brother may be mistaken. While I did eliminate an unwise early-stage Yuanian cultivator during my time in the capital, the so-called fiery head monk was not my doing, but rather the act of another cultivator. Do you truly believe that I, as a mere loose cultivator, possess such astonishing abilities? Han Li said with a wry smile, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Another cultivator? I have indeed heard that two similarly faced cultivators confronted the fiery head monk at the same time. Could it be that the one who struck was not you? The elder Fu's expression relaxed somewhat, yet his words betrayed a lingering skepticism. You truly overestimate me, Fu brother. If I possessed the strength to instantaneously slay a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator, why would I have needed to avoid those from the In Luo sect back then? I could have simply walked away with great swagger. Who would dare to impede me? Han Li stroked his chin and responded nonchalantly. Your words hold some truth. However, although Elder Zhao's cultivation was not high, he was exceptionally cunning and adept in various escape techniques. Your ability to slay him is indeed no small feat. By the way, do you happen to know the cultivator who killed the fiery head monk? Could it be an extraordinary hermit from overseas? TSK, such prowess at a later stage, yet so obscure, could only be found in distant lands, the elder Fu mused, seemingly intrigued by the events of that day. I have heard that shortly after the auction in the capital concluded, a two-headed, four-armed demon resembling a ghostly apparition appeared near the underground trading conference. and it single-handedly devoured several Yuaning-level cultivators. It was said that had it not been for a powerful cultivator stationed at the trading conference, those cultivators would have likely perished. The burly Yuan suddenly interjected. The cultivator who defeated the fiery head monk had only a few fleeting encounters with me. There is no deep connection to speak of. As for the demon, it likely appeared after I had departed, and I know nothing of it, Han Li replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression unchanged. I see. What a pity. Otherwise, if we could locate this friend of yours, our chances might have been significantly greater. The elder Fu chuckled dryly, seemingly uninterested in discussing the matter further. Yet the burly Yuan, with a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, suddenly turned his gaze. That moment, Bai Yaoyi parted her lips slightly to speak. Fu Daoist, you invited us here several years ago. Shouldn't you disclose some details? She continued. Had it not been for the considerable favor I owe you from years past, I would not have ventured so far to this place. This is indeed to be expected. However, this matter is of great significance. It would be prudent to first establish a barrier before discussing the details with you. My esteemed companions, the elderly man of the Fu surname readily agreed, and then, with a flick of his fingers towards the surrounding void, more than 10 ethereal green flames shot forth, with a series of explosive sounds. The ghostly flames detonated one by one, transforming into swirling clouds of green mist that vanished in an instant. Han Li scanned the area with his spiritual sense and indeed detected faint fluctuations of the barrier nearby. Although he was unaware of the nature of this barrier, the nonchalant manner in which the elder had conjured it caused a shiver of respect to ripple through him, elevating his opinion of the Fu elder. Not only Han Li, but Bai and Yuan also probed the barrier with their spiritual consciousness, intrigued by the elder's gravity. In truth, I have been planning this endeavor since 30 years ago, and now the timing has finally matured. Hence, I invited several distinguished friends to discuss this matter. I wonder if you have ever heard of the ancient miraculous medicine known as the Paying Dan. The Fu elder exhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. Paying Dan. Both Bai Yaoyi and the burly man were utterly perplexed, having no recollection of such a medicinal pill. However, upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a contemplative look, as if recalling something significant. What is this? Does Han friend possess knowledge of this elixir? The burly man could not help but inquire, noticing Han Li's reaction. Indeed, I know a little, though not extensively. The Paying Dan appears to be a revered spiritual medicine from an ancient sect during the barbaric era. It is said that consuming this pill bestows tremendous benefits upon the nascent soul cultivators, facilitating their breakthroughs past cultivation bottlenecks, making it a veritable divine elixir for us at the nascent soul stage. However, this sect ceased to exist long before the end of the barbaric era, and the formula for the pill has been lost to time. Even in today's realm of cultivation, few are aware of this elixir. After contemplating for a moment, Han Li slowly articulated his thoughts. Were it not for his own mastery in alchemy and extensive study of numerous ancient texts, it would be unlikely for him to possess such knowledge. Upon hearing Han Li's words, both the burly man and Bai Yaoyi displayed expressions of astonishment, with the burly man eagerly pressing the elder for information. Brother Fu, does this mean you have discovered the whereabouts of this elixir? It is known that once one advances to the nascent soul stage, any method or pill that aids in breaking through bottlenecks is regarded as invaluable, even in ancient times. Yet, such resources are exceedingly rare. Those fortunate enough to possess them rarely speak of them, even to their closest kin. Over the years, much of this knowledge has been lost, and what little remains has become ineffective due to the drastic changes in the cultivation environment. In today's realm of cultivation, aside from a few rumored miraculous items, nascent soul cultivators can only rely on certain pills to enhance their cultivation. Thus, upon hearing of the Paying Dan's effects, the burly man was filled with uncontainable excitement. I did not expect that Han brother would be knowledgeable about this elixir. It truly surprises me. Indeed, this matter is related to that elixir. For over 100 years, I have possessed the formula for the Paying Dan, the Fu elder proclaimed with a proud expression. Brother Fu truly possesses the formula for this elixir. The burly man clasped his hands together, his dark cheeks flushing with exhilaration, his eyes alight with joy. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yaoyi and Han Li exchanged glances, their faces betraying an unmistakable joy. Indeed, the old man possessed the formula, and he was also well versed in the art of alchemy. Provided that the materials were complete, concocting the nurturing infant elixir would pose no problem at all. The elderly man with the surname Fu nodded without hesitation. What does it seem from your words, Brother Fu, that the materials are difficult to procure? Are we summoned here merely for this matter? Han Li inquired gravely, his brows furrowing slightly. Indeed, Han brother is astute. were it not for the lack of a crucial main ingredient. I would have concocted the nurturing infant elixir many years ago. This time, it is precisely for that ingredient that I seek the assistance of my esteemed friends, the old man replied. After so many years, even as an elder of the Nine Nether sect, Brother Fu has been unable to obtain this alchemical material. It seems it is truly a rare find, Bai Yaoi remarked, her brow knitting in concern. Not merely difficult to find. I had originally thought this material had long been eradicated from the human realm, deeming the formula for the nurturing infant elixir utterly useless. Yet, unexpectedly, I stumbled upon traces of it. Hence, I was compelled to rekindle my desire to concoct this elixir, the elder said with a wry smile. Enough with the circumlocution, Brother Fu. Pray tell, what materials are required? Let us hear them, the burly man with the surname Yuan urged impatiently. I need the blood and flesh of the Yingji horse, the elder declared candidly. The Yingji horse? Is there such a spiritual creature in our realm? Where did you uncover this? Hanli asked. Astonished, narrowing his eyes, Bai Yaoi and the burly man exchanged looks of surprise as well. I initially believed that such a spiritual creature had long since vanished from this realm. However, by sheer chance 30 years ago, I stumbled upon traces of the Yingji horse right here in the southern regions, the elder said with a mysterious smile, his expression enigmatic. Chapter 973, The Page of the Underworld River. Since you have located the lair of the Yingji horse and summoned us for assistance, have you encountered some grave trouble? After a moment of silence, the group pondered. While the Yingji horse was elusive and adept at concealment, given enough time, capturing it would not prove difficult for the elder. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this spiritual creature's lair was hidden within the Yin-Yang cavern of the 10,000 Poisons Valley. The elder lamented that he could not pursue it further. This creature was exceptionally cunning, lingering only near the cave entrance, resolutely refusing to venture outside. Finally, the elderly man revealed the predicament that had stymied him for decades. The Yin-Yang cavern, the burly man gasped in shock. Bai Yaoi's complexion paled instantly. Only Hanli, unfamiliar with such lore, asked curiously, what is this Yin-Yang cavern? Is it truly that fearsome? Brother Han is unaware of the Yin-Yang cavern. I almost forgot. Being a cultivator from overseas, it is understandable that you are unfamiliar with this perilous place. The Yin-Yang cavern is recognized as one of the 7 forbidden zones of our great gene. Ordinary cultivators who enter have no hope of returning, Bai Yaoi explained softly. What makes this place so treacherous? Hanli inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Yin-Yang cavern signifies the immediate separation of Yin and Yang upon entry. She elucidated. Without further ado, the relentless, chilling winds that perpetually howl within the cavern are enough to send even a Yuanian cultivator's soul into a frenzied flight, leading to their immediate reincarnation. Moreover, the cave is situated in a place of profound darkness, where the accumulation of malevolent energy over the years has given rise to an array of formidable and bizarre spirits. Should a living person venture inside, even if they can withstand the winds, they would inevitably be torn to shreds by the multitude of apparitions. The affluent elder began to elucidate to Hanli. It is not merely that. The Yin-Yang cavern lies thousands of zhang beneath the ground, with a labyrinth of interconnected passages and countless chambers. In the past, some cultivators have dared to reach the depths, yet they were utterly unable to discern the true nature of what lay within. In such an environment, one's spiritual sense, when extended, would be obstructed by the sinister winds, rendering it akin to that of an ordinary person. There are even persistent rumors that within the depths of the cavern resides an extraordinarily powerful ghost king. Though this has never been substantiated, in any case, it is a place even the most formidable cultivators are loath to explore. The burly man grunted before continuing. Previously, apart from some inferior or veins, nothing of value had been discovered in the cavern. Everyone regarded it as a superannuated, abandoned mine from ancient times, with no one truly daring to delve into its depths. However, Brother Fu has now uncovered the Yingji horse within, suggesting that the Yin-Yang cavern is far more complex than it appears on the surface, perhaps holding genuine treasures worth investigating. Bai Yao added, her brows relaxing slightly. After all these years, if Brother Fu, with his remarkable abilities, cannot capture the Yingji horse, it is evident that this cavern is indeed perilous. Even if there are treasures within, one must be prepared to risk their life to claim them. Hanli, having traversed numerous perilous realms such as the Void Sky Palace and the Abyss of Demonic Falls, was acutely aware of the dangers involved and bluntly poured cold water on the excitement. This is something I am well aware of, the elder replied. Thus, I have prepared for several decades, specifically crafting a few treasures designed to counteract ghostly entities. Moreover, to withstand the fearsome winds, I have brought along my sect's purple shadow pearl. With this pearl in hand, while I cannot guarantee complete protection from the winds, it should significantly diminish their potency by nearly half. With such provisions, the four of us should be able to navigate safely. The elder spoke with remarkable confidence. The purple shadow pearl, both the burly man and Bai Yao were visibly moved upon hearing of this treasure. This is one of the 3 revered treasures of the 9 Nether sect. What do you think? With such thorough preparations on my part, and with the full support of my 3 companions, even if we encounter the most formidable ghost king below, our combined strength should suffice to confront it. Once we capture the Enji horse, I will immediately utilize this spiritual item to concoct nurturing pills, ensuring each of you receives 1. These pills are one-time use elixirs capable of purifying the marrow and enhancing vitality. No matter how many I can produce, each person shall only consume a single dose. You need not worry about any hindrances from me. As for what other treasures may be found below, that shall depend on your own fortunes. The elder spoke slowly. Hanli and the other 2 fell into silence. Even the burly man, who had previously displayed the most enthusiasm, now wore a contemplative expression. Since Brother Fu has made such preparations, why seek our assistance? One would think that as a Midyuanian cultivator, your esteemed sect, being one of the 10 great demonic sects, could easily find a few practitioners to aid you. Bai Yao inquired calmly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Upon hearing this inquiry, Han Li's expression shifted subtly, and the burly man fixated his gaze upon the countenance of the affluent elder, both appearing particularly invested in how the elder would respond to the question. Seeking assistance from within the sect, perhaps such a notion could be entertained by others, but for me, it is unequivocally implausible. In years past, due to a feud within the sect, I, Fu, have fostered enmity with the majority of my contemporaries among the practitioners. Aside from my junior sister, the rest would undoubtedly wish for my premature demise. Even if they were willing to offer their aid, I would still harbor concerns about them plotting against me from the shadows. The fleeting glimmer of severity crossed the elder's face, revealing a trace of ire as he spoke. Hanli was taken aback. What difference does this make from a lack of explanation? Who could discern the veracity of such claims? However, given the elder's forthrightness, they naturally refrained from further inquiries, and silence enveloped them once more. The matter of breaching the Inyang cave is indeed of paramount importance. I must deliberate thoroughly. How about this? I shall provide you with a definitive response in 3 days, after a moment of contemplation. Bai Yao raised her head and proposed this point. 3 days. Certainly, that is acceptable. The Inyang cave will be at its weakest during the season of Yin wind, occurring only once every 20 years. Half a year from now. This period is indeed the most opportune for entering the subterranean realm. Moreover, in order to confront the specters, my esteemed companions will likewise require preparation of certain specialized artifacts. Therefore, even if you were to agree immediately, it would still necessitate a half-year's time before you could enter the cave. However, prior to our departure, I need each of you to inscribe a vow of silence using your blood on this page of the river of the underworld that I possess. I intend to act with caution and integrity, and I would prefer not to have matters concerning the cultivation of the infant nurturing pill and the Yin grass horse become a source of scandal during this time. The elder with the surname Fu smiled faintly, flicked his sleeve, and a page of charred yellow paper, engulfed in black flames, appeared before them, the page of the river of the underworld. It is indeed that malevolent artifact which brings calamity upon those who violate the oath inscribed upon it. Hasn't this object been lost for centuries? The burly man exclaimed in astonishment. Hanli was equally taken aback upon hearing this. This cursed artifact was procured at great expense from the underground market specifically for this endeavor. Its effects may not be as exaggerated as the rumors suggest, but it can certainly compel my esteemed companions to maintain silence in a short span of time. Perhaps Han Dao Yu might be unaware of how Feng Tianqing of the Heavenly Demon sect met his demise. Yet Bai and Yuan should be quite cognizant of the details. Feng Tianqing was also a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. I trust the 3 of you would not wish to test fate. The elder with the surname Fu remarked coolly. Very well, with such a valuable item as the infant nurturing pill, I, Yuan, shall not let this opportunity slip by easily. I shall certainly honor our appointment 6 months hence. The burly man's expression fluctuated momentarily before he resolutely declared. Abruptly, he summoned the black page towards him with a wave of his hand, drawing it within mere feet. With a swift motion, he expelled a surge of blood essence, which suspended before the page. He then dipped his forefinger into the blood and hastily inscribed some archaic characters upon the page. After a brief pause, his finger stilled, and a ghastly visage with green skin and sharp fangs materialized amidst the black flames, grinning malevolently at the burly man before inhaling deeply, causing the blood characters inscribed on the page to swirl and vanish into its gaping maw. Subsequently, The ghostly visage transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, Hanli felt a jolt of trepidation within his heart. The elderly gentleman of the Fu surname retrieved the pages of the book, bowing his head to examine them thoroughly. A satisfied expression emerged on his face as he turned his gaze toward Bai Yao Yi. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly raised her hand to grasp the pages, replicating the process. The ghostly visage appeared once more, only to vanish mysteriously again. When the elder's gaze shifted to Hanli, he let out a sigh inwardly. Although he harbored considerable trepidation regarding this enigmatic object, it appeared he had no alternative at this juncture. With a stoic expression, he pointed at the pages, which promptly flew before him. After a brief contemplation of the pages, he bit his tongue and expelled a surge of vital blood, swiftly inscribing a vow upon the pages that he would not disclose the agreement made that day. With a flash of crimson light, the ghostly visage re-emerged amidst the black flames. It grinned ominously, and just as it opened its mouth, an odd sound resonated from within Hanli's body, echoing loudly enough for all present to hear distinctly. The elder and his companions exhibited no unusual reaction, but upon hearing the sound, the ghostly visage contorted in terror, emitting an unintelligible low growl before dissipating into nothingness, as if fleeing in panic. The Fu elder and his 4 companions were left speechless. Hanli bore a peculiar expression. After inhaling deeply, he waved his sleeve toward the pages and spoke with nonchalance. I have no reservations and assure my fellow cultivator that I will honor the appointment punctually. However, it appears that this object is somewhat incompatible with something within me, rendering me unable to inscribe an oath. Nevertheless, I am but a solitary cultivator and shall remain in the southern wilderness for the next 6 months. Without divulging this matter to anyone, this object may be disregarded. At that moment, the page of the River of Oblivion floated back towards the Fu elder, cradled by a veil of azure mist. He grasped the page, still wearing an expression of astonishment. Momentarily unsure of how to proceed, it was essential to note that apart from the peculiar artifact of the River of Oblivion, he possessed no other means to ensure that the other party would uphold their end of the agreement regarding the cultivation pill. Senior Brother Fu, I believe there is merit in what Han Daoist has said. The page of the River of Oblivion may be unnecessary, but I trust that Han Daoist will remain true to his word. From the very beginning, the enigmatic woman in black, who had been as silent as a mute, chose this moment to speak. Her voice, somewhat husky yet imbued with an indescribable magnetism, transformed her demeanor into one of irresistible allure with a mere flutter of her autumnal eyes. Chapter 974. The Odd One. Upon hearing his junior sister's remarks, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Fu elder's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Since the page of the River of Oblivion holds no sway over you, I must leave a mark upon you. As long as you do not depart from the southern wilderness, this mark will fade away after 6 months. Would you mind my actions, Han Daoist? Not at all. My whereabouts are hardly a secret. Please proceed with your method. Han Li replied with a smile, without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, the elder wasted no time. He formed a hand sign and uttered several incantations. Releasing a beam of blue light, Han Li focused intently, observing that the technique indeed constituted a mere ordinary mark. He then raised his arm, allowing the blue light to merge into him, disappearing without a trace. The elderly man of the Fu surname displayed a look of satisfaction as he retracted the page of the River of the Underworld. He then addressed the assembly with earnestness. I have conveyed all that I needed to say. Since Daoist Bai requires 3 days for contemplation, my junior sister and I shall remain here in this mountain to await Daoist Bai's return. Brother Yuan and Daoist Han may depart to make preparations. He continued, the entrance to the Yinyang Cave lies within the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Although the toxic flora therein poses little threat to us, I kindly request that Brother Yuan bring along some antidotes when the time comes. It would be prudent for us not to exhaust our spiritual energy unnecessarily before entering the Yinyang Cave. Antidotes? For our Poison Saint sect, that is a trivial matter indeed. Leave it to me. Yuan. I shall take my leave now. The burly man chuckled heartily. He then clasped his fists in farewell to the others, tapped his waist pouch of spirit beasts, and released a massive spirit turtle. Enveloped in a swirling, grayish wind, soaring into the skies. Observing this, Han Li showed no inclination to linger. Similarly expressing his farewells, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the distance. Although 6 months might seem somewhat tight for him, it was just sufficient to forge the 3-flame fan. As for the treasures needed to confront spectral entities, he possessed the exorcising divine thunder and the wailing beast, rendering additional preparations unnecessary. His urgency to refine the fan stemmed from a mindset of cautious preparedness. Should he encounter unforeseen perils, possessing the fan and a humanoid puppet would afford him peace of mind. With this consideration in mind, Hanli directed his escape light southward, heading towards the central region of the Silver Snake Mountain. After a span of over 10 days, he found himself hovering above a peculiar mountain range. This range was not insignificant, stretching approximately 300 to 400 li, yet it was slender and serpentine, undulating like a colossal snake. Strangely, the trees that flourished here bore leaves of a pale silver hue. From a lofty vantage point, the name Silver Snake Mountain proved to be quite apartment. Hanli did not tarry in other locations, making a beeline for the head of the Silver Snake. Before nearing the site, he was met by gusts of scorching wind, laden with a pungent sulfurous aroma. Moments later, several volcanic craters came into view, each conical and grotesque in appearance. Alarmingly, these volcanoes emitted low rumblings, occasionally spewing clouds of ash that were truly awe-inspiring. Yet, amidst this chaotic scene, various escape lights flickered, revealing a throng of cultivators entering and exiting the craters, with dozens of practitioners gathered in this place. Most of these cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, with but a handful at the core formation stage, which was quite typical. Once a cultivator attained core formation and gained their own Dan fire, they typically focused on refining their treasures, rendering further visits here unnecessary. As for nascent soul cultivators, none were in sight. Hanli halted his escape light, surveying the scene below. Suddenly, his pupils glimmered with a blue radiance as the fiery veins of this region became distinctly clear within his consciousness. Moments later, he pinpointed the location of the most potent fire vein, and with a flash of spiritual light, he directed his escape light towards a spot nestled between two volcanoes. Upon reaching an elevation of 100 zhang above the ground, the escape light came to an abrupt stop. With a flick of Hanli's sleeve, 7 or 8 golden small swords shot forth from the cuff, swirling around him for a brief moment before he formed a hand seal and uttered a low incantation. The flying swords emitted a melodious chime, simultaneously transforming into massive beams of golden light several zhang long, which then descended forcefully toward the ground. Instantly, a thunderous explosion resonated below, as the areas struck by the sword light radiated blinding golden brilliance. Once Hanli's expression shifted, the multitude of sword lights spiraled back to him, and the brilliance diminished to reveal a vast chasm over 20 zhang in width, its depths obscured in darkness. Nearby cultivators engaged in artifact forging were naturally stirred by Hanli's dramatic display, with some unable to resist the urge to fly towards him. Upon sensing their movements, Hanli's countenance darkened, and he abruptly unleashed a powerful aura characteristic of a Yuanying-level cultivator. An astonishing spiritual pressure surged into the sky, rapidly radiating outward from Hanli's center. Cultivators within several dozen li were startled by his presence, and those who had initially intended to investigate quickly turned to flee. Some of those closer hurriedly vacated their original forging locations, scattering in all directions, fearful of inadvertently provoking this esteemed senior and incurring unwarranted calamity. Witnessing the nearby cultivators prudently retreating, Hanli felt a great sense of satisfaction. He then descended directly into the chasm, his escape light vanishing into the abyss in an instant. However, it wasn't long before all cultivators visiting Silver Snake Mountain for artifact forging became aware of the presence of a Yuanying-level cultivator in the vicinity. And everyone took great care to avoid the area, treating the 10 li radius around the chasm as a no-go zone, no one daring to tread even a single step within. Days turned into weeks, and initially the chasm remained silent, but after a month, intermittent rumblings of thunder began to emerge from within. Another month later, the thunderous sounds became sparse, replaced by a series of melodious chimes, reminiscent of a phoenix singing in the heavens. Gradually, these sounds receded, leaving an eerie silence in their wake, while Hanli busied himself with artifact refinement. Far away in the imperial palace of Jin capital, within a secluded hall, more than a dozen men and women of varying attire gathered, including Taoist priests, monks, and Confucian scholars, all of whom possessed astonishing cultivation levels above the Yuanying stage. Among them were a square-faced cultivator in splendid robes and an elderly woman wielding a golden cane, both of whom were mid-Yuanying cultivators. Notably, an elderly man adorned with a black crown was also present. All sat quietly in their chairs, each enveloped in silence, though a few displayed signs of impatience as they occasionally glanced towards the hall's entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. 11th brother, you have not mistaken the person, it truly is him. The square-faced cultivator suddenly inquired of a white-bearded Taoist across from him, a hint of concern flickering across his face. With such a distinctive appearance, how could I possibly misidentify him? Moreover, even if there were an imposter, Uncle Seven's treasured blade, the Cold Moon blade, would never be mistaken. The elderly Taoist replied with a bitter smile. Second brother, there is no need for anxiety. Whether it is true or not, we shall soon find out. With so many of us here, how could we possibly overlook it? If it truly is Uncle Seven, it is indeed a blessing from the heavens for our Yi family. If it is false, even if you were a late Yuanian grandmaster, he shall not take another step beyond this hall. Another elderly woman in the mid-stage of the nascent soul spoke ominously. While her words held truth, it is always prudent to exercise caution. The square-faced cultivator seemed to find reason in her statement, letting out a sigh and choosing to remain silent thereafter. After a full hour had passed, as faint sounds of bells resonated from afar, a figure abruptly appeared at the entrance. A tall and slender individual materialized there, moving lightly before inexplicably finding himself in the center of the grand hall. His visage soon became apparent to all present. His eyebrows were a sickly yellow, his eyes were small, yet his head was disproportionately large, nearly 1.5 times that of an ordinary person, swaying precariously on his neck, giving the impression that it could detach at any moment, an utterly bizarre sight. However, upon seeing this fearsome figure, the assembly of cultivators stood up in shock. Is it truly you, seventh uncle? The square-faced cultivator inquired cautiously, taking a deep breath. He, young lad, it has been several centuries since we last met, and even I, the old man, seem unrecognizable to you. But this is hardly surprising. My return from the dead has naturally given rise to some doubts among you. Nevertheless, I possess a transmission jade slip from the third young master. You can examine it to understand the situation. The peculiar man chuckled, tossing a green jade slip forward. The square-faced cultivator, though filled with astonishment, accepted the slip and immersed his consciousness within it. In just a brief moment, his expression transformed dramatically several times. Upon withdrawing his awareness, he immediately bowed deeply to the peculiar man, exclaiming, "So it turns out that the demise of seventh uncle was a clever scheme orchestrated by the previous grand elder. I was disrespectful earlier. I hope for your forgiveness. You have exercised such caution. I am pleased rather than offended." The peculiar man waved his hand dismissively. The other cultivators also examined the jade slip in turn, and soon, the hall was filled with joyful exclamations as they approached to pay their respects. Indeed, it is seventh uncle. We pay our respects to the third ancestral uncle. The greetings flowed in a continuous stream. Gagaga. You may all forego the formalities, the peculiar man replied with extraordinary delight, unceremoniously taking a seat at the head of the table. The third brother mentioned in the jade slip that seventh uncle advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul 200 years ago. Is this truly the case? The elderly woman inquired respectfully. Indeed, when those major sects covertly targeted me, they believed I had a significant chance of advancing to the later stage, which is why they went to such lengths to set a trap for my demise. After escaping that calamity as per the clan's arrangements, I ultimately did not disappoint everyone's hopes and fortuitously succeeded in my advancement. Originally, according to the previous Grand Elder's plans, I was not supposed to reveal myself to you unless the Yi clan faced a dire situation. However, the only one aware of my existence, the third young master, came seeking me not long ago, sharing with me the plans you are undertaking, and, in his capacity as the current Grand Elder of the clan, requested my assistance. After much deliberation, I deemed this matter to be of utmost importance to the survival of our Yi clan, thus I set forth to lend you my support. The peculiar man's expression grew serious. With seventh uncle's assistance, coupled with the third brother, we now have 2 great cultivators aiding our treasure hunt below, along with the gathered clan cultivators and some external elders we have painstakingly recruited. It appears that our endeavor to acquire treasures in the southern wilderness holds great promise. The square-faced monk expressed with uncontainable joy, I shall not meddle in your endeavors. My only responsibility is to contribute my strength. Whether the Yi family can escape the clutches of both the righteous and demonic paths hinges entirely on this occasion. I shall not be a hindrance to you. The peculiar figure spoke slowly. Upon hearing the last remaining elder of their clan make such a statement, both the square-faced monk and the elderly woman were filled with delight, naturally responding with words of humility. Ultimately, after deliberating for half a day within the hall, the elders of the foremost family of Jin dispersed. In a secret chamber of a mansion in the imperial city, a thick shroud of dark demonic energy enveloped the room, within which loomed a massive 2-headed demon. Its 4 eyes shimmered with a terrifying blend of black and purple light. After an indeterminate amount of time, the demon suddenly uttered a low growl, causing the surrounding demonic energy to surge and be drawn into its body like rivers converging into the sea. Simultaneously, the demon's 4 hands formed intricate seals, and with a resounding crack, it transformed into an ordinary-looking young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Han Li. This was indeed the ancient demon lurking within the Yi family. Indeed, my injuries have healed to 80%. Now, as long as I do not encounter those old geezers, no one in Jin can possibly contend with me. The Yi family must be preparing to act soon. Given my prior display of familiarity with the ancient era, there is no way these individuals would embark on their endeavors without me. Once I arrive there, the demon murmured to itself, a chilling smile creeping across its face. Meanwhile, as the ancient demon concluded its healing, in a clandestine cave of the Yin Luo sect outside the capital city of Jin, Gu Tianhao was engaged in conversation with the saintess of Tianlan. I have received news that Fu Cheng of the Nine Nether sect has appeared in the southern border. That day, the lad surnamed Han participated in the underground trade meeting alongside him. Had we not received some intelligence, we might still be in the dark. His presence there could very well mean that the lad surnamed Han is nearby as well. Our esteemed elder happens to have matters to attend to in the southern border and has already departed. Should he happen to encounter this individual, he will personally take care of him. Daoist Lin, would you be interested in accompanying me to take a look? Fu Cheng? His appearance there does not guarantee that the surnamed Han fellow will also be in the southern border. Moreover, I have received word that Master Su has led a team of protective monks into the Great Jin from the grasslands. They will soon arrive in Jin to rendezvous with me. And I must remain here for a while. Once I meet with them, if I still have not obtained reliable information on that individual, I intend to journey to the southern border. Lin Yinping shook her head. Master Su is coming too. How fortunate. The elder would surely be overjoyed to know. Then I shall accompany you and wait, as the elder originally instructed me to remain by your side. Tianhao initially expressed surprise, then spoke with delight. Lin Yinping smiled at this and lightly nodded her head. By the way, wasn't the surnamed Han fellow seen along the coast, having become a guest elder of 3 minor sects? These sects have been discreetly monitoring him. But have there been no updates until now? Lin Yinping furrowed her brow, recalling the matter. None. This individual is truly too cunning, aside from initially stepping in for these 3 sects. He has not shown himself again. Moreover, the individual in question has been thoroughly investigated in relation to the Tianfu sect. It appears that their connection is merely superficial. I suspect that even if we were to eliminate all 3 parties, our adversary would not bat an eye. Tianhao lamented. Indeed, this person hails from Tianan, a practitioner who is unlikely to be genuinely concerned about the fate of these sections. However, prior to my departure for Dajin, I had already dispatched someone to infiltrate Tianan and ascertain the true nature of this individual. Given the passage of time, we should have received some intelligence by now. When Master Su arrives, we ought to inquire further. This way, we can be better prepared for our next encounter with him. Lin Yinping remarked with a raised brow. If we could indeed obtain information regarding this person and discern the nature of his cultivation techniques, it would undoubtedly facilitate our efforts. Yet, I wonder if Master Su has a definitive timeline for his arrival. Tianhao's spirits lifted. If I calculate correctly, we should expect to wait no more than 2 or 3 months. Should Master Su collaborate with the esteemed elder of your sect, I refuse to believe that this individual could escape once more. The saintess of Tianlan, recalling the incident of the captured sacred beast, could not help but express her frustration. Upon hearing her words, Gu Tianhao felt a stirring in his heart. Although she claimed her relentless pursuit was due to the loss of numerous Tianlan practitioners at the hands of this individual, one must consider that he possesses powers nearing the late Yuanying stage. If her motivations were purely vengeful, as the holy maiden of the grasslands, why would she risk losing more by pursuing him so tenaciously? After all, the dead remain dead. To continue provoking such a formidable presence is hardly a wise course of action. There must be some deeper, undisclosed reason compelling her to remain in pursuit of him for so many years, even going so far as to summon reinforcements from the Tianlan grasslands to ensure his demise. It seems imperative that I devise a means to uncover the secrets behind this matter. Gu Tianhao resolved inwardly, maintaining a facade of composure. Lin Yinping, however, was not as serene as she appeared. As the confinement of the sacred beast's avatar extended, she found herself increasingly uncertain about how much longer she could conceal this situation. Over the years, she had even refrained from contacting the upper realms. Fortunately, it seemed that the avatar of the Tianlan sacred beast had only been imprisoned, not destroyed. Thus far, the main body remained oblivious to the situation. But it was clear that she could not afford to delay much longer. It was essential to rescue the sacred beast's avatar within a short time frame. Furthermore, during this endeavor, it was crucial to minimize losses among the Tianlan practitioners. It appeared that her best course of action would be to strategically enlist the aid of the Yin Luo sect's cultivators. She had also reached a decision. At a location bordering the southern frontier in a certain state. A jovial old man, while employing lightness techniques to traverse the terrain, animatedly conversed with several chi refining practitioners. His words captivated these young travelers, each hanging on his every word with rapt attention. Had Han Li been present, the sight of this smooth-faced elder would likely have startled him. This was none other than Xiang Zhili, the individual he suspected to be a transformation stage practitioner. Since Han Li's departure from the Tianfu sect, before the higher-ups could question this low-ranking disciple about his whereabouts, he had inexplicably vanished from the sect, leaving the Tianfu practitioners in a state of alarm. However, they largely suspected that Han Li was somehow involved, and thus swiftly suppressed any mention of Xiang Zhili's existence within the sect. Yet, years have passed, and this old man has mysteriously reappeared in this place, which is truly enigmatic. Not only these individuals, but many formidable forces within the Great Jin's cultivation realm seem to sense the undercurrents surging beneath the seemingly calm surface of the immortal world during this period. Some powerful sects have even faintly traced the source to the illustrious Yu family of the Great Jin royal lineage. However, these are mere suspicions without concrete evidence, leading their high-ranking members to frequently convene. Unbeknownst to the schemes brewing in the shadows, the entire Great Jin is poised on the brink of a storm. Months later, in the southern frontier, within the volcanic region of Silver Dragon Mountain, a jubilant and resounding howl suddenly pierced the air, soaring skyward and echoing beyond the clouds. A dazzling azure rainbow shot forth from the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye, only to reappear at the very edge of the horizon. Such astonishing speed left several distant cultivators speechless, their faces etched with astonishment. 7 or 8 days later, a similar azure rainbow manifested over the vast primal forest of the southern regions, sprawling nearly 10,000 miles. Racing westward, shortly thereafter, as the luminous streak emerged above a vast basin, it encountered a thick, deep yellow toxic mist hovering at an elevation of over 1,000 zhang. At that moment, the streak of light abruptly descended towards the edge of the noxious fog. Daoist Han, you have arrived rather late, remarked an elder with a smile as he stood from his seated position among several other cultivators. This elder was none other than the affluent elder from before, and the 3 individuals seated nearby were indeed the same ones from the gathering 6 months ago. Bai Yaoi and the robust Yuan surname man were among them. I was refining a magical artifact, and it was only completed a few days ago. I apologize for my delayed arrival and hope my esteemed friends can forgive me, Han Li replied with a respectful clasp of his fist. Not a problem. The period of diminished winds lasts a full 3 months. We are not concerned about these few days. Yet, since you have just finished refining, should you not rest for another couple of days to recuperate your spiritual energy first? Bai Yaoi suggested, her keen gaze assessing Han Li. Indeed, Bai Daoist has a point. It is essential to maintain ample spiritual energy before entering the Yin-Yang cave, the affluent elder concurred. Although Yuan and the beautiful woman of the Chang surname did not speak, their expressions clearly indicated their agreement. Very well then. I shall graciously accept your offer. We will descend into the valley in 2 days. Han Li nodded, turning to glance at the yellow toxic mist 100 zhang away, where a shadowy gorge lay concealed within. With a flick of his hand, he produced a shimmering green mid-grade spirit stone. Han Li then settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, closing his eyes in meditation. The others, despite their abundant spiritual energy, similarly shut their eyes, striving to achieve a state of utmost tranquility and readiness. 2 days swiftly passed, and as Han Li calmly opened his eyes once more, the affluent elder immediately called out without hesitation, "Let us depart." The others rose in unison, their bodies enveloped in various shimmering protective barriers, shielding them from head to toe, with my exquisite antidote in hand. Traversing the Valley of 10,000 Poisons is a rather manageable endeavor. However, one must remain vigilant against the minute venomous insects lurking within the toxic mists and refrain from carelessly dispelling the protective aura. Were it not for the fact that this Valley of 10,000 Poisons is a remnant of ancient prohibitions, harboring inscrutable restrictions against flight, we could have directly soared into the entrance from above, which would have been the most prudent course of action. The tall man of the Yuan clan spoke in a nonchalant manner, raising his hand to summon a jade talisman that shimmered with silvery light, and then boldly advanced into the poisonous fog. Han Li and the others followed suit. As the tall man approached the periphery of the toxic mists, he pointed the jade talisman at the sky. Chanting incantations, instantly, a series of silver waves emanated from the talisman, parting the poisonous fog significantly, rendering the mist markedly thinner. The tall man then released a lightness spell and leapt forward, gliding toward the valley's entrance. The others, similarly enhancing themselves with spells, promptly followed. Chapter 976. Ling Mountain Kunwu. After half a day, deep within the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, amidst a region teeming with venomous creatures, a sudden flash of silver light erupted. With several soft pops, these fireballs did not explode, but instead transformed mid-flight into a dozen vividly animated fire serpents, which struck the ground. A searing heat surged forth, and a small inferno swiftly formed, reducing all the venomous insects on the ground to ashes in the blink of an eye. Han, your mastery of the spell has truly reached an extraordinary level. It is said that your primary cultivation focuses on fire attributes. I doubt few would question your prowess. A woman's light laughter resonated. It is nothing. In my earlier, less exalted days, I was particularly fond of employing the fireball technique. Merely a matter of practice leading to proficiency, Hanli replied in a calm tone. As the silhouettes of the tall man and Hanli emerged from the distant silver light through the mist, they approached the waning inferno. Hanli cast his gaze across the distance, and upon noticing something unusual, he abruptly halted his steps. The toxic fog across the fire had thinned remarkably, revealing the faint outline of an object. Yet, before he could extend his consciousness, the leading tall man suddenly pointed at the jade talisman above his head, causing its silver radiance to surge forth, shooting ahead, under the brilliance of the silver light. Everything that had previously been shrouded in mist became strikingly clear. Hanli inhaled sharply upon discerning what lay a mere several dozen yards ahead. A massive chasm had manifested, gazing to the sides. Its length was indiscernible through the haze, yet its width appeared to span nearly 100 yards, with faint black winds occasionally surging forth, scattering the surrounding toxic fog. This is the entrance to the Yin-Yang Cave. Let us proceed, the elder stated. Apart from Hanli and Bai Yaoyi, the others had visited this place before, so upon his words, they advanced without hesitation, positioning themselves beside the immense chasm. Although the winds erupting from the chasm were exceedingly fierce, the group remained composed, gazing downwards without a hint of trepidation. Within the chasm lay an unfathomable abyss, swirling with pitch-black winds that stirred variously sized, eerie vortexes, from which the distant echoes of wailing spirits could be faintly heard. Hanli swept his gaze down the chasm walls to either side, noticing that they sparkled as if encrusted with a thick layer of frost. What we currently perceive is not the terrifying Yin wind, but merely a commonplace version of it. However, once one descends several hundred fathoms below, the fearsome Yin wind will indeed manifest. Caught unprepared, even we, the Yuaning cultivators, would struggle to endure its onslaught for long. Fortunately, I possess the Ziyushu, which significantly diminishes the threat posed by this wind. Nevertheless, the intensity of the terrifying Yin wind varies across different locales within the Yin-Yang Cavern. My esteemed companions, being individuals of exceptional experience, naturally require no further exhortation to exercise caution. After the elderly man of the Fu surname and the others had thoroughly surveyed the vast chasm, he coughed lightly and spoke. He then raised his hand, and suddenly, a misty purple orb, roughly the size of a fist, appeared in his grasp. Upon its emergence, Hanli scrutinized the orb closely, only to find his vision momentarily engulfed by a flicker of purple, causing his consciousness to waver uncontrollably, as if his very soul were poised to escape his body. Startled, he felt the Yin-Ju within him activate autonomously, and a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, restoring his clarity. Though Hanli maintained a facade of composure, he was inwardly alarmed. This artifact was indeed the treasure of the demon sect, manifesting an unsettling potency. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hanli cast a glance at the burly man of the Yuan surname and Bai Yaoyi. Their eyes flickered with unease, and their expressions betrayed their discomfort. Clearly, they too had fallen victim to the orb's mental manipulation. How these two managed to evade the orb's entrancing effect remained a mystery. Unfazed by the trio's scrutiny, the elder of the Fu surname cradled the orb in one hand and began to chant an obscure incantation. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, enveloping a 30-zhang radius in a subtle yet palpable aura. The four of them found themselves shrouded in a faint purple glow, which significantly weakened the previously fierce and frigid Yin wind. The Ziyushu truly lived up to its reputation. The burly man of the Yuan surname, having stowed away his jade talisman, could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, the true extent of this orb's power remains to be seen. Let us proceed, the elder said, still holding the Ziyushu aloft, while conjuring a swirling mist of purplish-red light with his other hand, speaking with nonchalance. Subsequently, a green luminescence flickered around him as he gracefully floated down into the chasm. Hanli and the others, unwilling to stray from the protective aura, activated their own defensive treasures and followed him into the depths. The burly man summoned a verdant jade tablet that hovered above him. Bai Yao Yi wielded an icy crystal dagger that circled her, while the dark-clad beauty conjured a pitch-black shield that clung closely to her front. Han Li released a few golden flying swords, encasing his entire being in their protective embrace. After a brief interval, their figures, illuminated by the ethereal glow, vanished without a trace into the engulfing darkness below. The vicinity of the chasm returned to its tranquil state. Concurrently, as Han Li and his companions ventured into the Yin-Yang cavern, several cultivators floated above an unnamed small lake in the southern frontier, listening to a black-clad cultivator articulate something. Among them were several members of the Yi family, who had gathered in the royal palace months prior. The peculiar figure with a large head stood at the center of the group, flanked by a square-faced cultivator in the mid-Yuaning stage. Not far behind, a young man bore a striking resemblance to Han Li, his expression devoid of emotion as he absorbed the words of the speaker. The cloaked monk possessed the cultivation of the core formation stage. Yet he exhibited an extraordinary demeanor of respect in the presence of these nascent soul elders from his clan 4 centuries ago. Upon discovering the approximate location of the Kunwa spiritual mountain from a fragment of ancient stone, our Yi family embarked on meticulous plans for this endeavor. This renowned sacred site of the immortals from ancient times has, for reasons unknown, been concealed beneath the earth by ancient practitioners employing formidable powers. It is undeniable that the mountain, which once housed numerous ancient cultivation caves, holds immense value for exploration. More importantly, the stone tablet revealed that when the ancient practitioners sealed this mountain, they left behind 2 extraordinary spiritual treasures within its depths. Should our Yi family acquire these treasures, our strength would be significantly augmented, enough to instill fear in the major sects of both righteous and demonic paths that we have devoted over a century. Dispatching numerous disciples from our clan, traversing much of the Great Jin, and at last, we discovered the location inscribed on the stone tablet beneath this lake, that we promptly summoned the clan's master of formations to begin dismantling the prohibitions. Given the gravity of this matter, it had long been overseen by the previous Grand Elder, with only a handful of elders privy to its details. As the cloaked monk recounted this, he paused momentarily before continuing. However, the ancient prohibitions are far more intricate than we could have imagined, layered one upon another, nearly enveloping the ground beneath a radius of 100 miles that a dozen formation masters spent countless years devising a method to unravel the restrictions. It necessitates harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, employing formations to dismantle formations in order to eradicate the seals entirely. Yet, the materials required for this endeavor are exceedingly rare, and the construction of the formation itself is a monumental undertaking. Most crucially, the collection of these materials must be conducted with utmost caution, and the setup of the formations must remain clandestine, lest we draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Otherwise, we would merely be setting the stage for others to reap the rewards. Consequently, our efforts to establish the formation to breach the prohibitions have been intermittent, with several interruptions along the way. Now, however, this grand undertaking is nearing completion. The formation masters within the clan are currently positioning the final array at the lake's bottom, which is expected to be completed within a month's time. At that juncture, we will activate a grand concealment formation to suppress the astonishing phenomena that may arise during the breach, allowing the elders to enter Kunwa Mountain and procure the treasures with ease. Upon concluding his explanation, the cloaked monk immediately withdrew to the side, remaining silent. Kunwa Mountain. So this is the purpose of our journey? How astonishing. I had always presumed it to be the cave of some ancient practitioner. Only a celestial mountain like Kunwu could possibly harbor such transcendent treasures. In an instant, aside from the peculiar individual, the square-faced practitioner, and the ancient demon, the remaining cultivators could not suppress their excited whispers, their faces betraying their exhilaration. Humph, do not rejoice too prematurely. Dismantling the prohibitions is merely the first step towards acquiring the treasures. If the quest for the treasures were truly so straightforward, why would my third brother have summoned us all here, enlisting the aid of Uncle Seven? Furthermore, as the Grand Elder, my third brother would also evade the watchful eyes of other sects, arriving here in a month's time to enter Kunwa Mountain alongside us. The square-faced practitioner spoke, his expression darkening. The remaining cultivators fell into a sudden silence upon hearing his words, listening to the words of Gu. Does there truly exist something amiss within Kunwa Mountain? An elder from the Yi family, clad in Taoist attire, could not suppress his inquiry that it is not merely a matter of being amiss. Our entry this time could very well be a one-way journey. A middle-aged man with a square face spoke darkly. How can that be? We have the esteemed presence of Uncle Chi and Brother San, two formidable cultivators among us. Even if there are formidable barriers, they should pose no obstacle. A scholar among them expressed his astonishment. If it were truly that simple, it would be a different matter. Have you considered why this sacred mountain, a place of great spiritual significance, has been sealed by ancient sects, leaving behind treasures of immense power? There are surely earth-shattering secrets hidden within. The dangers are not to be underestimated, the square-faced cultivator remarked ominously. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged uneasy glances. Let us not dwell on the worst-case scenario. Perhaps there are reasons beyond our understanding for the mountain's sealing. There is no need for excessive worry, but caution is certainly warranted, should anything occur. I shall not stand idly by, the eccentric man replied with a chuckled at that moment. The expressions of the others finally returned to normal. Yet, just then, the middle-aged man with the square face turned and addressed the ancient demon behind him with gravity. Elder Han, your profound knowledge of ancient texts will be invaluable as we venture into Kunwa Mountain. Rest assured, we have already acquired 2 magical artifacts. Once this matter is resolved, I shall gladly present them to you. Chapter 977. Acting separately. Since there are magical artifacts as a reward, the ancient demon nodded with a calm demeanor. Very well, your assurance suffices. Let us all proceed into the depths of the lake. Although it is secluded, we must still be wary of encountering passing cultivators to avoid unnecessary complications. As soon as the square-faced cultivator finished speaking, he shimmered with spiritual light and descended towards the lake surface. The others followed suit, soaring downwards. In the blink of an eye, after a ripple disturbed the lake's surface, these cultivators vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gentle breeze that swept across the now silent waters. Meanwhile, at the depths of the Inyang cave, far from the tranquil lake, Han Li and his companions encountered some minor troubles. With a flicker of his consciousness, a burst of golden radiance erupted before him, effortlessly shattering a solitary horned specter that lunged at him. Almost simultaneously, golden light flashed above and below him, cleaving 2 more specters in half, their ghostly forms dissolving into swirling black mist. Han Li then shifted his gaze to his remaining companions, noting that the wealthy elder and others similarly wielded their magical treasures, vanquishing the other specters. These specters were diminutive in size, yet each displayed fierce tenacity, undeterred by death. Han Li's expression remained stoic, a frown creasing his brow. Brother Fu, we have journeyed for several days now, yet there is still no sign of the Yin horse. Although these specters are merely low-tier manifestations of Yin energy, lacking intelligence, it is not a sustainable approach to simply slay them. The robust man named Yuan pointed ahead, a streak of green fire piercing through a small ghost, unable to restrain his thoughts any longer. There is no need for impatience, Brother Yuan. This underground cavern is vast, and the Yin horse excels in concealment. It is not so easily discovered, although these little demons may not be formidable in their numbers. Vanquishing them poses no challenge to us. As long as we remain vigilant and utilize spirit stones to replenish our mana, we can sustain ourselves for a considerable duration. The elderly gentleman of the Fu clan, however, appeared remarkably composed. While this statement holds some truth, resisting the chilling winds of the underworld demands a significant expenditure of mana. With our cultivation at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm, we can manage to linger underground for no more than 2 months. Bai Yaoi cast a glance around, letting out a soft sigh. They found themselves within an expansive corridor, towering several dozen zhang high. With the earthen walls on either side glistening with patches of black ice, the dense black winds, far thicker than those at the entrance, swirled ceaselessly around them, emitting a series of eerie, piercing wails that sent shivers down their spines and unsettled their minds. Yet, upon entering the radiant aura emanating from the elder's precious orb, these sinister winds were largely dispelled. Despite this, Han Li and the others were enveloped in a blinding spiritual light, wary of allowing even a trace of the residual black winds to touch their bodies. The little demons incessantly surged forth from the surrounding darkness, akin to moths drawn to a flame, launching themselves at the group. In a flash of cold light, a small demon was transformed into an ice sculpture by Yao Yi's flying dagger, shattering into fragments and finally clearing the vicinity of any malevolent entities. The group promptly retracted their magical artifacts and continued to glide forward through the corridor, in this realm of yin and yang. Where the winds howled ominously, their consciousness could not extend far, and none dared to hasten their pace with their escape light. Otherwise, within a matter of days, they could thoroughly investigate every passageway. Merely a short while later, the black winds suddenly intensified, and out of the gust appeared a fork in the path, One large and two small passages lay before the five. Their movements instinctively halted. Another junction. This was untenable. If additional forks emerged, 2 months would scarcely suffice to uncover all the caverns. We must act separately. A flicker of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as he spoke. Separate, but we possess only a single Zeo orb. Without its protection, our mana would deplete at an accelerated rate when facing the terrifying winds, thus shortening our time within the cave. The burly man of the Yuan clan cast a glance at the orb in the elder's hand and shook his head. If it is the Zeo orb, I could expend some of my essence blood to temporarily augment the divine light for my companions. However, the duration would be limited. If the terrifying winds remain unchanged, it would last only about 7 or 8 days. The Fu clan elder spoke with a change in expression. 7 or 8 days should suffice for us to explore the divergent passages. However, we must accurately locate one another for re-empowerment before the Zeo divine light is depleted. Thus, we must leave mana markers for each other, enabling us to rely on our secret techniques to find one another. Han Li seemed to ponder this matter. Yet, what if we encountered a high-tier demon that one of us could not contend with? Bai Yao Yi inquired, her delicate brows knitting together. Humph. If there exists a demon that even we at the mid-stage of Yuan Ing cannot handle, it would at the very least be of the Demon King caliber. This is not the true realm of the underworld. How could such entities be formed solely from this Yin energy? Deep within the cave, there may be only a few malevolent spirits at most. The so-called Demon Kings, equivalent to great cultivators, are mere fabrications of rumor. Who has ever witnessed one firsthand? This risk is well worth taking. Otherwise, once our mana is exhausted, the chilling winds have lessened, and the flood season has come to an end, returning to this place will undoubtedly pose a greater challenge. As a practitioner from the southern frontier, the man of the Yuan surname naturally possesses a deeper understanding of the situation within the Yin-Yang cavern. Upon hearing this, the wealthy elder and the beautiful woman in black exchanged a glance, a hint of hesitation evident on both their faces. Initially, to ensure their safety, they had never considered splitting up. However, the vastness of the cavern's depths and the multitude of passages far exceeded their initial expectations. Should they choose not to separate, the likelihood of returning empty-handed was indeed significant. Bai Yao Yi seemed to be swayed by the argument, contemplating for a moment before refraining from voicing any further opposition. Very well, that I shall heed the counsel of my fellow Taoists. However, I must emphasize that none of you should stray beyond a 3-day journey from me, lest there be insufficient time to seek my divine light. The elder of the Fu surname finally reached a decision, offering a cautious admonition. Fear not. There must be a main passage within this underground labyrinth, and the branching path should not be excessively long. 3 days should suffice for us to thoroughly investigate, Han Li remarked, observing the clearly defined passage at the center with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the elder no longer hesitated and promptly unleashed a surge of essence blood onto the Zeo pearl. The pearl radiated an extraordinary brilliance. The elder executed several incantations in succession, then reached out with one hand to grasp the pearl in midair. Immediately, a dazzling purple light emerged from the pearl, gently floating into the elder's grasp. With the purple glow cradled in his hand, the elder cast a sweeping glance at the other 4 individuals before extending his hand towards the beautiful woman in black beside him. In an instant, the purple light flickered, and the luminous orb vanished into the woman's body. Subsequently, a veil of purple light enveloped her, identical to the luminescence of the Zeo pearl. Witnessing the efficacy of this secret technique, the others felt a sense of reassurance and allowed the elder to proceed with his preparations. After the group exchanged magical markers among themselves, they divided into 3 teams, each entering one of the 3 passages. Naturally, the elder aligned himself with his junior sister, leading the way into the middle and widest passage, while the man of the Yuan surname and Han Li entered the flanking passages on the left and right. Bai Yao Yi, after a moment's hesitation, chose to follow Han Li into the same passage. Perceiving the woman in the palace attire behind him, Han Li hesitated briefly before slowing his pace to allow her to catch up, and together they advanced side by side. Han brother, do you not find it somewhat ironic that the Yin-Yang cavern does not live up to its fearsome reputation? It is said that once a cultivator enters, they become severed from the realms of Yin and Yang, facing perilous dangers. Yet, aside from the troublesome chilling winds we encountered, we have not truly faced any significant threats. Could it be that the name of this desolate place is merely a boast? Bai Yao Yi inquired, suddenly posing her question as she kept pace with Han Li. Surprised by her remark, Han Li smiled faintly in response, though I am not well acquainted with this place. The reputation of the 7 great desolate lands of the Dejin should not be unfounded. by Taoist. Do not forget that these chilling winds are exceedingly fierce. Any cultivator below the nascent soul stage who enters this realm, even with a life-protecting treasure, would likely be torn to shreds by the swirling winds at the entrance. It is precisely because we possess the protection of the Zeo Pearl's divine light, combined with our formidable cultivation, that we have remained unharmed thus far. Moreover, having merely ventured into the depths for a few days, we have encountered only the most rudimentary of spectral entities. Should we delve deeper, while the malevolent aura may thicken, we are likely to encounter more formidable apparitions. Brother Han's words hold merit. I must admit, I have been somewhat hasty. Here come those spectral entities again. Just as Bai Yaoi was engaged in conversation with Han Li, a sudden surge of 7 or 8 previously encountered phantoms emerged from the nearby sinister winds, lunging fiercely towards the two. With a flash of cold light and golden radiance, the apparitions were swiftly vanquished. Thus, the duo temporarily formed a team and proceeded with their cautious exploration. After a considerable duration, they found themselves devoid of any significant discoveries. Upon exiting yet another cavern empty-handed, a piercing shriek, laden with a sense of brutality, wafted in with the chilling winds. What could this be? Bai Yaoi was momentarily taken aback that it resembled the sounds of corpse refining. It appeared they had stumbled upon a higher-tier spectral entity. Han Li's gaze flickered as he remarked nonchalantly, "Corpse refining? How fortuitous." Bai Yaoi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Undeterred, the two pressed forward towards the source of the sound. Upon rounding a corner, they were met with the sudden sight of a cavern several zhang high. A tempest of dark winds howled within, an intensity far surpassing that of the winds in the passageway, with the eerie wails emanating from this cavern. What is this? Bai Yaoi's eyes were drawn to an object lodged beside the cavern's entrance, encased entirely in a layer of glacial ice, shimmering with brilliance. With a swift motion, Bai Yaoi conjured several fireballs the size of fists, launching them at the object. A resounding explosion ensued, and the crimson flames instantaneously melted the ice, revealing the object's true form. It was a blue flying sword, embedded within the wall, with only a small portion protruding. However, as the ice melted, the sword, once seemingly lifeless, began to emanate a faint spiritual glow, producing a series of melodious chimes. Then, the hilt began to tremble incessantly, as if a spirit serpent striving to extricate itself from the icy confines. The look of astonishment crossed Bai Yaoi's delicate features. With a flick of her fragrant sleeve, a crimson cord shot forth, entwining the hilt in a flash of red light. With a gentle tug, the flying sword was liberated from the icy prison and swept into her graceful hands. Chapter 978, The Sinful Ape. Bai Yaoi's bright eyes shimmered as she held the sword aloft and executed a swift slash through the air, conjuring a blade of light several feet long that struck the icy wall with considerable force. Han Li, witnessing this, felt a shift in his expression. After all these years, the flying sword retained its spirit. It was evident how much effort its master had devoted to it, judging by its potency. The sword's master must have been a practitioner of considerable skill, likely in the later stages of the core formation realm. This was rather perplexing, as one of such caliber should not have been able to reach this location. After examining the sword several times without uncovering any useful markings, a hint of confusion flickered across Bai Yaoi's face. "May I take a look?" Han Li suddenly inquired. "Why be so courteous? Please feel free to take it." Bai Yaoi responded with a charming smile, flicking her fingers as the flying sword soared towards Han Li. He caught it deftly with one hand and began to scrutinize it closely. After a moment, his brow furrowed inadvertently. "What is it? Have you discerned something, Brother Han?" Bai Yaoi asked with curiosity. "This sword is entirely forged from blue elemental crystals. However, crafting a flying sword solely from this material is not a judicious choice. If it were to be combined with several other auxiliary materials, the quality of the flying sword would undoubtedly be elevated to a higher standard. Yet, this method of forging flying swords was once prevalent over 10,000 years ago, while the technique of incorporating other materials was developed much later. Judging by the patterns and runes on this sword, it appears to be quite ancient, suggesting that although its owner was not an ancient practitioner, they were indeed a cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago." Han Li stated calmly, detailing his observations. "Brother Han, your profound expertise in the art of weapon forging is truly astonishing," Bai Yaoi remarked. Taken aback by his insights, "It is nothing that I merely had the fortune of encountering such flying swords in ancient texts," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Let us proceed into the cave. Perhaps we will uncover further treasures." He turned his gaze toward the cave, speaking with casual indifference. "Very well, my friend. Bai Yaoi nodded thoughtfully, then summoned a misty white umbrella, gracefully stepping forward into the cave. Hanli smiled faintly, gestured with his finger toward the several flying swords hovering above him, which transformed into a radiant golden light that enveloped his entire form before he leisurely followed her inside. The cave was shrouded in an oppressive darkness, with only the sounds of the wind and distant, eerie shrieks echoing from within. It seemed as though the malevolent spirits residing there had sensed their arrival, becoming even more ferocious. However, the sounds did not appear to be too far away, suggesting that the area was not overly expansive, making it easier to confront the lurking dangers. Hanli murmured to himself, raising his hand to conjure a resplendent moonstone that floated above them, subsequently casting a spell upon it. Instantly, the moonstone radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings with astonishing clarity. Yet, due to the obstructive black winds, areas further away remained shrouded in obscurity. After traversing merely 50 to 60 zhang within the cave, they were met with a sudden brightness. Not far ahead, an entrance revealed itself, emanating a faint greenish glow. Hanli and Bai Yaoi exchanged astonished glances. All the caves they had previously explored were unnervingly cold, devoid of any light, and uniformly abandoned, lacking any value. Nevertheless, given their cultivation levels, they raised their vigilance slightly, but did not hesitate. With the jade umbrella shielding her, Bai Yaoi swiftly advanced to the entrance. Upon peering inside, her expression turned pale. Hanli appeared beside her and, after a brief glance, his countenance shifted as well. Before them lay a stalactite cave, approximately 30 zhang in diameter, with the ceiling and walls emanating a soft green glow. In the center stood a rough-hewn stone pillar, unremarkable in appearance. However, bound tightly to it by iron chains was a corpse, its hair a ghostly white and its body covered in a dark hue. The head hung low, obscuring its features, yet the abdomen had been slit open, with its internal organs seemingly vanished without a trace. This scene was so bizarre that, despite Bai Yaoyi's composure, even Hanli felt a jolt of shock. As Hanli pressed his lips together, preparing to speak, the blue flying sword in his grasp suddenly emitted a piercing cry, vibrating violently. Instinctively, Hanli tossed the sword into the air without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a beam of blue light darted towards the stone pillar, only to transform into a small sword about half a foot long upon nearing it. The sword circled around the corpse, swirling and dancing, emitting a series of mournful wails. Was this corpse the master of the flying sword? It seemed that not only had the golden core been seized, but even the life itself had been lost. Bai Yaoi sighed deeply, a flicker of compassion evident on her face. This was not an ordinary death. It had been subjected to a sinister ritual of living sacrifice. Hanli stated coldly, "Living sacrifice?" Bai Yaoi gasped in surprise, then noticed a vague formation on the cave floor, measuring over 10 yards in size. However, due to the passage of time, it was largely covered in dust, which had obscured her earlier observation. To discern the specific type of living sacrifice formation, one would need to restore the array. Hanli nodded calmly. "This is a simple matter. I shall take care of it," Bai Yaoi replied with a gentle smile. She opened her mouth, and a small fan, resembling an ice sculpture, sprang forth. In an instant, with a flash of cold light, the fan transformed into a size of about a foot, and she lightly fanned it towards the cave floor. A swirling gust of yellowish wind erupted from the fan, sweeping away the sand and debris, engulfing the entire cave in a haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, Hanli and Bai Yaoi, enveloped in the protective purple aura and spiritual essence, remained unaffected by the swirling sand. The two focused solely on the formation on the ground, seemingly oblivious to everything else. At that moment, a faint glimmer of ghostly light flickered a dozen yards behind them. As a dark figure silently emerged from the ground, lying still and motionless, Hanli and Bai Yaoi remained oblivious, feigning ignorance. Seeing this, the shadow's crimson eyes flashed with ferocity, and in an instant, it lunged forward like an arrow, its head slightly tilting as it unleashed a darting black light towards Bai Yaoi. The shadow sought to ambush both Hanli and Bai Yaoi simultaneously. In that split second, Hanli suddenly reacted, slapping his hand backward. Abruptly, a cyan glowing hand materialized above the cave, grasping downward with precision, capturing the shadow around the waist. The black light aimed at the elegantly dressed woman was deftly deflected by her jade umbrella, which she casually waved behind her, causing it to appear at her back. Upon contact, the umbrella's surface shimmered with white light, and the black projectile was effortlessly repelled, vanishing into a side wall, leaving behind a small, deep hole. Only then did Bai Yaoi turn her beaming gaze towards the shadow held by the glowing hand, revealing a creature with a serpent's body and a monkey's face, possessing 2 arms. This creature, covered in glossy black scales, appeared to be 3 to 4 yards in length. Each of its hands clutched a short bone spear, remarkably sharp, despite being firmly grasped by the glowing hand. The creature struggled fiercely, its blood-red eyes filled with venomous hatred, as if it bore a deep-seated grudge against the that accursed ape. Such a creature truly exists in this world. Bai Yaoi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing its form. Indeed, it is said that this entity is formed from human resentment coalescing in a place of heavy darkness, characterized by a brutal and bloodthirsty nature, delighting in feasting on the brains of the living. Moreover, it can mimic various ghostly sounds. It seems the earlier sounds of corpse howling were imitations of this creature. TSK. In the past, I had only encountered such apparitions within ancient texts. This marks my first encounter with such a specter. However, this entity does not seem particularly formidable. How audacious to attempt a sneak attack on us. It is truly courting death. Han Li regarded the specter with a few discerning glances and remarked nonchalantly. What use is there in allowing such a vile spirit to persist? It is far better to eliminate it. Bai Yaoi, however, harbored a profound aversion towards this malevolent creature known as the sinful ape. Her delicate countenance suddenly turned cold, and with a swift motion of her hand, a beam of icy light shot forth, ensnaring the specter before transforming it into a statue of ice. Han Li chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment, yet as he subtly directed his thoughts, a spectral hand of azure light swiftly clenched, causing the ice sculpture to shatter into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. At that moment, the tumult within the cave had settled, revealing a distinct circular formation that lay before them. Han Li narrowed his eyes, approaching the formation with an air of calm composure. In contrast, Bai Yaoi seemed disinterested in the formation, her bright eyes scanning the cave's periphery as if seeking something elusive. This formation was a type of soul-refining array, and an exceedingly ancient one at that. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li finally spoke. Moreover. What do you mean by moreover? Bai Yaoi inquired, shifting her gaze to the array with curiosity. The year inscribed upon this formation appears to predate this corpse by a significant margin. It must have been established here during ancient times, Han Li asserted with conviction. How could you possibly deduce such a thing, Brother Han? Bai Yaoi gazed at him, somewhat taken aback. This is merely a matter of personal experience. Perhaps my conjecture is erroneous, Han Li replied with a light-hearted laugh, deflecting her inquiry. Bai Yaoi hesitated for a moment before stifling a soft chuckle, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Regardless of the mystery surrounding the formation and the corpse, they bore no relevance to their current situation. There is nothing else of note here. Let us depart, she suggested. With that, she raised her hand, retrieving the blue flying sword and stowing it away in her storage pouch. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit, Han Li concurred with a nod. The two then proceeded towards the exit. As they approached the entrance, however, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Han Li, causing him to halt mid-step and glance back at the corpse. What is it? Is something amiss? Bai Yaoi queried, puzzled. Han Li did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he raised a hand and pointed with a single finger. A low rumble echoed forth, and golden light flickered at his fingertip, as a slender arc of gold suddenly shot out, striking the distant stone pillar where the corpse resided. Chapter 979. The 5 hearts united in malice. Bai Yaoi watched in astonishment as the golden arc erupted upon contact with the corpse, which had remained undisturbed for countless years. In an instant, the remains disintegrated in a burst of golden brilliance, reducing to a heap of white ash. Let us proceed. It seems I was indeed overly cautious, Han Li remarked, furrowing his brow momentarily before speaking softly. He then strode confidently out of the cave. Bai Yaoi chuckled lightly, shaking her head dismissively as she followed suit. Moments later, the two re-emerged into the corridor, continuing their flight forward. As they distanced themselves, a purplish light was ultimately engulfed by the encroaching black winds. Beneath the stone pillar in the cave, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged from below. This silhouette was enveloped in darkness, its features indistinct, resembling a mere shadow, save for its eyes, which shimmered with an eerie green light. It first cast a glance at the ice-encased ape at the entrance, then lowered its gaze to the ash before the stone pillar. In an instant, it lunged forward, and a bizarre scene unfolded. The shadow rolled, and the ash instantly adhered to it, clinging without falling away. Following this, a low growl emanated from its mouth, releasing waves of dark mist that enveloped its entire form. Moments later, as the black mist swirled, an identical corpse emerged from within. This time, the corpse did not appear as a lifeless entity, rather, after a slight turn of its head, it suddenly opened its mouth towards the entrance, unleashing a gust of chilling wind that swept away the remnants of the cursed ape.in that dark wind. The ice melted at a visible rate. With a whoosh, a complete cursed ape leapt forth from the tempest, baring its teeth a few times before swiftly bounding towards the corpse. It climbed onto the corpse's leg, remaining still as if it were a pet. The corpse then extended a dark claw, casually tapping the ape's head twice, its gaze fixated on the flickering green light at the exit. Remarkably, the corpse appeared to be deep in thought, exhibiting a semblance of intelligence. Meanwhile, as Han Li and the others went their separate ways, a cacophony of shouts and clashes erupted atop a towering mountain in the southern region, where nearly 100 black-robed cultivators assaulted a faintly yellow barrier with various magical artifacts. This barrier enveloped most of the estate. Yet only a dozen or so yellow-robed cultivators inside desperately wielded colorful array flags to reinforce the barrier. However, due to their dwindling numbers, panic was etched on their faces as the barrier threatened to collapse. Above the estate, several hundred feet in the air, stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in yellow robes, his complexion unusually pale. Surrounding him at a distance were 5 grayish figures, each appearing ethereal and wispy, arranged in a circular formation, effectively encircling the middle-aged cultivator. "Brother, you truly cannot spare the He family?" he implored. "I have had some acquaintance with the leader of the ghost sect. Should you show mercy, I would lead the He family members to depart from the realm of cultivation, never to return. Moreover, this is the southern region. Should you act recklessly, it may provoke unforeseen troubles." Though the middle-aged cultivator knew the odds were slim, he still gazed skyward with a flicker of hope. "You of the He family have already pledged allegiance to our Yin Luo sect. Now, at this critical juncture, you wish to renege. What do you take our sect for? Do not presume that relocating to the southern region will render you invisible to us. For the sake of our sect's reputation, the He family will be obliterated. That I also wish to utilize your head as an example to instill fear in the lesser beings. Would you prefer to end this yourself? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? If the 5 sons of the heart demon intervene, there will be nothing left but ashes, despite the vicinity being devoid of anyone." An ethereal voice suddenly resonated, its tone undetectable as either male or female. Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed cultivator felt a heavy dread settle in his heart. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from below, and the yellow-robed cultivator's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly scanned the area, realizing that the protective barrier surrounding the estate had finally shattered into fragments, transformed into fleeting specks of luminous brilliance. Vanishing without a trace, the yellow-robed cultivator bore no trace of blood upon his visage. Yet, outside the manor, the disciples of the Yin Luo sect erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Subsequently, a torrent of blinding light descended, engulfing a dozen or so cultivators within the manor's protective barrier in an instant. "Dare you?" The yellow-robed cultivator could no longer contain himself. Striking the spirit beast pouch at his waist, that a beam of yellow light erupted from the pouch, morphing into a colossal yellow python that shot downward with fierce velocity. "Why must you lower yourself to the level of the younger generation? Allow me to impart a lesson on the Hunyuan brick," intoned the enigmatic figure with an air of indifference. Suddenly, amidst the surrounding pale specters, one darted forth, arriving beneath the yellow python with astonishing swiftness, nearly akin to instantaneous teleportation. The python, with ferocious intent, opened its gaping maw wide, aiming to strike at the white specter. Yet, without uttering a word, the specter transformed with a flick into a massive skull, a foot in diameter, entirely snow-white. The yellow python, taken aback, attempted to halt its advance. But it was already too late. The skull let out a series of eerie, cackling laughs before it opened its mouth, unleashing a plume of white threads that ensnared the python's head, wrapping it tightly in an instant. In a state of panic, the python struggled vehemently, its tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed out, striking the skull with tremendous force. However, the skull remained utterly unfazed, and a sudden surge of gray light emanated from within, transmitting along the white threads directly to the yellow python. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. Starting from the python's head, the gray light spread, causing the once lustrous and plump serpent to diminish into a withered, desolate form. In the blink of an eye, its flesh and blood seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving naught but bones behind. Thus, the yellow python met its demise. Yet the skull showed no sign of relinquishing its hold. With a flick of its threads, it drew the entire python carcass into its gaping maw and commenced a vigorous chewing, producing a chilling sound of crunching bones. witnessing the tragic fate of his longtime spirit python. The yellow-robed cultivator felt a surge of wrath and resentment flash in his eyes. He cast a glance at the nearby pale specters, then suddenly struck the back of his head with one hand, ejecting a square object several inches in size, resembling a yellow brick. With a pinch, he directed the brick to soar into the air, where it rapidly expanded amidst the radiance, transforming in mere moments into a colossal entity hovering above the yellow-robed cultivator. Measuring over 10 feet in size and radiating a blinding yellow glow, an awe-inspiring sight. This the famed Hunyuan brick. It is indeed less impressive in reality, leaving me somewhat disappointed, mused the hidden cultivator with a hint of melancholy. It seems I need not reveal myself. Let the 5 demons escort you on your journey. As these words fell, the remaining pale specter shifted, and the yellow-robed cultivator floated gently towards them, with a dismissive sweep towards the approaching white figures. He suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating beyond the clouds. The Hunyuan brick above his head began to spin rapidly, and with its immense size, a tempestuous wind erupted, enveloping the yellow-robed cultivator within its vortex. Yet, the pale specters appeared unfazed. Upon nearing the swirling winds, they shot forth, undeterred. Seeking death, countless beams of yellow light surged forth from the tempest. Each resembling small square bricks. A thunderous cacophony erupted as several white specters were engulfed within the brilliance. Seizing the opportunity, suddenly, a yellow arc emerged from the hurricane, flashing momentarily before soaring towards the horizon, vanishing in the blink of an eye, only to reappear over 20 zhang away. A chilling, bone-deep snort echoed, followed by a series of soft thuds. 4 white apparitions seamlessly darted forth from the yellow hue, and in an instant, they disappeared from sight. In the next moment, spatial ripples were felt ahead of the astonished arc, and amidst flickering gray light, the 4 white apparitions materialized, silently lunging toward the yellow-robed cultivator. Startled, the yellow-robed practitioner halted, raising a hand to summon a massive brick, several zhang in size, which struck the white figures without ceremony. Yet, the apparitions effortlessly glided past the gigantic brick, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before the yellow-robed cultivator, who now found himself in a state of disarray. With a swift motion, he revealed an ancient treasure he had long held, a blue token. The moment the artifact shimmered, a burst of blue mist erupted, momentarily freezing the white figures within its embrace, as if they were rendered immobile. However, before the yellow-robed cultivator could fully express his relief, the white figures suddenly erupted into eerie laughter, disintegrating within the blue mist. Realizing the peril, he inwardly cursed his misfortune, activating a protective aura with the intent to flee. Yet, a sudden manifestation of white mist appeared before him, and several indistinct figures surged forth, disregarding his protective barrier and directly penetrating his body, disappearing without a trace. Before the yellow-robed cultivator could grasp the situation, he felt his primordial spirit within tighten abruptly, as if his very blood were boiling. This was the last sensation he would experience in this world. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Had there been others nearby, they would have witnessed his face rapidly withering, transforming into a skeletal visage in mere moments. The primordial spirit within his decaying form was swiftly devoured by the encroaching white figures, who then emerged, satisfied, from the lifeless body, morphing into 4 skulls that ravenously feasted upon the remains. At this juncture, another white figure leisurely approached, and the 5 apparitions stood side by side. Below, the sounds of battle and explosions had ceased, and a black-robed elder ascended, filled with urgency. Elder, the He clan's cultivators have been entirely annihilated, leaving only over 300 mundane members of the family. Please provide instructions. Upon reaching the white figures, the elder bowed respectfully. All have been slain, replied the enigmatic cultivator coldly. The elder acknowledged and prepared to descend, but was halted. Elder Gu previously informed me that the cultivator responsible for the murder of our 4th elder and the theft of the Yin Luo banner may also be in the southern wilderness. Now that this matter is resolved, all personnel are to thoroughly investigate this individual's whereabouts. I will remain in the southern wilderness for a year. Should any trace of this person appear, I will act decisively to eliminate him. Our sect's treasured artifact must not fall into the hands of outsiders, the mysterious practitioner instructed solemnly. Understood, I shall relay your orders immediately. The black-robed elder responded with a serious expression, then transformed into a shadow of darkness. Descending swiftly, Tio have killed the 4th disciple who wielded the Yin Luo banner and escaped the pursuit from Tianlan's Sacred Hall. This adversary is certainly far superior to the He clan's ineptitude. He should prove to be an intriguing opponent, murmured the mysterious cultivator, seemingly intrigued by Hanli. After the black-robed elder departed. Chapter 980, Black Crystal. More than half a month later. At the bottom of the Inyang cave, Hanli found himself in a vast wind hole. With his hands forming intricate seals, over 10 golden flying swords swirled around him, deftly shredding the countless moths that surged towards him into mere fragments. These moths, each merely a few inches in size and cloaked in darkness, unleashed a flurry of minute-wind blades with the fluttering of their wings. Yet, the golden light emanating from the flying swords effortlessly deflected them. As the moths continued their relentless assault, seemingly endless in number, Han Li's expression darkened with impatience. Suddenly, he reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist, summoning it into the air. Instantly, a swarm of golden devouring insects surged forth from the pouch, rushing in all directions to confront the encroaching moths. Upon contact, the black moths plummeted from the sky, swiftly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Han Li retracted the majority of his flying swords and strode deeper into the cave. Given that he was in a wind hole, the surrounding gales were exceptionally fierce. Even with his formidable spiritual sense, he could only perceive a few zhang ahead. However, liberated from the moth's entanglement, he felt little trepidation about the situation. After traversing to the center of the wind hole, Han Li's pupils flickered with a blue radiance, allowing his gaze to pierce through the swirling black winds and behold his surroundings with clarity. A brief survey elicited a soft exclamation from him, and he changed direction, heading toward a particular spot. After covering a distance of over 20 zhang, Han Li raised his hand once more, a piece of misty moonlight stone encased in azure spiritual energy levitating into the air. The area within several zhang was illuminated brilliantly. Amidst the milky glow, a chunk of black crystal, roughly the size of a human head, was partially embedded in the opposite stone wall, revealing only half of its form. To his astonishment, the crystal emitted a flickering dark light, from which black moths incessantly emerged, frantically attacking both Han Li and the captivating moonlight stone. Yet, they were invariably intercepted mid-flight by the devouring insects. In an instant, the moths cascaded from the air, only to vanish into nothingness before reaching the ground. This marked the third crystal he had encountered, but this particular one exhibited the peculiar ability to conjure shadowy moths from the surrounding yin energy. Han Li murmured thoughtfully. However, as he scrutinized the crystal, it suddenly released a barrage of black light, and with a resounding pop, a gigantic moth several feet in size materialized from within the darkness. Upon its appearance, the colossal creature fixed its blood-red eyes intently upon Han Li. Raising an eyebrow, Han Li swiftly flicked his finger. With a thunderous crack, a golden arc shot forth, obliterating the giant moth into a fine mist. Even if the enormous shadowy moth possessed some arcane abilities, it was utterly powerless against the exorcising thunder, which was specifically designed to vanquish malevolent entities. Without further hesitation, he reached out towards the crystal. A massive hand of shimmering azure light materialized before him, and with a resounding thud, the crystal was forcibly extracted from the stone wall. The moment the crystal was freed, the surrounding fierce yin winds diminished significantly. The black moths that had been battling the devouring insects also vanished into thin air, dissolving into dark mist as they did. Han Li remained unfazed by this transformation. Although the previous two crystals he had discovered were far smaller than this one, they too had exhibited similar phenomena upon extraction from the wind hole that it first. This peculiar situation left Han Li astonished, yet he soon ceased to pay it any mind to recount. Ever since he had encountered the wealthy elder with the surname Fu and recharged the purple ethereal light, he had parted ways with Bai Yao Yi. Without her presence beside him, Han Li was naturally free to unleash a multitude of techniques in recent days. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the cavern, he began to frequently encounter higher-tier specters. However, under the onslaught of his flying swords and the exorcising divine thunder, they were swiftly annihilated without a trace. Not even the weeping soul beast had been summoned this time. In terms of exploration speed, Han Li far surpassed the others, completing nearly twice the amount of exploration as them. While others finished one branching passage, he had already navigated two. However, the infamous reputation of the Inyang Cavern had deterred high-level cultivators from delving into its depths in the past. And this was not without reason. Despite their profound descent, aside from some ordinary ores and a few damaged magical artifacts left behind by other cultivators, they had garnered no significant rewards. It was only a few days prior, while pursuing a fleeing specter, that he inadvertently stumbled into a modest wind cave and discovered a black crystal, which piqued his interest in these otherwise uninviting wind holes. That it was essential to note that in such places of fierce winds, grasses could not possibly survive. Moreover, entering the wind cave would immediately exacerbate the consumption of both the purple ethereal light and one's own spiritual energy. Naturally, no one would willingly delve into such a predicament. Han Li, however, felt no trepidation due to his protective exorcising divine thunder and the rejuvenating effects of the 10,000-year spirit liquid, which allowed him to explore without concern. Instead, he found himself profoundly intrigued by the crystal, frequently venturing deeper to investigate it. These black crystals were unlike anything he had ever encountered, and he had found no mention of them in any texts he had perused previously, although they bore a striking resemblance to black marrow diamonds at first glance. They were fundamentally distinct. The black crystal was far from the unparalleled hardness of black marrow diamonds. Instead, it seemed to be a peculiar wind attribute crystal formed over the years in the Yin cave. Yet it contained a substantial amount of Yin energy. However, such black crystals were rare. After searching through dozens of wind caves, he had only come across 3. That the first 2 were merely the size of a fist and lacked the transformative properties of the crystal before him, rendering them incomparable. After scrutinizing the now inert crystal for a moment, Han Li finally raised his hand and affixed several restraining talismans to it, subsequently placing the black crystal into a large jade box and storing it in his spatial pouch. He then thoroughly searched the vast wind cave once more, confirming he had missed nothing, before retreating back to the passage. After traversing several hundred zhang forward and exploring another small cavern, the passage began to narrow increasingly. Ultimately, a stone wall sealed by frost appeared before him. Han Li let out a sigh but stepped forward a few paces, unleashing a streak of azure light. With a soft hiss, the azure beam penetrated the stone wall to a depth of nearly a zhang before flickering out of existence. Han Li did not relent. Placing one hand against the stone wall, he swept his spiritual sense through it. Moments later, confirming that the wall was solid and devoid of any mechanisms or restraints, Han Li wasted no time in turning around and soaring back along his path. Having already scoured the way back, his speed of escape was now several times faster. Although the true expanse of the Yin cave remained a mystery, the various apparitions that had emerged indicated that the group was nearing the core of the cavern. Yet, the absence of any trace of the elusive Ma was beginning to provoke Han Li's impatience. Having hastily concocted the San Yen fan and ventured into this treacherous domain, he was determined not to return empty-handed. The arduous transition from the mid to late stage of the Yuanying realm, though untested by Han Li himself, was a challenge he could well imagine. Consider the exceptional talents among those who had ascended to the mid-stage. It was a rare feat indeed to break through to the next tier, with only 3 individuals in the entire Tiannan region achieving such a milestone. While the late-stage Yuanying cultivators of the Dejin were somewhat more numerous, they still represented a mere fraction amidst the multitude of sects and practitioners. Thus, despite possessing the Tianfeng Pei Yuan Gong as a means to surmount his bottleneck, Han Li harbored no certainty regarding his future potential to truly advance to the late stage of the Yuanying realm. Given the emergence of a pill capable of refining the Yuanying, he was resolute in his pursuit. Should he fail to locate the Yinji Ma within the Yin cave, he would undoubtedly seek to acquire the recipe for the cultivation pill from the wealthy elder. Though the prospect seemed bleak, having the recipe would empower him to explore alternative avenues in search of the elusive Yinji Ma. After all, the convergence of Yin energy could not be confined solely to the Yin cave. As Han Li soared through the air, his mind was coldly calculating. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed his face as he focused ahead, where a shimmering green light was approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a cascade of azure mist that enveloped the green light and drew it downwards. The green glow, now subdued within the azure haze, revealed itself to be a small, verdant sword, which bore a crimson jade slip. Han Li pressed his lips together and deftly extracted the jade slip from the sword, casually tossing the flying sword into the air. The small green sword emitted a melodious chime, spiraled gracefully, and vanished into the swirling black winds from whence it came. Han Li, however, paid it no heed. Instead, he lowered his head and immersed his consciousness within the jade slip. He had discovered the whereabouts of the Yinji Ma. What splendid news! Moments later, a smile graced Han Li's face as he withdrew his consciousness from the slip. With a flick of his hand, a pale white formation plate materialized in his grasp. A single touch of the plate caused a flash of azure light, rendering its surface as smooth as a mirror, while 4 distinct colored points of light flickered faintly upon it. After a brief scan of the positions of these luminous points, Hanley swiftly stowed the formation plate and doubled his speed, propelling himself forward. Half a day later, he arrived at a crossroads with four divergent paths, where the burly man of the Yuan clan and the wealthy elder sat cross-legged, facing an eastern passage. The purple orb hovered motionless above the elder's head. "Yuan Dao Yu, have you located the entity?" Han Li inquired, descending amidst the violet light and exhaling a breath of relief. "Indeed, the Yinji Ma lies within this passage," replied the burly man with a gleeful grin, a hint of excitement illuminating his countenance. "However, this spirit creature is exceedingly cunning, and I cannot capture it alone that I shall have to seal this exit for now. Awaiting the arrival of my fellow cultivators. That is satisfactory," Han Li acknowledged with a smile. "As long as we have a lead on this spirit creature, capturing it is merely a matter of time." The esteemed junior sister Chang and the Taoist Bai, being somewhat distant, necessitate our patience for a while longer. Once everyone is gathered, our confidence will undoubtedly grow. The elderly gentleman of the Fu clan likewise wore a face of joy. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt an immediate sense of relief and settled down on the spot. After waiting for several hours, the elegant woman in black and Bai Yaoyi arrived in succession. Upon receiving the confirmed news, they too were filled with immense delight. Without the slightest delay, the group set about arranging several rudimentary magical formations at the intersection before collectively soaring into the eastern passage. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after they had flown a considerable distance, a flickering ethereal light suddenly emerged from beneath the ground at the intersection, and three pitch-black corpses leisurely materialized. Each of these corpses had hollow chests and skin stretched tightly over bone.